Sword God Chapter 924 to Chapter 974. Gukong found it extremely difficult to breathe, as if he was about to suffocate. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Tiequang suddenly laughed wildly. He covered his forehead with one hand and laughed so hard that he was convulsing. Gukong's face was full of uncertainty and nervousness. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was as calm as water in an ancient well, without any ripples. Immediately, the wild laughter stopped. Zhang Tiequang straightened his body, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. This is the first time I've met someone as interesting as you. Take my sword, and we'll call it quits for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword at his waist was unsheathed. It turned into a cold electric light, piercing through the air as if it could cut through gold and jade. Its aura was awe-inspiring, and the sword light was unstoppable, as if it could pierce through anything. Like a bolt of lightning, Chen Zong faintly smelled a cold metallic scent. The ear-piercing shriek was like a demon's voice, fiercely piercing into Gukong's ears. Gukong felt as if his eardrums were pierced, and his brain was being ruthlessly stirred by an invisible blade. His face was full of pain. Chen Zong's expression remained unchanged, as if this was not a fierce sword that could pierce through anything, but a gentle breeze. Just as the sharp and hard sword light was about to pierce him, Chen Zong's body suddenly swayed and disappeared, causing the sword to miss. The long sword paused, but the terrifying sword light pierced through the air, forming a shocking sword pressure. Like a vacuum sword chi, it shot into the distance and pierced through a wooden pillar. Since his sword had missed, Zhang Tiequang was about to swing his sword a second time, but then he remembered what he had said. He stopped in mid-air, his expression uncertain. Soon after, he returned to normal and sheathed his long sword. The outer sect competition will be held in a month. I hope you can enter the finals. Zhang Tiequang stared deeply at Chen Zong, then turned and strode away. After Zhang Tiequang left, Gukong let out a sigh of relief. He walked towards Chen Zong, still in a state of shock, and patted his chest. Brother, Gukong called out while giving a thumbs up. He admired Chen Zong to the extreme. This was Zhang Tiequang, the saber and sword maniac, who was ranked third among the outer sect disciples. Although he looked 16 or 17 years old, he was actually 15 years old. His talent was much better than that of Chen Qingzong's. Moreover, his sword and saber skills were both of immortal level, upper level, and he had already reached the great success stage. His strength was terrifying. In the face of such a person, even Gukong himself found it difficult to breathe, but Chen Zong was still able to confront him head-on. Cultivate well. One day, you'll be more powerful than him, Chen Zong said with a smile. I don't dare to think about it. As long as I can perform well in the outer sect tournament in a month's time, I'll be satisfied. Gukong smiled bitterly. Every sect would hold a sect competition every once in a while to differentiate between the outer and inner sects. The Blue Cloud sect's outer sect disciple competition was in a month's time. This was also the reason why Chen Zong was not in a hurry to apply to become an inner sect disciple. If he applied now, he could become an inner sect disciple with his own strength, but there were not many benefits. At most, he could choose a mortal level, upper level martial art for free. However, if he performed well in the outer sect tournament and entered the top 10, he would be rewarded. If he entered the top 3, the rewards would be even better, and he could become an inner sect disciple. Chen Zong was very clear on what to choose. The following days, Chen Zong lived peacefully. Zhang Tiequang did not come to his door again, and Chao Tianxiong did not come to Chen Zong either. After all, he was not a match for Chen Zong, and he would only be humiliating himself if he came. Every day, Chen Zong cultivated in his own residence. The residence of an ordinary outer sect disciple was very ordinary. It was only a wooden house, and the facilities inside were also very simple. On the wooden bed, Chen Zong sat cross-legged and cultivated the white mist method. The white mist chi from the 7th layer of the white mist method was very pure. It continuously circulated around Chen Zong's meridians. Wisps of white mist filled the air around his body. Every layer of a mortal level, upper level method would open 3 meridians. The 7th layer of the white mist method would open a total of 21 meridians. When a foundation realm cultivator broke through, they would also open their meridians. However, the meridians opened by cultivation were different from the meridians opened by cultivation methods. In this world, the human body had 9 heavenly meridians and 9 earth meridians. Together, there were 18 heavenly meridians and earth meridians. The first layer of the foundation realm needed to open 1 heavenly meridian and 1 earth meridian. The second layer needed to open 2 heavenly meridians and 2 earth meridians. The 9th layer of the foundation realm needed to open up 9 heavenly meridians and 9 earth meridians. The 18 heavenly meridians and earth meridians were the main meridians in the human body. The rest were called auxiliary meridians. In terms of size, the auxiliary meridians could not compare to the main meridians. The main meridians were independent, but the auxiliary meridians existed according to the main meridians, and in turn assisted the main meridians. This was also the relationship between cultivation and cultivation. They complemented each other. The white mist on the 7th layer had opened up 21 auxiliary meridians, which was of great help to one's cultivation. In fact, the more auxiliary meridians that were opened up, the faster a cultivator's cultivation speed would be. Moreover, the amount of Xianxia that could be stored in one's body would also be greater. Furthermore, the Xianxia that could be circulated through various meridians would also be purer. Suddenly, the white mist around Xianzong's body fluctuated and seemed to have increased a bit. The amount of true qi inside his body also increased and its purity increased a bit. Mid-stage of the 8th layer of the foundation realm, however, this was not the end. Then a familiar feeling appeared in Xianzong's heart. All the mysteries of the white mist method appeared in his mind. The principles of the white mist method, the process of its creation, the analysis of its details, and everything else appeared in his mind. Not long after, all the mysteries of the white mist method had been grasped by Xianzong. The white mist true qi inside his body suddenly surged. Every time it surged, it was refined and became even purer. The white mist of real qi outside Xianzong's body became denser and denser. It quickly diffused into the air and shrank. Finally, it condensed into a ball of white mist. It became the size of a fist and condensed into a solid substance. Then, it suddenly exploded and turned into countless white mists that covered Xianzong's entire body. Traces of white mist entered Xianzong's body and seemed to disappear. Xianzong's body became ethereal, as if he was shrouded in a cloud, making it difficult to grasp. Martial intent, white mist method martial intent, a cultivation method martial intent was much more difficult to grasp than a martial art martial intent. But so far, Xianzong had succeeded in comprehending all the mysteries of the white mist method. It was as if he had gone through the process of creating the white mist method and grasped the martial intent. Feeling the white mist true qi around his body, Xianzong found that its purity had increased by 50%. It had increased by a full 50%. This was undoubtedly terrifying. It had obviously increased Xianzong's strength. A martial art martial intent could be used or not, but a cultivation method martial intent could not be used. Once a martial intent was grasped, true qi would change and could not be hidden. In addition to his true qi becoming purer, once he revolved the white mist method, the characteristics of the white mist true qi would be stimulated, causing Xianzong's body to become somewhat illusory. He was clearly standing motionless in his original position, but it would give people a sense of unreality. Was there a benefit to this? Of course there was. A sense of unreality would affect the enemy's judgment. In a battle, judgment was very important. A single mistake could be fatal. Speaking of which, a cultivation method martial intent was much more difficult to comprehend than a martial art martial intent, but it was also much more useful. This was because a martial art martial intent purely increased the power of a martial art. But a cultivation method martial intent could not only increase the purity of true qi and increase the power, but it could also derive the characteristics of a cultivation method. I've comprehended the martial intent of the white mist method. I've also grasped the martial intent of the soaring swan sword technique and the azure light sword technique. I've also grasped the martial intent of the leaping ape leopard movement technique. Xianzong finished his cultivation and began to ponder. This was a habit left over from the past. It seemed that in terms of cultivation methods and martial arts, there was nothing left to cultivate. In the previous world, there were many sword techniques accumulated, but they were incompatible with this world. Xianzong did not have the slightest clue to perfect them. After all, he did not have enough understanding of this world's cultivation methods. He could go to the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Pavilion to exchange for martial arts, but with Chen Zong's current merit points, he could at most exchange for a medium-grade mortal-level martial art. A high-grade mortal-level martial art was very difficult, so he might as well not. Since it's like this, I'll wholeheartedly comprehend the Heartsword Sutra. Chen Zong thought to himself. The more he comprehended the Heartsword Sutra, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. It was simply indescribable. Gukong came to Chen Zong every few days, and Chen Zong also took some time out of his cultivation to give him pointers. This allowed Gukong's cultivation method to improve by quite a bit. Compared to his cultivation method, the improvement of his sword technique was more obvious. In the Outer Sect tournament, I must obtain a good ranking. Chao Tianxiong said fiercely, his eyes cold and ferocious. Whenever he thought of the scene where he was defeated by Chen Qingzong in a single strike, he would be enraged. Over this period of time, he had been training even harder in order to defeat Chen Qingzong, and also to obtain a good ranking in the upcoming Outer Sect tournament. In an independent courtyard, Zhang Tai's upper body was naked. Every muscle was wriggling and covered in sweat. Under the sunlight, it shone with a dazzling light. With a saber and a sword in his hands, he constantly slashed out. The saber and sword collided like a dragon or a tiger, ferocious and tyrannical. The saber light and sword shadows turned into a storm, wreaking havoc in the courtyard. The whistling sound was terrifying. Although he was one of the top 10 Outer Sect disciples and ranked third, Zhang Tai was not satisfied. His goal was to be first. Either he did not do it, or he did it best. With such a firm belief, Zhang Tai started to cultivate even harder. In another courtyard, the decorations were slightly different. In the corner, there were several green bamboos. Each of them was straight and had lush leaves. They looked full of vitality. In front of the bamboos stood a tall and graceful figure wearing a dark green robe. Her slender legs under the robe were especially eye-catching. This was a beautiful girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her long ponytail added a bit of heroic spirit to her. Her bright and clear eyes were staring at a leaf of a green bamboo, as if she wanted to see the flower on the leaf. She was the second strongest Outer Sect disciple, Yi Shijun, known as the Green Luo Sword. Although Yi Shijun was a girl, her ambition surpassed many men. Otherwise, she would not have been able to stand out among more than 1,000 Outer Sect disciples and be ranked second. The water of the Mian River was as white as cotton, with endless waves reaching towards the sky. The narrowest part was 100 meters long, while the widest part was 2,000 meters long. It was a famous river in the Dongchen territory. There was a pavilion on one side of the Mian River, called the Mian River Inn. It was a restaurant, and the owner of the restaurant was also a famous individual cultivator, Jiang Baichuan of the river-splitting sword. However, Jiang Baichuan was not in the restaurant, but was cultivating in the Mian River. The restaurant was packed with customers, most of them were individual cultivators. It could be said that the Mian River Inn was their favorite restaurant. The Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect tournament is about to begin. Which one of you got an invitation? A man with a bronze staff asked in a low, muffled voice. I want to get an invitation, but I'm not qualified. The others around him sighed in disappointment. The Blue Cloud Sect was one of the 4 four-star powers in the Dongchen territory. It was very powerful, and getting an invitation was a form of recognition. Most individual cultivators had low self-esteem, especially in front of a sect. They actually wanted to become a sect disciple, to have a complete cultivation path, and to have access to cultivation resources. Many individual cultivators were actually very pitiful. They were often targeted by sect disciples to improve their reputation, and were often challenged by those of a higher level. I think Iron Crutch Elder might get an invitation. I haven't gotten an invitation yet, so I'm not sure. An old man not far away said. Although he was old, he was full of energy. Beside him was a black iron crutch with a tiger's head. I know someone who will definitely get an invitation. The river-splitting sword, Jiang Baichuan. He can split the Mian River with one sword. With such strength, if he's not qualified, then who is? Splitting the Mian River with one sword was the origin of Jiang Baichuan's river-splitting sword. However, he could only split a 100-meter wide section of the river. He could not split a wider section of the river. I wonder who will get into the top 10 this time. The topic changed to the Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect tournament. I think it's very likely that the current Outer Sect disciples will get into the top 10. That's right. I also reckon that the top 10 of the large competition will be taken by the current top 10 Outer Sect disciples. The only difference is the ranking. I'm optimistic about Xianxia. He's known as the saber and sword maniac. Both his saber and sword skills are exquisite. Additionally, he can perform them at the same time, which makes him even more terrifying. He's a strong candidate for the first place. Yi Shijuan is also very powerful. Being able to rank second as a woman, she's even more talented than Zhang Tiekuang. There's no need to guess. I'm certain that the first place in the grand competition will be Yang Chaofan. Yang Chaofan? I've heard of him. It's said that he came from an ordinary background, the son of a farmer, but he was born extraordinary. He easily entered the Blue Cloud Sect, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Ever since he became the #1 Outer Sect disciple 2 years ago, no one has dared to challenge him. I wonder what kind of talent this Yang Chaofan has. A person's talent is a hidden trump card, and will not be easily revealed to others. However, in this year's Outer Sect Grand Competition, perhaps someone will be able to force him to use it. Some time ago, I saw an Outer Sect disciple of the Blue Cloud Sect charge into the Lianjiang village alone with a sword and kill more than 100 people in the village. Who? Everyone was shocked. The Lianjiang village was a sect in a certain section of the Mianjiang River. The head chief was an expert at the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, while the 2nd and 3rd chiefs were at the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. There were also quite a few mid-Foundation Establishment realm experts. Bloodfiend Sword Unit Dragon. It's him. Exclamations rang out. Unit Dragon is a rising star. It's said that he's going to be listed as the morning star of our Dongqing region. Speaking of morning stars, there are indeed a few rising stars with morning star potential this year. For example, Lu Zhenlei and Guan Hanxue from the Beichen Villa, Shen Yan from the Purple Brilliant Sect, Lu Yuanqing from the Tianluo Valley. The topic was originally about the Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition, but the more they talked about it, the more they deviated from it. However, this was also normal for rogue cultivators. In addition to cultivating and adventuring, they would chat with other rogue cultivators and talk about all kinds of things. Tomorrow was the Blue Cloud Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition. The atmosphere in the Outer Sect disciples area was completely different from before. There was an added sense of desolation, and even breathing became more cautious. Brother, I'm so nervous. Gukong was a little anxious. It was the Outer Sect Grand Competition. A month ago, he didn't even dare to think about it. Even if he participated, he wouldn't be able to get a good ranking. He might even be eliminated in the first round, so naturally he wouldn't be nervous. But this month, with Chen Zong's guidance and his own hard work, not only did his cultivation improve by quite a bit, reaching the late 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, his swordsmanship had also improved significantly. Compared to a month ago, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The difference was like heaven and earth. The increase in cultivation and strength brought about an increase in self-confidence, and this increased self-confidence gave birth to even more ambition. Ambition that he wouldn't have dared to have in the past. Ranking, Gukong wanted to get a good ranking in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. He didn't dare to think about getting into the top 10, as there were many people stronger than him. Disregarding everything else, just the top 10 Outer Sect disciples were all at the late or peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Just their cultivation alone was enough to crush him, not to mention everything else. It would be best if he could get into the top 10, but even if he couldn't, he would still be able to display his strength and attract the attention of the sect. The result would be different. The Blue Cloud Sect was a powerful sect, at least in the Dongqing area. To be able to exist for over 1,000 years and continue to pass down its legacy, it naturally had its own set of rules. Competition and selection were the only way to ensure the continuation and strength of the sect. Only with ambition and anticipation would one be nervous. Relax. Tomorrow, bring out everything you've learned and display it to your heart's content. Chen Zong patted Gukong's shoulder. His calm voice had an inexplicable rhythm to it, causing Gukong's wildly beating heart to gradually calm down and his breathing to stabilize. Draw your sword and attack me. Chen Zong continued to speak. This was the training for Gukong in the second half of the month. Training in actual combat would be more effective, and this was one of the reasons why Gukong's sword art was able to improve by leaps and bounds. In terms of sword art, Chen Zong's accumulation could be said to be at the Grandmaster level. With Chen Zong's wholehearted guidance, even if Gukong was a pig, he would still be able to learn a lot. In the dead of the night, Gukong had already returned to conserve his energy in preparation for tomorrow's outer sect competition. Chen Zong sat cross-legged on his bed. Unlike the others, Chen Zong wasn't worried about tomorrow's outer sect competition, nor was he nervous at all. Because it was merely an outer sect competition, Chen Zong didn't think much of it. The only thing that could move his heart was the reward for the first place, nothing more. After a month of cultivation, Chen Zong's cultivation had increased once again. Now, he was already at the peak of the 8th level of the foundation building realm. As for the Heartsword Sutra, it was indeed unfathomable. After a month of wholeheartedly comprehending it, Chen Zong had only comprehended a little bit of it. However, just this little bit of knowledge was enough for Chen Zong to have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. Thinking back to the so-called sword art of the past, he suddenly felt that it was very funny. That funny feeling originated from the ignorance and blindness of a frog in a well. Compared to the Lingwu Holy World, the Blue Waves world was like a well, and the cultivators of the Blue Waves world were like frogs in the well. This was not belittling them, but a kind of truth. Limitations, the limitations of the Blue Waves world. The eastern continent had its limitations, then the Chaotian island had its limitations, and now the limitations extended to the entire Blue Waves world. The cultivation path of the Blue Waves world seemed to be different from that of the Lingwu Holy World from the very beginning. If one were to compare who was the orthodox, then it would undoubtedly be the Lingwu Holy World. The Blue Waves world was an unorthodox path, and if one walked the unorthodox path, it would be difficult for one to advance after becoming an emperor. And in theory, the cultivators of the Lingwu Holy World would be more powerful at the same level. Therefore, the so-called sword art of the Blue Waves world was actually nothing in the Lingwu Holy World. It was merely self-proclaimed by the Blue Waves world. Arrogant self-proclamation, this was Chen Zong's feeling. Of course, every kind of martial art was very shocking in the Blue Waves world, but it was only because of the gap between worlds. If Chen Zong hadn't come to the Lingwu Holy World, he also wouldn't have known about this. Chen Zong was very glad that he had come. I also don't know whether the Lingwu Holy World has martial arts or sword arts. Chen Zong secretly said. In the Blue Waves world, everything that was crowned with Tao was very high-end and very remarkable. If the Lingwu Holy World also had it, then it would certainly be so. It was not something he could come into contact with now. The most important thing now was to cultivate down-to-earth and do his best to improve rapidly. As long as he was strong enough, he would come into contact with everything. Compared to the Blue Waves world, Chen Zong's pursuit in this world was not so urgent. After all, he had just arrived, and it hadn't been long. There were many things that he didn't understand enough. And the Lingwu Holy World was much more vast and powerful than the Blue Waves world. In the Blue Waves world, he had not reached the peak, and there were many people who were more powerful than him, let alone this Lingwu Holy World. Even if he recovered his strength to the level of the Blue Waves world, it was nothing in this world. I have a kind of feeling that before long, I will be able to comprehend more mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra. At that time I will have another harvest. Chen Zong secretly said. With regards to his intuition, Chen Zong was very confident. Merely, he didn't know what kind of harvest he would obtain at that time, so he couldn't help but somewhat look forward to it. With this kind of expectation, Chen Zong wholeheartedly immersed himself in the comprehension of the Heartsword Sutra. One night passed, and the next day, when the sky was slightly bright, the sound of a great bell resounded. It changed into layers of invisible ripples and spread out. In a short few breaths, it spread throughout the entire Blue Cloud Peak. And at the mountain gate of Blue Cloud Peak, a group of people also welcomed. These people were either people of other forces, for example, the leaders and elders of some 3-star forces or 2-star forces. As for one-star forces, very few of them were able to get an invitation. They were not qualified. Other than that, there were some loose cultivators. Those who were able to get an invitation from the Blue Cloud sect to watch the Outer Sect Great Competition were all well-known figures among loose cultivators. For example, Jiang Baichuan. He was not very old, not more than 30 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. His swordsmanship was even more exquisite, and his might was astonishing. He was not inferior to the experts of 2-star forces. Therefore, Jiang Baichuan was naturally among the list of people invited by the Blue Cloud sect. I almost forgot to update again. How embarrassing. Since I've spoken, I might as well say a few more words. Tomorrow is a new month, I'm begging for next month's votes. On the Blue Cloud Peak, the Outer Sect disciple area was very lively. There were more than 1,000 Outer Sect disciples. In theory, any Outer Sect disciple could participate in the competition, but that was not the case. The Outer Sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were of different ages, cultivation levels, and strength. The youngest Outer Sect disciple was only 12 years old and had just entered the sect. His cultivation level was naturally not high, at most at the 4th layer of the Foundation realm. However, a 12-year-old at the 4th layer of the Foundation realm was already a rare genius. The oldest was 18 years old, and his cultivation level was not bad either, at the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. Of course, age had nothing to do with cultivation level or strength. Otherwise, the top 10 Outer Sect disciples wouldn't be in the top 10. However, being older meant that they had more time to cultivate, which was a relative advantage. The Outer Sect competition was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was elimination. The so-called elimination was to eliminate the weaker disciples, and the restriction was cultivation level. The 5th layer of the Foundation realm, only those who had reached the 5th layer of the Foundation realm were qualified to participate in the Outer Sect competition. In this world, the 1st to 3rd layers of the Foundation realm were building a foundation to stabilize their cultivation path. They weren't strong, but that was only relative to this world. Only when one reached the 4th layer of the Foundation realm could the true chi in one's body become powerful. However, the 4th layer of the Foundation realm was only the beginning of the path to becoming an expert. The true chi in one's body wasn't strong enough. Only when one reached the 5th layer of the Foundation realm could one's true chi be released. Only then could one's true chi be released through martial arts. The release of true chi, as the name implied, allowed one's true chi to be released from one's body to one's hands or weapons to increase their power. The 5th layer of the Foundation realm was enough to eliminate most of the Outer Sect disciples. Next was the second round of elimination. The second round of elimination was to test one's strength. Strength was composed of cultivation, martial arts, experience, and various other factors. A high cultivation did not necessarily mean that one was strong. Since ancient times, there had been many examples of people with high cultivation being killed by people with lower cultivation. It was either because their martial arts were not strong enough, or because they did not have enough combat experience and were unable to display their full strength. The Blue Cloud sect had invited many people to watch the Outer Sect tournament. Naturally, they couldn't lose face. The test of strength was very simple. It was to fight against a puppet. The puppet's strength was at the late stage of the 5th layer of the Foundation realm. Only those who could last 10 moves against the puppet would qualify. In this round, many Outer Sect disciples were eliminated. In the end, only 256 people were qualified. Including the top 10 Outer Sect disciples who did not need to participate in the elimination round, there were 266 people. The Outer Sect tournament would be held on the Green Cloud sparring stage. The stage was already filled with people. Most of them were from the Blue Cloud sect, while a small portion were invited by the Blue Cloud sect. A rogue cultivator pointed at one of the 200 or so Outer Sect disciples and said, "That is the Fiend Blood Sword Dragon." Gukong excitedly said, "Brother, the Fiend Blood Sword Dragon challenged the Lianjiang village by himself. Perhaps it will be one of the top 10 in this year's Outer Sect tournament." Shenzong also looked at the Fiend Blood Sword Dragon. He had a robust figure and a sharp gaze. Traces of killing intent were faintly discernible around his body. His dark red robes made him look even more ferocious. With a single glance, one could tell that he was not an easy person to deal with. Shortly after, Qinzong felt a sharp gaze land on his face. It was the sword and saber maniac, Zhang Tiequang. Zhang Tiequang took a deep look at Qinzong before looking away. Under Gukong's introduction, Qinzong saw the other outer sect disciples. Sure enough, they were all extraordinary. Standing in the crowd, they stood out like cranes among chickens. Brother, that is the second-ranked outer sect disciple, Yi Shijuan. She is a member of Green Bamboo Sidiji family. Her talent is outstanding. She is almost 15 years old and has already reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. Her sword art is superb and rarely has any opponents. She is the dream lover of many outer sect disciples. Gukong laughed as he looked at Yi Shijuan with admiration. There were relatively fewer female cultivators than male cultivators, and there were also relatively fewer female cultivators with titles. The Blue Cloud sect had more than 1,000 outer sect disciples. More than 70% of them were male, and only 20% were female. For Yi Shijuan to be ranked second showed that it was not easy. Chen Zongdua took a few more glances at Yi Shijun. Yi Shijun's facial features were exquisite and her skin was fair, exuding a faint glow, as if she had walked out of a painting. Every inch of her body seemed to have been carefully sculpted, and the ponytail behind her head added a bit of heroic spirit. The first impression that Yi Shijuan gave to Qinzong was that she was exquisite. Seeming to have noticed Qinzong's gaze, Yi Shijuan's clear eyes also looked over and smiled at Qinzong. Qinzong also nodded in response, but Gukong became excited. He grabbed Qinzong's arm and shook it. Brother, did you see that? Yi Shijuan smiled at me. Qinzong didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't attack Gukong. Gukong was only a 15-year-old youth. It was normal for him to like an outstanding girl like Yi Shijuan. His gaze swept over the crowd, and suddenly stopped. Qinzong stared at a youth in a plain robe. Whether it was his appearance or his clothing, this youth was very ordinary. However, within this ordinariness, there was a unique and harmonious charm. He had some kind of indescribable charm. Yang Chaofan. Qinzong thought of a name in his heart. The number 1 outer sect disciple. It was said that his background was very ordinary, but he had shown extraordinary talent since he was young. 5 years ago, he entered the Blue Cloud sect. 2 years ago, he defeated the number 1 outer sect disciple with an absolute advantage and replaced him. In these 2 years, he had been challenged many times, but had never been defeated. His position as the number 1 outer sect disciple was unshakable. It was said that Yang Chaofan had a unique talent that no one else had, but as for what kind of talent it was, very few people knew. At least, Chen Qingzong didn't know. In the past, although Chen Qingzong's talent was not bad, compared to the top 10 outer sect disciples, there was still a gap, not to mention the number 1 outer sect disciple, Yang Chaofan. The two of them were destined to be different. Yang Chaofan was the center of attention, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. He just stood there quietly, as if he wanted to stand there forever, untouched by anything. The host of the great competition was an inner sect elder of the Blue Cloud sect, a transcendent realm master. Qinzong couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, the other party's aura was blended together, making it difficult for him to see anything mysterious. Qinzong only vaguely felt that something was different, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It's different from the transcendence of Blue Wave's world, Qinzong secretly said. But as for what was different, he would only know after seeing the other party in action. Of course, the most direct and thorough observation was that he had broken through to the transcendent realm. The inner sect elder first said a few words of courtesy, welcoming people from other forces and rogue cultivators to come and watch the competition, giving them some face. After all, the Blue Cloud sect was one of the great forces in the land and belonged to the righteous path, so it was natural for him to be relatively polite. This year's outer sect great competition is slightly different from the previous ones, it's the rewards. After a few words of courtesy, the inner sect elder changed the topic to the outer sect great competition. Everyone pricked up their ears. In the past, only the top 10 would be rewarded, but this time, as long as you enter the top 32, you will be rewarded with merit points from the sect. Every disciple in the top 32 will be rewarded with 5,000 merit points from the sect. Many people's eyes lit up. 1,000 merit points wasn't a small amount. Usually, one would need to complete several tasks to have a chance of obtaining it. 5,000 merit points was much more than 1,000 merit points, enough to exchange for a mortal grade high rank martial skill or martial skill. There were rewards for the top 32, and the rewards for the top 16 were doubled, which was 10,000 sect merit points. The rewards for the top 10 were naturally more generous, but what moved Shenzong was the rewards for the top 3. Other than the generous amount of merit points, the third place would be able to choose a mortal grade high rank martial skill or mortal grade high rank martial skill from the Qingyun Sword Martial Pavilion for free. The second place would be rewarded with 2 skills. The first place would be rewarded with 3 skills. Mortal grade high rank martial skill. Mortal grade high rank martial skill. The people from the small forces and rogue cultivators were all extremely excited, wishing that they could also participate in this great competition. Even Jiang Baichuan, a well-known rogue cultivator, only cultivated a mortal grade high rank martial skill or martial skill. It could be seen how rare a mortal grade high rank martial skill was. The outer sect disciples were naturally extremely excited. However, most of the outer sect disciples knew that it was impossible for them to obtain the top 3. It was simply too difficult. In addition, the top 3 will directly become an inner sect disciple. The inner sect elder continued to announce. This was another benefit. However, relatively speaking, this benefit wasn't that amazing. You can also obtain a minor realm break pill. The inner sect elder's second sentence caused a great commotion. Minor realm break pill. Everyone exclaimed. The rogue cultivators were envious. Even geniuses like Yi Shijuan and Yang Chaofan were surprised and excited. Minor realm break pill, a mortal grade high rank pill. It could be used on any layer of the foundation realm and could help a cultivator break through from the 6th layer to the 7th layer, the 7th layer to the 8th layer, the 8th layer to the 9th layer, and so on. It has to be said that each layer was very difficult to break through, but with a minor realm break pill, one could break through without any side effects. It would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The Blue Cloud Sect's rewards are really enviable. A famous rogue cultivator smiled bitterly. Yes, this is something that we rogue cultivators can't compare to. Another rogue cultivator smiled bitterly and shook his head. They had never obtained a pill like the minor realm break pill. At most, they had only heard of it. This minor realm break pill will belong to the Azure sect in the end. Among the spectators, Feng Pingxing secretly said. Feng Pingxing was the first floor master of the 7 Swords Towers, and the 7 Swords Towers was one of the 3 two-star forces in Azure Forest City. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to receive an invitation. The leader of the Black Tiger Gang and the head of Family Mo naturally received an invitation and also came. The head of Family Mo hid in the crowd and stared fiercely at Shenzong. This elder announces that the outer sect competition will now begin. The top 10 disciples will take their seats first. The inner sect elder announced. Those who made it to the top 32 would be rewarded with merit points. Those who made it to the top 16 would receive double the merit points and a chance to challenge the top 10 outer sect disciples. After the arrangements were made, the competition officially began. 2 outer sect disciples were called out and walked onto the stage with large strides. They faced each other 20 meters apart. Senior brother Li, please use your full strength. Junior brother Wang, don't worry. I won't hold back. The 2 knew each other, and as soon as they finished speaking, their true qi surged. Both of them cultivated the minor Qingyuan art. As their true qi surged, there was a faint trace of cyan between their eyebrows. Their cultivations were similar, and both of them had cultivated the minor Qingyuan art to the 4th level. There was no obvious difference in strength. The key to determining victory and defeat was the level of their martial arts and their own fighting ability. One of them cultivated the sword, which was considered the orthodox style of the Blue Cloud sect, while the other cultivated the palm technique. Using the palm to fight against the sword and saber was unknowingly disadvantageous. Therefore, the person who used the palm technique wore gloves to better protect his hands and allow him to fight against the sword and saber without being injured. The 2 of them fought with all their strength, and the battle was intense. The wind from their palms and the light from their swords intertwined. They are truly worthy of being sect disciples. A battle between 5th-level foundation building disciples is already so shocking. The rogue cultivators sighed. Rogue cultivators lacked resources and inheritances, so the cultivation methods and martial arts they cultivated were often low-level or even incomplete. After fighting for a while, the disciple who used the sword seized an opportunity. His sword turned into a cyan light and directly struck his opponent's chest, sending him flying. After the first battle ended, the winner advanced and the loser was eliminated. The second battle immediately began and also ended in a short 3 breaths of time. Because of the difference in cultivation, the difference in strength was also very obvious. The third battle, the fourth battle, the fifth battle, the battles and the preliminaries were carried out one after another. Every battle was either an intense battle or a crushing victory. However, no matter which one it was, it made most of the spectators extremely excited. This kind of battle was nothing to Xianxia. With a pair of seemingly calm eyes, he could clearly see the trajectories of all the moves in the battle, and they were full of flaws. But one thing was undeniable, and that was that these people were all very outstanding. If they were compared to their peers in the Blue Waves world, they would definitely surpass them by a lot. Even the genius disciples of the top 15 powers in the Blue Waves world wouldn't have any advantage. This was the gap between the foundations of the world. 256 people would have 128 battles in the first round of the qualifier. In the 56th battle, one of the two was Gukong. Gukong, you were lucky enough to qualify, but I advise you to admit defeat yourself. Otherwise, you might get injured. That wouldn't be good. The corner of the opponent's mouth held a trace of a cold smile as he spoke to Gukong in an oppressive tone. He thought that Gukong was still the Gukong from a month ago. Cut the crap. We'll know after we fight. Gukong suppressed the excitement in his heart and coldly shouted. Although his talent was below average among the 1,000 over outer sect disciples, deep in his heart, he yearned to become stronger. He yearned to display his skills in front of everyone, but he never had the chance. Even if he had the chance, he did not dare to do so because he did not have enough strength and confidence. However, the progress he had made in the past month made him feel like he was dreaming. He had never felt this way since he was born. Improvement and strengthening brought about confidence. Since that's the case, take my sword. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he unsheathed his sword and turned it into a green sword light that pierced through the air. Green light sword art. This was the first sword art of choice for many outer sect disciples because the sect had a complete sword art that could continue to be cultivated. In an instant, Gukong's sword also came out of its sheath and turned into a green sword light that pierced through the air. This green sword light looked even more condensed and agile. This scene startled many people. It's as if he has the help of a god. This level of spirituality is clearly at the trance stage. River-splitting sword Jiang Baichuan was startled and shocked. A mere late-stage 5th-layer Foundation Realm disciple can cultivate the green light sword art to the trance stage. The inner and outer sect elders were also shocked and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Gukong. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples, and all the outer sect elders knew that there was no such person as Gukong. Gukong's opponent was at the peak of the 5th layer of the Foundation Realm, one level higher than Gukong. However, his opponent's cultivation method was at the 4th layer, while Gukong had cultivated it to the 5th layer. Not only did it make up for the difference in cultivation levels, it even exceeded it. Adding in the trance stage green light sword art and Xianxia's battle experience, Gukong was able to knock the opponent's sword out of his hand in just 3 strikes. The opponent's face was filled with astonishment. He never would have thought that Gukong, who he looked down on, would actually defeat him. Gukong himself also couldn't believe it. He felt like he was dreaming, but when he heard the exclamations around him, he realized that he had won. An indescribable confidence slowly grew in his heart and gradually grew stronger. The confidence brought by the increase in cultivation level was often illusory. Only by defeating a powerful opponent could one solidify their confidence and make it no longer illusory. For Gukong, this person before him was someone he couldn't reach. He didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Gukong walked up to Xianxia and spoke with an unprecedentedly serious tone. "Thank you, Brother Zong." "Thank yourself." Xianxia faintly smiled. The reason he had given Gukong so much guidance was because Gukong was Chen Qingzong's good friend and had helped Chen Qingzong before. Also, Gukong was a promising talent. Although his cultivation talent wasn't high, he was hardworking and tenacious. The 80th battle was between the Blood Fiend Sword Dan Yuanlong and Miao Junfeng. Junior brother Dan, I heard that not long ago, you charged into the Lianjiang village by yourself and made a name for yourself. You shouldn't be weak and have a chance to enter the top 16. Unfortunately, you met me in your first battle. Miao Junfeng's handsome face revealed a smile. He seemed to be concerned, but he was actually using words to attack Dan Yuanlong. An 18-year-old trash who hasn't even reached the 7th layer of the Foundation realm dares to speak arrogantly before me? The Blood Fiend Sword Dan Yuanlong's words were extremely sharp and cold. This caused Miao Junfeng's expression to change greatly and he almost coughed up blood. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples, and the 18-year-old Miao Junfeng was definitely one of the earliest to enter the sect. The other disciples who had entered the sect with him had either died outside or broken through to the inner sect. Only Miao Junfeng and a few other disciples were still struggling in the outer sect. The 18-year-old Miao Junfeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm, but he hadn't been able to break through to the 7th layer. Even so, because he had more time to cultivate, his sword art was powerful, and he was a strong candidate to enter the top 16. Miao Junfeng's goal was naturally to challenge the top 10 outer sect disciples and enter the top 10. It would be best if he could enter the top 3. That way, he would be able to obtain generous rewards and directly become an inner sect disciple. Miao Junfeng flew into a rage out of humiliation and began to circulate his Zhen Qi. As his tyrannical Zhen Qi surged forth, a faint trace of purple Qi rose up behind him. This was the high-grade mortal-level cultivation technique, the Purple Yuan art, and it had been cultivated to the 5th level. The Purple Yuan True Qi surged to the limit and entered his arm as he unsheathed his sword. The sword light moved swiftly, like a bolt of purple lightning breaking through the air and slashing out. High-grade mortal cultivation method, Purple Lightning Sword art. This sword contained a trace of spirituality as if it had the help of a god. This was the trance stage Purple Lightning Sword art. Although Miao Junfeng was only 18 years old and hadn't broken through to the 7th layer of the Foundation realm, he could still be considered a genius. At least compared to rogue cultivators, he was out of their reach. The Purple Lightning Sword art was activated by the 5th layer of the Purple Yuan True Qi. Its power reached its peak and it was like a bolt of purple lightning. This was an attack from the angered Miao Junfeng, and he wanted to directly injure Duanlong. With a cold snort, Duanlong unsheathed his sword and a blood-colored light appeared. It was like a blood-colored sun. The blood-colored True Qi surged through his body and the faint sound of waves could be heard. Chen Zong keenly noticed a trace of blood-colored light moving around Duanlong's skin. The tyrannical blood-colored genuine Qi surged to his right arm and reached the sword body. The blood-colored light was blazing. An astonishing murderous aura spread out like wisps of red mist. Kill, the blood-red sword light shot out from the red mist, fast and ruthless. The shocking killing intent made Miao Junfeng, who bore the brunt of the attack, feel a chill all over his body. His skin felt numb and his blood stopped flowing. His Qi was affected, and his sword attack paused slightly, its power greatly reduced. A battle between experts only lasted for one breath. Although Miao Junfeng was powerful and had killed a lot of enemies during his training, he was still far from Duanlong. The moment Miao Junfeng realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The purple sword light was instantly broken and the blood-colored sword light arrived like a bolt of lightning. Blood splashed and Miao Junfeng let out a miserable scream. He was sent flying by a powerful force. When he landed, there was a sword wound on his chest, and blood was constantly flowing out. Quick! Someone immediately came forward and sprinkled medicine on the wound to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, if he lost too much blood, he might die. Even if he didn't die, he would be weak for a while. Trash! Duanlong's terrifying eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Miao Junfeng. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 cold words. Miao Junfeng immediately trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked dispirited. One sword. Everyone in the outer sect's 10 seats had different reactions. The pupils of those ranked 10th to 4th shrank as they felt a great threat. Zhang Tiequan's expression changed slightly, but a smile appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Yi Shijun was slightly startled, but her expression soon returned to normal. Yang Chaofan's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was as calm as ever, and his ordinary face gave off an unapproachable feeling. So strong. So terrifying. Is this really the power of an outer sect disciple? The rogue cultivators were shocked, and so were the leaders of the other sections. In addition to the outer sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, there were also a few inner sect disciples who were watching the battle. When these inner sect disciples saw Duanlong's sword, they were shocked because they felt that even if they went up on stage, they would have to be cautious when facing that sword. Chen Zong secretly said, a sword art that condenses killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the sword art. Duanlong's sword art was indeed very strong, and it shouldn't be the Blue Cloud sect's sword art. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Duanlong indeed had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to obtain a sword art and a cultivation method. In the 92nd battle, Green Radiant's sword Lu Xinji went up. He was not young, only 18 years old. Like Miao Junfeng, he was also at the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. His sword art was superb, and he was even more famous than Miao Junfeng. Only those who had reached a certain level of fame would be given a title. Miao Junfeng didn't have one because he wasn't famous enough. Those who were famous were often more outstanding. Green Radiant's sword Lu Xinji's opponent was also not weak. He was also at the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. I'll only use one strike, Lu Xinji said calmly. Lu Xinji said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword hanging from his waist suddenly came out of its scabbard. It turned into a green sword light that pierced through the sky like a shooting star. In an instant, the sword light disappeared, and the sword returned to its scabbard. From the moment the sword was drawn to the moment it returned to its scabbard, it was done in less than a breath of time. Just as Lu Xinji's opponent was about to attack, he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but reach out to touch it. A red dot appeared before his eyes, and his expression changed greatly. I've lost. Another strike. The 101st battle. Flying Flower Sword Yi Shiwen was one of the two. She was at the late stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. The other person didn't have a title, but he wasn't weak either. Junior Sister Yi, please. Take this. Yi Shiwen shouted in a tender voice. Her soft waist swayed like a flower in the wind. Nothing could be more beautiful than this. The long sword at her waist came out of its scabbard. In an instant, the sword light was like a blooming flower. It was beautiful, and one could vaguely smell the fragrance of flowers. Yi Shiwen's opponent revealed a trace of intoxication. He felt as if he was in a sea of flowers and smelled the fragrance of flowers. His mind relaxed for a moment. However, he immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly adjusted, but he was too late. A sword flower bloomed in front of his eyes. It was exceptionally beautiful. Then, a cold light shot out like the stamen of a flower and stopped in between his eyebrows. The cold touch made his scalp go numb. Senior brother, thank you for letting me win, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Then, she put her sword back into its scabbard. I didn't go easy on you. It's Junior Sister who's amazing. The other party couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thinking about how he was at the late stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm and his powerful fist art, he was defeated before he could even use it. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. In a battle between experts, what they fought for was a split second. In that split second, he had been absent-minded because of his opponent's gentle and swaying figure and magnificent swordsmanship. Even though he had immediately regained his senses, he had already lost the initiative. Of course, if he were to fight again, he wouldn't be so easily affected if he was on guard. However, whether he could defeat his opponent in the end was still unknown. Another sword. All the spectators exclaimed in surprise. It was not easy to defeat an opponent of the same cultivation level with a single sword strike. It was a brilliant application of one's own strength, as well as the combination of one's high martial arts realm and outstanding combat ability. The battles continued one after another. In the 118th battle, Chen Zong stepped onto the stage. Chen Qingzong. Chao Tianxiong stared at Chen Zong with hatred in his eyes. Don't lose in the first battle. Chao Tianxiong had already defeated his opponent and successfully entered the second round. He hoped to defeat Chen Zong with his own hands. It has to be said that in the past month, he had put in a lot of effort and his strength had increased a lot. Seeing Chen Zong step onto the stage, the saber and sword maniac Zhang Tiequang couldn't help but straighten his back. This change was not obvious, but it was still noticed by the people around him. Wind Blading Chong's eyes narrowed and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He recognized this person as the person who had avoided him on the Azure Cloud stairs more than a month ago. I hope you can enter the finals. Chong smiled and said in a low voice. Chen Qingzong, I heard that you easily defeated Chao Tianxiong a month ago. Tanli smiled and said, but I'm not trash like Chao Tianxiong. Either admit defeat or be injured by me. What will you choose? Tanli's words provoked Chao Tianxiong. Chao Tianxiong's expression sank and he clenched his fists. However, he knew that even though his strength had improved, he was still not Tanli's match. Tanli's cultivation was at the late stage of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. Although he had an ordinary body, he was born with godly strength and cultivated a heavy fist. Once he attacked, it was earth-shattering. He had the title of breaking mountains with one punch. A rogue cultivator said, I recognize him. Tanli's mountain-breaking fist is ferocious. I once saw him shatter a giant boulder with one punch. Another rogue cultivator said, oh, then his opponent is in trouble. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. River-splitting sword, Jiang Baichuan, stared at Chen Zong. His superior sword intuition told him that this person was not simple, but he couldn't tell what was so special about him. Could it be an illusion? Jiang Baichuan secretly said, because no matter how he looked at it, he could not see anything extraordinary about Chen Zong. Hearing the rogue cultivator's discussion, Family Mo, Feng Pingxing, and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang all smiled. Family Mo and the leader of the Black Tiger Gang sneered, while Feng Pingxing sneered. They were very clear about Chen Qingzong's strength. Even a 9th layer Foundation realm cultivator had been killed by him with one sword strike. No matter how powerful Tanli was, could he compare to a 9th layer Foundation realm cultivator? No, even a rogue cultivator at the 8th layer of the Foundation realm could kill Tanli, idiot. Zhang Tai grinned. A month ago, his sword strike had failed to hit Chen Zong. Although he didn't know how strong Chen Zong was, he could infer that Chen Zong was not weak. Tanli might not be his match, but he dared to speak such arrogant words. If he wasn't an idiot, then what was? Make your move. Chen Zong calmly said, you only have one chance. Oh, you mean you want to defeat me with one sword strike? Tanli was startled and then laughed, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I didn't think your mouth would be sharper than a sword. Many people around also laughed. They were mocking Chen Zong for overestimating himself. Take my punch. Tanli's laughter stopped and he roared. His voice was like thunder as he took a step forward. His footsteps were heavy, like the shaking of a mountain. The entire stage seemed to tremble. Tanli clenched his fist and his incomparably powerful right fist shattered the air in front of him. His fist was covered with a layer of earthy yellow qi, violent and heavy. Boom, an astonishing momentum surged. The air under his fist was compressed, forming a solid wall of qi that blasted towards Chen Zong. The pressure was astonishing, and the wind whistled. What was even more powerful was that the punch was like an angry earth dragon. So strong. Innate divine strength coupled with the qi of a late 6th level Foundation realm cultivator. The heavy mountain fist's power is indeed terrifying. Even an early 7th level Foundation realm cultivator might not be able to withstand it. A group of rogue cultivators exclaimed. The more they watched, the more they felt that the Blue Cloud sect was terrifying. If an outer sect disciple could display such strength, then what about an inner sect disciple? It had to be known that becoming an inner sect disciple was not an easy task. Without enough talent and strength, it was impossible. In other words, every inner sect disciple could be considered a first-rate genius in the outside world. Let me see how strong you are. Zhang Tiequang said to himself. Although he called Tanli an idiot, his reputation was not undeserved. Gukong took a deep breath and said, "Brother Zong, you can do it." As the heavy mountain fist arrived, one could vaguely see the shadow of a mountain. It had reached the transcendent realm. There weren't many outer sect disciples who could reach the transcendent realm, so it was even more eye-catching. The moment Tan Li's punch arrived, Zong attacked with his sword. The white Hongjian pierced through the air with a flash of sword light. It was not a sword technique, but a simple stab. However, it pierced through the flaw in Tan Li's heavy mountain fist, causing the ferocious punch to instantly lose its strength as if it was a snake that had been hit at its weakest point. The flash of sword light pierced through the fist energy and gently tapped on Tan Li's forehead, leaving behind a dark red spot. The sword returned to its sheath, and a soft sound reverberated in the surroundings. Tan Li's complexion kept changing and turning ashen. Defeated. He had actually been defeated. Moreover, he was defeated by a single strike from his opponent. Unbelievable, unbelievable, and unacceptable. At this moment, Tan Li's heart was indescribably complicated. Another strike. Amazing. I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. A group of rogue cultivators exclaimed. Jiang Baichuan's pupils contracted because he could not see through that strike either. Good lad. A glint flashed across the inner sect elder's eyes. As an inner sect elder, there was no doubt about his cultivation level and strength. His eyesight was outstanding, so naturally, he could see through the mystery of Zong's strike. It was a very ordinary strike. It was merely a stab. There did not seem to be any mystery in it, but that was the greatest mystery. A flaw attack, using the flaw in the opponent's strike to achieve the greatest effect with the least energy consumption and defeat the opponent. Brother, good job. Gukong was very happy, even happier than when he advanced. Chao Tianxiong's pupils contracted rapidly, and his entire body was trembling out of fear. Chen Qingzong's strength was so terrifying that he defeated Tan Li with a single strike. Tan Li's strength was obviously much stronger than his. Good. Zhang Tiequan's eyes shone brightly, and he could not help but shout. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if he was going to pierce through Zong. Interesting. Yin Chong was slightly startled, and then he smiled sinisterly. Zong's strike had left a deep impression on everyone. The next round of the grand competition did not stop because of this. It continued. In the first round of the preliminaries, there were 256 people. 128 battles finally ended. 128 people were eliminated, and 128 people advanced to the second round of the preliminaries. Without any rest, the second round of the preliminaries began immediately after the first round ended. Those who could advance to the second round were not weak. Compared to the first round, the second round was more interesting. Good. This is amazing. The timing of this move is perfect. Duels after duels were fought, causing the spectators to slap the table in praise. Even though he was the center of attention, Duanlong's expression didn't change at all. He still gave off a cold feeling and his eyes were cold as if they could be filled with killing intent at any moment. Dan Yuanlong's opponent was at the mid-stage of the sixth layer of the Foundation realm. His performance in the first round was not bad, but when he faced Duanlong, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. After revealing a bitter smile, he hesitated and said, "I admit defeat." Duanlong was known as the Fiend Blood Sword. His sword was stained with countless amounts of blood, and he didn't hold back at all. Just look at his opponent in the first round, Miao Junfeng, who had suffered heavy injuries. His strength was not as good as Miao Juanfeng's. Seeing his opponent admit defeat, Duanlong frowned and left the stage. He didn't even need to make a move to advance to the third round. The battles continued one after another, giving people a sense of urgency. It was Gukong's turn again. Gukong's opponent was a disciple at the early stage of the sixth layer of the Foundation realm, and his weapon was a long blade. The sword was the main weapon of the Blue Cloud sect, followed by the blade, fists, palms, and legs. Gukong's cultivation was only at the late stage of the fifth layer of the Foundation realm. There was a clear gap between them, so his expression was serious. With his sword in hand, Gukong's eyes became sharp as if he was going to pierce through his opponent. "Watch my blade," his opponent roared. His momentum was shocking as he held the long blade with both hands and a snow-white blade energy flew out. The early stage of the sixth layer of the foundation realm surged out and covered the blade, causing it to move at an astonishing speed. Before the blade energy even arrived, the pressure from the blade caused Gukong's expression to change slightly. He felt like the air he breathed in had become sharp, as if his lungs were being cut open. When the blade energy arrived, Gukong quickly stepped off the ground and moved around the blade energy. He unsheathed his sword and shot out a ray of blue light. Under Qianzong's guidance and actual combat, Gukong's cultivation had improved, his swordsmanship had improved, and even his footwork had improved significantly. Overall, his strength had increased tremendously. This opponent was not someone he could compare to in the first round. He had to use his full strength to contend with this opponent. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, Gukong cast aside his worries about winning and losing, and only wished to display his strength to the fullest. Activating the fifth level of the little green yuan art, his true qi surged, condensing and circulating in his legs and right arm. The trance-stage Xian light sword art was also performed to the extreme. The blade could not be seen, only a nimble Xian sword light was constantly shooting out. In terms of cultivation method and sword art, Gukong was better than his opponent, but his biggest weakness was the difference in cultivation level. It was not a small difference, but the difference between the fifth and sixth layers of the foundation realm. The difference between each level of the foundation realm was like the difference between the two main meridians. It was very obvious, and unless one was a genius among geniuses, it would be very difficult to overcome. Even so, Gukong used all his strength and fought with the other party for a full quarter of an hour. After continuously maintaining his peak state for 7 or 8 minutes, when he finally exhausted his strength, his opponent seized the opportunity and forced him back with a slash, followed by a second slash, and then a third. After 3 consecutive slashes, Gukong's hand almost couldn't hold on to the sword anymore. He tried his best to hold on to it, but the web between his thumb and index finger split open, dripping with blood. "Brother Zong, I've disappointed you." Gukong was a bit depressed. He originally thought that after his strength had greatly increased, he would have a good performance in the outer sect competition. He didn't expect to lose in the second round. He couldn't help but feel a blow to his confidence. "You did very well." Qianzong smiled and patted Gukong's shoulder. Strength is made up of many aspects, and cultivation is a large part of it. To be able to fight with the other party for 7 or 8 minutes even though your cultivation is clearly inferior shows your ability. Don't belittle yourself. Stay true to your heart and you will definitely achieve great things in the future. It has to be said that Qianzong's influence on Gukong was very big. Especially after this month, Gukong had developed an almost blind worship for Qianzong. "Brother Zong, rest assured, I will." Gukong was greatly motivated and quickly recovered from his depression. His eyes shined brightly. Xian light sword art Lu Xinji went up on stage, but his opponent directly admitted defeat. Lu Xinji couldn't help but shrug and helplessly leave the stage. One of the two sides that went up on stage next was a very strong-looking youth. His body seemed to be carved from stone and was filled with tyrannical strength. Both of his arms were wrapped in black bandages. These bandages weren't made of cloth, but of steel wire. They were of the common grade medium grade. His name was Hong Gang. In the first round, Hong Gang threw out 3 punches and defeated his opponent. His performance was very good, but compared to other people who only used one sword strike to defeat their opponents, he was somewhat inferior. However, after the first round, Qianzong had been paying attention to him. This person's muscles were well proportioned and each one of them contained a kind of power different from true qi. In Qianzong's opinion, this kind of power was somewhat similar to the strength a cultivator of Blue Wave's world's body tempering reached the transcendent realm. In addition to his true qi, Hong Gang also had true qi cultivation, but it wasn't high. He was only at the late 5th layer of the foundation realm. "Hong Gang, come and fight." Hong Gang's opponent was at the mid-6th layer of the foundation realm. His true qi surged and covered his sword. His eyes flashed as he held his sword horizontally in front of him. His voice was like thunder. "Fight." Hong Gang spat out a single word. His momentum was astonishing. He suddenly took a step forward and lowered his body slightly. Like the most vigorous cheetah, he instantly rushed out, giving people the feeling that all the muscles in his body were moving. His speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, Hong Gang had already crossed more than 10 meters and appeared in front of his opponent. His opponent's sword was still in front of him. He didn't have time to react. It wasn't until Hong Gang was in front of him that his opponent's expression changed. He slashed out with his sword, creating an astonishing whistling sound. Break! With another shout, Hong Gang's right foot heavily stomped on the hard ground of the stage. With a bang, the terrifying power seemed to make the stage shake violently. His right fist was like a drawn bow, stretching his muscles and bones to the maximum extent. Roar, vaguely, there seemed to be a domineering and majestic roar coming from Hong Gang's body. It was the roar of a tiger, like the roar of a tiger in a forest. Chen Zong was slightly startled and frowned. He was somewhat puzzled. This sound was very faint, like an illusion. It didn't come from Hong Gang's fist, but from his body. It was as if the power contained in his muscles had been stimulated to a certain extent. It was completely different from true qi. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Hong Gang's fist, Chen Zong suddenly had a thought. Could this be the body refinement Tao of the Lingwu Holy World? If that was the case, then just the body refinement Tao that Hong Gang had displayed was even more mysterious than the body refinement Tao of the Blue Waves world. Under the majestic and domineering tiger roar, Hong Gang's fist became even more tyrannical. There was also a faint layer of true qi covering his fist, breaking through the air. The fist was like a meteor, earth-shattering. The complexion of Hong Gang's opponent changed greatly. He only had time to move his sword to block the trajectory of the fist. With a bang, an extremely terrifying power exploded in an instant. The sword bent inwards and directly hit the opponent's chest. The terrifying power surged, and a gotcha sound came from the opponent's chest. That was the sound of bones breaking. The opponent was even more so, sent flying and vomited blood. Good. Chen Zong's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Hong Gang's punch was a combination of qi force and true qi that was suspected to be a body refinement Tao. No, to be more precise, Hong Gang's fist technique was a fist technique that was stimulated by true qi. The true qi from the body refinement Tao was only used as a supplement. However, punching still depended on the body. If the body's strength was tyrannical, the punches would naturally be more powerful. For a moment, Chen Zong was a little more interested in Hong Gang. Not bad, this child's body refinement Tao is quite effective. He should have reached the 6th level of the Tiger Power Realm. The inner sect elder nodded secretly. Unfortunately, our Blue Cloud sect is not a body refinement sect. The sect also lacks a strong body refinement Tao. Unless this child has some other fortuitous encounter, it would be difficult for him to achieve much. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword. In terms of sword techniques, they were unique. However, in other aspects, they were more average, especially in the body refinement Tao, which was even more lacking. However, everyone had their own path and fate. It couldn't be forced. After defeating his opponent with a ferocious punch, Hong Gang's body landed on the ground. His tyrannical aura was instantly restrained, but his muscles still gave people a feeling that they were full of explosive power. If there are no accidents, this Hong Gang should be able to enter the top 16. An outer sect elder said. If this isn't his full strength, he might be able to fight for the top 10. Another outer sect elder nodded. That's hard to say. The current top 10 outer sect disciples have both talent and strength. Other than themselves, no one knows how many tricks they have up their sleeves. In the midst of the discussion, the next battle began. Not long after, it was Fei Hua Sword Yi Shiwen's turn. When Yi Shiwen unsheathed her sword, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The flowers bloomed, making people feel as if they were in a garden. They couldn't help but be intoxicated. Her opponent's cultivation was not as high as hers. Therefore, under one sword, he couldn't resist and was defeated. It was Chen Zong's turn again. In the first round, Chen Zong defeated his opponent with only one sword. Many people couldn't see clearly. This round, everyone was prepared. They all stared with their eyes wide open, trying to figure out the reason. Don't even think about defeating me with one sword. Chen Zong's opponent said coldly. His feet moved quickly. His body stretched out a series of afterimages in the air. A total of 3 afterimages followed him, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The 3 afterimages intertwined with the real body. They surrounded Xianxia and gradually narrowed the encirclement. This kid's phantom steps has been cultivated to the great success level. It seems that he is only a step away from the transcendent realm. An outer sect elder nodded. In this world, the talents of the practitioners could be divided into many types. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Xianxia. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Xianxia. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Xianxia. Some people's talents were in the cultivation of Xianxia. If you chose to cultivate in the area that you were good at, you would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The sense of space was very important to cultivators, especially those who practiced weapons. Weapons were an extension of the hands and feet. Some were long and some were short. Cultivators had to be clear about the length of their weapons, but that was only the first step. The more profound step was to understand the distance. The distance between one's opponent and oneself had to be precise in order to be invincible. Accurately grasping the distance and knowing the speed of one's movements. When one thought it was slow, it was actually very fast. This was the sense of space. This sword seemed ordinary and there was nothing special about it. What was even more puzzling was that it stabbed into the air. This kind of mistake was absolutely unacceptable for a qualified swordsman. In the next moment, a shocking and even horrifying scene appeared. A figure with 3 afterimages appeared under Xianxia's sword as if it was deliberate. And this sword directly hit the opponent's real body. However, Xianxia's attack was light. He only touched the opponent's eyebrows and left a dark red mark. The opponent was not injured. Another sword. It's just a normal sword stab, but it's so shocking. This guy's swordsmanship is terrifying. It's too shocking. Old Jiang, with your swordsmanship, can you do it? The dark-skinned man next to Jiang Baichuan asked in a low, muffled voice. Jiang Baichuan did not answer directly. Instead, he frowned and pondered. After 10 breaths, he shook his head and said, I can do it, but it's a bit difficult. What? The dark-skinned man was shocked. Is this guy's swordsmanship better than yours? The dark-skinned man was considered one of the best among the many rogue cultivators in the Dongshan area. However, he did not practice swordsmanship and did not have extensive knowledge. Therefore, he was not sure about the level of swordsmanship cultivators. However, he knew very well that Jiang Baichuan's reputation was not undeserved. He was a real master. He had once fought with an elder of a 3-star force and won. That was when the elder's cultivation was slightly higher than Jiang Baichuan's. That battle had also established Jiang Baichuan's high status and reputation among the rogue cultivators in the Dongshan area. If even Jiang Baichuan admitted his inferiority, it meant that this disciple of the Blue Cloud sect had an astonishing level of attainment in swordsmanship. It was truly shocking. The eyes of the inner sect elder and the outer sect elders, who were hosting the grand competition, shone so brightly that it felt like they were going to melt Xianxia. What a shocking sword technique! The inner sect disciple with the dark green sword hanging by his waist said with a serious expression. The higher one's swordsmanship attainment was, the more they could feel the terrifying power of Xianxia's sword. I hope he can become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. When the time comes, I want to compete with him. The inner sect disciple crossed his swords behind his back. His eyes were extremely sharp and contained a hint of battle intent. Dao Lu, although your dual swords are sharp, I don't think you can defeat him with the same level of cultivation. The burly inner sect disciple with a heavy saber on his back laughed. Not necessarily. The dual swords Gao Lu laughed, but then a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Did you guys notice that his aura is very hidden? We can't see his cultivation at all. I also have the same feeling, but the outer sect disciples are so young. At most, they should be at the peak of the 6th layer of the foundation realm. The inner sect disciple with the dark green sword hanging by his waist laughed. These 3 people were all well-known figures among the inner sect disciples. Not only were their cultivations high, but they were also very powerful and could challenge those above their level. The top 10 outer sect disciples all stared at Xianxia. However, Yang Qiaofan's expression was still calm and his eyes didn't change at all. It was obvious that from his point of view, the strength that the outer sect disciples had shown so far wasn't enough to threaten him. The 64 battles in the second round ended with the final battle. Next up was the third round. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the third round was even more eye-catching. First of all, those who could enter the third round were all powerful enough to be considered one of the best among the outer sect disciples. Second of all, after the third round, it would be time for the top 32 to receive merit points from the sect. A total of 5,000 merit points could be exchanged for a high-grade mortal cultivation method or martial art. They could also be exchanged for pills to aid in cultivation. In this round, we should be able to see the strength of those people. In the first 2 rounds, the disciples who were the center of attention didn't use much strength to defeat their opponents. However, the opponents in the third round would be even stronger. The first battle of the third round of 32 began. In the first battle, both sides' cultivations and strengths were similar. The battle was very intense, and the winner was only decided after 15 minutes. The winner was also heavily injured, but he had successfully entered the top 32 and would receive 5,000 merit points. However, he wouldn't be able to enter the top 16. However, 5,000 merit points was already not bad. That was something that could only be obtained after completing more than 20 missions. Doing missions would inevitably be dangerous. If you didn't handle it well, you would die and lose everything. How could it be as smooth as a life and death competition? Second battle. Third battle. In the fifth battle, the Blood Fiend Sword Unit Dragon went on stage once more. Junior brother Dan, please. Dan Yuanlong's opponent was a square-faced youth. He was 17 years old and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th layer of the Foundation realm. His appearance and expression gave off a serious and righteous feeling. His name was Min Jing, and just like his name, he used a pair of bronze rods. Unit Dragon didn't respond and slowly pulled out his sword. The blade was red and the spine of the sword was a deep red, as if it was flowing. It gave people a creepy feeling. When the blood-colored sword was pulled out of its sheath, a shocking killing intent spread out. Min Jing's expression became increasingly solemn. His eyes suddenly widened as he spat out a thunderous roar from his mouth. His tongue emitted a thunderous roar as his pair of ancient bronze rods swept up a storm and struck out with a loud bang. It looked like a single strike, but it was actually formed by the convergence of dozens of attacks. Its power was astonishing, and it was enough to instantly smash 1,000 gene boulder into powder. The storm surged and the pressure was shocking. Everyone was shocked and their eyes widened. How would Unit Dragon deal with this attack? In an instant, an astonishing evil spirit burst out from the Unit Dragon. The evil spirit rolled, and red mist filled the air. The blood-red sword broke through the air like a thunderbolt, and the sword slashed out. What a shocking killing intent! Everyone was shocked. How many people did he kill? What a terrifying sword art! Those with good eyesight could see that Unit Dragon's sword art was a sword art cultivated by killing. The more it killed, the stronger it became. And Dan Yuanlong's fame was indeed built by killing. The power of this sword was shocking, and the killing intent was like a thunderclap. Min Jing's bronze rods paused for a moment, and the tyrannical power was instantly weakened. Kill! Min Jing's expression suddenly changed and his pupils shrank. The killing intent from Unit Dragon's sword was too terrifying. It directly attacked one's mind and caused one's scalp to go numb. Cultivators who killed more were even more terrifying and frightening. The blood-colored sword turned into a blood-colored bolt of lightning that pierced through the pair of bronze rods and headed straight for Min Jing. Min Jing's pupils shrank like needles. He only felt a red light shoot toward him. The red light was like a cold star that caused Min Jing's body to feel cold. Pung! With a loud roar, his Xianxia erupted and rushed to his arms and rods. The power increased dramatically. One rod fiercely smashed out while the other quickly retracted to defend. That sword directly hit the bronze rods, and a terrifying power erupted. The killing intent caused Min Jing to slide back. His arms went numb and he almost lost all feeling. His qi and blood were in chaos, and his Xianxia seemed to have been scattered. I admit defeat. Min Jing immediately opened his mouth. In this state, he had no strength to continue fighting. He needed to recover for a few breaths. A few breaths of time was enough for an expert like Unit Dragon to kill him several times over. Unit Dragon, who was about to stab out a second time, turned around and sheathed his sword. Minjing took a deep breath and quickly adjusted himself. He looked at the bronze rod in his hand and saw a sword mark on it. Unit Dragon is too strong. An outer sect disciple exclaimed. This kind of strength is not inferior to some inner sect disciples. The 3 inner sect disciples watching the battle had serious expressions. Without a doubt, Unit Dragon made them feel threatened. It has to be said that Unit Dragon was only at the 6th layer of the Foundation Realm, while they were all at the 7th layer of the Foundation Realm. Even if Unit Dragon can't get into the top 3, he will probably become an inner sect disciple soon. At that time it will be even more lively. The inner sect disciple with the heavy blade smiled. Green Radiant Sword Lu Xinji stepped onto the stage. Lu Xinji's opponent bowed and said with a serious expression, "Senior brother Lu, please enlighten me." "One sword," Lu Xinji lazily said. The moment he finished speaking, Lu Xinji immediately slashed out with his sword. The sword pierced through the air and disappeared, leaving behind only a ray of green light that shot out like a meteor. Fast, it was simply too fast. Just as his opponent reacted, the ray of green light was already in front of him. He could only barely block with his sword. Under the tyrannical impact, the sword in his hand deviated and the ray of green light landed on his throat. One sword, it really was one sword. Lu Xinji defeated his opponent. Flying Flower Sword Ji Shiwen unsheathed her sword, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The sword disappeared and the ray of green light turned into a blooming flower. It was so magnificent that people couldn't help but be captivated by it. With another sword, Yi Shiwen defeated her opponent. It's Chen Qingzong's turn again. Who is his opponent? Hong Gang. Chen Qingzong against Hong Gang. Suddenly, everyone became excited. In the first round, Hong Gang's performance was not bad, but it wasn't that shocking. In the second round, Hong Gang showed amazing strength. On the other hand, Chen Zong's performance had been astonishing since the first round, attracting everyone's attention. Can Chen Qingzong defeat Hong Gang with one sword? I think it will be very difficult. Hong Gang's strength is not comparable to the previous people. Tanli is also not Hong Gang's opponent. We'll know after watching. His opponent was the outstanding Chen Zong. Hong Gang's face was full of excitement. He clenched his fists and kept colliding them. The sound of his fists was like the sound of a drum. His momentum was astonishing. On the contrary, Chen Zong didn't show any unusual expression because his opponent was Hong Gang. He was still very calm. However, in his heart, Chen Zong was very interested in Hong Gang's cultivation. Therefore, Chen Zong decided to let Hong Gang show his strength to his heart's content instead of rushing to defeat him. Hong Gang bent his waist and raised his arms, one in front and one behind, making a strange fist posture. His eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at Chen Zong through the empty space between his fists. He stood on his tiptoes and only used his front feet to step on the ground. He walked with light steps like a cat. He was silent and gave people a strange feeling of agility. His muscles were like flowing water. He was like a cheetah quietly walking in the tall wild grass. He gradually approached his prey and was only waiting for the best distance and opportunity to pounce on him. Chen Zong stood still, allowing Hong Gang to move around him with light steps like a cat. Hong Gang's footsteps were silent. He moved around Chen Zong faster and faster, like a gust of wind. Suddenly, Hong Gang approached Chen Zong by 5 meters and appeared behind Chen Zong on the left. The corners of his eyes were shining like cold stars. His muscles and bones were humming, his strength was surging, and his genuine qi was surging. A tiger's roar came from his muscles and bones, like a tiger's roar in the forest. Hong Gang seemed to have turned into a tiger king. His muscles were vibrating, and pushed by a strong force, he crossed 5 meters in an instant and pounced. His hands were like fists and claws, but they were not. They were in between fists and claws. An amazing strength was condensed between his fingers, and the faint golden color gave people a sense of sharpness and invincibility. Chen Zong's performance in the previous 2 rounds made Hong Gang realize that he was a strong opponent. Therefore, Hong Gang used all his strength from the beginning. He used all his strength in both the path of body refining and the path of qi refining. He tried to defeat his opponent with one blow, or at least injure him. An amazing aura was condensed in Hong Gang's hands. The golden light was condensed, as if it had turned into a fierce tiger head. Hong Gang's fighting instinct was amazing, and he had rich fighting experience. He grasped the timing very well, and he attacked without hesitation, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In close combat, the combination of the strength of the path of body refining and the path of qi refining made his strength even more powerful. This attack made many people's faces change. From afar, it looked like a fierce tiger pouncing. From the moment Hong Gang started to move, Chen Zong's soul sense fell on him. He carefully observed Hong Gang's every move because Chen Zong was very interested in Hong Gang's cultivation. Under such observation, Chen Zong was finally certain that Hong Gang was indeed practicing a body-refining technique. The power of this attack had already reached the early stage of the 7th layer of the foundation realm. It has to be said that Hong Gang was only at the late stage of the 5th layer of the foundation realm. Just as Hong Gang's tiger claw was about to hit Chen Zong, the white greatsword was unsheathed. A beam of white sword light pierced through the sky, following an extremely mysterious trajectory as it pierced towards Hong Gang. The long sword pierced through the air and collided with Hong Gang's tiger claw. In an instant, Chen Zong felt two forces bombarding his sword. Chen Zong's superb swordsmanship and sword Tao realm made the sword in his hand seem to be connected to his arm by blood. He could clearly feel the feeling of the sword. Of the two forces, one was true qi and the other was similar to qi force, but it felt more comprehensive than qi force. The two forces hadn't completely fused, or else it wouldn't be two but one. However, the two forces barely managed to fuse together. The power was quite shocking, but it was nothing to Chen Zong. The sword was like a tree, and the force was like an ant that couldn't be shaken at all. Chen Zong went straight to the point. The sword pierced through the tiger claw and headed straight for Hong Gang's heart. This sword was very skillful, so it didn't pierce Hong Gang's heart. However, the tyrannical force was endless, wave after wave. Not only did it temporarily collapse Hong Gang's power, but it also made it impossible for him to adjust. He was forced back until he reached the edge of the stage. I lost. Hong Gang was a bit depressed. That sword made him understand that even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be Chen Zong's match. Another sword to determine victory, Feng Pingxing smiled, and there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He wanted to announce loudly that this person was the master of the 7 Swords Towers, but he held himself back. After all, Chen Zong had already resigned from his position as the master of the 7th Swords Towers. However, no matter what, Chen Zong came from the 7 Swords Towers. His father, Chen Jinghong, had joined the 7 Swords Towers many years ago. However, I'll challenge you again soon. When that time comes, I'll defeat you. Hong Gang's expression brightened, and the trace of depression disappeared. His eyes were as bright as the sun, and his fighting spirit was astonishing. I hope so. Chen Zong smiled. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was being unable to recover after a setback. It didn't matter if someone could defeat him. He just had to work hard to catch up and surpass them. However, according to the trajectory of development, it was almost impossible for anyone who was defeated by him to catch up to him. At least, that was the case in the Blue Waves world. Chen Zong wasn't sure if it would be the same in the powerful Lingwu Holy World, but he was looking forward to it. After defeating Hong Gang, Chen Zong successfully entered the top 16, and obtained the qualification to challenge the top 10 outer sect disciples. Not long after, Flying Flower Sword Yi Shiwen defeated her opponent again. However, this time, her opponent was very strong. He wasn't confused by her swordsmanship, and Yi Shiwen had to use more than 10 swords to defeat him. The 4th round of the preliminaries had ended. 16 people had advanced, and 16 people had been eliminated. However, even if those 16 people were eliminated, they would receive 5,000 merit points as a reward. Those who advanced would receive 10,000 merit points as a reward, regardless of whether they could enter the top 10 outer sect disciples or not. There are 3 major stages: elimination, qualification, and final. The inner sect elder spoke with a vigorous voice. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd, bringing a bit of pressure. Now that the preliminaries have ended, this elder would like to congratulate those who have entered the top 16. The skills you have displayed are very good, but you must remember not to be arrogant. Continue to work hard and go one step further. Those who had entered the top 16 stood on the martial arts stage. Most of them had an excited expression on their faces. They had finally reached this step, but there were some who had different reactions. For example, Yuan Long had a cold face. For example, Lu Zhenji had a somewhat lazy expression. For example, Yi Shiwen had a smile on her face, like a budding flower. For example, Chen Zong had a calm expression on his face. Those who have entered the top 16 will each have a chance to challenge the top 10 outer sect disciples. The inner sect elder said. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on the top 10 outer sect disciples. They were burning with fighting spirit. On the top 10 outer sect disciples, some of them were indifferent, some were arrogant, some were gloomy, and some did not care at all. Remember, everyone only has one chance. As long as you are in the top 10 outer sect disciples, you can challenge them. But remember, you cannot challenge the same person consecutively. The inner sect elder emphasized. Now, this elder announces that the first half of the finals will begin. The challengers will be challenged from left to right. From left to right, the first challenger was a girl. She was one of the two female disciples other than Yi Shiwen. Although she was a female disciple, her skin was dark and her body was strong. She was even stronger than many men, giving people a strong impression of a masculine woman. I want to challenge her. The big black girl's bowl-like eyes were glowing as she slowly swept her gaze across the top 10 outer sect disciples. Soon after, she extended a thick and long finger and pointed at one of them. It was Su Ling, who was ranked 9th among the top 10 outer sect disciples. She was also one of the two females among the top 10 outer sect disciples. He, big black girl, you will soon know what a mistake it is to challenge me. Su Ling was stunned at first, then she stood up. Accompanied by a burst of crisp laughter, her body flew up like a feather and landed on the martial arts stage. Only the big black girl and Su Ling were left on the martial arts stage. I will defeat you. The big black girl said with a serious face. Her voice was loud and muffled. Soon after, she pulled out the big blade on her back. The blade was black and the shape was simple. It gave people a feeling of heaviness. The blade fell on the martial arts stage. As the big black girl ran forward and dragged the blade, it made an ear-piercing sound and countless sparks flew. The big black girl was not only tall and sturdy, but her strength was also shocking. Like a mad bull, she rushed towards Su Ling. When she was 5 meters away, the black heavy blade she was dragging suddenly swung forward. A black blade light broke through the air like a waterfall. The power of the blade was fierce and the pressure of the blade was shocking. The wind from the blade made people's scalps tingle. Su Ling, who had just landed, could not help but have a slight change in her expression. This blade made her feel threatened. The tip of her foot lightly touched the ground. Su Ling's body seemed to be weightless and flew up again. She was like a feather spinning in the wind. The big black girl held the black heavy blade with both hands. Her arms collided in a circle. Fierce and unparalleled, the shocking blade light was like a storm that wreaked havoc around her body. There was only one word to describe it: berserk. Yes, the big black girl held the heavy blade with both hands and became incomparably berserk. Under such circumstances, people with similar strength would not be able to resist and would be defeated immediately. Su Ling's cultivation was about the same as the big black girl. However, she was worthy of being one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. Her movement technique was superb and mysterious. She did not run away. Instead, she weaved in and out of the black blade storm. Whenever the blade came close to her, the strong wind would cause her body to float and she would naturally avoid it. This was a mortal-level high-rank movement technique of the trance stage. Just this point alone made Su Ling somewhat invincible against this big black girl. The big black girl's strength was strong and her breath was long. She waved the black blade for a quarter of an hour, but she still could not defeat Su Ling. However, Su Ling was not feeling well either. Maintaining this movement technique consumed a lot of her strength. Fortunately, after a while, the big black girl's black blade paused slightly. Su Ling knew that her chance to counterattack had come. Her body suddenly floated forward. The thin sword at her waist was unsheathed. It turned into a beam of light that pierced through the black storm and pierced towards the big black girl. The sword was light and fast. The big black girl quickly waved her blade to block it. However, once the thin sword was launched, it was like a continuous rainstorm. There was not a single gap between the attacks. 5 consecutive stabs landed on the same spot on the black blade. Suddenly, the thick black blade was split open. The thin sword turned into a beam of light and pierced straight through. This sword was beyond the big black girl's reaction. She was terrified and her hair stood on end. However, in the end, the thin sword stopped at the big black girl's throat. It was just a little bit away from piercing her throat and coming out from the back of her neck. "Why aren't you admitting defeat?" Su Ling's clear voice sounded with a smile on her face. "I admit defeat." The big black girl was very straightforward. In this situation, it was obvious who would win or lose. If she did not admit defeat, she would be too shameless. Author's note: I went back to my hometown and only just caught up. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword, and there were many disciples who practiced the sword. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 7 of them practiced the sword, and Sumu also practiced the sword. As soon as Sumu's swordsmanship was unleashed, it was like a curtain of rain, airtight and continuous. His opponent could only constantly block and retreat, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. Of course, if one was strong enough, they could also defend until the opponent was exhausted before launching a counterattack. Unfortunately, this person couldn't do that. Sumu broke through the opponent's defense. His incomparably swift sword light pierced through the opponent's body, leaving behind 9 sword holes. However, this was the grand competition of the sects, and not a fight between enemies. Thus, although the 9 sword wounds looked shocking, they were only superficial wounds. Even if no medicinal powder was used, the wounds would heal in a short period of time. In the 2 battles, Sumu and Su Ling had both kept their seats. However, this was only the beginning. There might be more challengers, so they could not relax. The 3rd battle, the challenger was Duan Long. Duan Long took a step forward and landed on the stage. His cold and sharp eyes swept across the crowd, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Without a doubt, Duan Long was very famous, and the strength he had displayed was also very shocking. Even the top 10 had to take him seriously. Then, who would Duan Long choose as his opponent? When Duan Long's cold and sharp eyes swept across him, Sumu's expression changed slightly. His muscles tightened, and he felt nervous for no reason. Just from the strength Duan Long had shown in the previous battles, Sumu felt that if he went all out, he might not be able to beat him. He might even be defeated. However, under the rule of not being able to challenge the same person consecutively, even if Duan Long wanted to challenge him, he would not be able to do so. Thinking about this, Sumu could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He did not realize that his state of mind had been affected. Su Ling was also nervous. She had no choice. Her ranking was higher than Sumu's, but her strength was not that much higher. Moreover, she was already 1 battle away, so she could be challenged. You. Dan Yuanlong's eyes finally landed on the 7th place Xianxia. You will regret challenging me. Xianxia smiled evilly. He did not move, but his body shot up into the sky and fell down. A mere 7th place, what nonsense are you spouting? Dan Yuanlong retorted sharply. You're courting death. Xianxia was enraged. Before his body had completely fallen, the long saber at his waist had already been unsheathed and slashed in the air. Xianxia's saber was gray in color, and there were traces of veined patterns on it. It looked very mysterious, and when the saber pierced through the air, it was accompanied by a whining sound that made one's scalp go numb. A cold wind blew, Duan Tianlong's face was cold, and there seemed to be a little bit of coldness blooming in the depths of his eyes. He stared at the blade that was coming down from the sky and did not dodge. His right hand, however, had already grasped the hilt of his sword. True qi surged, and a blood-red aura filled the air. Killing intent rose, and all of it rushed toward the long sword at his waist. Those with keen perception could feel that a terrifying baleful aura was condensing in the long sword at the waist of Duan Long, waiting to explode. Yin Chong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His face could not help but change. Duan Tianlong, who was surrounded by a blood-red aura, was actually a clear threat to him. Yin Chong fully activated his true qi, and as it rushed, it poured into the long saber in his hand. The saber trembled, and the sound was like the crying of ghosts. The black true qi covered the saber, and turned into a terrifying saber light. The cold wind became even more intense, blowing in all directions. The temperature dropped rapidly, and it made people feel like they were in a cold night. 3 severing chilling wind slash, in less than a breath's time, Yin Chong's body fell, and the long saber in his hand slashed out 3 times. Each saber light was a few meters long, and Yin Chong had used all of his strength without holding back. Dan Yuanlong's threat was very strong, and Yin Chong had to change his mind and attack with all of his strength. He wanted to defeat Dan Yuanlong in a short period of time, so as to avoid any unexpected changes. The 3 severing chilling wind slash was Yin Chong's signature move. In an instant, a beam of blood-red light with a shocking sharpness and rolling baleful aura shot out from the scabbard. It was unparalleled and indestructible. The moment the blood-red sword light left the scabbard, a shocking baleful aura rushed into Yin Chong's body, causing his face to palpitate. Yin Chong was indeed very strong, but the number of people he had killed was not as many as Dan Yuanlong. Not to mention, Dan Yuanlong's fortuitous encounter was related to his cultivation technique and sword art. The more baleful aura there was, the more powerful it was. The baleful aura that Yin Chong accumulated from killing people was just pure baleful aura, and could not be used effectively. The difference was obvious. Under the impact of the baleful aura, even though Yin Chong was not afraid, his skin felt numb, and his blood and qi flow was affected. This was completely out of his control. The blood-red sword light was extremely dazzling, and it pierced through the space in front of him. Slash! A loud roar sounded, and it seemed to increase the power of the 3 severing chilling wind slash. Everyone's eyes widened. They did not expect that Dan Yuanlong and Yin Chong would use the ultimate move in their first move, and directly decide the winner. The blood-red sword light smashed the first blade light like a hot knife through butter, and then the second blade light, and then the third blade light. It was a head-on collision, and there were no tricks. However, every time it smashed a blade light, it would consume a lot of energy. The moment it collided with the third blade light, both sides collapsed. Kill! Yin Chong shouted again. His body landed on the ground, and his feet stomped on the ground. His body twisted in a strange way, and he exerted force from his waist, slashing his long blade horizontally. The angle of this slash was exquisite, and its speed was even more shocking. However, Dan Yuanlong's reaction was extremely fast. He did not withdraw his sword, but followed the momentum and slashed down, defying common sense. Blade and sword collided. In that instant, Dan Yuanlong and Yin Chong's figures crossed each other, and only a blood-red sword light and a black blade light separated, slowly dissipating in the air. The two were 2 meters apart, with their backs facing each other. Yin Chong did not move, and Dan Yuanlong slowly returned to the scabbard. The friction between the sword and the scabbard was especially ear-piercing. Drip, it was the sound of a drop of blood falling to the ground. It was soft, but clear. It was Yin Chong's blood, dripping from the back of his hand. Putting his blade back into the scabbard, Yin Chong did not say a word, and walked down from the stage. Everyone was shocked. Walking down from the stage was the same as admitting defeat. Most of the people did not understand, but a few of them roughly knew why Yin Chong did that. The moment Yin Chong and Dan Yuanlong passed each other, he waved his long blade dozens of times. His speed was extremely fast, and those who were not powerful enough could not even see it. However, Dan Yuanlong only threw out one sword attack, and it was that one sword attack that had shattered Yin Chong's dozens of attacks, and pierced toward his heart. At the critical moment, Yin Chong twisted his body, turning the impossible into possible. However, he still could not avoid it completely, and the back of his hand was wounded. Avoiding that sword attack had taken Yin Chong's full power, and there was also a bit of luck involved. Even Yin Chong himself was not sure if he could do it again. From this, one could tell that Dan Yuanlong was very powerful. However, if he wanted to fight, Yin Chong could still do it. However, he chose to admit defeat. It was probably because he wanted to preserve some of his power and avoid getting wounded, so he could challenge again later. That was indeed Yin Chong's plan. Dan Yuanlong won, becoming the first disciple to defeat a top 10 disciple, and sat on Yin Chong's seat, temporarily ranked 7th. The fourth challenge did not stop because of this, and it immediately began. I challenge Sumu. The challenger of the fourth challenge directly named his opponent. There was no other way. In the top 10, every one of them was very powerful. Only Sumu was ranked the lowest, and his strength was also the weakest. He had the highest chance of defeating and replacing him. Basically, the 9th and 10th ranked disciples were more dangerous and easy to challenge. Sumu went up the stage, and immediately erupted with his full power. Sword light was like a torrential rain, and it was airtight. His opponent could only block and then be defeated. At this point, Sumu's strength was clearly seen by everyone. If someone wanted to deal with him in the future, it would be much easier. However, there was no other way. If he did not use his full power now, he would only be defeated, and he would not even be able to maintain the 10th place. As for the outcome of the later battles, it would be seen later. The 5th battle began, and the challenger was the 8th ranked Jin Ho. Jin Ho's figure was small and thin. His eyes were black and bright, giving people a feeling that he was very agile. As soon as he went up the stage, Jin Ho displayed shocking agility. He was like a monkey leaping in the forest, calmly avoiding all of his opponent's attacks. Grabbing the opportunity, he clenched his fists and attacked with shocking agility. He attacked continuously, making his opponent completely lose the chance to counterattack. Many parts of his body were hit. The power of each of Marquis Jin's punches was not very strong, and he could completely block them. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that there were many punches, and each punch contained a strange force, causing the parts that were hit to instantly lose their strength. When Jin Ho stopped attacking, the challenger's figure wobbled, and he staggered back like a drunk man. After taking a dozen steps back, he fell on his butt, and his entire body was limp and powerless. Jin Ho's figure jumped, and landed on the top 10 seats nimbly, and sat down again. None of the top 10 are easy to provoke. Only Sumu is the weakest. The 6th battle began, and the challenger was Su Ling. In the end, he was defeated by Su Ling. It was not easy for the latecomers to catch up. Up until now, only Duan Long had won the 6 battles. The challenger for the 7th battle was Green Radiance Sword Lu Zhenji. Like Duan Long, Lu Zhenji was undoubtedly a very strong opponent, which made Sumu nervous. Sumu had a feeling that he might not be Lu Zhenji's opponent. Therefore, if he challenged him, the result was very likely that he would lose. However, Lu Zhenji's gaze swept across Sumu's face, and he did not seem to have any intention of picking him. This made Sumu feel gratified, but at the same time, angry that he was being looked down upon. Lu Zhenji's gaze landed on Yang Chaofan. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, and then he looked away. Actually, he really wanted to challenge Yang Chaofan, but unfortunately, he did not have any confidence. He only had one chance to challenge him, so he had to enter the top 10 first. You. Lu Zhenji pointed at one of the top 10. It was the 6th ranked Windwalker Tan Lai. Whirlwind kick. With a low shout, Tan Lai's body was still in the air when his legs started to spin rapidly, creating a strong whirlwind. The whistling sound was shocking. Lu Zhenji's usual lazy appearance was replaced by a cold and solemn expression. His eyes flashed as he unsheathed the long sword at his waist, turning it into a beam of cyan sword light that pierced through the air. Whirlwind kick was a mid-grade mortal level martial art. When Tan Lai used it, its power was shocking. It had reached the peak of trance spirit and was only a step away from perfection. Lu Zhenji also used a mid-grade mortal level cyan light sword art, which had also reached the peak of trance spirit. They were both mid-grade mortal level martial arts and had both reached the peak of trance spirit. Their cultivation was also the same. When they used it, the power was shocking. The whirlwind whistled and cyan light flashed. In just a few breaths of time, the two sides had exchanged dozens of blows. Their aura surged and their chi overflowed. So far, this was the most intense battle. It was even more intense than the battle between Duan Long and Yin Chong. People couldn't help but hold their breath for fear of disturbing them. It was just a mid-grade mortal level martial art, but the two of them were performing it to their heart's content. Soon after, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Tan Lai's leg technique changed. His chi surged and his aura became even stronger. Whirlwind kick, high-grade mortal level. Cyan light sword hair, high-grade mortal level. Both of them had also reached the trance spirit stage. In martial arts cultivation, it was easy to get started. Small success was not difficult. Large success could be achieved as long as one was willing to put in effort and time. However, trance spirit and perfection needed to be comprehended. One had to first reach large success, then settle down, comprehend, and finally comprehend. Therefore, those who could cultivate martial arts to trance spirit were often outstanding. Those who could cultivate to perfection were even more difficult. As for martial intent, it was too difficult. It was hard to find 1 in 10,000. The martial arts under the trance level were able to move each and every move as if they had the help of the gods. They had already broken away from the stage of Deshang where they could execute moves according to the moves and counter the moves according to the moves. They were able to use the moves of each martial art flexibly. A whirlwind blew and there were continuous roars. A cyan light shuttled back and forth either straight or in an arc. The two's strength was evenly matched. The battle was fierce and lasted for a while. Fight, 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 Tan Lai suddenly leaped into the air. Using his legs, he began to spin rapidly in midair. His body turned into a shocking whirlwind as he executed the whirlwind kick to the extreme. However, Tan Lai's whirlwind kick was not used to attack, but to borrow momentum. After accumulating his power to the peak, Lin Fan unleashed the most powerful attack of the windstorm kick art. With a loud boom, the gigantic shadow of the kick created a terrifying windstorm. It was as if it could destroy the entire stage with a single kick. Lu Zhenji's face turned serious. He took a deep breath and poured all of his Zhenqi into the long sword in his hand. A green light quickly moved on the sword's spine. It was so bright that no one could look at it directly. A sword pierced through the air. The sword disappeared, and so did the arm. Only a dazzling green light pierced through the air. This was the most powerful move of the green ray sword technique. Victory or defeat would be decided at this moment. Rumbling sounds reverberated as energy overflowed and swept out in all directions, making it difficult for people to look straight at it. Everything disappeared. Lu Zhenji and Tan Lai stood still on the martial arts stage. Victory and defeat had been decided. A dark red dot appeared between Tan Lai's eyebrows. "You've won this battle," Tan Lai said with some reluctance as he walked off the martial arts stage. He could still fight, but Lu Zhenji was indeed very powerful. Now was not the time to use his full strength. In the 8th battle, the challenger failed. In the 9th battle, the challenger failed. In the 10th battle, the challenger failed. In the 11th battle, the challenger was Chen Zong. Chen Zong stepped onto the martial arts stage. "Fight with me," Zhang Tieguang said directly. "Yes," Chen Zong said. Originally, Chen Zong planned to challenge Yang Chaofan directly and win the first place. However, since Zhang Tieguang took the initiative, he decided to give him a chance. This scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. While laughing, Zhang Tieguang jumped up like a bouncing star and fell from the sky. He unsheathed both the long sword and the long saber on his back. The light of the blade and the shadow of the sword filled the sky. He instantly attacked with 100% Shen Qi. Everyone was shocked. 7th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Zhang Tieguang's cultivation has already reached the 7th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Exclamations rose one after another. The 7th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm was the threshold for inner sect disciples. The other outer sect disciples were also shocked. Even Yang Chaofan was a bit surprised. However, it only lasted for a moment. An early LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm using 100% of his Zhen Qi. Moreover, it was the Zhen Qi of a LV5 cultivation method. It was even more shocking. Sword and saber attacks, shocking sword and saber chi filled the martial arts stage. There was nowhere to hide. Even an ordinary 6th LV of the Foundation Establishment Realm would find it hard to resist. The outer sect disciples all had serious expressions. This Zhang Tiequang is only 15 or 16 years old. A rogue cultivator bitterly smiled. A 15 or 16-year-old 7th LV of the Foundation establishment realm. How shocking. The other rogue cultivators were the same. Although they were the best among the rogue cultivators, when they were 15 or 16 years old, some of them hadn't even reached the 4th LV of the Foundation establishment realm. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Chen Zong raised his head and stared at Zhang Tiequang, who was falling from the sky. The sword and saber had slashed out dozens of times in an instant. It looked like a single attack. This was the sword and saber crazy attack. It was a very violent attack that was purely destructive. Lu Zhenji's expression was serious. This attack was even stronger than Tan Lai's attack. He wasn't confident he could block it. Duan Long also stared at Zhang Tiequang. His expression didn't change, but his heart wasn't as calm. Facing this tyrannical attack, Chen Zong didn't have any intention of dodging. He unsheathed the white greatsword and directly pierced through the air. This sword was covered in a blue light. It was the blue light sword art. Is this trance? No, it feels even higher than trance. There is an indescribable charm to it. That is perfection. A sword art at the perfection stage. Exclamations continued. This is not perfection, but martial intent. The outer sect elders and inner sect elders were all shocked. Although the blue light sword art was only a mid-grade mortal sword art, it was not easy to cultivate it to the perfection stage, not to mention mastering martial intent. For a moment, the outer sect elders began to reflect on themselves. There was such a character among the outer sect disciples, but they didn't know about it. It was a dereliction of duty, a great dereliction of duty. If they had known about it earlier, they could have taken him as a disciple and trained him well, bringing glory to their sect. The inner sect elders' eyes were shining. Among the inner sect disciples, there were some who had cultivated martial arts to the martial intent stage, but it was very rare. Every inner sect disciple was ranked at the top. Chen Zong's sword immediately made Zhang Tiequang feel threatened. The sword and saber crazy attack suddenly changed. Saber Tiger. Saber Dragon, finishing move. The long saber roared like a tiger, and the long sword roared like a dragon. The saber light was like a tiger, and the sword light was like a dragon. The dragon and the tiger intertwined. This attack was twice as strong as the sword and saber crazy attack. But Chen Zong's sword didn't change at all. It went directly between the saber tiger and the sword dragon. The saber and sword separated, and the sword went straight for the heart. The tyrannical power directly hit Zhang Tiequang's chest. It was skillful, so it didn't pierce through Zhang Tiequang's body. It was like a hammer. A muffled drum beat sounded, and Zhang Tiequang's Xianxia protection was instantly scattered. His whole body flew into the air, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. One sword strike defeated Zhang Tiequang, who was at the early 7th layer of the Foundation realm. This scene shocked everyone. Yang Chaofan's expression finally changed. For the first time, his eyes revealed a dignified expression as he looked at Chen Zong. Good sword skill. Zhang Tai fell to the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly smiled. He originally thought that after a month of hard work, he would be able to defeat Chen Zong with his transcendent sword and saber crazy attack. He didn't think that he would be the one to be defeated. Moreover, he wasn't defeated after a fierce battle, but in one sword strike. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit it. Strength, this was absolute strength, a strength that could crush everything. The outer sect disciples and rogue cultivators were even more shocked. Only Feng Pingxing, the head of family MO, and the leader of the Black Tiger gang didn't change their expressions. They had all seen Chen Zong kill a 9th layer Foundation realm expert with their own eyes. The 3 inner sect disciples' expressions greatly changed. The double-sword Gao Lu, who had threatened to fight Chen Zong, revealed a bitter smile. This kind of strength was not weak at all. If he fought against Chen Zong, he might not be able to win. Moreover, it seemed like that wasn't Chen Zong's full strength. He had underestimated him. Zhang Tiequang was ranked 3rd in the top 10. However, he was defeated and replaced by Chen Zong. Yi Shijuan blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong faintly smiled, and so did Yi Shijuan. That sword strike wasn't his full strength, right? Yang Chaofan suddenly spoke. His voice was calm, but it contained a trace of seriousness. This was the first sentence Yang Chaofan had spoken since the start of the match. What is your talent? Chen Zong asked. He didn't do it on purpose, but out of curiosity. It was said that Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary and had an amazing talent, but as for what it was, very few people knew. Perhaps you will know. Yang Chaofan stared deeply at Chen Zong, then withdrew his gaze and didn't speak anymore. In the 11th battle, the challenger was defeated again. In the 12th battle, the challenger was also defeated. In the 13th battle, Flying Flower Sword Yi Shiwen stepped onto the stage. Cousin, come and compete with me. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Shijuan with a smile. Both of them came from a 3-star force, the Yi family, and were cousins. Yi Shijuan didn't hesitate and directly jumped up. Her slender legs crossed in the air, and she lightly landed on the ground. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like a blooming flower. The flower stamen poured out, and the sword light broke through the air. At the same time, Yi Shijuan's sword was also unsheathed. What came out of the sheath was not a sword, but a massive sword light. The sword light quickly spread out like a net, covering the blooming flower. Xian Luo sword. When the sword came out of Xian Luo, it was like an inescapable net, and there was nowhere to hide. Blood bloomed and withered, constantly alternating between illusion and destruction. Yi Shijuan's body followed the sword, shuttling through the net of swords, constantly approaching Yi Shijuan. Yi Shijuan stood still and waved her sword, interweaving into net after net of swords. The net of swords continued to encircle Yi Shijuan. Either Yi Shijuan broke through the net of swords and attacked Yi Shijuan, or Yi Shijuan was trapped by the net of swords and finally defeated. Flying Flower Sword Yi Shijuan lost, while Green Luo Sword Yi Shijuan kept her spot. In the next few battles, Sumu was challenged and lost. After the 16 battles, there were some changes in the top 10. First seat, Yang Chaofan. Second seat, Yi Shijuan. Third seat, Chen Zong. Fourth seat, Huang Tianqi. Fifth seat, Yu Haoren. Sixth seat, Lu Zhenji. Seventh seat, Yuan Long. Eighth seat, Jin Ho. Ninth seat, Su Ling. 10th seat, Ma Yunlong. First, I would like to congratulate all of you who have won the challenges. The inner sect elder smiled and said, but don't be too proud, because this is only the first half of the finals. There is still the second half and the final. In the second half, all of you who were defeated will have a chance to challenge the top 10 again. If you win, you will be able to get back into the top 10. As the inner sect elder finished his words, Su Mu, Yin Chong, Tan Lai, and Zhang Tiequang's eyes lit up. Their chance had come. They were obviously unwilling to be defeated, because only by getting into the top 10 would they be able to get a great reward. Otherwise, why would they train so hard? I announce that the second half of the finals has begun. As the inner sect elder finished his words, Sumu immediately stepped onto the stage. I want to challenge Su Ling. Sumu pointed his sword at Su Ling. Right now, among the top 10, the one who had the highest chance of being defeated by him was Su Ling. He was no match for the others. Su Ling was not surprised either. She stood up and landed lightly on the stage. She took out her thin sword. Sumu's sword was like a storm while Su Ling's was like a drizzle. The two sword arts were similar, and their attacks were 70 to 80% similar as well. Their attacks were fast and dense. The two swords clashed continuously, shooting out thousands of sparks. Sumu wanted to defeat Su Ling to get back into the top 10, while Su Ling wanted to keep her spot. Both of them were trying their best. Under normal circumstances, Sumu's power was slightly weaker than Su Ling's. But, under the intense desire to win, his potential was further stimulated. They were evenly matched. Attacking with attacking, it was extremely intense. In the end, the two did not even use their movement arts. They used all of their Zhenqi on their sword arts. Lose. Sumu roared, and the dozens of sword lights suddenly condensed into one. It was the most powerful, majestic, and shocking, like a thunderbolt that broke through the curtain of rain. This move was one of Sumu's hidden techniques. Su Ling was caught off guard and her thin sword was deflected. Sumu won, Su Ling lost. But even if Sumu won, his countenance was pale and his entire body was filled with fatigue. It was too difficult, this victory was simply too difficult. The second to issue a challenge was Yin Chong. Yin Chong's cold eyes glanced over the top 10 and paused slightly at Chen Zong. At first, he had planned to choose Chen Zong, but Chen Zong was so strong that he was afraid of him. He was afraid that he would lose and miss the top 10, so he had to change his target. Ma Yunlong. Yin Chong stared coldly at Ma Yunlong. Sumu had won against Su Ling, so he couldn't be challenged. In comparison, Ma Yunlong seemed to be easier to deal with. Ma Yunlong couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could defeat Sumu because of his strength, but he wasn't that much stronger than Sumu. Yin Chong's strength wasn't weak, and Ma Yunlong didn't have much confidence to keep the top 10. But since he was challenged, he had to fight with all his strength. Chop. A chilly wind blew, and a dense blade light shot out, piercing through the air. Ma Yunlong's expression was solemn. He leaped up, and his spear pierced through the air like a rainbow. In the Blue Cloud sect, there were many sword cultivators, and very few spear cultivators. Ma Yunlong was one of them, and he was one of the best. Yin Chong seemed to be venting all his anger from the previous defeat with the long blade in his hand. One blade followed by another, and each blade was endless. Ma Yunlong's long spear danced, like a dragon dancing in the air. Every attack was not only fast, but also shockingly powerful. This kind of battle was even more intense and shocking. Chilly wind triple slash, the terrifying three-blade attack shattered Ma Yunlong's offense, and he could only rotate his long spear to defend. But he couldn't resist the third blade and was sent flying, bleeding profusely. Yin Chong won. The third battle was initiated by Tan Lai. Without any hesitation, Tan Lai directly called out Jin Ho. This was an unavoidable battle, and Jin Ho knew this as well, so he faced it calmly. Jin Ho landed on the ground and immediately used his agile movement technique. He knew that his strength wasn't as good as Tan Lai's, so he planned to use guerrilla tactics, using his agile movement technique to exhaust his opponent's strength. However, Tan Lai specialized in leg techniques. Although his body wasn't as agile as Jin Ho, his speed wasn't inferior. His pair of long legs almost disappeared, and turned into a gust of wind, constantly closing in on Jin Ho. He kept kicking, and every kick was shockingly powerful. Boom boom boom, the entire martial arts arena was filled with raging winds, and every gust of wind was extremely powerful, causing most of the outer sect disciples to tremble in fear. Jin Ho constantly relied on his agile body to dodge, shuttling through the gaps of the gust of wind. This tactic might work against those who were slow, but to Tan Lai, it was just delaying for a bit more time. It was equivalent to a deathbed struggle. In a moment of carelessness, Jin Ho was brushed by Tan Lai's terrifying leg wind. His body swayed, and he couldn't dodge the second leg. With a bang, Jin Ho flew out and coughed up blood. Although he wasn't weak, his main weakness was his agility. His attack and defense were lacking, so he couldn't resist. The fourth battle was initiated by Zhang Tiequang. Zhang Tiequang's cultivation level was at the early 7th layer of the Foundation realm. Aside from the top 3, everyone who hadn't been challenged became nervous. Lu Zhenji, Yu Haoran, Huang Tianqi, Zhang Tiequang's gaze swept across everyone. To be safe, he had to get into the top 10 first. Yu. Zhang Tiequang's finger stopped moving and landed on Yu Haoran. Yu Haoran was filled with hatred. He wasn't weak, but Zhang Tiequang was stronger. He wasn't Zhang Tiequang's match. Even so, Yu Haoran didn't plan on admitting defeat. I'll only use one move. If you can take it, you win, Yu Haoran said in a clear voice. Zhang Tiequang sneered. Any smart person could see what Yu Haoran was thinking. He was afraid of being injured by Zhang Tiequang, so he proposed to use one move. If he couldn't defeat Zhang Tiequang in one move, then he would lose and leave the stage safely. If he was lucky enough to win, then that would be even better. After Yu Haoran finished speaking, he immediately mobilized his true qi. A faint aura rose, and a tyrannical aura spread out. He held his sword with both hands and instantly unsheathed it. A majestic sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This was Yu Haoran's most powerful move. The moment Yu Haoran unsheathed his sword, Zhang Tieguang also unsheathed his saber. He raised his saber high and a faint tiger's roar could be heard. It was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. With a bang, Yu Haoran's majestic sword light was shattered. His sword flew out of his hand and his hand split open. His entire body flew out while coughing up blood. You. Standing up, Yu Haoran covered his chest with one hand and angrily pointed at Zhang Tieguang with the other. When did I promise you that? Zhang Tieguang sneered, making Yu Haoran choke and leave the stage. Zhang Tieguang won and replaced Yu Haoran. There were changes in the top 10. First place, Yang Chaofan. Second place, Yi Shijuan. Third place, Chen Zong. Fourth place, Huang Tianqi. Fifth place, Zhang Tieguang. Sixth place, Lu Zhenji. Seventh place, Yuan Long. Eighth place, Tan Lai. Ninth place, Su Mu. 10th place, Yin Chong. This elder congratulates you for entering the top 10, and also for entering the finals. The inner sect elder laughed. He felt that this year's outer sect grand competition had brought him some surprises. Not bad. In the final round, everyone has 3 chances to challenge, and they can give up. The final ranking after the competition will be the final ranking of the outer sect grand competition. Now, this elder announces the start of the finals. Challenges will start from the 10th place. The 10th place was Yin Chong. Yin Chong's eyes were cold. His mind raced as he analyzed everyone's strength and probability of victory. In the end, he chose Su Mu. I give up. Su Mu was very direct. Yin Chong's strength was indeed not something he could compete with. Plus, he had not completely recovered his Zhen Qi from the battle with Su Ling. Yin Chong replaced Su Mu and entered the 9th place. The second challenger was Su Mu. I give up. Su Mu was a very straightforward person. He was very open-minded. The other 9 people in the top 10 were all very strong. There was an 80% to 90% chance that he wouldn't be a match for them. In addition, he had already achieved his goal and maintained his ranking. The third challenger was Tan Lai. Lu Zhenji. Tan Lai said. He had been challenged by Lu Zhenji before and was defeated. Now, he wanted to see if he could turn the tables. As soon as he attacked, Tan Lai used his storm leg art. His legs rolled up a shocking wind and continuously attacked Lu Zhenji. Lu Zhenji held his sword in his hand and a green light flashed. While attacking, Tan Lai also changed his style. He used his speed to circle around Lu Zhenji and attacked from all directions. Tan Lai's method indeed brought some trouble to Lu Zhenji. In the end, Lu Zhenji was hit by Tan Lai's kick. He was immediately suppressed and lost the ability to resist. Tan Lai won, and Lu Zhenji lost. The two were at the same level, so it was hard to tell who would win. The fourth battle was started by Duan Long Yang Chaofan. Duan Long was very direct. Up until now, Yang Chaofan had not been challenged. Everyone was watching with their eyes wide open. Yang Chaofan had been the #1 outer sect disciple for 2 years. During that time, he had been challenged no less than 10 times. Rumors said that he was born extraordinary, but no one knew what was so special about him. Facing Yang Chaofan, Duan Long did not underestimate him. He slowly pulled out his blood-red longsword. His aura continued to increase, and the blood-red evil chi continued to condense. The coldness spread out from his body. Dan Yuanlong's eyes became colder and colder. On the other hand, Yang Chaofan had his hands behind his back. That kind of calmness made everyone who saw him calm down. With a swoosh, Duan Long pulled out his sword. The blade could not be seen, only a blood-red sword light pierced through the air. It was like a red thunderbolt. Its speed was shocking, and its power was unparalleled. Kill, a shocking evil chi swept out and rushed towards Yang Chaofan. So fast. So powerful. All of them were shocked. Duan Long's sword attack was clearly stronger than before. His fingers looked like they were made of white jade and emitted a faint glow. The blood-colored sword energy was like a bolt of lightning. When it collided with the sword energy, there was the sound of metal clashing. This scene shocked everyone. His fingers were only made of flesh and blood, and they weren't wearing any weapons. However, they were able to directly collide with the sword energy without any injuries. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. His sharp eyes could clearly see the light condensing on Yang Chaofan's fingers. This was a brilliant application of qi. Yang Chaofan should have cultivated a finger sword martial art. However, many people didn't understand. Someone guessed, could this be why Yang Chaofan is so extraordinary? No, this is only a finger sword martial art that Yang Chaofan has cultivated. In our Blue Cloud sect, there are not many finger sword martial arts, only 3 of them. This is the White Jade finger sword. After practicing to the Desheng stage, the finger sword will be covered with a layer of white jade, forming a protection. An outer sect elder smiled and said, this Yang Chaofan has already cultivated the White Jade finger sword to the impeccable realm. He is truly a genius. The White Jade finger sword is a high-grade mortal martial art. For him to be able to cultivate it to the impeccable realm is truly shocking. Another outer sect elder sighed. Duan Long didn't frown, but he was very surprised. His opponent had used 2 fingers to block his sword. It has to be said that his sword was not an ordinary high-grade mortal weapon. Adding in his qi and sword art, it was terrifying, but he couldn't do anything to Yang Chaofan's 2 fingers. The killing intent became even stronger and the power of his sword art increased. Each strike was stronger than the last, but they were all blocked by Yang Chaofan's finger sword. Yang Chaofan didn't even move his feet. It has to be said that although Duan Long's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th layer of the foundation realm, his sword art was extremely powerful. The power of each strike was beyond the 6th layer of the foundation realm. Ordinary 7th layer cultivators were not his match, yet he couldn't do anything to Yang Chaofan. Just how strong was Yang Chaofan, there was no way to tell. After all, what Yang Chaofan had displayed was only a portion of his strength. As for how much of his strength he had, no one knew. Not to mention, rumor had it that Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. He had grasped a talent but hadn't used it yet. I haven't cultivated the Blood Fiend sword art for long. If I have more time, I might be able to beat Yang Chaofan, Duan Long said as he continued to attack. The demonic blood sword art had a cultivation method and a sword technique. Other than the demonic blood sword art, there was also the demonic blood sword. The red mist spread out in all directions, becoming thicker and thicker. The smell of blood also permeated the air. With a low shout, the surrounding red mist instantly rushed toward the sword in Duan Long's hand. A terrible red light condensed on the blood-killing sword, making the red light on the blood-killing sword even more dazzling. The sword finger broke the sky. That was the extreme condensation of genuine qi. Blood red and white, the 2 dazzling colors collided in an instant. The 2 sword lights trembled at the same time. Then, the blood red sword light distorted and shattered, while the white sword light shook violently and dispersed. They were evenly matched. Yang Chaofan took a step forward. This was the first step he took after coming to the stage. It was as if the ground had shrunk into an inch. He appeared in front of Duan Long in an instant and pointed his white jade sword finger again. It was too fast, so fast that Duan Long did not have time to react. He could only rely on his well-honed instincts to defend himself. The white jade sword finger pointed at the blood-killing sword and a terrifying power burst out, causing the blood-killing sword to tremble endlessly. Duan Long couldn't help but step back. He felt as if his hand holding the sword had been shattered. Another white light lit up in front of him. He broke through the air again. This blow broke through the defense of the blood-killing sword and hit Duan Long's shoulder. The blood protection genuine qi was shattered in an instant. The impact of the tyrannical force made Duan Long feel as if his shoulder had been shattered. The sharp pain quickly spread. Duan Long was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. He could no longer continue to fight and was defeated. Yang Chaofan's strength was shocking. The 5th battle was initiated by Lu Zhenji. Lu Zhenji had already thought of his opponent. It was Yi Shijuan, the Azure Luo sword. The trance stage Azure Radiance sword art was used. The sword disappeared, leaving only a few azure radiances that broke through the air and bombarded Yi Shijuan like an azure meteor shower. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. It was even stronger than Yi Shijuan's attack. Yi Shijuan's expression didn't change. Her tyrannical genuine qi erupted in an instant, shocking everyone. The early 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, Yi Shijuan's cultivation had also reached the early 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. When Yi Shijuan erupted with her true cultivation, Lu Zhenji knew that he was no match for her. Even so, he had to fight with all his strength. Dozens of azure radiances gathered and finally condensed into a single point. It was incomparably dazzling, like an azure sun. Yi Shijuan, who had activated all her genuine qi, slashed out with her sword. Countless sword qi intertwined around the sword and shattered the azure sun, sending Lu Zhenji flying. Yi Shijuan won. The 6th battle was initiated by Zhang Tiequang, and he challenged Huang Tianqi. "I admit defeat," Huang Tianqi directly said. If their cultivations were the same, Huang Tianqi might not necessarily lose. However, Zhang Tiequang's cultivation had already reached the early 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. The gap between the peak of the 6th layer and the early 7th layer was not small. The 7th battle was initiated by Huang Tianqi. Huang Tianqi didn't directly speak and instead pondered. He was ranked 4th, so if he wanted to challenge someone, he would naturally challenge the top 3. However, Qinzong had defeated Zhang Tiequang, and Yi Shijuan was also at the 7th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Yang Chaofan's strength was unfathomable. While pondering, Huang Tianqi knew that he couldn't beat any of them. As for challenging someone lower ranked than him, there was no need. "I forfeit," Huang Tianqi said. The 8th battle was initiated by Qinzong. Qinzong could only challenge 2 people. One was Yi Shijuan, and the other was Yang Chaofan. As for the others, there was no need to challenge them. "Yang Chaofan," Qinzong calmly said. Yang Chaofan's eyes flashed. The two stood on the martial arts stage, facing each other with a distance of 20 meters. "Do your best," Qinzong calmly said. "You're not my opponent with just your finger sword." "Not necessarily," Yang Chaofan responded. Qinzong indeed gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. However, it was hard to predict the result since they hadn't really fought. Moreover, Yang Chaofan had great confidence in himself. Qinzong didn't say anything and used his sword to prove his point. A jade-white sword light stretched out from his white jade finger, piercing through the sky and ruthlessly stabbing toward Qinzong. The white grand sword was unsheathed, and a green light broke through the sky and collided with the jade-white sword light. In an instant, the jade-white sword light was shattered. The tip of the sword collided with the finger sword, and an ear-piercing sound of metal echoed. Yang Chaofan's expression changed slightly. He felt like his fingers were about to be pierced and cut off. Without any hesitation, Yang Chaofan drew his sword. The sword was like an aurora shooting out from the scabbard and directly attacking Qinzong. It was fast and accurate. Yang Chaofan's sword immediately shocked everyone. Immortal level upper grade impeccable sword art, early 7th level of the Foundation building realm. However, Qinzong still used the green light sword art to counter. His true qi surged and filled the air. He also controlled his cultivation to the early 7th layer Foundation realm, which shocked everyone. Although they were at the same cultivation, Qinzong didn't fully activate the white mist technique, so there were no signs. Even so, the purity of the white mist true qi was still terrifying and couldn't be concealed. When the blue light sword art of the martial intent realm was launched, it was in no way inferior to Yang Chaofan's high-grade mortal level sword art at the transformation realm. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Yang Chaofan was the most unfathomable one, but they didn't expect that the real unfathomable one was Qinzong, because even Yang Chaofan was suppressed. Yang Chaofan was also very surprised. He thought that first place was already in the bag, and that no one would be his opponent. He didn't expect an accident to occur. Although they were at the same cultivation, he could feel that the opponent's true qi was purer and stronger than his. This meant that the opponent's cultivation method was higher than his. He was cultivating a high-grade mortal level cultivation technique and had recently broken through to the 7th layer, which was the last layer of the high-grade mortal level cultivation technique. If the other party's Zhen Qi was purer than his, then the other party was cultivating a high-grade mortal level cultivation technique. Or, the opponent cultivated a mortal level upper-grade cultivation method, but had already grasped a martial intent. Although the former was surprising, it was nothing. If it was the latter, then the meaning was completely different. It had to be known that he was born extraordinary and worked very hard. So far, he hadn't grasped any martial intent. The opponent's green light sword art had clearly grasped a martial intent. If his cultivation method also grasped a martial intent. Thinking of this, Yang Chaofan's heart couldn't help but be shocked. Based on the strength that Yang Chaofan had shown, whether it was Zhang Tiequang or Yi Shijuan, they were both very clear that they were not his match. It seemed that Chen Zong was even more terrifying. The inner sect elders were laughing, but the outer sect elders were even more distressed. They had missed out on a good talent. This point had led to the outer sect elders paying more attention to the outer sect disciples. They had really dug out some disciples who didn't perform well. This could be considered a positive development. After striking out with his sword, Yang Chaofan instantly retreated, leaving behind an afterimage. "You're very strong," Yang Chaofan said, staring at Chen Zong with a dignified look in his eyes. "Next, I will use my full strength. Be careful." Chen Zong heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. Use your full strength. What he meant was that he was going to use his innate ability. Yang Chaofan's true chi shook, and his aura soared to the sky. Soon after, a series of explosive sounds came from his body, and the crackling sound also shook out, as if there were countless electric currents wreaking havoc in his body. His white eyes were filled with countless tiny electric currents, each of which seemed to contain a terrifying power. Yang Chaofan's hair stood straight up, each strand of hair surrounded by white electric currents, making him look even more terrifying. The power of white lightning, this is Yang Chaofan's natural talent. An outer sect elder suddenly smiled. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary and possessed an innate ability, this was a fact, but as for what kind of innate ability it was, not many people knew. It could be said that almost all outer sect disciples did not know, but some outer sect elders were very clear about it, and so were the inner sect elders. Being born with extraordinary strength, he is destined to enter the transcendent realm, and the possibility of becoming a saint master is also much higher than other cultivators. Another outer sect elder sighed. Transcendence was the first hurdle a cultivator had to cross to become a master, and the second hurdle to become a saint was the second hurdle. Only by becoming intranscendent could one enter the saint realm. For those who were born with extraordinary strength, as long as they did not die, they would definitely enter the transcendent realm at a very young age. In other words, for the vast majority of cultivators, the first hurdle was actually not difficult at all. Having an innate ability of extraordinary strength was equivalent to having a direct train to the transcendent realm. However, Yang Chaofan's white lightning is still incomplete, so it can't be considered a true transcendent, only a half-step transcendent. Even if it is a half-step transcendent, its power is still extremely terrifying, enough to kill enemies a great realm above their cultivation. The white electric currents were dazzling and contained a terrifying power, causing Chen Zong's expression to become slightly dignified. From this power, Chen Zong felt a trace of threat. Of course, this power was not enough to threaten his life, but the feeling of threat came from the potential of this power. It's a bit like true intent, but also not true intent. Chen Zong secretly thought as he felt this power. In this world, Chen Zong could not feel the power of true intent, as if it did not exist, but now it seemed that his method was wrong. However, the power that Yang Chaofan displayed only contained a trace of the power of true intent, but it seemed to be more advanced than the power of true intent. In addition, Chen Zong also felt a trace of the grand momentum of heaven and earth. It was as if this power contained both the power of true intent and the power of heaven and earth at the same time. It was a combination of the two, a sublimation of the combination. White thunder. With a low shout, the white electric current around his body became even more intense. In an instant, it gathered on the long sword in his hand. Then, he thrust it forward. The body of the sword completely disappeared, leaving only a white thunderbolt that tore through the air. It surpassed the speed of sound, bringing with it a power that could destroy everything and an extremely dazzling white light. Many of the outer sect disciples had no choice but to close their eyes. Otherwise, their eyes would be in unbearable pain. Fast, this sword was really too fast, so fast that it almost exceeded everyone's reaction. The three inner sect disciples were horrified. They realized that even if they tried their best, they would not be able to dodge the attack of the white lightning. Chen Zong remained motionless, as if he couldn't react in time and let the white lightning approach him. The terrifying power wreaked havoc on his body. It was a kind of scorching and violent power, as if it wanted to destroy Chen Zong's body. However, it was blocked by Chen Zong's extremely pure true qi. It couldn't enter his body at all, let alone cause any damage. However, from the outside, Chen Zong's entire body was covered by the white lightning, as if he was about to be destroyed. It was terrifying. After a few breaths, the white lightning dissipated, revealing Chen Zong, who was unscathed. Everyone was shocked, including Yang Chaofan. That was the power of white thunder, his innate ability. It was an innate transcendent mystic power. Due to his cultivation level, the potential of the power of white thunder had not been fully developed. It could only be considered a half-step transcendent mystic power. However, it was still very powerful and terrifying. Normal foundation building cultivators would not be able to resist it. It was important to know that only transcendent mystic powers could resist it. Half-step transcendent mystic powers were not that powerful. True Qi could resist it, but it required a sufficiently powerful True Qi. Could it be that the opponent also had a half-step transcendent mystic power? There was no feeling. There was only one explanation. The opponent's True Qi was extremely tyrannical, so tyrannical that it could resist the power of white thunder. In fact, Chen Zong was also very surprised. The opponent's power was extremely terrifying. Even if he mobilized his True Qi, he could only barely resist it. That kind of power belonged to a different system from True Qi. The defensive effect of True Qi was not as good, and it consumed a lot of True Qi. However, he was still able to completely resist it. After one attack, Yang Chaofan's aura was weak and his face was pale. Although the power of white thunder was very strong, it was still quite difficult for him to use it at his current level. Unable to fight anymore, Yang Chaofan was defeated. Chen Zong won and entered first place in the top 10. The ninth battle was initiated by Yi Shijuan. However, Yi Shijuan had no challengers and directly forfeited. The 10th battle was initiated by Yang Chaofan. However, he had not recovered from using the power of white thunder in his battle with Chen Zong, so he also forfeited. The second round of the finals began. Sumu did not think much and directly forfeited. He could not beat anyone. Yin Chong's eyes were cold and sharp. They swept past him and immediately fell on Yang Chaofan. At this time, Yang Chaofan was in his weakest state. If he wanted to defeat him, this was the only time. Of course, Yin Chong was also very clear that even if he defeated Yang Chaofan, he would not be able to stay in the top 3. However, as long as he could defeat Yang Chaofan once, it would be enough. This kind of method was somewhat taking advantage of others, but it was also normal. 3 severing chilling wind slash. As soon as he attacked, Yin Chong used his ultimate move, not giving Yang Chaofan more time to recover. Yang Chaofan's pale face did not change. His sword pierced through the air, not only shattering the 3 blade lights of the 3 severing chilling wind slash, it also pierced through Yin Chong's shoulder. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the seemingly weak Yang Chaofan would still have such strength. After using that sword, Yang Chaofan's face looked even paler. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Who knew if Yang Chaofan could still erupt with such strength? Not only was Yin Chong defeated, he was also heavily injured. His strength was greatly reduced. Sumu's eyes lit up. The third battle was initiated by Lu Zhenji. Lu Zhenji had his eyes on Tan Lai and was going against him. That battle was incomparably intense. Both of them were seriously injured. However, Lu Zhenji attacked again with his sword and defeated Tan Lai. In the fourth battle, Duan Long challenged Huang Tianqi. After a fierce battle, Duan Long defeated Huang Tianqi and replaced him. In the fifth battle, Tan Lai was heavily injured and had yet to recover, so he forfeited. In the sixth battle, Huang Tianqi challenged Yang Chaofan. After some time, Yang Chaofan had recovered a bit and defeated Huang Tianqi. In the seventh battle, Zhang Tiequang challenged Yi Shijuan. Whether it was Zhang Tiequang or Yi Shijuan, both of them were at the early 7th layer of the Foundation realm. With the same cultivation level, the battle between the two was very fierce. Yi Shijuan's azure sword net was torn apart by Zhang Tai's violent attacks and was defeated. Even so, Zhang Tieguang had almost exhausted all of his Zhenqi. In the 8th battle, Yang Chaofan had yet to recover and forfeited. In the 9th battle, Yi Shijuan forfeited because she had not recovered her Zhenqi from the battle with Zhang Tieguang. In the 10th battle, Chen Zong forfeited because there was no one else to challenge. The 3rd round was the final round of the competition. Sumu thought about it and finally decided to challenge Yin Chong because this was the final round and Yin Chong was also injured. If he could defeat Yin Chong, he would be ranked 9th and the rewards would be more generous. Unfortunately, although Sumu's idea was good, reality was cruel. Although Yin Chong was injured and his strength was less than 100%, his Yin Wind 3 slashes was still very powerful. Sumu was not only defeated but also injured. In the 2nd battle, Yin Chong forfeited because his injuries had affected his strength. The other opponents were not Sumu, so even if they were unwilling, they could do nothing. In the 3rd battle, Tanlai challenged Lu Zhenji. The two of them kept on challenging each other, making everyone speechless and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, Tanlai's injuries were more serious than Lu Zhenji's, so he lost. In the 4th battle, Huang Tianqi challenged Lu Zhenji and defeated him. In the 5th battle, Lu Zhenji forfeited. In the 6th battle, Duan Long challenged Yi Shijuan. After a fierce battle, he was defeated by Yi Shijuan's sword. However, everyone could see that the difference between him and Yi Shijuan was only in cultivation level. If their cultivation levels were the same, Yi Shijuan would not be his match. In the 7th battle, Yi Shijuan forfeited. In the 8th battle, Yang Chaofan challenged Zhang Tieguang. After resting, Yang Chaofan had recovered a lot, but Zhang Tieguang was also very strong. The two fought for half an hour, and Yang Chaofan won. In the 9th battle, Zhang Tieguang forfeited. In the 10th battle, Chen Zong was unchallenged. Thus, the outer sect competition ended. There were also some changes to the top 10 outer sect rankings. 1st place, Chen Zong. 2nd place, Yang Chaofan. 3rd place, Zhang Tieguang. 4th place, Yi Shijuan. 5th place, Duan Long. 6th place, Huang Tianqi. 7th place, Lu Zhenji. 8th place, Tanlai. 9th place, Yin Chong. 10th place, Sumu. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I really hope to see this every year. You're thinking too much. This kind of competition is only held once every 3 years. They were invited this time, but who knows what the next time will be. The rogue cultivators left while discussing. Since the competition had ended, the Blue Cloud sect wouldn't keep them here to eat and drink. Without a doubt, Chen Zong would leave a deep impression on everyone. His name would also spread along with the rogue cultivators who left. His name would spread throughout the eastern Qin region, allowing even more people to know of him. This year's competition was wonderful. It exceeded this elder's expectations. The inner sect elder smiled, his heart filled with joy. The more outstanding a sect's disciple was, the more beneficial it would be for the sect's development. Your rewards will be given out later. I hope you will continue to work hard and reach the next level. The top 3 will be promoted to inner sect disciple, the inner sect elder said. Originally, the minimum requirement to become an inner sect disciple was to be at the early stage of the 7th layer of the foundation realm, and the reward was indeed for that. However, the 3 of them were already at the early stage of the 7th layer of the foundation realm. No, that Chen Zong's cultivation was still uncertain. In addition, due to Yi Shijuan's outstanding performance and cultivation, an exception will be made to promote her to an inner sect disciple, the inner sect elder announced. He had the right to do so. Blue Cloud Peak was more than 3,000 meters high. The outer sect area was more than 1,000 meters above the peak, while the inner sect area was more than 2,000 meters above the peak. The higher the height, the purer the air and the denser and purer the world's origin energy. There were more than 1,000 outer sect disciples and less than 200 inner sect disciples. 4 more inner sect disciples and 4 less inner sect disciples didn't make much of a difference. Don't think that after becoming an inner sect disciple, your living environment would be better than the outer sect. In fact, it wasn't absolute because the competition in the inner sect was more intense than the outer sect. There were a total of 100 independent courtyards in the inner sect area. These courtyards were built at the end of the Blue Cloud Peak's origin vein. Therefore, the world's origin energy was denser and purer than other places in the inner sect area. In the cultivation of foundation establishment realm, the influence of the outside world's origin energy was not big, because foundation establishment realm was more about developing one's own potential until the pinnacle. In Xianxia's view, this point was similar to Blue Wave's world's extreme mortal realm. The extreme mortal realm of Blue Wave's world was about opening one's acupoints, developing one's body's potential and strengthening one's various abilities, such as perception, strength, speed, explosive power, and so on. In this world's foundation establishment realm, as one's meridians were continuously opened and one's cultivation increased, Xianxia had this kind of feeling. His perception became sharper and sharper, the strength contained in his body also increased, his speed became faster, and all aspects improved. This kind of improvement was a balanced and comprehensive improvement. It was different from the path of body refinement as it was the development of one's own potential through true energy. From this point of view, the path of cultivation of this world was really better than the path of cultivation of Blue Wave's world. In Blue Wave's world, the cultivation before Transcendence realm was purely about building one's foundation. Only at Extreme Mortal realm could one develop one's own potential. In this world, the foundation establishment realm was not only about building one's foundation but also developing one's own potential. Although the foundation establishment realm was unable to absorb the world's origin energy to cultivate, in a place where the world's origin energy was dense, it would subtly nourish one's body and make one's cultivation smoother. There were only 100 courtyards like this, and they were called the inner sect's 100 courtyards. Each courtyard could only accommodate one person. The closer to the center, the more obvious the benefits. Inner sect disciples would break their heads to live in one. In addition to the 100 courtyards, there were naturally other residences, but they were all relatively simple and not much better than the outer sect's residences. After Qinzong, Yang Chaofan, Zhang Tiequang, and Yi Shijuan became inner sect disciples, they were arranged to live in ordinary houses. Everything depended on strength. Very quickly, the generous reward for the first place in the outer sect grand competition landed in Qinzong's disciple token. There was a total of 50,000 points, which was extremely shocking. Right now, Qinzong's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the foundation realm, so he wasn't in a rush to use the small breakthrough pill. In addition, there were 3 Azure Cloud Sword Martial tokens. With the Azure Cloud Sword Martial token, one could choose any cultivation method or martial art from the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower. The lowest was low-grade mortal class, while the highest was top-grade mortal class. The Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower only recognized tokens, not people. Without the Azure Cloud Sword Martial token, one had to pay merit points. Any top-grade mortal class cultivation method or martial art required at least 50,000 merit points to exchange. The night gradually deepened. Qinzong put away the 3 tokens and the Azure Cloud Sword Martial token. He planned to go to the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower tomorrow to take a look. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. It was the footsteps of 2 people. It was already late at night. Aside from Yang Chaofan's group of 3, he didn't know anyone else in the inner sect area. The door was knocked heavily, and the banging sound was like the beating of a drum. Qinzong got up and opened the door. There were 2 people around 18 or 19 years old standing outside. Their robes revealed their identities. They were the inner sect disciples of the Blue Cloud sect. Junior brother Qin Xingzong, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Lu Qingyang, one of the disciples of the 100 Academy. The ordinary-looking inner sect disciple spoke with an indescribable sense of superiority. The so-called disciples of the 100 Academy referred to the disciples who lived in the 100 Academy of the inner sect. They represented strength and were also a symbol of status. What's the matter? Qinzong didn't let the inner sect disciple continue to show off his superiority and directly asked. The inner sect disciple frowned and angrily scolded, Qin Shidi, it's very impolite to interrupt others. If you have something to say, say it. Qinzong's expression was indifferent as he spoke. I heard that you won first place in the outer sect competition and received a minor boundary-breaking pill and 3 Azure Cloud Sword tokens. Lu Qingyang, one of the disciples of the 100 Academy, spoke with a cold tone and an arrogant expression. It just so happens that I need it. How about this? Lend me a minor boundary-breaking pill and 3 Azure Cloud Sword tokens. I'll pay you back double in the future. Scram. Chen Zong casually spat out a word. Lu Qingyang's expression suddenly darkened. The coldness in his eyes was shocking. His sharp gaze shot out as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. You're courting death. How dare you speak to senior brother Lu like that? Lu Qingyang's follower was even more furious. Lu Qingyang, right? I'll challenge you tomorrow. Be prepared. Chen Zong ignored Lu Qingyang's anger. He glanced at Lu Qingyang and spoke unhurriedly. This kind of unhurried attitude caused Lu Qingyang's anger to soar. But in the next breath, the door closed. Lu Qingyang's chest rose and fell rapidly. He felt as if he was about to explode. His right hand landed on the sword hilt at his waist. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. He wanted nothing more than to draw his sword and chop the door in front of him into pieces. Lu Qingyang's follower held him back, worried that he would lose control. Senior brother Lu, new inner sect disciples have a 3-month protection period. You can't go against it. During the 3-month protection period, new inner sect disciples could safely cultivate as long as they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. If a veteran inner sect disciple bullied a new inner sect disciple, the matter could be reported. At that time, the veteran inner sect disciple would be severely punished. On this point, the Blue Cloud sect was very good. To a certain extent, it guaranteed the disciples' growth. Thinking of the Blue Cloud sect's rules and severe punishments, Lu Qingyang gradually calmed down and let go of the sword hilt. Senior brother Lu, didn't he say that he would challenge you tomorrow? We can spread the news. The follower smiled sinisterly. Chen Zong was asked for the minor breakthrough pellet and Azure Cloud Sword martial token, but Yang Chaofan and Zhang Tiequang were safe and sound. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. It was no longer a secret that he grasped the transcendent secret force. This meant that Yang Chaofan could easily become a transcendent and had already been valued by the upper echelons of the sect. Who would want to offend such a person with endless potential? Although Zhang Tiequang wasn't as strong as Yang Chaofan, he had a backer. In the inner sect, it was a big backer. No one wanted to offend him. Among the three, only Chen Zong didn't have a backer. Although he defeated Yang Chaofan and took first place, it wasn't that scary. The attraction of a minor breakthrough pellet and 3 Azure Cloud Sword martial tokens was huge. It was huge enough to make some people lose their normal judgment. Therefore, Lu Qingyang came looking for him. At dawn, Chen Zong walked out of his residence and headed for the Azure Cloud Sword martial tower. Compared to challenging Lu Qingyang, it was more important to go to the Azure Cloud Sword martial tower to choose cultivation techniques and martial arts. Chen Zong decided to use up the 3 Azure Cloud Sword martial tokens. The Azure Cloud Sword martial tower was shaped like a giant azure sword. It towered over 2,000 meters above the Azure Cloud Peak like a pole. The Azure Cloud Sword martial tower had a total of 5 floors. The first floor didn't store cultivation techniques and martial arts. Instead, it stored some information and records that could be accessed at any time. The second floor stored low-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts. The third floor stored mid-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts. The fourth floor stored high-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts. The fifth floor stored peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts. As for peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques, although the Blue Cloud sect wasn't weak, they still didn't have any. However, peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts required at least 50,000 merit points. If they were to exchange for peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques, it would be 10 times more. It was very difficult. Chen Zong directly entered the 4th floor. The 4th floor seemed empty because there weren't many peak-grade mortal class cultivation techniques and martial arts. There were only 5 cultivation techniques and 8 martial arts. Among them, 3 were sword arts, 1 was finger sword, 1 was leg art, 1 was saber art, 1 was palm art, and 1 was light body art. Fewer meant easier choices. Chen Zong looked at the prefaces of the 5 cultivation techniques and determined the characteristics of the 5 cultivation techniques. 1 was called the Great Azure Essence Art. It was an upgrade of the Azure Essence art, and the Azure Essence art was an upgrade of the Minor Azure Essence art. Therefore, those who cultivated the Minor Azure Essence art could easily switch cultivation techniques with higher efficiency. The Azure Essence art was easy to get started. The cultivation of Qi was mainly pure. The second peak-grade mortal class cultivation technique was called the Mystic Yang art. The cultivation of Qi was mainly Yang. The third cultivation technique was called the Illusory Mist Sky Cloud art. Its Qi was soft and tough, which was similar to the White Mist art. This made Qinzong's eyes slightly brighten. Without any hesitation, Qinzong immediately chose the Illusory Mist Sky Cloud art. One of the reasons was that the difficulty of switching cultivation techniques was lower. The other reason was that the Illusory Mist Sky Cloud art was very good, which attracted Qinzong. Otherwise, Qinzong wouldn't have chosen it. After choosing the cultivation technique, Qinzong also looked at the other two cultivation techniques. One was called the Mystic Yin art, which was the opposite of the Mystic Yang art. The other was called the Golden Peak art. The cultivation of Golden Peak Xianxia was extremely sharp and belonged to the type of Xianxia that was extremely destructive. Next, it was time to choose the sword art. There were only 3 peak-grade mortal class sword arts. One was called the Pure Yuan sword art, which was driven by pure and majestic Xianxia. It was a sword art that was very suitable for direct combat. One was called the Windcutter sword art, which was extremely fast and sharp. One was called the Great River sword art, which was majestic and continuous. To be honest, Qinzong wanted to cultivate all 3 sword arts. Unfortunately, all 3 sword arts required more than 50,000 merit points. There were only 2 Azure Essence sword tokens left. Qinzong still needed to look at the other peak-grade mortal class martial arts. The sword finger art was called the Gold Shattering Sword Finger. The leg art was called the Thunder Slaughter leg art. The saber art was called the 13 Slashes Countercurrent. The palm art was called the Starry Exploding Yuan Palm. The movement technique was called the 1,000 Miles Cloud art. You want to challenge Lu Qingyang? As soon as Qinzong returned from the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower, he met Zhang Tieguang. Zhang Tieguang was shocked. Yes. Qinzong smiled. You. Zhang Tieguang pointed at Qinzong speechlessly. Even someone as arrogant as him didn't dare to challenge a disciple of the 100 Academy right after becoming an inner sect disciple. Although Qinzong didn't show his arrogance, it came from his bones. He was many times stronger than Zhang Tieguang. Do you know that every disciple of the 100 Academy is at least in the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm? So what? Qinzong asked with a smile. So what if they were in the 8th or 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm? Among the disciples of the 100 Academy, Lu Qingyang is one of the top 30. His cultivation has reached the late stage of the 8th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, and he cultivates the top-grade mortal level Great Qingyuan art. He has also cultivated it to the 6th layer. His Qi is very powerful and pure. Although his sword arts are only at the high-grade mortal level, he has 2. One is the Fierce Wind Fast Sword, which focuses on speed and is very violent. The other is the Black Mountain Sword, which focuses on strength and is like a black mountain. Rumor has it that Lu Qingyang has cultivated these 2 sword arts to the impeccable realm. Hearing Lu Qingyang's story, Qinzong understood that Lu Qingyang was indeed a capable person. No wonder he was so arrogant. His arrogance came from his strength and confidence. However, everything was relative. Even the strongest person in the Blue Cloud sect was only the strongest person in the Blue Cloud sect. He might not be the strongest person in the entire Dongchen region, let alone the entire Lingwu Holy World. You still want to challenge me? Zhang Tieguang couldn't help but ask. I heard that the cultivation environment of the 100 Academy is better. Qinzong smiled. He didn't answer directly, but Zhang Tieguang already knew the answer. Okay, I'm not as arrogant as you. Zhang Tieguang had a deeper understanding of his arrogance. His arrogance was external, while Qinzong's arrogance was internal. When do you want to challenge me? I'll go and cheer for you. Now, Qinzong said with a smile. Lu Qingyang must have spread the news on purpose. Why? Zhang Tieguang thought. It was very simple. He was worried that she wouldn't challenge him, so public opinion was able to distort the truth and roast her on the fire. It had to be said that Lu Qingyang was quite scheming, but it was useless. What Chen Zong said last night meant that he would do it, and soon. Chen Zong walked in the front while Zhang Tiequang followed closely behind, looking like a follower. However, Zhang Tiequang himself didn't feel anything. After that, Chen Zong met Yi Shijun, but did not meet Yang Chaofan. He is Chen Qingzong, the number one outer sect disciple, the arrogant disciple who dares to challenge senior brother Lu Qingyang. When Lu Qingyang spread the news, the first reaction of many inner sect disciples was disbelief. Then, they felt that the newcomer was too arrogant. I thought you were going to be a coward. Seeing Chen Zong arrive, Lu Qingyang was slightly startled. His follower immediately mocked him. Chen Shidi, as your senior brother, I'll give you a piece of advice. Lu Qingyang laughed and said, not long ago, you won first place in the outer sect competition. It's true that you're arrogant and confident, but you have to see reality clearly. You have to know your own limits. Otherwise, you will only blind your eyes and your heart, which is very detrimental to your cultivation. It sounded like he was thinking for Chen Zong, but in reality, it was another form of mockery. He was mocking Chen Zong for overestimating himself and being arrogant. Everyone stared at Chen Zong, waiting to see how he would retaliate. Chen Zong didn't answer. Or rather, Chen Zong's answer was to draw his sword. The white Hong sword was slowly unsheathed. The sword light was like water, and a chill quietly spread out. As sword cultivators, we judge right and wrong with our swords. The white Hong sword pointed directly at Lu Qingyang. Chen Zong's words shocked everyone, and they instantly felt that he was full of style. As sword cultivators, we judge right and wrong with our swords. As sword cultivators, we. Zhang Tiequang kept repeating this sentence. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he suddenly had an indescribable feeling. Lu Qingyang's expression changed abruptly. Compared to Chen Zong's words, his sarcasm just now made him seem as laughable as a clown. Lu Qingyang made a prompt decision and drew his sword. His sword was also of high grade, and a green light flowed across the blade. The true chi of the great azure essence art quickly circulated in his meridians, and a tyrannical aura spread out. Chen Shidi, as your senior brother, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Lu Qingyang was in high spirits. He was confident that his strength was enough to easily defeat his opponent, even if his opponent was the number one outer sect disciple. Therefore, he said that he would let Chen Zong have 3 moves first to show his elegance. Chen Zong always liked to fight back with facts against people like this. Sword, a green light flashed, and the sword intent of the green light sword art pierced through the sky. The speed of the sword was astonishing, and its power was terrifying. The moment the sword was out, it was already in front of Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang's expression suddenly changed, and his pupils rapidly shrank. Fast, this sword was too fast, it was so fast that it was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was so fast that Lu Qingyang felt his heart tremble. Lu Qingyang did not dare to be careless. He quickly drew his sword, and a violent wind rolled up as he quickly attacked. It was the impeccable realm's fierce scale fast sword. The green light sword art was only of medium grade, and even if it had a martial intent, its power was about the same as the fierce scale fast sword at the impeccable realm. The sword art was at the impeccable realm, and every move was at his fingertips, and the power was displayed to the extreme. Lu Qingyang, didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves first? Zhang Tiequang suddenly shouted. Lu Qingyang's eyes were filled with coldness, but he did not respond. At this time, even with his shrewdness, he could not help but feel his cheeks heat up. He said he would let Chen Zong have 3 moves first, but as soon as Chen Zong attacked, he followed suit. He had no choice but to attack, which was tantamount to slapping his own face. But since he had already attacked, there was no reason to stop. Otherwise, it would be even more of a joke. Lu Qingyang was very clear about this, so no matter what Zhang Tiequang said, he ignored him. Zhang Tiequang's backer was very powerful, and he could not afford to offend him. He also ignored the boos of the other disciples. As long as he defeated Chen Zong, everything would be fine. The fierce scale fast sword was unleashed, one sword after another, and the sword followed each other in an endless stream. Furthermore, each sword was incomparably fast, and contained an extremely violent sword qi. Its power was astonishing. Without a doubt, this was a sword art that could suppress others. It could break through their defense and then defeat them. Lu Qingyang's cultivation was at the late 8th level of the Foundation realm, and his great clear sky art had reached the 6th level. His true qi was very pure, and when he used his full strength, the power of each sword was even more terrifying. The sword qi filled the air, cutting through the sky. The surrounding disciples all retreated in fear of being affected. Qinzong used the flying swan sword art, and his sword flew through the air like a swan. The sword light was light, agile, and full of sharpness. Everyone felt like they were seeing a white swan fly through the sky, shuttling between the dark clouds and lightning. At this moment, everyone realized Qinzong's cultivation. Early 8th level of the Foundation realm, Zhang Tiequang and Yi Shijuan were startled. Could it be that in just one night, Qinzong's cultivation had reached the early 8th level of the Foundation realm? That was possible, but it also meant that Qinzong's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Otherwise, there would be no way for him to have such an increase. The other possibility was that Qinzong's cultivation was at the early 8th level of the Foundation realm, but he had been hiding it. Thinking about this, Zhang Tiequang and Yi Shijuan bitterly smiled. With this kind of cultivation, why would he need a sword art? He could directly crush them. However, how could they be sure that the early 8th level of the Foundation realm was Qinzong's true cultivation? The other inner sect disciples were also very shocked. Early 8th level of the Foundation realm. In other words, this guy was at least at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. A 15-year-old outer sect disciple with a cultivation at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Looking at the history of the Blue Cloud sect, this was extremely rare. At least, they had never heard of such a thing in all the years they had known. Lu Qingyang also felt a bit of regret. He regretted provoking such a person. Early 8th level of the Foundation realm had just been promoted to an inner sect disciple. In the future, he would definitely soar into the heavens. However, at this point, there was no point in talking anymore. It was better to defeat him and suppress him. Thinking about this, Lu Qingyang's sword art became even more powerful. When it reached its peak, the sword light suddenly stopped and a terrifying sword energy rushed out. Shortly after, Lu Qingyang's sword aura changed greatly. The aura that was like a strong gale suddenly turned into a powerful aura. As the sword light spread out, it was as if the shadow of a black mountain had appeared. As the sword slashed down from the sky, the powerful and heavy aura was incomparably oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. The change in sword art and sword aura would catch people off guard and disrupt their rhythm, leading to their defeat. However, Qinzong would not do that. The moment Lu Qingyang's sword light stopped, Qinzong felt it. No matter how you change, I'll attack with my own sword. Untraceable flying swan, the swift sword could not be seen, nor could the sword light be seen. Even the sound was very subtle and difficult to distinguish. Following the flaw in the Black Mountain sword art, the sword directly pierced through Lu Qingyang's true qi protection and pierced through his shoulder. The sword energy wreaked havoc. The intense pain caused Lu Qingyang's body to involuntarily tremble. The sword also stopped and its power dissipated. He pulled out his sword and slashed. The sword light hit Lu Qingyang's chest like a whip, shattering his true qi protection and sending him flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother Lu, thank you for letting me win. After Qinzong sheathed his sword, he actually bowed to Lu Qingyang, who was covering the wound on his shoulder with one hand and had blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. As if an invisible sword had pierced into Lu Qingyang's heart, Lu Qingyang let out a sorrowful roar. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fell down. He was so angry that he fainted. It could be predicted that after today, Qinzong would become famous in the inner sect, while Lu Qingyang would become a joke, even if he was not weak. Brother, I'll call you brother from now on. Zhang Tiequang was dumbfounded at first, but when he came back to his senses, he immediately roared at Qinzong. He was very excited. Zhang Tiequang's reaction made Qinzong smile bitterly. What happened to being arrogant? Lu Qingyang's loyal follower hurriedly carried Lu Qingyang and left. If they did not leave, they would only be laughed at. The news of the new inner sect disciple Chen Qingzong defeating the 100 Academy disciple Lu Qingyang quickly spread throughout the inner sect and even the outer sect. Chen Qingzong? Who is this person? A new inner sect disciple actually defeated Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang is a disciple of the 100 Academy and is ranked in the top 30 among the inner sect disciples. This news made all the inner sect disciples feel incredulous. Many of them thought it was just a rumor, but the people who saw the battle with their own eyes swore that it was the truth. Immediately, the reason why Chen Qingzong would challenge Lu Qingyang was also dug out by others. Lu Qingyang is really an idiot. The feminine-looking 100 Academy disciple smiled in disdain. He was blinded by greed and ended up kicking an iron plate. Not only was he injured, but he also became a joke among the inner sect disciples. Although Lu Qingyang is a bit stupid, this new inner sect disciple is a bit too much. He's already so restless. Another 100 Academy disciple spoke neither slowly nor quickly. His tone was filled with an intense pressure. Such a person should be suppressed and made to know his place. The third 100 Academy disciple ate a mouthful of meat and muttered, "Suppress? Are you going to make a move? Why not?" The second 100 Academy disciple coldly snorted. The three of them were all stronger than Lu Qingyang. Don't forget, he is a new inner sect disciple. Even if he defeated Lu Qingyang, he still has 3 months of protection. Then we'll give him 3 more months. Let's see how he overturns the heavens. New inner sect disciple Chen Qingzong defeated Lu Qingyang. When Elder Lin heard the news, he was startled at first, then he began to laugh. He was the inner sect elder who was in charge of the outer sect competition. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. This child didn't use his full strength during the outer sect competition. The early stage of the 8th level of the Foundation realm. If he used the small breakthrough pill to break through, he would be at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. A 15-year-old outer sect disciple reaching the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm is indeed shocking. Another inner sect elder was also shocked. Sect Master, I think our Blue Cloud sect should pay enough attention to Chen Qingzong. Elder Lin continued to speak, fighting for Chen Qingzong's benefits. If the sect paid attention to him, the result would be different. The Blue Cloud sect's sect master, Li Qingji, pondered for a moment and said, "This child will be included in the list of important people, just like Yang Chaofan. However, whether he will receive important attention or not will be dependent on his performance." The so-called performance was based on one's talent, whether it was like a shooting star passing by and vanishing into the crowd. There were many people like this. At the beginning, their performance was very outstanding, but as time passed, it was as if they had lost their spirituality, becoming mediocre and eventually vanishing into the crowd. Secondly, it would depend on whether they were loyal to the Blue Cloud sect or not. When the Blue Cloud sect nurtured disciples, they had to nurture people who were loyal to the sect. Otherwise, no matter how talented they were, if they betrayed the sect after being nurtured by the sect, it would only bring harm to the sect. The Blue Cloud sect's approach was not strange, it was the same for any force. If a force wanted to continue to grow, they needed people who were loyal. It was best if they had outstanding talent. If they had to choose between outstanding talent and loyalty, almost all forces would choose the latter. To put it more directly, if you weren't loyal, why would they spend resources to nurture you? Elder Lin nodded and said, "I believe this child should be able to do it." After all, Elder Lin valued Qingzong a lot, so he naturally hoped the same. If there were no accidents, Yang Chaofan would become the 4th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect soon. He hoped that Chen Qingzong could also become a true disciple. True disciples were also inner sect disciples, but they were inner sect disciples who were highly valued by the Blue Cloud sect. They were already above the other inner sect disciples. Now, there were only 3 true disciples in the Blue Cloud sect. In the 100 Academy, Qingzong could clearly feel the purer and richer heaven-earth yuan qi fluctuations. Although the Foundation establishment realm could not directly absorb heaven-earth yuan qi to cultivate, being in the purer and richer heaven-earth yuan qi would also nourish one's body. One had to know that the cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm was to develop one's potential. The true qi in one's body was naturally transformed from the energy contained in one's body. Transformation would consume true qi, and consumption would require replenishment. The method of replenishment was usually through eating. eating various foods that contained rich energy or elixirs. The rich and pure heaven-earth yuan qi could also slowly nourish one's body and increase the energy contained in one's body. It was a disguised form of assistance for cultivation. After calming down, Chenzong took out an oval-shaped green jade slip. It was the technique relaying spiritual jade. Chenzong had used 3 Qingyun sword martial tokens to exchange for a cultivation technique, a sword technique, and a movement technique at the Qingyun sword martial tower. He had obtained 3 technique relaying spiritual jades, which recorded the contents of the cultivation technique, sword technique, and movement technique. This was a one-time use technique relaying spiritual jade. After receiving 1 technique relaying spiritual jade, the contents recorded inside would disappear to prevent it from being leaked. Foundation establishment cultivators did not have a spiritual sense, so they could only place the technique relaying spiritual jade between their eyebrows. However, Chenzong had a spiritual sense, so there was no need for that. He only needed to use his spiritual sense to penetrate the technique relaying spiritual jade. After his spiritual sense penetrated, the information in the technique relaying spiritual jade immediately poured into Chenzong's sea of consciousness. Chenzong received it without any burden. Heavenly Cloud Illusory Mist Technique. Chenzong had chosen a mortal supreme-grade cultivation technique from the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower. Switching cultivation techniques was not a trivial matter. One had to slowly convert the qi of the original cultivation technique into the new one. During this stage, one's strength would be affected and drop significantly. Fortunately, new inner sect disciples had a 3-month protection period. During this period, they would not be disturbed. Chenzong could focus on switching cultivation techniques. For Chenzong, 3 months should be enough. After spending some time, Chenzong finished comprehending the illusory mist heavenly cloud and began cultivating. The illusory mist heavenly cloud technique, a mortal supreme-grade cultivation technique, had a total of 8 levels, 1 more than the white mist technique. In addition, every breakthrough in the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique would open 4 auxiliary meridians, 1 more than the white mist technique. Therefore, at the same level, the qi cultivated from the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique would be denser and purer than the white mist technique. The white mist true qi constantly flowed through his meridians, following the 4 meridians of the first level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. It just so happened that these 4 meridians were all opened by the white mist technique. Before long, Chenzong had completed the first level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. Carefully feeling it, the illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi of the first level was much purer and denser than the white mist true qi of the first level. It was about 3 times purer. A difference of 3 times was not too great. But as one continued to cultivate the cultivation technique, the difference would become increasingly great. He continued to cultivate. The illusory mist heavenly cloud technique's second level required 4 meridians to be opened, which was also included in the white mist technique. Therefore, it wasn't long before the second level was completed, and more white mist true qi was converted into illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chenzong had also completed the 4th level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. Whether it was the density or purity of his true qi, it was clearly superior to the 4th level of the white mist technique. It was comparable to the 5th level of the white mist technique. Of course, this referred to the white mist technique without a martial intent. The 5th level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique was not so easy to cultivate because it required opening new auxiliary meridians. Fortunately, Chenzong still had some white mist true qi in his body. Using his powerful spiritual sense, he mobilized his true qi and poured it into a blocked auxiliary meridian. Like a hot knife through butter, he opened it up. Auxiliary meridians were opened one by one, and the 5th level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique was completed. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, on the 5th day, Chenzong had completed the 6th level of the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique. At this point, all of his white mist true qi had been converted into illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi. The advantage was that the purity and density of his true qi had increased significantly. The disadvantage was that his cultivation had dropped. Yes, Chenzong's cultivation had dropped from the peak of the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm to the late 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, this drop was only temporary and would quickly recover. Although his cultivation had dropped, his strength was not affected at all. 3 months, Chenzong had set a goal for himself. He wanted to master the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique, a top-grade mortal sword art, and a top-grade mortal movement technique in 3 months. At the very least, he wanted to reach the trance stage. It would be best if he could break through to the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. If other people knew about Chenzong's thoughts, they would definitely think that he was crazy. It was not easy to completely change to a top-grade mortal cultivation technique in 3 months. Not to mention, he wanted to cultivate a top-grade mortal sword art and a top-grade mortal movement technique to the trance stage. This was even more despairing. Chenzong prepared a lot of food for himself. After that, he put up the sign of seclusion and did not accept any visitors. It had to be said that the cultivation environment of the 100 Academy was indeed better. Every day, Chenzong could feel his true qi increasing. In addition to cultivating the illusory mist heavenly cloud technique, Chenzong also began to cultivate a sword art. The sword art was called Wind Slayer. Every strike was very sharp and powerful. The movement technique was called 1,000-mile mist. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. The white mist around Chenzong's body expanded and contracted. His true qi became even purer and more vigorous. The illusory mist heavenly cloud technique had reached the 7th level, and his cultivation had returned to the peak of the 8th level of the Foundation establishment realm. The 7th level illusory mist heavenly cloud true qi was much stronger than the 7th level white mist true qi. It was not inferior to the white mist true qi under the martial intent realm. He stood up and drew his sword. The sword light flashed as if it could split everything in half. Wind Slayer sword art. After cultivating for a while, Chenzong had already cultivated the Wind Slayer sword art to the large success stage. He could fully display its power. One sword strike after another, over and over again. Suddenly, the sword aura changed in an instant. A mysterious aura spread out, and every sword strike became more agile. Trance. For other cultivators, it was difficult to enter the trance stage, but for Chenzong, it was not difficult. After all, top-grade mortal cultivation was not much more difficult than high-grade mortal cultivation. Of course, this was only relative. If Chenzong was given a sword art that surpassed the mortal level, it would not be easy for him to reach the trance stage, let alone the perfection stage. As for martial intent, it would be even more difficult to comprehend. The newly promoted inner sect disciples had a 3-month protection period. During this time, the newly promoted inner sect disciples could gradually adapt to the environment of the inner sect and improve their cultivation as much as possible so that they could have a foothold in the inner sect. During these 3 months, Chenzong had been in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't know what was happening outside the courtyard. After the 3 months, Chenzong took off his closed-door cultivation card and walked out of the courtyard, strolling around the inner sect area. "Chen Qingzong, fight me." Lu Qingyang appeared before him, his powerful qi surging. He had reached the peak of the 8th layer of the Foundation realm. Lu Qingyang didn't wait for Chenzong's reply and directly attacked with his sword. The powerful sword qi was like a black mountain pressing down from the sky. This was the impeccable Black Mountain sword art, and its power was much stronger than 3 months ago. The sword pressure was shocking, and the ground cracked. However, Chenzong swung his sword, and a white sword light flashed. The great white sword intent directly shattered the Black Mountain and sent Lu Qingyang flying. Some of the inner sect disciples in the distance were dumbfounded. 3 months ago, Chenzong had to put in a lot of effort to defeat Lu Qingyang. 3 months later, Lu Qingyang's strength had increased, but he was defeated by Chenzong in 1 strike. In other words, Chenzong's strength had increased even more in the past 3 months. No matter how unwilling Lu Qingyang was, he could only leave. The gap between them was too big. To Chenzong, defeating Lu Qingyang with a single sword strike was not a big deal. "Brother, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation." When Zhang Tiequang heard that Lu Qingyang had been defeated by Chenzong, he immediately came to find him. Right now, he admired Chenzong very much. Zhang Tiequang's change in style still made Chenzong feel a bit strange. Chenzong began to ask Zhang Tiequang about what had happened in the past 3 months. First, Zhang Tiequang and Yi Shijuan had both broken through to the middle of the 7th layer of the Foundation realm. Their martial arts had also increased, but they were still unable to challenge the disciples of the 100 academies. Next, the other top 10 contenders in the outer sect tournament also made breakthroughs and passed the assessment to become inner sect disciples. Once again, Yang Chaofan was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader. Half a month ago, he was listed as a true disciple and became the 4th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. The last piece of news surprised Qinzong. Whether it was the 4th direct disciple or the disciple of the sovereign, Yang Chaofan had ascended to the heavens in a single bound. He would be able to enjoy even better pointers and cultivation resources. This meant that Yang Chaofan's future cultivation speed would be astonishing. However, Yang Chaofan's innate talent was extraordinary. With his mastery of the White Thunder secret force, stepping into the transcendent realm was only a matter of time. On top of that, he would be able to cultivate to a relatively high level within the transcendent realm. If he was carefully nurtured, he would become a sect-defending master of the Blue Cloud sect in the future. Thus, it was within reason for him to be accepted as a direct disciple of the Hall Master. Since he was already a direct disciple of the Hall Master, given how extraordinary he was, it was within reason for him to be accepted as a direct disciple. From Zhang Tiequang's tone, one could hear a trace of envy, which was normal. On the other hand, Qinzong didn't care at all. Of course, if it was the original Qinzong, he would also be envious. While Qinzong and Zhang Tiequang were chatting, the inner sect disciples who had planned to teach Qinzong a lesson in 3 months' time had all shrunk back. They didn't think they would be a match for Lu Qingyang, who had defeated the strengthened Lu Qingyang with a single sword strike. They could only give up on that idea. Otherwise, they wouldn't be teaching him a lesson, but being taught a lesson by him instead. This person's strength, I'm afraid he can challenge the top 10. Top 10. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It had only been 3 months, yet he already had the strength to challenge the top 10. It was truly terrifying. Brother, I've always wanted to ask you for advice on sword skills. Now that you've come out, can you give me some pointers? After Zhang Tiequang finished speaking, he looked at Qinzong with a face full of hope. Compared to the arrogant Zhang Tiequang they had met at the beginning, the current Zhang Tiequang was a bit amusing. Okay. Qinzong didn't refuse. He was just doing it casually. To Qinzong, pointers only took a bit of time. But to Zhang Tiequang, it was a rare experience. Once the difficult points of his sword skills were solved, his saber skills would also improve. After Zhang Tiequang left, Qinzong calmed down. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, Qinzong had improved a lot. Not only had he successfully changed his cultivation method to the 8th level, but he had also comprehended the top-grade mortal level Heavenly Cloud Illusory Fog skill. The so-called skill intent was the abbreviation of a cultivation method's martial intent. After comprehending the skill intent, the purity of the Heavenly Cloud Illusory Fog True Qi had doubled. This meant that the explosive power had also doubled. Compared to the White Mist True Qi under the skill intent, it was at least 3 times stronger. Not only had he cultivated the Heavenly Cloud Illusory Fog skill to the 8th level and comprehended the skill intent, but he had also comprehended the top-grade mortal level Windcutter sword skill and the top-grade mortal level Lightness skill. Martial intent was a general term. Cultivation method martial intent was called skill intent, sword skill martial intent was called sword intent, and lightness skill martial intent was called body intent. This was an even better distinction. In addition, Qinzong had also taken the small breaking realm pill. His cultivation had broken through to the early 9th level of Foundation Establishment realm and was close to the peak. He was only a step away from the middle stage. Compared to 3 months ago, Qinzong's strength had increased dramatically. The most important point was that although he had only comprehended a small part of the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra, Qinzong had gained a lot. If I can become a true disciple, I can read all kinds of cultivation methods and martial arts in the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower at will. Qinzong began to think. He had not been in this world for a long time, but he had already felt that the cultivation method of this world was very brilliant. It was far superior to that of the Blue Waves world. Therefore, all the accumulation of the Blue Waves world could only be used to comprehend things. As for those cultivation methods and martial arts, they were basically useless. Of course, even if they could be used, they could not compare to the cultivation methods and martial arts of this world. They were basically useless. Chen Zong had always valued consolidation and accumulation. It was precisely because of his conscious consolidation and accumulation that he was able to cultivate more smoothly. After some comprehension of the Heart Sword Sutra, Chen Zong was more inclined to this point. The Heart Sword Sutra was not a cultivation method nor a martial art. It was difficult to describe, but if one really wanted to describe it, it was a kind of realm. It allowed Chen Zong to have a deeper understanding of the sword. He also had a new understanding of the mysteries of the change of heart. How can I become a true disciple? For a time, Chen Zong could not find a suitable method. Yang Chaofan was able to become a true disciple because he was born extraordinary. As for the other 3 true disciples, they used their own abilities to prove themselves. They needed time. Chen Qingzong, Elder Lin summons you. A deacon came to inform him. Elder Lin. Chen Zong was slightly startled. This Elder Lin was the elder who presided over the outer sect great competition. He was one of the elders with real power in the Blue Cloud sect. Why did he summon him? Chen Zong stood up and walked towards Elder Lin's cave. Inner sect disciple Chen Zong greets Elder Lin. Chen Zong saluted and said, Chen Zong? Elder Lin frowned slightly. Aren't you called Chen Qingzong? Replying to Elder, because of some unforeseen events in my family, I have to change my name. Chen Zong naturally could not say that he came from another world. He found a reason that sounded reasonable. Well, whether you are called Chen Qingzong or Chen Zong is fine. Do you know why this elder has summoned you? Elder Lin did not care about the name. It was just a name change. It was not a big deal. This disciple does not know. Chen Zong replied neither too fast nor too slow. Chen sect, you should know that Yang Chaofan is now the 4th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. As a true disciple, he will receive the most important training in the sect. Elder Lin chuckled. With your ability, you are also qualified to be a true disciple. However, you should know that no sect will nurture a disloyal disciple. Chen Zong nodded. This was normal. If he was the Blue Cloud sect leader, he would also have the same thought. Why should a person who was not loyal to the sect be nurtured with resources? Of course, this was referring to the important position of a true disciple. If it was an inner or outer sect disciple, the requirements would not be so strict. Now, the sect has a task for you. If you can complete it well, you will be ranked as the 5th true disciple. Elder Lin said, his eyes shining. This was equivalent to a test. Whether one was loyal or not was not something that could be determined in a short period of time. In fact, it was hard to say for a long time. After all, there were cases of people who were loyal for decades but suddenly turned against each other. If one was timid because of this, one would not be able to achieve anything. One had to make a choice. The so-called task this time was actually a test that Elder Lin fought for Chen Zong. If he could pass the test, Chen Zong would be qualified to be a true disciple. After all, Chen Zong's talent was really amazing. Although he did not master any talent ability, he gave people the feeling that he would not lose to Yang Chaofan. Chen Zong naturally would not reject a pillow given when he was sleepy. If he was qualified, it meant that there was a high possibility that he would be a true disciple. However, Chen Zong had to know what the task was. My Blue Cloud sect has 18 cities under its jurisdiction, but one of them is called Purple Cloud City. It is located at the border between our Blue Cloud sect and Purple Radiant sect. Elder Lin explained directly, Purple Cloud City is rich in purple cloud iron, a good material for forging weapons. It has attracted the covetous eyes of Purple Radiant sect, so they decided to enter and compete with our Blue Cloud sect. Since Purple Radiant sect did not send a transcendent, our Blue Cloud sect naturally will not send a transcendent either. Elder Lin said. Transcendents were the pillars of the sect, the main force. If they were sent out, it meant that the situation had escalated. Not to mention, the Blue Cloud sect and Purple Radiant sect were not the only 2 4-star forces in Dongchen. If a war broke out between the 2 sects, it would only benefit the other sects. Therefore, the competition for Purple Cloud City was carried out by disciples below the transcendent realm in the sect. The Blue Cloud sect's purpose was naturally to drive away the people of Purple Radiant sect and regain control of Purple Cloud City. Purple Radiant sect, on the other hand, wanted to take Purple Cloud City for themselves. This time, the sect will appoint you as the Pavilion Master of Purple Cloud City's Clear Cloud Pavilion. You will control Clear Cloud Pavilion and use your ability and strategy to seek benefits for the sect. Elder Lin said directly, "We do not ask you to drive away the people of Purple Radiant sect, but you must at least seize the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron. Are you willing to accept this task?" Elder Lin asked finally, his eyes blazing. Disciple is willing. Chen Zong thought for a moment and agreed. There were 4 4-star forces in Dongchen territory, each with a dozen or so cities under their jurisdiction. Each city was equivalent to the sect's property and was one of the sources of income. Therefore, the more cities there were, the more people there would be, and the more income there would be. In addition, some cities had local specialties that were also useful to the sect. Blue Cloud City had 18 cities under its jurisdiction, 17 of which began with the word blue. Only Purple Cloud City did not have one. First, Purple Cloud City was rich in Purple Cloud Iron, and second, Purple Cloud City had always been contested by the Purple Yao sect. There were many forces in Purple Cloud City, and the situation was more complicated than other cities. Among the many forces, the strongest were the Blue Cloud sect's Blue Cloud Pavilion and the Purple Yao sect's Purple Yao House. As for now, Chen Zong did not know because he had not yet arrived at Purple Cloud City and was still en route. Since Chen Zong had accepted this task, he had not been able to get any help from the Blue Cloud sect and had to rely on himself. Chen Zong did not have any objections to this. If he relied on himself, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. After all, Transcendence would not intervene in the competition in Purple Cloud City. Most people did not know Chen Zong's whereabouts. After walking down Blue Cloud Peak, Chen Zong used his movement skill. Mortal grade top grade movement skill, 1,000 miles mist. The 1,000 miles of cloud and mist was a movement technique that was very suitable for long-distance raids. Once it was used, the body would become light, just like a cloud of smoke. Once the true qi was activated, the body would quickly float forward. The speed was very fast. Using it to rush not only saved true qi, but also increased the speed. It was very outstanding. Of course, if used in battle, it would be somewhat inadequate. However, the original purpose of creating the 1,000 miles cloud was for long-distance travel. Activating the 1,000 miles of clouds, Chen Zong's entire body disappeared. Only a wisp of white smoke remained, as if it had been blown by a gust of wind. It was as light as a feather, floating forward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, only a wisp of smoke was left, and then it disappeared again. After cultivating the 1,000-mile mist to the perfection stage and also grasping a martial intent, when he used it, he would transform into a wisp of light smoke. It was very mystical, and his speed was also much faster. The Purple Cloud City was located at the border between the Blue Cloud sect and the Purple Brilliant sect. It was very far from the Blue Cloud Peak. With Chen Zong's speed, it would take him a few days to get there. In the main hall of the Clear Cloud Pavilion in the Purple Cloud City, a group of people took their seats. Acting Pavilion Master Lin Gu's face was dark and cold. There was some anger in the depths of his eyes as he coldly snorted. Immediately, the letter in his hand flew out like a blade and landed in the hands of one of the elders. That old man was none other than Clear Cloud Pavilion's Grand Elder, Lin Jingyi. When he opened the letter, his eyes widened in shock. Then, Lin Jingyi passed the letter to a middle-aged man. This man was the Clear Cloud Pavilion's second elder, Wang Yuan. After reading the letter, Wang Yuan slammed his palm on the table beside him, shattering it with a loud bang. They actually sent someone to be the pavilion master. Wang Yuan lowered his voice, but his tone was filled with anger. It is reasonable for the sect to send someone to be the pavilion master. Grand Elder Lin Jingyi was also filled with anger, but he did not lose his composure. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "However, at the time when the new batch of Purple Cloud Iron is about to be mined, the Purple Cloud Iron is of great importance. It is also related to our interests. No matter what, it cannot be taken away." Third Elder Wang Han also spoke. He and second elder Wang Yuan were brothers. Acting Pavilion Master Lin Gu was the most unhappy. Other than the purple cloud iron, it was also related to the Pavilion Master position. Although he was the acting Pavilion Master, at the current stage, he was the Pavilion Master. Now that the sect had sent someone to take over the Pavilion Master position, it was equivalent to taking away his power. Pavilion Master, please don't be angry. Seeing through Lin Gu's thoughts, Lin Jing said with a sinister smile, right now, the Clear Cloud Pavilion is our Clear Cloud Pavilion. If the person sent by the sect is honest, we will let him be the Pavilion Master for once. If he doesn't, fighting with the brilliant purple house will result in death. Hearing this, Lin Gu's brows immediately relaxed. The other two elders also laughed. That's right, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was now completely under their control. Every year, at least half of the purple cloud iron that they obtained would be secretly sold off by them. The profits would naturally belong to them, and because the amount of purple cloud iron sold each time wasn't much, it wasn't easy to be found out. In addition, there were many factions in the Purple Cloud City, and the situation was complicated. The Blue Cloud sect did not need the purple cloud iron to survive, so they did not pay too much attention to it. However, not paying too much attention to it did not mean that they would give up. Therefore, the Blue Cloud sect issued such a mission. Elder Lin fought for Chenzong. Not long after, the acting Pavilion Master and the 3 elders of the Clear Cloud Pavilion had agreed on everything. If the person sent by the sect was honest, he would be the Pavilion Master until the time limit was up. If not, they would kill him with a borrowed knife. A horse would not get fat without eating at night, and a man would not get rich without a windfall. No one could stop them from seeking benefits. Time flew, and in a flash, a few days had passed. A wisp of smoke came with the wind and quickly approached. The smoke dissipated, revealing a figure. It was Chenzong. In front of Chenzong, there was a tall ancient city wall. In the middle of the wall was a huge city gate with the words Purple Cloud written on it. Purple Cloud City. Standing outside the city, Chenzong could feel a trace of chaos, indicating that the situation in the Purple Cloud City was indeed more complicated. Taking a step forward, he strode into the Purple Cloud City. There was no one guarding the gate of the Purple Cloud City, so people could enter and leave freely. However, compared to other cities, this place was more chaotic. If an ordinary person entered or left the Purple Cloud City, they could be killed. Chenzong stepped into the Purple Cloud City. Suddenly, many eyes swept over him like tigers and wolves, staring at Chenzong with malicious intent. Hey, kid, where did you come from? What are you doing here? Immediately, someone strode over, blocked Chenzong's way, and asked impolitely. Where is the Clear Cloud Pavilion? Chenzong did not answer the other person's question, but asked back. The Clear Cloud Pavilion, you are from the Clear Cloud Pavilion? The man's face was serious, and his tone was very different from before. The Clear Cloud Pavilion was one of the 2 strongest forces in the Purple Cloud City. The other 3 forces could barely compete with it. If the other person was really from the Clear Cloud Pavilion, he did not dare to provoke him, or else he would implicate the gang behind him. Ha ha ha, little brother, keep walking forward, and you see. The man's mind turned, and he immediately put on a smile. After hearing this, Chenzong walked forward. The streets of the Purple Cloud City were very wide, but they were broken everywhere. Potholes were everywhere, and no one came to repair them. It was not easy to walk normally, and if it rained, it was even more uncomfortable for ordinary people. Even if it was repaired, it was useless. Battles could break out at any time, and the ground would still be damaged. Moreover, there were many forces in the city, and it was very complicated. No one was willing to take on this responsibility and waste their time. Not only were the streets broken, but there were also many collapsed houses, as if they were withering in the wind, telling the story of the destruction caused by the past battles. The broken streets and collapsed houses let Chenzong know more about the chaos in the Purple Cloud City. Turning the corner of the street, a sharp wind suddenly broke out, tearing the air and piercing the eardrums. He saw a broken sword shoot towards Chenzong like an arrow. Chenzong tilted his head slightly, and the broken sword flew past his ear. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Who dared to attack him? In the end, it turned out that it was not someone who deliberately wanted to kill him, but there were two parties fighting in the distance, and the broken sword was shot by one of them. Qinzong was slightly stunned, and then he did not pay attention to it. Conflicts like this were not uncommon in the Purple Cloud City. Sometimes, it was normal to be accidentally injured or even killed. If the person who was accidentally injured or killed was an ordinary person or a cultivator who did not have any backing, they could only accept it. Qinzong was not a violent person. Otherwise, with the attack of the broken sword just now, he would have killed both parties. Since it was not an attack, and he was not injured, Qinzong did not pay attention to it. He walked over casually, and the people who were hiding in the distance were horrified. In this kind of situation, people would usually hide as far away as possible. Who would send themselves forward? Did they want to die faster? No attack could fall on Qinzong, as if he was not a person, but a wisp of smoke. In a flash, when everyone was in a trance, Qinzong's figure had disappeared. After about 10 breaths, Qinzong stopped. In front of him was a pavilion that was more than 20 meters high. The words "Clear Cloud Pavilion" were written on the plaque. It was the destination of Qinzong's trip. He stepped into the pavilion, but was stopped directly. "This is the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Who are you?" The person who stopped Qinzong was a guard of the pavilion. "Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion." Qinzong replied directly. "Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion? Haha, what a joke. If you are the Pavilion Master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, then I am the Sect Master of the Blue Cloud Sect." This guard was also a member of the Blue Cloud Sect, but he was a cultivator recruited by the Clear Cloud Pavilion. He had never been to the Blue Cloud Sect in his life, and probably had no chance to go to the Blue Cloud Sect. "Where is the acting Pavilion Master? Ask him to come out." Qinzong frowned slightly and said, "Who do you think you are? You want to see our Pavilion Master? Get out while I'm still in a good mood, or I'll make your blood splatter." The guard's expression changed, and he shouted fiercely. His hand pressed on the hilt of the saber at his waist, and his murderous aura rushed towards Qinzong. Qinzong frowned again. This Clear Cloud Pavilion was different from what he had imagined. "Get out of here." Seeing that Qinzong had no intention of leaving, the guard was furious. He unsheathed his saber, and the saber light was shocking. He directly attacked without mercy. The saber light abruptly halted in midair and dissipated. Qinzong took a step forward, brushing past the guard as he walked into the Green Cloud Pavilion. That guard maintained his posture of slashing out with his saber, remaining motionless as a bright red dot appeared in the center of his brows. Although the guard was a member of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, and to a certain extent, was his subordinate, Qinzong did not hesitate to kill. The battle here was fast, but the aura of the guard still alarmed the others in the Clear Cloud Pavilion. They rushed out one by one, and when they saw the guard on the ground and the blood, their expressions changed. Their murderous aura surged, and they quickly surrounded Qinzong. The atmosphere was murderous and tense. "What are you doing? Stop it." A shout was heard, and a sharp gaze fell on Qinzong's face. The third elder, Wang Han, had arrived. "Young friend, what brings you to the Clear Cloud Pavilion?" In fact, Wang Han had already guessed it. Qinzong took out the sect's order and said, "I was sent by the sect." "You should have received the news. So you're the new Pavilion Master sent by the sect." Wang Han pretended to be surprised and immediately scolded the people around him. "All of you, apologize to our new Pavilion Master immediately and ask for his forgiveness. Otherwise, even I can't save you." It sounded good, but Qinzong felt that the tone was a little strange. It was as if he didn't take him seriously. The others looked at each other. Only the acting Pavilion Master and a few elders knew about the new Pavilion Master, but since Elder Wang Han said so, they had to do as he said. Qinzong didn't intend to pursue the matter. There was no need to. Wang Han led the way and Qinzong followed. They stepped into the Clear Cloud Pavilion to meet the others. The new Pavilion Master. The new Pavilion Master sent by the Blue Cloud Sect. "I have a bad feeling. Something big is going to happen." The people of the Clear Cloud Pavilion below started to discuss. They weren't idiots. However, that was a matter for the higher-ups. It wasn't something they could get involved in. If they were careless, they would be smashed to pieces. It was better to do their own things and pretend that they didn't know anything. Chenzong saw the other two elders of the clear cloud pavilion. The third elder, Wang Han, was all smiles, giving people a kind feeling. The second elder, Wang Yuan, had a cold face, as if he was a creditor. The first elder, on the other hand, had a wise and far-sighted appearance, as if he was a scheming old fox. As for the acting pavilion master, Ling Gu, he was shrewd but not that deep. Although he tried to hide his emotions, Chenzong still found some clues. Dissatisfaction. Although the acting pavilion master and the three elders behaved differently, Chenzong was not a young boy. He could tell the dissatisfaction in the depths of their hearts when he interacted with them. However, after thinking about it, Chenzong could understand. The heavens are high and the emperor is far away. I am the master. It was obvious that the current clear cloud pavilion had changed. It had become a tool for the acting pavilion master and the three elders. However, Chenzong did not say anything. He had just arrived, and Chenzong was not clear about the situation in Purple Cloud City. He needed to understand it first. The three elders prepared the so-called welcoming banquet for Chenzong, while Chenzong walked out of the clear cloud pavilion, intending to look around. Acting pavilion master Ling Gu immediately sent someone to follow Chenzong. On the surface, he was acting as a tour guide, but in reality, he was monitoring Chenzong's every move. Chenzong didn't refuse this. Chenzong directly asked, "Tell me about the current situation in Purple Cloud City." Sun Ming smiled and said, "Lord Pavilion Master, I'm just a small character. How would I know such things?" He could be considered Ling Gu's confidant. Chenzong didn't continue to ask because he could see that Sun Ming was just being perfunctory. Then Chenzong strolled around, and Sun Ming followed closely. Sun Ming suddenly turned around and found that the new pavilion master had disappeared. This was naturally Chenzong's intention to leave. With the 1,000-mile cloud art, it couldn't be easier to silently leave a 7th-level Foundation Realm cultivator. Damn it! Sun Ming was extremely angry. He destroyed the house next to him and quickly returned to the clear cloud pavilion. He didn't know what the consequences would be, so he had to report it. Third Elder Wang Han laughed and said, "Hee hee, it looks like our new pavilion master is very restless. It's his first time here, and he came with a mission from the sect. It's understandable that he wants to achieve something." The first elder, Lin Jingyi, chuckled. He had a scheming appearance, it doesn't matter. Let him do as he pleases. This is the situation in Purple Cloud City. It will not be difficult to find out. As long as he obediently cooperates with us after he returns. If he doesn't cooperate, I'll kill him and frame the brilliant purple pavilion. Wang Yuan's face was filled with murderous intent. Ling Gu smiled and waved his hand. Prepare a welcoming banquet and let our new pavilion master enjoy it. Of course, they wouldn't dare to kill Chenzong unless they had to. After all, he was someone sent by the sect. If he died here, it would attract the attention of the other sect members. If they accidentally leaked the information, they wouldn't have a good ending. However, if the new pavilion master didn't cooperate and insisted on going against them, then they could only kill him. As for the consequences, they could think about it later. After half a day, Chenzong slowly returned. He had basically inquired about the situation in Purple Cloud City. The chaos in Purple Cloud City could be seen at a glance. There were fights everywhere, and it was possible to see people dying everywhere. Therefore, except for some secret matters, Chenzong already knew most of the things. There were more than 20 forces in Purple Cloud City. Among them, the 5 strongest forces were the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple Pavilion, and the 3 Great Families. However, the 3 Great Families were slightly inferior to the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Brilliant Purple Pavilion. But in general, the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple Pavilion, and the 3 Great Families were 2-star forces. The other 20 forces were all 1-star forces. As for the unrated forces, they weren't included. After all, they were very weak and had a poor foundation. The current situation was that the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple Pavilion, the 3 Great Families Alliance, and the 21-star Forces Alliance were the 4 pillars of the tripod. The 4 pillars of the tripod were the so-called 4 Great Families. They formed a balance. If one of them was affected, it might lead to a war. At that time, there would be a lot of casualties. This was something that no one wanted to see. The purple cloud iron was a special product of Purple Cloud City. It was mined once a year. The four forces worked together to distribute it. The Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Brilliant Purple Pavilion each got 30%. The three great families and the 21 Star Forces Alliance each got 20%. This distribution method had been going on for several years. The sect gave Chenzong the task to obtain 50% of the Purple Cloud City's distribution rights. As for how to do it, it was all up to Chenzong's ability. The sect wouldn't help him. Chenzong started to think. He organized the information he had obtained and deduced what to do. Pavilion Master Chen, please. The acting Pavilion Master, Ling Gu, invited him with a smile. The main hall of the Clear Cloud Pavilion had been decorated beautifully. There were all kinds of good wine and delicious food. Although Chenzong was the Pavilion Master, the one sitting on the main seat was still the acting Pavilion Master, Ling Gu. The three elders also took their seats without any objections. Chenzong's seat was below the three elders. Seating was a very complicated thing. One's status was closely related to one's seat. Logically speaking, Chenzong was the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master's seat should belong to him. But now, it seemed that he wasn't as good as the three elders. In an instant, the other Clear Cloud Pavilion members in the main hall all understood the situation. Chenzong's expression didn't change. Come, let's drink. The acting Pavilion Master, Ling Gu, raised his wine cup and gestured to everyone. Then, he looked at Chenzong and said, Pavilion Master Chen, let's drink 3 cups first. I don't drink. Chenzong smiled. Don't drink? No, Chenzong was actually quite fond of drinking. But it depended on who he drank with. Not just anyone, Chenzong was willing to drink. Ling Gu's arm paused. His face was full of displeasure. A cold and murderous aura spread out. The three elders looked at Chenzong. Their expressions were different, but there was a trace of coldness in the depths of their eyes. The other members of the Clear Cloud Pavilion who were about to drink were also shocked and stopped. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. It's understandable that you don't drink. Let's eat. Great Elder Lin Jingyi suddenly spoke with a smile on his face. The atmosphere also eased up. Third Elder Wang Han clapped his hands lightly. Immediately, waves of fragrant wind blew. One by one, beautiful and graceful girls in translucent pink muslin dresses floated in like pink clouds. Under the translucent muslin dresses, there was a beautiful body that was faintly discernible, making people forget to leave. Although Chenzong looked at them, his eyes were clear. He wasn't affected at all. A total of 12 girls danced gracefully, making people intoxicated. When the dance ended, the 2 most beautiful girls floated to Chenzong like clouds and sat on Chenzong's left and right. Ha 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 ha, Pavilion Master Chen, these sisters were carefully selected by us for you. Ling Gu laughed loudly. His words were simple and straightforward. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Chenzong said neither quickly nor slowly. Beauty was like wine, but it had to be drunk on the right person. Chenzong wasn't a heartless person, but if he had something in his heart, he wouldn't lose his composure. Not to mention, the other party didn't have good intentions. With a bang, Ling Gu smashed the table with his palm. His face was full of anger. A powerful aura spread out, knocking everything around him away. I kindly invited you to a banquet, but you didn't drink. I gave you beauties, but you didn't want them. What do you want? Ling Gu lost control and roared. Lin Jingyi's eyes flashed with disappointment. Ling Gu's temperament wasn't suitable to be a pavilion master, even if he was the acting pavilion master. After all, he was easily irritable. For example, Chenzong's arrival made Ling Gu feel uneasy. Although they had discussed it, he still felt that way. This banquet sounded nice, but it was a trap. If Chenzong drank the wine and accepted the beauties, then it was equivalent to them saying that they wouldn't participate in this matter and would just be a puppet pavilion master. However, Chenzong refused to drink the wine and rejected the beauties. 2 rejections were equivalent to sending a signal that he wouldn't compromise. Naturally, Ling Gu was furious. What, you want to go against your superior? Chen Zong's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at Lin Gu. Going against my superior, ha 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 ha. Lin Gu couldn't stop laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You, a mere brat, think you have some talent. At this point, it was time to shed all pretense of cordiality. The three elders all stood up and their powerful auras locked onto Chen Zong. Lin Gu and the three elders' cultivation levels weren't low. They were all at the 9th layer of the foundation realm and weren't weak. They felt like they could suppress Chen Zong with their strength alone. Chen. Pavilion Master, please get up and come with us. It won't be good if we accidentally break your little arms and legs. Sun Ming and the other 7th level foundation realm cultivator walked up to Chen Zong with sneers on their faces. The two beautiful girls immediately fled in panic. Actually, as a member of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, just do your part well and the Blue Cloud sect won't forget you. If there is a chance, you can truly become a part of the Blue Cloud sect. Chen Zong stood up and calmly spoke. His expression was calm, and there was no trace of nervousness or fear on his face. Sun Ming sneered and said, "Hee hee, who do you think you are? A mere brat like you thinks you can represent the Blue Cloud sect? Stop talking nonsense and surrender, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The other 7th level foundation realm cultivator sneered. He directly reached out and grabbed Chen Zong's shoulder like a tiger. The tiger claw was filled with terrifying true energy and could easily crush steel. The acting pavilion master Lin Gu and the three elders all sneered. The other pavilion members naturally wouldn't stop them. From the beginning, they were all on Lin Gu and the three elders' side. Here, Chen Zong was alone and helpless. Yes, on the surface, Chen Zong was indeed alone and helpless, but he still had his sword. With his sword in hand, he could make the world his enemy. So what? Chen Zong didn't dodge the tiger claw and his shoulder was directly grabbed. The person's face was filled with a grin. He wanted to give Chen Zong a taste of his power, but he found that his tiger claw was blocked by a powerful force. He couldn't move Chen Zong at all. With a bang, the 7th level foundation realm cultivator flew out and coughed out blood. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be shocked. Sun Ming immediately attacked as well. He punched out mercilessly towards Chen Zong's chest. A sword light flashed in front of his eyes. Sun Ming only felt an extremely shocking sharpness piercing through the air and directly sending him flying. An intense pain of his body being torn apart swept through his entire body. Bastard! The second elder, Wang Yuan, was furious. He jumped up and raised his palm like a knife. His genuine qi surged and condensed into a knife light, which cut the air. In a flash, it cut a dozen meters away and slashed toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong could feel the overwhelming power and murderous intent contained in this strike. Lin Gu, the first elder, and the third elder had no intention of stopping him. Clearly, they had already decided to kill Chen Zong here. As for the rest, they would deal with it later. In an instant, Chen Zong understood his opponent's plan. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. The great white sword was unsheathed, but the blade was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a white sword light that pierced through the air. Second Elder Wang Yuan's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Foundation realm. His high-grade mortal saber art was at the peak of the large success stage. When he used his full strength, his power was not weak. Even so, he was no match for Chen Zong's sword. The saber light was instantly pierced through and shattered. The sword also pierced through Wang Yuan's throat, coming out from the back of his neck. "Big brother!" Wang Han roared in shock. His eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He leaped forward and pounced. His seemingly fat body displayed astonishing agility and power. He crossed his arms and his entire body was like a meteorite as he ruthlessly smashed towards Chen Zong. He wanted to smash Chen Zong into pieces. Wang Han's cultivation was the same as Wang Yuan's. They were both at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Foundation realm. His full-strength attack was even more terrifying. A shocking pressure surged out, and the table in front of Chen Zong cracked and shattered. Cracks appeared on the ground around him, and the pillar behind him cracked. Chen Zong didn't move at all and slashed out with his sword. The white sword light was like a bird flapping its wings. In an instant, it tore through Wang Han's genuine qi and pierced through his round body. Wang Han's body paused in the air and fell before Qinzong. His life force had been extinguished. In just a few breaths of time, Wang Yuan and Wang Han both died. They were both at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Foundation realm, but when they used their full strength, they couldn't even block one strike from Qinzong. At this moment, Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi's hearts sank and a chill emerged from the depths of their hearts. Only now did they realize that they had all underestimated Qinzong. To be able to kill a mid-stage 9th level Foundation realm cultivator with one strike, his strength was very terrifying. Even among the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciples, he was definitely one of the top. He was someone that the Blue Cloud sect valued. Thinking about this, Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi's hearts sank even more. They felt even more uneasy. How could they touch a disciple that was valued by the sect? As long as something happened, the sect would immediately send someone to investigate. At that time, how could they hide it? Thinking about this, Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi felt an inexplicable sense of fear. After Qinzong killed Wang Yuan and Wang Han, his sharp gaze swept past Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi. Then he slashed out with his sword. The sword light split into two and flew by like two white birds. It was so fast that Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi didn't even have time to react. The two of them only felt a sharp pain in their ears that quickly spread. The sword light disappeared and a red dot appeared on their earlobes. In other words, if Qinzong wanted to kill them, that sword strike from before was sufficient to kill them all in an instant before they could even react. Thinking about this, Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi's bodies trembled. Their faces turned pale and their hearts palpitated. Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi's cultivation levels were both higher than Wang Yuan and Wang Han's. One was at the late stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation realm, while the other was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation realm. However, they only cultivated high-grade mortal martial arts, so they couldn't compare to Qinzong. Qinzong's cultivation was at the peak of the early stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation realm, but he cultivated a top-quality mortal cultivation method. Adding on the top-quality mortal sword intent, even if he didn't use his full strength, his power was still very terrifying. Killing them would only take a single thought. The reason he didn't kill them was because they still had some use. Of course, if they weren't willing to cooperate, Qinzong wouldn't mind killing them all. At most, he would just have to spend some effort to promote some people. The sect has appointed me as the pavilion master. Do you have any objections? Qinzong sheathed his white sword and walked up to Ling Gu. His tone was indifferent, but there was an indescribable aura to it. Although he was staring at Ling Gu, his question was also directed at everyone in the hall. Ling Gu opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. This contrast was completely different from what he expected. The impact was too big, so he couldn't react. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lin Jingyi quickly reacted and saluted. In the Clear Cloud Pavilion, Ling Gu was the acting pavilion master, but he mostly listened to Lin Jingyi's opinion. Seeing Lin Jingyi bow, although Ling Gu was unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey. He was afraid he would be killed like Wang Yuan and Wang Han. From Qinzong's calm eyes, Ling Gu could see how decisive he was. Seeing Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi bow and call Qinzong pavilion master, the other members naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They also bowed and called him pavilion master. Among these members, aside from the acting pavilion master and the three elders, there were also a few 9th layer Foundation realm cultivators. They were the main force of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Everyone, rise. Qinzong sat on the pavilion lord's seat, his aura was naturally dignified. Beneath his calm eyes was an extremely sharp gaze. He slowly swept his gaze across. I know that you are only temporarily surrendering. Perhaps, you are still thinking about how to deal with me after this. It doesn't matter. We don't dare, we don't dare. They all shouted. Of course, they were saying they didn't dare, but what they were thinking in their hearts was another matter. However, you all have to understand one thing. Qinzong's eyes suddenly shot out an incomparably sharp light. It was like a sword being unsheathed. No one dared to look directly at him. Those with lower cultivation levels trembled. A cold voice came from Qinzong's mouth. When the time comes, I won't show any mercy. Everyone's heart trembled. They only felt a chill pass through their bodies like a sharp blade, and a chill spread throughout their bodies. Chenzong waved his hand and told the higher-ups to stay. The rest of the members left. Let's talk about the current situation, Chenzong said directly. Although he had done some research, it wasn't comprehensive enough. He needed a deeper understanding. Under the pressure, Lin Jingyi began to explain. In addition to what Chenzong knew, there were also things that Chenzong didn't know. Chenzong didn't speak. He just listened. His mind was constantly turning. He was thinking about how to complete the sex mission in the shortest time possible, or even better. In the end, this was just a mission. Chenzong was only temporary as the pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. It wouldn't last long. Everyone left, leaving only Chenzong alone in the main hall. He continued to think. Compared to cultivation, Chenzong didn't like to deal with this kind of thing. He wasn't good at it either. But now that he had accepted the mission from the sect and was the pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion, he had to plan and complete the mission beautifully. Then, he would be qualified to become the 5th core disciple. Uncle, are we just going to give in like this? Lingu was very unwilling to give up. His heart was filled with rage. Especially when he thought about how he had bowed down in front of Chenzong today, he felt even more humiliated. We misjudged his strength. Lin Jingyi's face was cold. Previously, they thought that although Chenzong was an inner sect disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match for them. After all, he looked very young, probably around 15 or 16 years old. At best, he was at the 7th layer of the Foundation realm. At most, he would be at the 8th layer of the Foundation realm. They didn't expect him to kill the 2nd elder and 3rd elder with one strike. Even the head elder, who was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation realm, couldn't resist. Their misjudgment caused them to fall into a passive position. There are only 3 ways now. Lin Jingyi's eyes lit up. First, let go of the unwillingness in our hearts, respect him as the pavilion master, and listen to his orders. He is just a brat. So what if he is talented? Can he handle everything in the Clear Cloud Pavilion? When the time comes, he will still have to rely on us. Second, we pretend to be obedient. This can be considered an extension of the first method. We will force him to pay attention to us, and when the time comes, the power will return to our hands. Lin Jingyi's eyes once again flickered with a shrewd light. Soon after, a trace of viciousness flashed across his face. The third method is to ask your uncle to take action and directly suppress him. Clear Cloud Pavilion covered an area of several square meters. In addition to a 20-meter-tall pavilion, there was also a backyard with many independent small courtyards. These were the residences of the upper echelons of Clear Cloud Pavilion. Now that Chenzong was the pavilion master, the best courtyard, Clear Cloud Courtyard, naturally belonged to him. The courtyard was deep and had a small pond with lotus flowers. Beside the pond was a small pavilion. Chenzong sat in the pavilion, quietly comprehending the Heart Sword Sutra. Now that he had cultivated the 3 top-grade mortal-level cultivation methods and martial skills to the highest point, he had grasped a martial intent. If he wanted to improve any further, it would be incomparably difficult. But the Heart Sword Sutra was broad and profound. After several months of meditation, he had only managed to comprehend a tiny bit of it. Even if it was only a tiny bit, it was still a considerable harvest. Chenzong was very clear that compared to other secret arts and martial arts, the Heart Sword Sutra was his foundation and the most important thing. At this time, the courtyard door was pushed open and a black-robed figure strode in. As the black-robed figure stepped in, a tyrannical aura filled the air. It blew over like a gale, causing the sand and stones in the courtyard to fly, the trees in the corner to sway, the water in the pond to ripple, and the lotus leaves on the pond to sway crazily. As soon as the black-robed man approached the courtyard, Chenzong already knew. At a glance, Chenzong also clearly saw the appearance of this black-robed man. He didn't look young, estimated to be 50 or 60 years old. His appearance was somewhat similar to Clear Cloud Pavilion's great elder Lin Jingyi. Chenzong guessed that he had some relationship with Lin Jingyi. Moreover, the aura fluctuations of this person were very mysterious, making Chenzong feel that they were not fluctuations of true qi, but rather more powerful. This kind of aura fluctuations were shockingly spirit energy fluctuations. This person is a transcendent? Chenzong couldn't help but be surprised. After all, according to the standards of Blue Wave's world, only transcendent realm masters could grasp spirit energy. Soon after, Chenzong recalled that this place was not the Blue Wave's world, but the spiritual martial sacred world. It was a world of a higher level than the Blue Wave's world. In Blue Wave's world, the symbol of stepping into the transcendent realm was spirit chi and true meaning, both of which were indispensable. As for the pseudo-transcendent realm, it referred to cultivators who had mastered pseudo-spirit chi and minor true meaning. However, in the Linggu holy world, the hallmark of a transcendent realm master was their spirit energy and transcendent secret force. Between the two, neither could be missing. Only by grasping both would one be able to become a transcendent. However, comparatively speaking, the latter was more difficult. After all, there weren't many people like young Chao Fan, who was born extraordinary and grasped extraordinary secret powers. Spirit energy was much easier to grasp than transcendent secret force, therefore, those below the transcendent realm who could grasp spirit energy were called half-step transcendents. After coming here for more than 3 months, Chenzong was already very clear about one point. Late-stage foundation establishment realm was comparable to pseudo-transcendence of Blue Wave's world, and the half-step transcendence here might not be as strong as the true transcendence of Blue Wave's world, but they were not inferior by much. The black-robed old man had a tall and muscular physique. His hands were clasped behind his back as he walked step by step towards Chenzong. A raging wind howled as a terrifying aura directly slammed into Chenzong. It was as though an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Did Lin Jingyi and Lin Gu send you here? Not only was Chenzong not suppressed, he even asked in a tone that was neither light nor heavy, neither fast nor slow. The black-robed old man glared, and an even more violent aura surged out from his body. One could faintly hear a terrifying roar, as if 10,000 beasts were roaring. Unfortunately, all of this seemed to be useless, and did not have the slightest effect on Chenzong. Not to mention a half-step transcendent, even a true transcendent realm master would find it difficult to affect Chenzong with just their aura. Young man, you're very good. The black-robed old man spoke with a vigorous voice, like rolling thunder, exploding in Chenzong's ears, but you're too young. You have talent, but you don't know how to deal with people. This is not good, you'll suffer losses. Oh, then how can I not suffer losses? Chenzong couldn't help but find it funny, and asked in a neither too fast nor too slow manner. This calm attitude suddenly made the black-robed old man a little surprised. One had to know that he was a half-step transcendent realm master, one of the top masters in Purple Cloud City, while the other party was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Even if his cultivation talent was outstanding, so what? At best, he was only at the 9th layer of the Foundation realm. A 15 or 16-year-old 9th layer Foundation realm master was indeed amazing, but the gap between him and a half-step transcendent was huge. First of all, in terms of true chi and spirit energy, the difference was at least 10 times, which meant the difference in explosive power was also 10 times. Even if he didn't use any martial arts, just his spirit energy alone was enough to suppress the other party. If he used any martial arts, it would be even more terrifying. After all, using true chi to activate martial arts and using spirit energy to activate martial arts were two different concepts. The difference was not 10 times, but 10 times or even 20 times. As for Chenzong being a half-step transcendent, that was impossible. According to the black-robed old man's knowledge, there was no such young half-step transcendent in the Blue Cloud sect. The sect sent you here, so just focus on being the pavilion master. Don't interfere with other matters. When the time comes, you will receive your share of benefits. The black-robed old man threw away the trace of doubt in his heart. His eyes were as majestic as thunder as he stared at Chenzong and spoke word by word. Another vermin. Chenzong laughed involuntarily and stood up. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The black-robed old man was angry. He was Lin Gu's uncle and Lin Jingyi's brother, Lin Jingchun. In a fit of rage, Lin Jingchun struck out with his palm. The momentum surged like a thunderclap, carrying an extremely terrifying aura as it blasted towards the pavilion. The astonishing palm pressure caused the pavilion to directly collapse, instantly shattering into pieces as if it had been swept away by a storm. Although he was angry, Lin Jingchen didn't use his full strength because he didn't dare. His purpose was only to teach Qinzong a lesson, suppress him and make him behave. He didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, if the sex masters were to investigate this matter, no one would have a good ending. A half-step transcendent was indeed very strong, but compared to a true transcendent, the difference was like heaven and earth. A white light flashed in front of Qinzong's eyes and he vaguely heard the sharp cry of a swan. A sword light pierced through the air and split the palm strike apart. Lin Jingchen was shocked. He had only used 30% of his strength in this palm strike, but 30% of his spiritual energy was still terrifying. It was enough to suppress or even kill an ordinary 9th-layer Foundation Realm cultivator. Qinzong was an important disciple of the Blue Cloud sect and was definitely a genius. His strength was naturally not something an ordinary 9th-layer Foundation Realm cultivator could compare to, but he expected that 30% of his spiritual energy would be enough to suppress him. He never imagined that a palm strike with 30% of his strength would be split apart by a single sword strike. "Who are you?" Lin Jingchuan's heart became more and more dignified. That trace of doubt appeared again. Could it be that you're one of the 3 true disciples? Qinzong couldn't help but be speechless. Even the 3 true disciples were involved. "No, I've seen 3 true disciples. It's definitely not you." Lin Jingchen shook his head. Immediately, an ominous glint flashed across his eyes as he stimulated 50% of his spiritual energy and sent out another palm strike. In addition to using 50% of his spiritual energy, this palm strike also contained a mortal-level high-grade martial skill. The palm strike contained a terrifying force that made the power even more condensed. Qinzong frowned slightly. The power of this strike was really strong. According to the standards of the Blue Waves world, if one didn't count the true meaning, it was equivalent to an early first-layer mortal realm attack. It was indeed terrifying. The mortal-level top-grade illusory fog sky cloud's true chi was indeed astonishing, but it still couldn't compare to the opponent's spiritual energy. The level of a martial skill and realm only affected one's true chi. It didn't affect the strength of a half-step transcendent spiritual energy. At most, it would affect the efficiency of transforming it into spiritual energy. If one wanted to increase the power of their spiritual energy, they could only cultivate spiritual-level martial skills. Qinzong knew that even if he stimulated the power of his true chi to the extreme and used the wind beheading sword will, it would still be difficult for him to match this palm strike. This was the absolute difference in power. However, there was a flaw in the opponent's palm strike. Following the flaw, Qinzong used all his strength and used the wind beheading sword will to attack. A flaw would cause the power to be infinitely weakened. Under this sword strike, even the flowing wind could be easily cut open. That kind of sharpness was unparalleled. Lin Jingchen was shocked to the extreme. Even a palm strike with 50% of his true strength was cut open. He couldn't believe it. "You've given me 2 moves, and I'll give you 1 back." Qinzong's voice was heard. Soon after, Bai Hongjian raised his sword in front of him. His calm eyes suddenly emitted an extremely shocking sharpness, causing Lin Jingchuan's eyelids to tremble. His heart could not help but skip a beat as if a great horror was coming. Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized all of his spiritual energy. His palms were filled with spiritual energy as he waved them repeatedly to set up layers of defense in front of him. The layers stacked up and turned into a solid shield that was incomparably sturdy. It was a transcendent stage high mortal level martial skill, Shield Palm. It was a pure defensive martial skill. Lin Jingchen believed that even if his opponent used any trump cards, he could still defend against it. At the same time, Qinzong swung his sword in an ordinary manner. There seemed to be a stream of light flowing through the body of the sword that was like autumn water, making the sword even colder. The moment the sword was swung, it had crossed dozens of meters and went straight for Lin Jingchen. Lin Jingchuan's eyes widened. He vaguely saw a faint stream of light that was almost transparent flash, and his heart palpitated for no reason. With a cracking sound, the shield palm that he performed with all his might was cut open. After the terrifying force cut open the shield palm, it also cut open his protective spiritual energy and mortal-level high inner armor. It was like a hot knife through butter, and nothing could stop it. Lin Jingchen was sent flying. There was a sword mark on his chest that was dripping with blood. That. That's. Lin Jingchun stopped in his tracks. His body was trembling, and his face was pale. He stammered, super. Transcendent, a foundation-building stage cultivator had mastered a transcendent secret power that even he did not have. Terrifying, horrifying, unimaginable, it was only at this moment that Lin Jingchun realized what kind of monster he had provoked. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had already mastered a transcendent secret power. He was sure that it was a real transcendent secret power, not a half-step transcendent secret power. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to cut open his protective spiritual energy. He was no match for him. He was no match for him once he used a transcendent secret power. He could not even feel that kind of power, let alone defend against it. Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi were waiting not far from Blue Cloud Courtyard, waiting for Lin Jingchuan's good news. About a moment later, Lin Jingchuan's figure appeared in front of them. The two of them were overjoyed at first and quickly rushed forward to greet him, but then their footsteps faltered as a look of horror appeared on their faces. They saw that Lin Jingchuan's robe had been torn and a sword mark had been left on his chest. Although the blood had stopped flowing, they were certain it was a wound. Lin Jingchun was a half-step transcendent realm master, yet he had actually been injured. Had he been injured by Qinzhong, or had the Blue Cloud sect actually sent a master to secretly protect Qinzhong? Great uncle, big brother, shocked, Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi called out in unison. Remember, from now on, you must wholeheartedly assist the pavilion master, no disloyalty, otherwise, the pavilion master won't even need to lift a finger. I'll personally send you on your way. Lin Jingchun interrupted the two of them, his tone extremely stern. Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi were completely stunned, they didn't know what had happened and why it was completely different from what they had planned. Remember, the pavilion master's power is not something you can imagine. Don't have any other thoughts, otherwise, only death awaits you. Lin Jingchun took a deep breath and spoke again, his tone solemn. Wholeheartedly assist the pavilion master and develop our Blue Cloud Pavilion is the right path. Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi listened to Lin Jingchun's words and were completely dumbfounded. He felt that Lin Jingchun had been brainwashed after entering the Blue Cloud Courtyard. Whether you understand now or not, you must remember my words, do you hear me? Lin Jingchun didn't explain in detail and instead emphasized in an extremely domineering tone, his tyrannical aura filling the air and falling on Ling Gu and Lin Jingyi, causing them to almost collapse. Lin Jingchun was Lin Jingyi's eldest brother and Ling Gu's uncle. His words were majestic and the two of them didn't dare disobey. Seeing the change in their expressions, Lin Jingchuan's tone also softened. Remember, don't have any disloyalty, you must also believe that I won't harm you. In the future, there will be benefits. You're quite sensible. Qinzhong withdrew his spiritual awareness. The conversation between Lin Jingchun, Lin Jingyi, and Ling Gu was all under Qinzhong's control. Lin Jingchun was indeed very powerful. His half-step transcendent strength was very strong. It could be said that he was comparable to the pseudo-transcendents ranked in the top 3 of Blue Wave's world. One had to know that the pseudo-transcendents ranked in the top 3 would not only temper their pseudo-spirit chi to an incomparably pure level, they would also be able to grasp many minor true meanings. Although Qinzhong was not weak, there was still a huge gap between his cultivation base and that of a half-step transcendent. If he attacked with his full strength, even if he could see the flaws in his opponent's martial arts, it would be difficult for him to fight against his opponent. This was because his opponent's strength and speed were far superior to his. Fortunately, the 3 months of secluded cultivation in the sect had allowed him to comprehend the surface of the Heartsword Sutra. He had then integrated it into his change of will, causing some new changes to his change of will. No, it should not be that the change of will had changed, but rather that Qinzhong realized that his previous understanding of the change of will was still insufficient. Now, with the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra and the cultivation of the change of will, he had thoroughly grasped the first 3 changes and was now able to derive the 4th. The first 3 changes of the change of will were the cultivation of essence, spirit, and soul. Finally, they combined to form a new kind of power. Qinzhong named this power Nihility Sword Force. Because it could not be seen, it was named Nihility. The 4th change of the change of will, which was derived from the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra, allowed the Nihility Sword Force to undergo a transformation, a new kind of transformation, stepping into a whole new level. After several rounds of research, Chenzong was certain that this kind of power was equivalent to the so-called transcendent secret forces of this world. The power of the heart sword, Chenzong gave a name to the power condensed from the fourth change of the change of will. Combined with his past knowledge and what he had seen and heard after coming to this world, Chenzong was sure that the power of the heart sword was very strong. It was much stronger than the power of the white thunder that Yang Chaofan had displayed. Because of this, Chenzong was sure that the power of the heart sword was not inferior to the so-called transcendent secret forces. Perhaps, the power of the heart sword was also a kind of transcendent secret forces. After all, there were many kinds of transcendent secret forces. Although it was a sublimation of the essence, spirit, and soul, the use of the power of the heart sword required the activation of the power of the heart sword, which was the same as the transcendent secret forces that Chenzong had learned. The stronger the soul sense, the more times the transcendent secret forces could be used. With Chenzong's current soul sense, it was not a problem for him to continuously use the power of the heart sword several times. Therefore, when facing Lin Jingchen, Chenzong directly defeated him by activating the power of the heart sword once. If he wanted to, he could even kill him on the spot. In the end, Chenzong showed mercy because Chenzong had his own ideas. A half-step transcendent was undoubtedly a powerful master in Purple Cloud City. After all, the situation here was very chaotic, but there were no real transcendents involved because the Blue Cloud sect and Purple Radiant sect did not allow it. But as long as a transcendent intervened, the situation would evolve and escalate. The reason why he did not kill the other party was naturally to suppress him first, let him realize his strength, and then subdue him. Chenzong did not have any means to enslave him now, so he promised him some benefits, such as giving him hope that he could truly enter the Blue Cloud sect in the future. The people in Clear Cloud Pavilion could be regarded as disciples of the Blue Cloud sect to a certain extent, but not all of them were. After all, many of them would never be able to enter the Blue Cloud sect in their lifetime. Lin Jingchen had been there before, but only once. He was very eager to be a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Chenzong gave him such an opportunity. If he could complete the task here and become the fifth true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Chenzong would certainly have such qualifications. Young, powerful, and a Foundation Realm master who had grasped transcendent force. Combined, the impact on Lin Jingchen was unparalleled. Such a person would definitely be valued by the upper echelons of the Blue Cloud sect. Even if he was not a true disciple yet, he would definitely be listed as one. Since the other party promised to give him hope of entering the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Jingchen believed him. The powerful suppression coupled with the promise of entering the Blue Cloud sect, under the superposition, made Lin Jingchen abandon the idea of opposing him and support Chenzong Lai. Through Lin Jingchen, Chenzong also learned that the Purple Radiant sect also had a half-step transcendent master. In addition, the other three great forces also had half-step transcendent masters. As for the fourth great force, the alliance did not seem to have any. In the main hall of Clear Cloud Pavilion, Chenzong sat in the Pavilion Master's seat. Lin Jingchen greets the Pavilion Master. Lin Jingyi greets the Pavilion Master. Lin Gu greets the Pavilion Master. Lin Mingyi greets the Pavilion Master. One by one, the experts of Clear Cloud Pavilion bowed respectfully to Chenzong. There were a total of 13 of them. The highest cultivation was Lin Jingchen, half-step transcendent, and the lowest was mid-8th layer Foundation Realm. Among them, most of them had the surname Lin. 8 of them could be considered to be related to Lin Jingchen. In other words, before Chenzong arrived, Clear Cloud Pavilion was already controlled by Lin Jingchen and his group. But now, with Lin Jingchen as an example, since the Lin clan had submitted, the others naturally followed suit. Sit down. Chenzong opened his mouth and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Everyone, let's talk. Is there any way for our Clear Cloud Pavilion to obtain 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron's distribution rights? 50% is the lowest limit, the higher the better, 50%. Instantly, everyone was stunned. In the current Purple Cloud City, the distribution rights of the Purple Cloud Iron mined every year had already been decided. Clear Cloud Pavilion and Brilliant Purple House would each get 30%, the alliance of the 3 major forces would get 20%, and the alliance of the 21-star forces would get 20%. Pavilion Master, the distribution rights have already been decided after many battles. It will be very difficult to change it. Lin Jingyi smiled bitterly. Of course, they also wanted to get more of the distribution rights. When the time came, their personal benefits would naturally increase. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. I only ask for the method, Chen Zong said again, like a dictator. Lin Jingyi and the others had already realized that although the new pavilion master looked young, his mind was not something a brat could compare to. It was as if the youth's body hid a mature soul that had experienced many things. Suddenly, they all looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Purple Cloud City belongs to my Blue Cloud sect. Chen Zong said calmly, the Purple Cloud Iron is a specialty of Purple Cloud City. Naturally, it should belong to my Blue Cloud sect. Pavilion Master, although that is the case, the sect has not invested much in Purple Cloud City. Moreover, the Brilliant Purple House of the Brilliant Purple House is also here. Lin Jingchun could not help but say. That is why I am here. Chen Zong's reply made Lin Jingchun speechless. However, when he thought about the strength that Chen Zong had displayed, he did have the right to be arrogant. I will only say it once. Chen Zong's face turned serious, and his tone became colder. First, the alliance of the 3 major forces and the 21 star forces must be subdued, or they must leave Purple Cloud City. Lin Jingchun and the others could not help but tremble. Second, the Brilliant Purple House must be removed from Purple Cloud City. When the second point was mentioned, Lin Jingyi, Lin Gu, and the others were even more shocked. They did not know Chen Zong's abilities, so they could only feel their hearts trembling. What kind of arrogance was this? The Brilliant Purple House was the power of the Brilliant Sect. Although it was the same as the Clear Cloud Pavilion, it did not receive much support from the sect. However, its strength was not any weaker than the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Moreover, the alliance of the 3 major 2-star forces and the 21-star forces were also not weak. Wanting to subdue or expel them was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. Invite the people who can make decisions from the 3 major 2-star forces and the 21-star forces to come here tomorrow. Chen Zong directly gave the order. Chen Zong did not want to waste time in coming to this world by chance and coming into contact with a more profound path of cultivation. There was no need for that. Therefore, it was better to complete this task as soon as possible so that he could cultivate better. One should know that he could return to the Blue Waves world again. In that world, there were still some things that had not been completed, and there were still some people that had not been killed. Yes. After watching a few episodes of In the Name of the People, it was indeed interesting. Once I fell into the trap, I felt that it could be given another name, In the Name of Relationships. The relationships between the characters are really complicated. The leaders of the 3 2-star forces alliance were none other than the patriarchs of the 3 forces. All of them received the invitation. Brotherly, what is this Clear Cloud Pavilion trying to do? The Wang family patriarch frowned as he shook the invitation in his hand. I heard that a new pavilion master came to Clear Cloud Pavilion, maybe they want to show off. The Li family patriarch laughed. Just a teenage brat. The Feng family patriarch sneered. Then, are we going or not? The Wang family patriarch asked again, placing the invitation on the table. The 3 2-star forces formed an alliance, naturally they would advance and retreat together. Of course we're going, why not? This is a good opportunity to see what this brat is capable of. The Feng family patriarch sneered. Since that's the case, let's go together. The 21-star forces also received the Clear Cloud Pavilion's invitation. However, the more forces there were, the more complicated the internal situation would be. It wasn't as simple as the 3 2-star forces. Thus, each of the 21-star forces had their own choices. Some felt that there was no need to go, while others wanted to take a look. Chen Zong's arrival at the Clear Cloud Pavilion and his subsequent appointment as the pavilion master was not a secret. The invitation was also not a secret. Thus, the Brilliant Purple House's people gradually learned about it. The new pavilion master sent by the Blue Cloud sect is really interesting. The Brilliant Purple House's substitute pavilion master sneered. What I'm more curious about is why Lin Gu, Lin Jingyi, and the others are willing. The Brilliant Purple House's Grand Elder also sneered. I'm afraid they might not be willing. The second elder also sneered. I think they're planning to kill with a borrowed knife. Speaking of which, The Clear Cloud Pavilion didn't send an invitation. The third elder rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then we'll go ourselves. The fourth elder also smiled and said, let's go and see what's going on in Clear Cloud Pavilion. If they want to borrow a knife to kill someone, it's up to us whether we want to borrow the knife or not. If they don't want to, then it's a good opportunity to scout the way for young master. That's true. The young master is about to arrive and take control of the brilliant purple tower. When the time comes, the alliance of the 21 star forces, the alliance of the 3 2-star forces, and the Clear Cloud Pavilion will either submit or perish. The second elder smiled ferociously. His words revealed his absolute confidence in the so-called young master. What was different from the Clear Cloud Pavilion was that the brilliant purple pavilion, from the pavilion master to the 4 elders, all came from the same force. To be exact, they came from one of the factions in the brilliant purple sect. Therefore, they were more united. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to establish themselves in the Purple Cloud City and obtain 30% of the Purple Cloud Iron's distribution rights. Today, the Purple Brilliant sect had sent an order. Someone had come to take over the Purple Brilliant Pavilion. Their purpose was to sweep away all the other forces in the Purple Cloud City and make the Purple Cloud City the only city that belonged to the Purple Brilliant sect. If they did it, then the Blue Cloud sect wouldn't be able to do anything even if they were unwilling. Unless they wanted to start a war with the Purple Brilliant sect. Would the Blue Cloud sect be willing to start a war with the Purple Cloud sect over a mere Purple Cloud City? The answer was obvious. No. Just like how the Purple Brilliant sect wouldn't start a war with the Blue Cloud sect over a mere Purple Cloud City. Therefore, they would see who could take over the Purple Cloud City with their own abilities. The next day, in the main hall of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The main hall was very big and spacious. It could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time without feeling crowded. The praying mats were arranged one by one, separated from each other, waiting for people to sit down. Qianzong sat at the head of the table. It was the seat of the Clear Cloud Pavilion's pavilion master. The Clear Cloud Protector, Lin Jingchun, sat to the left of Qianzong. The head elder, Lin Jingyi, sat to the right. The second elder, Lin Gu, sat below Lin Jingyi. The third elder was called Linan, and the fourth elder was called Lin Quan. Both of them were at the early 9th level of the Foundation realm. They were promoted by Qianzong and replaced Wang Yuan and Wang Han. Because they were promoted to elders by Qianzong, Linan and Lin Quan were somewhat grateful to Qianzong. The Wang family's patriarch and second elder have arrived. Outside the main hall, someone was in charge of receiving them and shouting loudly. The Li family's patriarch and third elder have arrived. The Feng family's patriarch and second elder have arrived. Immediately, 6 people stepped into the main hall one after another. 12 eyes flickered with rays of light as they quickly swept past. When they saw Lin Jingchun, these 6 people were all shocked. Obviously, they recognized who Lin Jingchun was. It was precisely because they recognized him that they were extremely surprised in their hearts. Then, they suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked at the head of the table. It was a green-robed youth who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. In an instant, the 6 of them knew that the green-robed youth was the new pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The 6 of them cupped their hands. The Clear Cloud Pavilion, the Brilliant Purple House, and the 3 families were all 2-star forces. In terms of status, the Clear Cloud Pavilion Master was the same as the 3 families' patriarchs. Everyone, please take a seat, Qianzong said unhurriedly, his attitude calm. The Red Flower Gang's leader has arrived. The Little Knife Gang's leader has arrived. More shouts came from outside the main hall. There were 21 star forces, some of them were families, and some were gangs. In the end, only 12 of the 21 star forces came. The other 8 hadn't arrived yet. Everyone, please take a seat. Qianzong said again. Clear Cloud Pavilion Master, why did you ask us to come here? The Big Bear Gang's leader grabbed a fruit and threw it into his big mouth to chew. The juice splattered everywhere as he asked loudly without any trace of politeness. The Big Bear Gang's leader was an expert in the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. He had been in charge of the gang for a long time, so he had the aura of a superior, or rather, a kind of arrogant self-confidence. This kind of self-confidence would be restrained in front of people who were stronger or had a higher status than him. However, when he faced someone he didn't think much of, it would become even stronger. For example, right now, the Big Bear Gang's leader thought that Chenzong was nothing. At best, he was just a puppet pavilion master. Since that was the case, why should he give him any face? He believed that the people of the Clear Cloud Pavilion wouldn't do anything. After all, a puppet pavilion master was just a puppet. There was no need to consider his feelings. Lin Jingchen and the others didn't react, which seemed to confirm the Big Bear Gang's leader's guess. It also confirmed the thoughts of the other leaders. Chenzong only glanced at the Big Bear Gang's leader. His eyes were calm, and his expression was also very calm. This pavilion master has called you all here for only one thing. Chenzong's gaze swept over them as he spoke. His voice was neither high nor low and was very calm. However, everyone subconsciously pricked up their ears. It was as if Chenzong's voice contained an indescribable magic that attracted them. I want to reorganize Purple Cloud City. What did you say, reorganize? I heard you say reorganize, ha 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 ha. The Big Bear Gang's leader's laughter was the loudest and most ear-piercing. He grabbed a large piece of barbecued meat and pointed at Chenzong with a face full of ridicule. You actually said you want to reorganize Purple Cloud City. You're just a teenager, and your hair hasn't even grown out yet. Silence. Lin Jingchen suddenly spoke. A terrifying aura surged out and suppressed all other sounds. The Big Bear Gang's leader seemed to be choked and couldn't make any sound. His face was pale, and it took him a while to recover. You all have two choices. Chenzong spoke again. His tone and expression were still calm, without the slightest trace of anger. First, completely submit to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Second, leave Purple Cloud City. Remember, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm just informing you. As for the 8 forces that didn't come, Chenzong didn't finish his words because there was no need to. Chenzong's words immediately shocked the 3 2-star clans and the 12 1-star forces. How arrogant was he to say such ignorant words? Didn't he see that the corners of Lin Jingyi and the others' eyes were slightly twitching? Only Lin Jingchuan's expression didn't change at all. Very arrogant, very arrogant. Clear Cloud Pavilion Master, some words should be kept in your heart. If you say it out loud, it will only become a joke. The Feng family leader spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. I walked outside and heard the laughter here. Could it be that something happened? Let me hear it and have some fun. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the main hall. It seemed to be laughing. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were immediately stunned. A person walked in from outside the main hall. He looked to be in his 40s, wearing a purple robe with a picture of a pavilion on it. This person had his hands behind his back and looked quite imposing. There was a faint smile on his face. It wasn't a big deal that someone came to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The problem was, who was it? The 4th elder of the Brilliant Purple House actually came here. Who didn't know that the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Brilliant Purple House didn't get along? Otherwise, when the 2 forces joined forces, they would have already divided the Purple Cloud City. It was precisely because of this that the 2 forces formed an alliance and had room to grow. Today, they already had the strength that the Clear Cloud Pavilion and the Brilliant Purple House couldn't underestimate. Just now, the Clear Cloud Pavilion Master said that he wanted to reorganize the Purple Cloud City and asked us to submit. The Little Swords Gang's leader rolled his eyes and said with a smile. His smile looked very strange, as if his face was smiling. Hearing this, the 4th elder of the Brilliant Purple House's eyes twitched and returned to normal. However, his heart was very shocked. It turned out that the Clear Cloud Pavilion wanted to make such a big move. Reorganizing the Purple Cloud City and making all the forces submit. If they really did it, then the situation in the Purple Cloud City would change and the Brilliant Purple House would be in big trouble. Thinking quickly, the 4th elder of the Brilliant Purple House also calmed down quickly. He felt that the Clear Cloud Pavilion's idea was very good, but the reality was very cruel. The Clear Cloud Pavilion couldn't do it. Maybe, when the young master arrived, he would be able to reorganize the Purple Cloud City and take it in his hands. Haha, the Clear Cloud Pavilion Master is indeed a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Such ambition, great ambition. The fourth elder of the brilliant purple house suddenly laughed, as if he was praising Chen Zong. However, everyone could hear the ridicule in his words. In that case, this elder wishes you success. Goodbye. After saying that, the fourth elder of the brilliant purple house turned and left without hesitation. Chen Zong also didn't have any intention to stop him. Little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet, go back and drink milk as soon as possible. Reorganizing the purple cloud city, he really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the end, he's still too young. He thinks he's in the sect and can take it for granted just because he has some talent. The leaders of the various forces stood up and left one after another. As they walked out, they discussed among themselves. Although they lowered their voices, Chen Zong and the others could still hear them clearly. Lin Jingchun was angry, but Chen Zong gently shook his head. There was no need to be angry. There was no need to be angry. Since his debut, Chen Zong had heard a lot of ridicule and mockery. If he were to be angry because of it, his temperament would be too bad. Mouths were grown on other people's bodies. They could say whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't touch the bottom line. A sword was held in one's hand. When it should be unsheathed, it should be unsheathed. When it should be killed, it should be killed. Pavilion Lord, I'm afraid that by this time tomorrow, these forces won't give us an answer. Lin Jingchun sighed. Lin Jingyi, Lin Gu, and the others looked at each other. Until now, they still didn't know why Lin Jingchun had such a change. It seemed that he really wanted to wholeheartedly support the new pavilion master. Chen Zong didn't answer. He got up and returned to the Azure Cloud Court to continue comprehending the Heart Sword Sutra and increasing his qi. His qi had reached the peak of the early 9th layer of the Foundation Realm and was only a step away from the mid-stage. The fourth elder of the Brilliant Purple House had just returned to the Brilliant Purple House. When he had just stepped into the main hall, he paused all of a sudden, looking at a man with a surprised countenance. He reacted quickly, walking over, kneeling down on one knee and shouting. Yu Qinglu greets you, young master. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't welcome you. A young man was sitting at the head of the hall. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He was wearing a purple robe and had an extraordinary appearance. His eyebrows were long and narrow like blades. His eyes were as sharp as swords and there was a hint of brilliance in them that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. This person was a disciple of the Brilliant Purple House and the new Pavilion Lord, Yu Jingtian. Fourth Elder, there's no need to be so polite. Tell me about your visit to the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Yu Jingtian smiled and gave people a feeling of politeness. The fourth elder immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard since entering the Clear Cloud Pavilion. Ha 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 ha, how arrogant. The members of the Brilliant Purple House burst into laughter one after another. Yu Jingtian was also full of smiles. Interesting. Did you find out the name of the new pavilion master of Clear Cloud Pavilion? Yu Jingtian asked with a smile. Yes, his name is Chen Zong, third elder answered immediately. Chen Zong. Yu Jingtian repeated, then shook his head and smiled. I've never heard of this name. He should be an inner sect disciple of the Blue Cloud sect who isn't very famous. The Blue Cloud sect and the Purple Brilliant sect were both 4-star forces. Their combined strength was about the same. Therefore, many people in the Purple Brilliant sect knew the names of the outstanding disciples in the Blue Cloud sect, such as the top 10 inner disciples and true disciples. Similarly, many people in the Blue Cloud sect knew the outstanding disciples of the Purple Brilliant sect. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. However, Yu Jingtian had never heard of the name Chen Zong. At least, among the top 10 inner disciples and true disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, none of them were named Chen Zong. One was neither a true disciple nor a top 10 inner sect disciple. There was no need to pay attention to him. He's just a puppet pavilion master, nothing to worry about. The acting pavilion master smiled and looked at Yu Jingtian respectfully. Young master, how should we cooperate with you? Hee, this new Clear Cloud Pavilion master wants to reorganize the Purple Cloud City, but he doesn't have the ability to do so. Yu Jingtian suddenly laughed, as if he had thought of something fun. How about this? Go and send out an invitation. Call for all the lords of the major forces aside from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. I want to discuss with them how to reorganize the Purple Cloud City. Everyone in the brilliant Purple House was shocked. They never thought that their young master would have such an idea. Young master, I don't think this method will work. The first elder quickly said. Although their young master had arrived and was in charge of the brilliant Purple House, they had to cooperate, but not blindly. Everything had to be done in the interest of the brilliant Purple House. There is no lack of experts in the 3 Great Forces Alliance and the 20 Great Forces Alliance. It won't be easy to subdue them. If we could do it, we would have done it already, the acting tower master quickly explained. You don't dare to do it because you are worried that it will involve too many people. However, Eugene Tian still had a smile on his face. He was at ease, as if everything was under his control. I have already thought about it on the way here. Moreover, this Purple Cloud City is just a small city. It's nothing. I don't have so much time to waste here. Send out a notice and invite them to come here tomorrow morning. Chongshan, you go and send out a notice. Visit them one by one. If anyone is not convinced, then let them be. Eugene Tian's eyes flashed with sharpness as he spoke. Yes, young master. A thunderous voice sounded, and a tall and strong figure walked out from the shadow behind Eugene Tian. It was like an iron tower, incomparably majestic. As the tall and strong figure walked out, the ground of the hall rumbled and shook continuously. It felt as if it was not a person walking out, but a demon statue. The air flowed and turned into the wind, making a whistling sound, which was even more shocking. It was a dark-skinned man with an ordinary appearance. He wore a short gown, and his muscles bulged as if they were made of steel. It was as if they were about to explode. At a glance, one could feel that there was an incomparably terrifying power contained within. An incomparably fierce aura surrounded the tower-like man, which shocked the acting pavilion master and several elders. They felt that even if they attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to shake this man. It was a terrifying feeling. Since Eugene Tian had given the order, the others just had to follow it. They left the brilliant Purple House with Chongshan, and sent the invitations one by one. The Clear Cloud Pavilion has just sent an invitation, and now the brilliant Purple House wants to send another. What is the meaning of this? Do you think the White Wolf Gang is easy to bully? The White Wolf Gang leader was enraged, and he threw the invitation to the brilliant Purple House on the ground. Pick it up and wipe it clean. Chongshan took a step forward, and the whole hall shook. His face was expressionless, but his tone was cold and filled with a shocking pressure. Pick it up? Who do you think you are? You want me to pick it up? Who do you think you are? The White Wolf Gang leader's face was full of disdain, and he even spat a mouthful of phlegm on the invitation. Die. Chongshan was enraged, and he threw out a palm attack. You are the one who is seeking death. The White Wolf Gang leader was also enraged. He bent his fingers into a claw, and instantly performed his famous martial art, the White Wolf Claw. The claw shadow tore through the air, and hit the opponent first. But in the next moment, the White Wolf Gang leader's face changed drastically. He only felt that his White Wolf Claw, which could tear through steel, was blocked. Moreover, he was shocked by a force, and his 5 fingers were in pain, as if the bones in his fingers were cracked. This feeling was like when he was still an ordinary person. When he hit a rock with all his strength, the rock was intact, but his hand was injured. At this moment, the wind whistled like a storm. The White Wolf Gang leader's cheeks caved in, and it was difficult for him to open his eyes. A terrifying force was contained in the giant palm, and it flew through the air, directly hitting the White Wolf Gang leader's chest. There was a loud bang, like a giant drum being beaten, followed by an extremely miserable scream. The White Wolf Gang leader's body flew back like a meteor and directly smashed into the wall. The wall was broken, and his entire body was deeply embedded. One could clearly see that the White Wolf Gang leader's chest had caved in. His sternum was broken, and his limbs were limp. Large mouthfuls of blood came out of his mouth, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. The deacon of the brilliant Purple House trembled. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. The White Wolf Gang leader was an early-stage 9th layer Foundation realm expert, but he was killed by a single palm. It was too violent. Moreover, the White Wolf Claw had landed on Chongshan's body, but it didn't cause any injuries. Choose a new gang leader and come to the Brilliant Purple House on time tomorrow. Chongshan only said one sentence, then turned around and strode away. Sending out invitations one by one, and those who didn't submit would die, immediately caused a panic. Arrogant, the Brilliant Purple House is too arrogant. The Feng family head was furious. The invitations hadn't been sent yet, but the news had already spread. Before, the Clear Cloud Pavilion had sent out invitations normally, but now the Brilliant Purple House wasn't just sending them out one by one, they were even threatening them. That person's strength is terrifying. It's suspected that only a half-step transcendent can fight against him. The Wang family head's expression was dignified. They didn't come with good intentions. The Li family head sighed. The Brilliant Purple House's actions this time were different from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. They were more direct and overbearing. I have already sent someone to invite my Feng family's supreme elder. The Feng family head said. Each of the 3 two-star families had a supreme elder, who was a half-step transcendent realm master. However, they were usually cultivating, striving to master the transcendent realm and truly step into the transcendent realm. Hearing the Feng family head's words, the Wang family head and Li family head suddenly felt relieved. Immediately after, an old man walked in from outside. The 3 patriarchs quickly got up and bowed. It was the Feng family's supreme elder. The 3 great families were allies, so what should be respected must be respected. The Feng family's supreme elder just nodded and sat down directly, closing his eyes to meditate. A loud voice rang out from outside, and immediately after, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm, causing the Feng family's supreme elder to open his eyes and let out a sharp light. It seems that you've all received the news. Without further ado, here are the invitations. Arrive on time tomorrow, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The Brilliant Purple House's deacon threw out 3 invitations and said without any trace of politeness. Chongshan's strength had given him great confidence. We'll go, but first, take this old master's palm. The Feng family's supreme elder leapt up and sent out a palm strike, the palm rapidly expanding until it was as large as a millstone. Chongshan smiled coldly, raised his hand, and also sent out a palm strike. With a loud bang, the entire hall shook. The shocking sound caused the 3 patriarchs and the Brilliant Purple House's deacon to lose their hearing as cracks appeared under the 2 men's palms. Pavilion Master, something big has happened. Lin Jingchun arrived at the Azure Cloud Court. Speak. Chen Zong said calmly as if he wouldn't be surprised even if the sky collapsed. A new Pavilion Master came to the Brilliant Purple House today. He imitated the previous Pavilion Master and sent out invitations to all the forces, asking them to gather at the Brilliant Purple House tomorrow. Lin Jingchun said in a deep voice. The Purple Cloud City wasn't small, but it wasn't that big either. If something big happened, it would be easy to find out, not to mention that it wasn't deliberately hidden. One had to admit that the Brilliant Purple House's actions were very high-profile. It was as if they were showing off to the Azure Cloud Pavilion, so the Azure Cloud Pavilion would naturally know about it. The Pavilion Master will give them an answer tomorrow morning, but the new Pavilion Master sent out invitations, asking them to gather at the Brilliant Purple House tomorrow. Lin Jingchuan's face suddenly turned cold. This was no doubt a choice. Coming to the Azure Cloud Pavilion tomorrow morning to give an answer or gathering at the Brilliant Purple House would represent one's attitude. Ignoring both sides would also represent one's attitude. At night, Chen Zong was cultivating the illusory sky cloud art. After mastering the art, Chen Zong's body seemed to become ethereal as if he was about to turn into a cloud, becoming hazy and dreamy. His aura changed and became stronger. He had broken through mid-ninth layer foundation realm, his Zhen Qi became purer and more explosive. His quantity also increased. The next morning, Chen Zong came to the main hall of the Azure Cloud Pavilion and sat down. Lin Jingchun and the others also came and sat down, waiting. As the Pavilion Master, Chen Zong closed his eyes and comprehended the Heart Sword Sutra. Through the Heart Sword Sutra and his understanding of the first 3 transformations, Chen Zong deduced the 4th transformation. Now, he planned to comprehend more of the Heart Sword Sutra and see if he could deduce the 5th transformation. If the 4th transformation allowed him to cultivate the Heart Sword force, Then what about the fifth transformation? Would it strengthen the heart sword force? Or something else? Chen Zong didn't know, but he was looking forward to it. With anticipation, there was more motivation. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The time that Chen Zong mentioned yesterday had passed, but no one came, let alone an answer. At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside and knelt down on one knee. Pavilion Master, the leaders of the 3 great clans and 21 star forces have all entered the brilliant purple tower. This person from the clear cloud pavilion said in a hurried tone. Chen Zong opened his eyes slowly. They were as clear as spring water. He grabbed by Hong Jian beside him and stood up leisurely. He hung by Hong Jian on his waist. Let's go, Chen Zong glanced at Lin Jingchen. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but there was an indescribable decisiveness in it. Lin Jingchen was not surprised. He got up and walked out. Lin Jingyi, Lin Gu, and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. You don't have to follow me. Chen Zong's voice drifted in from outside. What are you trying to do? Lin Gu was confused. Don't tell me, they plan to go to the brilliant purple tower. Lin Jingyi was shocked. Other than this conjecture, there seemed to be nothing else. This, big brother, you're being silly. Lin Jingyi lamented. What kind of place was the brilliant purple tower? It was the archenemy of the clear cloud pavilion. Although Lin Jingchen was a half-step transcendent, the brilliant purple tower also had half-step transcendent experts. Don't worry. With Big Uncle's strength, he'll be fine. Lin Gu was surprisingly smart. Big Uncle's strength is superb. The brilliant purple tower can't do anything to him. However, that Chen Zong, at this point, Lin Gu's lips curled into a cold smile. After being threatened by Lin Jingchen without any reason, Lin Gu's submission was only on the surface. Lin Jingchen and Chen Zong walked out of the clear cloud pavilion and headed towards the brilliant purple tower. Lin Jingchen, who already knew of Chen Zong's strength, was not worried. Even if they could not do anything to the brilliant purple tower, the two of them could easily leave. The clear cloud pavilion was located in the east of the purple cloud city, while the brilliant purple tower was located in the west. Inside the brilliant purple tower's main hall, the patriarchs of the 3 great families and the leaders of the 20 great forces had all gathered. They had no choice but to be present because the threat posed by the brilliant purple tower was too great. The clear cloud pavilion's invitation was only an invitation, but the brilliant purple tower's invitation was not only an invitation but also a threat. In the past, this method would not have worked because the brilliant purple tower only had 1 half-step transcendent while the 3 great families had 3. Of course, the 3 great families had 3 half-step transcendents, but they did not dare to act against the clear cloud pavilion and brilliant purple tower for fear of provoking the masters of the 2 great sections. This was the difference between having a backer and not. However, the one who threatened them this time was not the half-step transcendent from the brilliant purple tower, but rather a burly man who seemed to possess half-step transcendent strength. His actions were extremely ruthless and either life or death. This meant that the brilliant purple tower had 2 half-step transcendents. It was terrifying. Inside the brilliant purple tower's main hall, there were many people seated. Yu Jingtian sat in the tower lord's seat, behind him to his left was a towering figure, causing those who saw him to feel intimidated. In fact, the 3 great family patriarchs and the 20 great forces leaders were all very wary because they had all personally witnessed the terrifying strength of this towering man. Behind Yu Jingtian to his right sat a purple-robed old man with disheveled long hair. Everyone recognized him, he was the half-step transcendent master of the brilliant purple tower. In addition, the deputy tower lord and 4 elders of the brilliant purple tower, as well as a number of 9th-layer foundation realm masters, were all present. It could be said that this time, in order to reorganize Purple Cloud City and subdue the various great forces, the brilliant purple tower had gone all out. Next to each of the 3 great family patriarchs sat an old man, each of them exuding an extraordinary aura that filled the air, causing those who saw them to feel oppressed. Grand Elders, the 3 Grand Elders of the 3 great family patriarchs were all half-step transcendents. However, when their gazes fell on the towering man behind Yu Jingtian, a trace of fear flashed through their eyes. Especially the Feng clan's Grand Elder, his fear was the most obvious. After a simple exchange yesterday, the Feng clan's Grand Elder knew that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Not only could he not do anything to the other party, he wasn't even a match for the other party. Therefore, they had no choice but to come. Each of them felt bitter in their hearts. They all knew that if the Blue Cloud sect or the Brilliant Purple sect really wanted to interfere, then their so-called alliance of the 3 great family patriarchs and the 20 great forces alliance would be nothing. Fortunately, the 2 great sects didn't place much importance on this place, or perhaps the 2 great sects had reached some kind of agreement that allowed them to survive in the cracks and grow stronger. The Clear Cloud Pavilion's previous actions were nothing in their eyes, but the Brilliant Purple Tower's actions were even more direct and intense, causing them to feel fear. Could it be that the Brilliant Purple sect really wanted to interfere with Purple Cloud City? If that was the case, then they wouldn't be able to resist at all. I've always been direct with my words and actions. Yu Jingtian sat still, but his face was filled with a playful smile. His eyes contained a mysterious light that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He swept his gaze across everyone's faces. I'm sure you all know my purpose for summoning you here today. My time is precious and I don't have the patience to play with you all. Therefore, I'll give you half an hour to make your choice. Submit, or perish. When the last words left his mouth, Yu Jingtian's tone became incomparably sharp and contained a shocking amount of killing intent. His tyrannical aura also spread out. 9th level of the foundation building realm, at the age of 17 or 18, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the foundation building realm. Without a doubt, it was very shocking. He was definitely a genius with a boundless future. Could they offend such a person? Was half an hour very long? No, it was actually very short. However, at this moment, it gave them a kind of torment. Because the atmosphere here was very cold and solemn, it was very oppressive. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. Submit, or perish, choosing one of the two, there was no luck to speak of. Tower Lord Yu, the Clear Cloud Pavilion will not agree. A leader of a 1-star force gathered his courage and spoke up. That has nothing to do with you. Yu Jingtian coldly smiled. In fact, if he didn't bring Xianxia here, it would be very difficult for Yu Jingtian to reorganize Purple Cloud City by himself. He didn't know how much time he would have to spend here, and whether he could succeed in the end was also unknown. My Big Bear Gang is willing to submit. After a quarter of an hour, someone was the first to stand up and speak. It was the leader of the Big Bear Gang. He wasn't killed because Xianxia had killed as many as 6 other leaders. Since someone made the first move, there would be a second to follow. The leader of the Little Saber Gang also expressed his submission. However, the leader of the Little Saber Gang was no longer the original leader. The original leader had been killed by Xianxia with a single palm strike. His body was torn apart and was in a very miserable state. The deputy leader became the leader and took charge of the Little Saber Gang. My White Wolf Gang is willing to submit. The current leader of the White Wolf Gang also stood up and shouted. One after another, the leaders of 1-star forces stood up and expressed their submission. Although it wasn't clear whether they really wanted to submit in their hearts, it was what they were showing at this moment. Thus, the alliance of 21-star forces was broken. An alliance of 21-star forces sounded very shocking, but in fact, they were the weakest among the 4 forces in Purple Cloud City because they lacked half-step transcendence. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried about involving too many people and causing Purple Cloud City to fall into chaos, they would have been eliminated long ago. Now, they were being eliminated bit by bit, or rather, subdued. As the leaders of the forces expressed their submission one after another, the smile on Yu Jingtian's face became more and more obvious. He felt that perhaps he wouldn't need to spend too much time to reorganize Purple Cloud City. At that time, Purple Cloud City would belong to Purple Brilliant Sect, and his bet with others would end with him winning. That's right, coming here was just a bet. After half an hour, the leaders of the 21-star forces expressed their submission one after another. Yu Jingtian's gaze fell on the leaders of the 3 major families, instantly bringing them great pressure. Now, it was time for the 3 leaders to make a choice. Submit or perish. The 3 Grand Elders didn't speak. It was up to the 3 leaders to make a choice. If they also submitted to Purple Brilliant Sect, it would mean that Purple Brilliant Sect occupied the majority of Purple Cloud City. The situation would be very unfavorable for Clear Cloud Pavilion. Speak. Yu Jingtian spoke. His tone was calm, but it contained an invisible power. Chen Zong, Lin Jingchun, as if drawn by an invisible force, Chen Zong's eyes instantly met Yu Jingtian's. Clear Cloud Pavilion, you came here because you want to submit to our brilliant purple house, right? The fourth elder of the brilliant purple house jumped out and mocked. Is this your answer to me? Chen Zong ignored him. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 21 star forces and the 3 family heads. His tone was neither high nor low, but it was so calm that it made people's hearts palpitate. Like an ocean, like an abyss. You're just a kid. When did I say I would answer you? The leader of the Big Bear gang jumped out, his saliva flying everywhere. His eyes were like copper bells, and he unceremoniously sprayed Chen Zong. Kill him. As soon as Chen Zong's words sounded, Lin Jingchun instantly attacked. His palm directly bombarded the leader's broad chest. Like a rumbling drum, the leader of the Big Bear gang flew back more than 10 meters like a meteorite. His strong body heavily hit the ground, and blood constantly spurted out of his mouth mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His vitality was quickly fading. At first glance, it was obvious that the leader of the Big Bear gang would not survive. Killing without a word shocked the others. This was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Yu Jingtian's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. You dare to kill my people in front of me. Yu Jingtian's voice was like the cold wind of the extreme north, with rolling ice chips coming out of his mouth. Murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. He suddenly roared, Chongshan. There was no need to say anything else. The tower-like man on the left suddenly took a step forward. His body was like a giant elephant charging forward. In the blink of an eye, his huge and strong body brought with it an astonishing pressure, fiercely bombarding Chen Zong and Lin Jingchun. Chen Zong's expression did not change. Lin Jingchun's expression was cold. He took a step forward and raised his palms. 100% of his spiritual energy instantly gathered in his palms, emitting layers of light. Lin Jingchun had already investigated the matter, and he was aware of Chongshan's existence and strength. Therefore, he went all out when he attacked. Chongshan roared as a powerful force instantly surged into his right arm. After which, it directly passed through his thick palm. That palm was like a millstone as it ferociously smashed towards Lin Jingchun with a terrifying force. Shocking air pressure surged like invisible waves, rushing in all directions. Soon after, Chongshan's terrifying palm and Lin Jingchun's palms collided head-on. A violent explosion was heard and the sound waves were vast and mighty. The sound was so sharp and magnificent that it seemed to have pierced through everyone's eardrums and twisted their brains into a state of chaos. Boom! Boom! A terrifying force spread out and the ground shattered. Everything was destroyed by the shockwaves. The leaders of the forces all retreated, and those who couldn't retreat in time felt their blood boil and their true energy become chaotic. Chongshan's tower-like body only swayed slightly, but he did not retreat at all. Lin Jingchun, on the other hand, was sent flying. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back. Every step he took shattered the hard floor and left a deep hole in it. His blood boiled and his spiritual energy became chaotic, making it difficult for him to gather his spiritual energy. Lin Jingchun's face was pale as he felt pain in his arms and a tightness in his chest. Strong, Chongshan's strength was really strong, completely beyond his expectations. The Feng family's great elder's face was filled with ridicule. Lin Jingchun was not weak, but he was only a bit stronger than him. How could he be Chongshan's match? Chongshan paused for a moment, then attacked again. Once again, he struck with his palm. Spiritual energy surged, and his palm broke through the air like a thunderbolt. Countless air currents surged under his palm. A violent roar echoed. Lin Jingchun's expression was serious as he forced all his spiritual energy into his palms and pushed them out. After the first palm was defeated, the second palm was also defeated. Lin Jingchun was forced back once more, and Chongshan's third palm arrived. With a bang, Lin Jingchun was sent flying. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. After releasing 3 palm strikes in a row, Chongshan's burden was not small, so he didn't chase again. You must be the new pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion. I'll give you two choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to die. Yu Jingtian's anger dissipated a bit and a playful smile appeared on his face. However, his eyes were still cold as he stared at Zong. Even if Zong said surrender, it didn't mean the Clear Cloud Pavilion would really surrender to the brilliant Purple Pavilion. However, it would greatly affect the Clear Cloud Pavilion's momentum and reduce the difficulty of reorganizing the Purple Cloud City. Another reason was that it was fun. That's right, from Yu Jingtian's point of view, it was fun. An inner sect disciple of the Blue Cloud sect saying he would surrender, wasn't it fun? Since it has come to this, let's settle it today. Zong said. His right hand landed on the hilt of his sword and he slowly pulled it out. The white greatsword's body was like a pool of autumn water, shining with a cold light. He actually pulled out his sword. He really doesn't know his place. While the crowd was surprised, they started discussing. In their opinion, the pavilion master of the Clear Cloud Pavilion might be capable, but he was too arrogant and didn't understand the situation at all. Interesting. Yu Jingtian laughed when he saw Zong pulling out his sword. He felt that it was even more fun. Shan, take him down. Just break his arms and legs, but don't kill him. Okay. Shan replied. His voice was like a large bell, and it sounded like thunder. It was very shocking. After some time, Shan had already adjusted his breathing. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed with his hand. His 5 fingers were like pillars, and his palm was like a heavenly prison that pressed down on Zong. Zong felt the air in front of him being repelled and turned into a vacuum. It was difficult to breathe, and it was extremely oppressive. The palm contained a frenzied airflow. Strong, Shan's strength was indeed very strong. He was a half-step transcendent master, and he was even stronger than Lin Jingchen. Through his observation, Zong could see that Shan's body was very strong. He didn't know if he had refined his body, but his spirit energy was very strong. It should be a spirit-grade secret art. Lin Jingchen was indeed not weak, but unfortunately, he didn't cultivate a spirit-grade secret art. A spirit-grade secret art was superior to a mortal-grade secret art. It corresponded to the transcendent realm. Most of them were in the sect. Even if they were circulated in the outside world, they would be collected by some forces. It was very difficult for a rogue cultivator to obtain a spirit-grade secret art. Lin Jingchen didn't have the luck nor the financial resources. In fact, there was no spirit-grade secret art in the entire Purple Cloud City. Shan was a half-step transcendent realm master who also cultivated a spirit-grade secret art, so not only was his spirit chi pure, he was also able to exert its full power. This was one of the reasons he was able to defeat Lin Jingchen. Zong knew very well that he couldn't defeat Shan with his 9th layer foundation realm cultivation. After all, the gap in absolute strength was too big. At most, he could barely contend with Shan by relying on his past experience. But now, Zong didn't want to contend with Shan. He wanted to defeat or even kill him. Without hesitation, Zong urged the Heart Sword Force. The invisible Heart Sword Force instantly filled the white grand sword and slashed out. It was a very simple slash, but it was filled with an amazing aura, as if it could cut through everything. It was sword intent, wind beheading sword intent, Heart Sword Force. This was Zong's strongest sword move. Kill. Shan felt his heart palpitate for no reason, but it was already too late. The white sword light cut through the palm pressure like a hot knife through butter. Shan quickly burst out with all his strength, but he still couldn't block the sword. The sword light tore through his spirit energy and cut through his hand. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was cut off. Zong's expression was cold and his eyes were cold. A trace of murderous intent filled the air as he mercilessly slashed out a second time. The sword light flashed, but the sword couldn't be seen. Only a white light flashed across the sky and cut off Shan's neck. It was too fast. In just a short breath, the situation had changed dramatically. The tyrannical Shan was cut down and killed by a single slash. Yu Jingtian's mind went blank. He seemed to have been scared silly and couldn't move. Shan, However, the experts of their Yu family bloodline were all bodyguards who were carefully nurtured since young. Since they were young, they had been soaked in all sorts of potions to refine their bodies, making them extremely powerful. Furthermore, they had overdrafted their cultivation at the cost of their future to step into half-step transcendence. They could be considered experts among half-step transcendents. Yu Jingtian brought Chongshan here. He thought that Chongshan's strength was enough to defeat all the masters in the Purple Cloud City. No one could defeat him. Even if a few half-step transcendents in the Purple Cloud City worked together, they might not be able to defeat Chongshan. But now, he was dead. He was killed by a Blue Cloud sect disciple who looked younger than him. Yu Jingtian felt like he was in a dream. The rest of the people in the brilliant purple house were dumbfounded. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. Lin Jingchun was also shocked. Chongshan's strength was really strong. Compared to him, Chongshan's strength was overwhelming. He was originally worried that Chenzong couldn't defeat Chongshan. He didn't expect that not only could he defeat Chongshan, but he also killed him. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Was the transcendent power really that strong? Everyone was dumbfounded, but Chenzong wasn't. Since he had killed Chongshan with his sword, he might as well kill him thoroughly. A sword light flashed. The great white sword intent pierced through the air at an astonishing speed. The four elders of the brilliant purple house and the deputy house master didn't even have time to say a word before they were killed. Then, his Zhen Qi surged. Another sword attack was launched at Yu Jingtian. Without a doubt, Yu Jingtian was a disciple of the brilliant purple sect. Moreover, he was an inner disciple. Since he came here to fight for the ownership of the Purple Cloud City, he was an enemy. Stop. The half-step transcendents of the brilliant purple house reacted quickly. They quickly leaped forward and chopped down with their palms, shattering the great white sword intent. Yu Jingtian also quickly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated. He knew very well that he wasn't a match for Chongshan. Since that was the case, staying here would only lead to death. It was better to leave as soon as possible. As soon as he returned to the brilliant purple sect, he could send some experts here to kill Chongshan. One had to admit that Yu Jingtian's plan was perfect. However, he underestimated Chenzong's temperament. Activating the Heart Sword force, he launched another sword attack. The Windcutter sword intent tore through the sky. The half-step transcendents of the brilliant purple house didn't even have the chance to unleash their full strength before they were slashed in half. Die. Chenzong took a step forward. The great white sword was like the claw of the Grim Reaper. No. Yu Jingtian's face was filled with shock. He lost his voice and roared. He exploded with all of his power and used all of his defensive means. Layers of light surrounded his body. My wife has something to do and the Six Paths has to act as both a father and a mother while writing. Who can deliver me a Yuan spirit incarnation technique? With his layers of defenses torn apart, Yu Jingtian knew he was dead meat. A sudden change occurred. As if from the void, a ray of light appeared. It was not obvious at first, but soon became very strong. It shattered the wind-slashing sword intent and wrapped around Yu Jingtian. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Chenzong's sight. It was too fast and too sudden. Chenzong only saw a figure suddenly appear. After shattering the sword light, it grabbed Yu Jingtian and left at an astonishing speed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. A transcendent. Chenzong said in a low voice. There was actually a transcendent realm master following Yu Jingtian. The transcendent realm was a great realm, and it was divided into 9 great realms, but Chenzong did not know which transcendent realm this person's cultivation was. Without thinking too much, Chenzong threw away all distracting thoughts and turned around. His extremely sharp gaze swept across the faces of the leaders of the various forces. Now, give me an answer. Chenzong's voice was full of sharpness as Bai Hongjian's sword chi shook the sky. Good boy. In the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Lin, who had finished reading the letter, was dumbfounded at first, then burst into laughter. The sect's task for Chenzong was to win the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron. This was very difficult, at least without any help from the sect. After all, the situation in Purple Cloud City was very chaotic. There were 4 factions in the city. Pulling one would affect the others. Without the help of a sect, Chenzong would have to spend a lot of time on his own strength and ability. Whether he could do it in the end was still unknown. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Chenzong had reorganized and conquered Purple Cloud City. That's right, it wasn't to seize the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud Iron, but to subdue the Purple Cloud City. After subduing the city, the right to distribute the Purple Cloud Iron would be completely in the hands of the Blue Cloud sect. Chenzong had not only completed the sect's mission, but he had also exceeded the quota. Now, the Purple Cloud City had returned to the Blue Cloud sect in name. However, what happened next had nothing to do with Chenzong. The Blue Cloud sect had to immediately send people to enter the Purple Cloud City and truly take control of the Purple Cloud City. The leaders of the 3 great clans and the 21 star forces all expressed their allegiance to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. The Brilliant Purple House was also disbanded, representing a new era in the Purple Cloud City. Young, strong, cold, and decisive in killing. This caused everyone to not dare underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, they were filled with reverence from the depths of their hearts. Deep reverence. That extremely fierce killing intent was like a brand that directly entered their souls, and it was impossible to forget. They could either submit or leave the Purple Cloud City. Purple Cloud City was the place where they were born, where they struggled, and where they had many properties. How could they leave just because they wanted to? In the end, Yu Jingtian was rescued by a transcendent realm master. Chenzong wrote a letter and had Lin Jingchun rush to the Blue Cloud sect at full speed. With Lin Jingchun's half-step transcendent strength, his speed was also very fast. He could deliver the letter to the Blue Cloud sect in the shortest time possible and deliver it to Elder Lin. Now that he had subdued the Purple Cloud City, Chenzong was also somewhat interested in the Purple Cloud Iron. After cultivating, he set off for the Purple Cloud Iron Mine. The Purple Cloud Iron Mine was located at the edge of the Purple Cloud City. It was an underground mine with only one entrance. Chenzong stepped inside and the light dimmed. However, for Chenzong, it didn't affect him much and he could still see clearly. The passage behind the entrance was quite wide. As he walked, he felt like it was connected to all directions. Many workers were waving their pickaxes to mine the ore. There was a reward for mining, and it was based on how much Purple Cloud Iron was mined. In the end, there were also people who gathered the ore and transported it to the Purple Cloud City to be refined into Purple Cloud Iron. It was then piled up and distributed once a year. From the mining of Purple Cloud Iron to the transportation and refining of Purple Cloud Iron, every step was under the control of the various forces. No one could tamper with it. After all, it was a matter of vital interest. Chenzong's arrival didn't disturb anyone. It was purely out of curiosity. With someone leading the way, no one would be foolish enough to disturb him. After many years of mining, there were many crisscrossing passages in the Purple Cloud Mine. As he walked, Chenzong suddenly stopped and looked at one of the passages. It seemed to be an abandoned passage. It was blocked with stones, preventing people from passing through. There were also large blood-red words written on the stone, "Danger." What is that place? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. Pavilion Master, that is a very dangerous place. The person leading the way was the 7th layer Foundation realm expert from the Clear Cloud Pavilion. When Chenzong asked, he also looked over. His expression suddenly changed and he quickly explained, 5 years ago, the miners came here and seemed to have touched some taboo. They all turned to ashes. Later, experts from various forces came to investigate, but they all died. Their bodies were all burned to ashes. Even a half-step transcendent expert went in to investigate, but he didn't find anything. Since then, it has been sealed and listed as a dangerous place. No one is allowed to enter. This person's explanation was very simple. Chenzong spread out his spiritual sense and penetrated the stone. After penetrating a few thousand meters, Chenzong's spiritual sense stopped. He could feel a trace of heat. Through his spiritual sense vision, Chenzong seemed to be able to see a faint shadow. A very faint purple shadow flashed and disappeared in an instant. Although he didn't see it clearly, Chenzong was sure it wasn't a person or a beast. Chenzong said, "Let's go." The person leading the way let out a sigh of relief. He was very worried about the pavilion master's temper. What should they do if he insisted on exploring that dangerous place? He brought Qianzong out of the purple cloud mine and returned to the clear cloud pavilion. Late at night, Qianzong quietly left the clear cloud courtyard. Using his top-quality mortal body, he left like a wisp of smoke. No one noticed him. Late at night, the purple cloud mine was completely silent. After all, the cultivation levels of the miners were not high. At best, they were at the early stage of the foundation realm. Many of them were ordinary people who worked here to support their families. They worked during the day and needed to rest at night to recover their energy. They could only work again the next day. Of course, there were still people guarding the mine. At the entrance, there were 2 7th-layer foundation realm cultivators guarding it. A wisp of smoke quickly passed by the 2 7th-layer foundation realm cultivators. They only felt like a gust of wind had passed by. The gap was too big. Even 9th-layer foundation realm cultivators would find it difficult to catch Qianzong's figure, let alone 2 7th-layer foundation realm cultivators. Qianzong had come here during the day, so he clearly remembered the route. He was very familiar with the path, so he arrived at the dangerous passage like a wisp of smoke. With a move, Qianzong swiftly moved away the stone blocking the passage without making a sound. Many people had died here, and no one had entered for many years. The air was filled with a cold and gloomy feeling that made people shudder. Qianzong's expression was calm, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, Qianzong was very curious about what was inside. He floated in like a wisp of smoke and stopped after a few thousand meters. This was the end, and there was no path forward. The walls of the cave were very smooth, like the surface of a mirror that had cooled down after being burned by high temperatures. There were lines on the surface, like layers of clouds, and they were very complicated. He spread out his spirit sense and covered the cave wall in front of him, searching carefully. Qianzong was sure that what he saw with his spirit sense during the day was not an illusion. There really was something here. True Qi filled his 2 fingers and shot out towards the wall of the cave. With a pop, a hole appeared in the wall of the cave, and crushed stones flew everywhere. Qianzong kept probing with his attacks. His spiritual awareness was constantly covering the area, paying attention to any possible changes. Suddenly, a blazing aura appeared. It swept out like a tidal wave, startling Qianzong. He hurriedly pushed the illusory fog heavenly cloud technique to the extreme. His extremely pure illusory fog heavenly cloud genuine Qi spread out in front of him in an instant to defend. Retreat, the pure true Qi wall only lasted for 1 breath of time before it was burned through. Qianzong, who had retreated dozens of meters, could feel the shocking heat in front of him, as if it could burn everything into ashes. Qianzong also knew why people who came here before were burned to ashes. If his true Qi wasn't pure enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying heat even if he was dozens of meters away. In the entire purple cloud city, no one's true Qi could compare with his. They were only half-step transcendents. According to what was said before, when a half-step transcendent expert came to investigate, they didn't find anything. On the contrary, those who weren't half-step transcendent had all died. This situation was very strange, so it was no wonder that this place would be sealed. As for why it wasn't reported to the Blue Cloud sect or the Purple Brilliant sect, it was probably because they were worried that the sect would disturb the order here and harm their interests. After all, the Purple Cloud iron was very valuable. It was most practical to secretly deduct a part of the profits from selling it and distribute it to everyone. However, no one expected that in just a few days, there would be such an earth-shaking change. More than 10 meters away, Qianzong narrowed his eyes and stared at the object in front of him that was emitting a blazing heat. A faint purple mist filled the air and there seemed to be a purple cloud in the middle, condensing into a thumb-sized flame that burned quietly. What is this? Qianzong secretly guessed. Unfortunately, he hadn't been in this world for long enough and didn't know much about it. He only felt that this object seemed to contain a very terrifying power. This kind of power made his spiritual sense tremble a little when he came in contact with it. He wasn't sure, not at all. Qianzong chose to retreat. He planned to wait until his strength was enough, such as when he broke through to the transcendent realm, and then come back again. Where he could report this matter to the sect and deal with it. The moment Chenzong retreated, the motionless purple cloud flame suddenly turned into a stream of light. Its speed was so fast that Chenzong's spiritual sense was able to capture it. Before his body could react, the purple cloud flame had already flown into Chenzong's body. Immediately, an extremely terrifying heat exploded within his body. It was like a flood that had broken through a dam. Wave after wave, it was endless as it continued to attack. Chenzong's true qi was extremely pure. It was definitely extraordinary among the ninth-layer Foundation Realm cultivators, but at this moment, when this extremely pure true qi encountered the terrifying blazing aura, it was directly destroyed and burned into nothingness. It was incomparably hot. He felt that the terrifying aura spread out and flowed through the opened meridians. It was as if the meridians were burned to ashes. Immediately after, it rushed out of the meridians and covered his internal organs. As it spread out rapidly, it also covered his bones and muscles. Traces of lavender mist rushed out of his skin and covered his body. His cyan robe was burned to ashes in an instant. His hair, eyebrows, and other hairs were also burned into nothingness under this terrifying heat. Even though his willpower was extremely strong, Chenzong felt that his body was about to melt, just like his hair and clothes, turning into ashes. With a move of his spiritual sense, the power of the heart sword also emerged and quickly spread out to resist the terrifying blazing aura. According to Chenzong's guess, the power of the heart sword should be a type of transcendent force. Even if it wasn't, it wouldn't be inferior to transcendent force. It belonged to a different system of power from true qi and was even more powerful. The power of the heart sword was indeed very strong. It immediately resisted the terrifying blazing aura and was evenly matched. However, activating the power of the heart sword required the consumption of spiritual sense. Chenzong's spiritual sense was indeed not weak, but it wasn't endless. Moreover, activating the power of the heart sword consumed a lot of spiritual sense. Moreover, Chenzong was only at the Foundation Realm and hadn't reached the Transcendent Realm yet. To some extent, his spiritual sense was restricted and couldn't be fully utilized. Every breath, the consumption of spiritual sense by the heart sword was astonishing. Because resisting this blazing aura consumed even more spiritual sense. After only 10 breaths, Chenzong felt that nearly a third of his spiritual sense had been consumed. The remaining spiritual sense could only last for another 20 breaths at most. Once his spiritual sense was exhausted, he would not be able to maintain the heart sword force. At that time, what should he use to resist this blazing aura? Would he be burned to ashes like those who had entered this place in the past? Chenzong didn't know, so he could only try his best to resist it. He hoped that the burning breath would be consumed before his soul sense was exhausted. After all, if he consumed his soul sense, so would the burning breath. It was late at night, and all the miners had left to rest. Except for Chenzong, there was no other living creature in the mine. It was silent. Moreover, even if there were people around, they wouldn't come to this dangerous area. 20 breaths of time was actually very short, and it passed by very quickly. Am I going to die here? Chenzong smiled bitterly. In the Blue Waves world, when he faced the maniac, he fought with all his might until the very end. He recklessly unleashed the power of the heaven-ascending pagoda, but the price he had to pay was the collapse of his body. He thought that he was dead for sure, but he actually stimulated the power of the heart sword seal and came to this world. Lingwu Holy World, it was a world that was more advanced than the Blue Waves world, and it was also the world where the heart sword seal originally existed. Here, Chenzong saw a more brilliant way of cultivation and the hope of becoming more powerful. Moreover, he had already embarked on this path. Death, everyone would encounter it and have to face it. However, Chenzong didn't expect that he would die so quickly and in such a way. He would die here unknowingly and silently. The last trace of his soul sense was also exhausted. Chenzong only felt as if he was constantly falling, sinking into an endless abyss. At the same time, the burning breath seemed to have exhausted its last trace of power. It quickly quieted down and disappeared without a trace. As the burning breath retreated, the light purple flame mist covering Chenzong's body also withdrew and retreated into his body. It could be seen that Chenzong's skin was not damaged. On the contrary, it looked more glossy. Chenzong was already unconscious. He was lying straight on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of fine black color drilled out of his bald head and kept growing longer. That was his hair. Then, his eyebrows also slowly grew out. After a period of time, his hair returned to its original length. However, each strand of hair looked more lustrous. If a comparison had to be made, his previous hair was withered grass, and now his hair was green grass. After 2 hours, Chenzong's eyelids trembled slightly and he slowly opened them. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Immediately, Chenzong realized that he was still alive. He was still alive. This was a great joy. A feeling of joy emerged from the deepest part of his heart. Immediately, a feeling of weakness welled up and he had a splitting headache. Chenzong knew that this was the sequela of overexhausting his soul sense. However, he had recovered a little now. After waking up, he also operated the spirit refining method. His soul sense began to recover faster and his headache was relieved and gradually disappeared. Chenzong just took out a new robe from the storage ring and put it on. Immediately, he checked his body. As soon as he checked, Chenzong was shocked. His meridians were empty. There was nothing. All of his true qi had been exhausted. However, it was still okay. It was troublesome to completely exhaust it, but it could be recovered. What really surprised Chenzong was the meridians. The meridians that had been opened, whether it was the main meridians or the auxiliary meridians, were like channels that allowed true qi to flow freely without obstruction. Now, his meridians were still unobstructed, but they were twice as large as before. Moreover, the meridians were filled with a faint light as if they were a layer of protective film. Chenzong could feel that his meridians had become tougher. The meridians had become thicker and tougher, which meant that they could hold more true qi. It also meant that the meridians could withstand the impact and eruption of power faster. Without a doubt, this was a very good thing. Chenzong never expected that the mysterious purple flame would not burn him to death. Instead, it caused such a change in him. Between his bones, muscles, and internal organs, there was a layer of faint fluorescent light. It was like a layer of protective film that better protected him. When he looked inside himself, Chenzong's vision finally focused on his abdomen. There was a faint purple mist condensing there. In the center of the purple mist, there was a thumb-sized cloud-patterned flame. This purple flame seemed to have settled down in Chenzong's abdomen as if it were its home. What on earth is this thing? Chenzong did not know. He was too inexperienced. When he went back, he would have to look through the ancient books collected by the Blue Cloud sect. Perhaps he could find the answer. For now, it did not seem to be a bad thing that this thing had entered his body. At least it brought him some benefits. As for what would happen in the future, he would have to find out what it was first. Immediately, Chenzong tried to touch the purple flame in his abdomen with his recovered spiritual sense. He immediately felt a burst of heat, but this heat was not like the feeling of being burned before. It seemed to have acknowledged him. He tried to communicate with it, but there was no response. The flame seemed to have some spirituality, but it did not have any intelligence. Of course, it was also possible that the flame did not want to acknowledge Chenzong. All in all, he did not get any results. Chenzong tried to see if he could mobilize the purple flame, but he found that the purple flame did not move at all. Even the surrounding faint purple mist was motionless, as if it was frozen in the space in his abdomen. Chenzong could only give up after the fruitless attempt. He began to operate his cultivation method to restore his genuine qi. It was difficult to restore his genuine qi after it was completely consumed. However, when the first wisp of genuine qi appeared, the speed of recovery began to increase. Chenzong was surprised by his genuine qi. Compared with before, it was completely different. He kept operating his cultivation method and urged it to the extreme. His genuine qi flowed in his meridians at an even faster speed. Immediately, Chenzong was surprised by what happened. The originally motionless faint purple mist in his abdomen seemed to be inexplicably drawn. Wisps of it diffused into his meridians and merged with his genuine qi. It was another change that Chenzong did not know about, but he could not stop it. He could only let nature take its course. When Chenzong's genuine qi was completely restored, his appearance changed completely. First of all, in terms of quantity, it had doubled. Because his meridians had doubled, the amount of genuine qi fused had increased, so it doubled. Secondly, the purity of his genuine qi had also doubled, which meant that the explosive power had doubled. Third, the original genuine qi of the illusory fog heaven cloud had merged with the faint purple mist. In the midst of the change, there was a kind of blazing heat, which seemed to be able to melt fine steel in an instant. With a thought, new genuine qi suddenly emerged from his meridians and gathered in his hand. When he opened his palm, it could be seen that the genuine qi, which was originally white like clouds and mist, was now dyed with a faint layer of purple, which made it more dreamy. It condensed into the shape of a flame in the palm of his hand, swaying and burning fiercely. With a gentle press, the genuine qi flame instantly pierced through the hard cave wall and blasted a hole silently. It felt as easy as smashing tofu. So powerful. Chenzong could not help but be shocked. This kind of power was at least several times stronger than the genuine qi from before. Chenzong felt that this genuine qi could no longer be considered as the genuine qi cultivated by the illusory fog heaven cloud technique, but a new kind of genuine qi. At the same time, this genuine qi evolved from the illusory fog heaven cloud technique, so it could still be activated by the illusory fog heaven cloud technique. I reckon that the purity of my genuine qi now is not inferior to the genuine qi cultivated by a mortal-level peerless technique that grasps the technique intent, Chenzong thought to himself. He did not expect that he would encounter such an opportunity overnight, which caused his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Compared to before, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength was at least several times stronger. With my current strength, even if I don't use the heartsword force, I can still defeat Lin Jingchen, Chenzong estimated after comparing. Of course, whether he could really defeat a half-step transcendent like Lin Jingchen was still unknown without using his full strength. However, at the very least, he would not lose to him. This was his confidence. Getting up, Chenzong quickly left and even placed the stone back in its original position. There were no traces of it being moved. His figure turned into a wisp of smoke, and his speed was much faster than before. He quickly left the tunnel and returned along the way. At this time, it was already close to dawn. The two guards outside the mine were resting with their eyes closed and did not notice any movement. Chenzong had already left the mine and quickly returned to the Clear Cloud Pavilion. For the rest of the time, Chenzong stayed in Clear Cloud Pavilion to meditate. A few days later, 3 people from the Blue Cloud sect arrived. One of them was a Transcendent Realm Master, while the other 2 were half-step Transcendents. Lin Jingchen also returned with them. After the arrival of the sect's masters, Chenzong completed his task and immediately left. As for how the affairs of Purple Cloud City would be handled and developed, that would be up to the Blue Cloud sect. It had nothing to do with Chenzong. You stay here and wait for my news, Chenzong said to Lin Jingchen before leaving. Lin Jingchen nodded. Since he had already come this far, he could only choose to believe in Chenzong. He believed that the other party had the ability to let him enter the Blue Cloud sect and truly become a member of the Blue Cloud sect. Becoming a member of the Blue Cloud sect was Lin Jingchen's wish. It was because of this that he was willing to cooperate with Chenzong to take charge of Clear Cloud Pavilion and reorganize Purple Cloud City. Chenzong left much faster than when he came, so he returned to the Blue Cloud sect in a shorter time to meet with Elder Lin. Come with me. Elder Lin first looked Chenzong up and down, then nodded with a smile and said to Chenzong. Following Elder Lin, Chenzong arrived at the Blue Cloud sect's Clear Cloud Hall. The Clear Cloud Hall was built at the highest point of Clear Cloud Peak. It was the main hall of the Blue Cloud sect. Usually, only the sect master and the various elders would come here. Ordinary inner sect disciples did not have the qualifications. Inside the Clear Cloud Hall, Sect Master Li Qingji and a group of elders were all present. The Blue Cloud sect had more than a dozen Transcendent Realm Masters, but there was only one sect master and not many inner sect elders. There were only 5 of them, and Elder Lin was one of them. Sect Master, Chenzong is here. Elder Lin said as he led Chenzong into the main hall. Immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Chenzong. They were scrutinizing Chenzong as if they wanted to see through him. Chenzong remained calm and indifferent. He was not affected at all. Disciple Chenzong greets sect leader and elders. Chenzong saluted with his sword. Zhong, tell me in detail what you did in Purple Cloud City, Elder Lin instructed. Although Zhong's letter was written, Elder Lin felt that it was not detailed enough. Zhong began to tell them everything that had happened after he arrived in the Purple Cloud City. Li Qingji and the elders listened quietly. Zhong's words were clear and his speed was neither fast nor slow. It was very comfortable to listen to and made them feel as if they were there. Everyone, including Sect Master Li Qingji, felt that it would not be easy to obtain the right to distribute 50% of the Purple Cloud iron in Purple Cloud City. However, they did not care too much about it. A Purple Cloud City was not worth their effort. They did not expect that in just a few days, Zhong would conquer the Purple Cloud City and directly eradicate the Purple Brilliant Sect's Purple Brilliant House. When they first heard Elder Lin's words, they thought that he was joking. Therefore, they were now very curious about how Zhong did it. A Foundation establishment cultivator, without the help of the sect, had conquered the chaotic Purple Cloud City. It was very curious. Zhong explained the situation in brief but clear words. As for the final harvest in the Purple Cloud Mine, he did not mention it. Zhong, do you know that deceiving the sect leader and the elders is a serious crime? An elder suddenly spoke with a cold face. Elder, how did I deceive them? Zhong asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was not intimidated at all. According to what you said, you are only in the Foundation establishment realm. How can you fight against a half-step transcendent, let alone kill one? The elder's voice became even colder. A half-step transcendent could control spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it was 10 times stronger than true qi. The difference was very shocking. Zhong may be very outstanding and had the strength of one of the top 10 inner sect disciples not long after becoming an inner sect disciple. However, it did not mean that he could fight against a half-step transcendent when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, even if it was a half-step transcendent outside the sect. With a bang, a faint purple cloud gushed out from Zhong's body. This was the result of Zhong using the heavenly illusory cloud art to stimulate his true qi. Zhong's entire body was wrapped in a faint purple cloud, making him look hazy and illusory. It was as if the wind would blow him away. In the eyes of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, they would think that the person in front of them was ethereal and difficult to capture. However, everyone present was a transcendent realm master, so they would not be confused. Merit intent. The elder who questioned Zhong suddenly became aghast and exclaimed. Li Qingji and the other elders were also shocked. They all knew that Zhong had chosen the top-grade mortal rank heavenly illusory cloud art in the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower and had successfully converted it. It had only been a little over 3 months, but he had actually cultivated it to the highest level and had even grasped the technique intent. Elder, take one of my sword strikes. As soon as Zhong's voice fell, the white grand sword was unsheathed. Surrounded by a faint purple light, it turned into an extremely sharp sword wave. With a will that could tear the sky apart, it flew towards the elder who questioned Zhong. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the incomparably sharp sword wave had already arrived. This elder was a transcendent realm master, so he reacted in an instant. Using his finger as a sword, he pierced through the sky and struck the sword wave. With a pop, the sword wave was instantly shattered. However, this elder did not show the slightest bit of pride. Instead, he became even more dignified. The power contained in the sword wave just now was very strong. I take back what I said just now. You indeed have the qualifications to compete with a half-step transcendent. You even have the qualifications to kill those half-step transcendents outside the sect. This elder did not get angry because Zhong attacked him. Instead, he said excitedly. Hearing his words, Sect Master Li Qingji and the other elders became even more shocked. If I'm not wrong, you're cultivating the beheading wind sword art. The elder asked again, his voice filled with excitement. Moreover, you've already grasped the beheading wind sword intent. Li Qingji and the others did not know how to express the shock in their hearts. If they were not wrong, Zhong should have only been cultivating the top-quality mortal-grade secret art and sword art for a little more than 3 months. Not only had he grasped the secret art, but he had also grasped the sword intent. How did he cultivate? Li Qingji and the other elders only felt that their minds were not enough. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. From birth until now, they had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps, they had only heard some legends in the past, but those had nothing to do with the Blue Cloud sect or even the Dongchen region. After a while, the sect master and the elders gradually calmed down. Chenzong, you've indeed surprised us, but even if you've grasped the secret art and sword intent, you shouldn't have the strength to fight against and kill a half-step transcendent when you're only at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. Li Qingji spoke for the first time and also pointed out this point. The half-step transcendent outside the sect cultivated at least a high-quality mortal-grade secret art and martial art. Their spirit force was very strong and their martial art was at least at the transcendent realm. When they used their full strength, other than some special 9th layer Foundation establishment realm cultivators, no one else would be their match. What was a special 9th layer Foundation establishment realm cultivator? For example, when Yang Chaofan reached the 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm, the white lightning he controlled would be even more powerful. He would have the strength to threaten ordinary half-step transcendent cultivators. Sect Master, Elders, I'm sure you can feel that my true Qi is different from normal top-quality mortal-grade true Qi. Chenzong did not hesitate and quickly replied. Indeed, your Jin Qi is much purer than the top-grade Jin Qi of the mortal level. It's already very close to the spiritual energy of a normal half-step transcendent. The elder who shattered Chenzong's sword beam felt it the most directly. I believe you must have some secrets on your body. Li Qingji's eyes suddenly became sharp like a sword that had been unsheathed. Chenzong was startled as he felt a strong sense of threat for no reason. Soon after, the light in Li Qingji's eyes receded and became profound. He smiled faintly. However, many geniuses have their own secrets. That's nothing. The sect will provide you with an environment for cultivation and a certain amount of protection, but we won't look into your secrets or covet your fortuitous encounters. However, we hope that you won't harm the interests of the sect. If you can contribute to the sect, that would be for the best. If we don't disappoint you, then disciple won't abandon you, Chenzong said solemnly. His words were simple, but they were very clear. He directly expressed his attitude. If the Blue Cloud sect doesn't disappoint me, then I will be loyal to the Blue Cloud sect. On the other hand, if the Blue Cloud sect doesn't disappoint me, then they have no right to ask me for anything. Li Qingji and the others could not help but smile. They felt that this disciple had a strong personality. People with strong personalities would sometimes be liked, but sometimes they would be hated. It depended on the situation and whether or not they had the ability to show their personality. A personality without any ability was called arrogance. Completing the mission only qualifies you to become a true disciple. However, due to your outstanding performance, you will be specially promoted to a true disciple, Li Qingji said with a smile. Congratulations, Chenzong. You are now the 5th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Elder Lin said with a smile. Obtaining the qualification did not mean that one would definitely become a true disciple. Of course, there was a high chance, but one would still need to go through some tests and spend a lot of time. But now, Chenzong had directly skipped this stage and was now the 5th true disciple. Completing the mission in the Purple Cloud City was only one of the reasons. The other reason was naturally Chenzong's amazing perception. In just over 3 months, he had cultivated a top-grade mortal-level cultivation method and a top-grade mortal-level sword art to the extreme and grasped martial intent. If this news were to spread, it would cause a great sensation. With such an outstanding performance, he was not inferior to Yang Chaofan, who was born with extraordinary strength. With proper training, he would be able to make the Blue Cloud sect even stronger in the future. Chenzong, that Yu Jingtian is one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Purple Glory sect. He is also a disciple of one of the elders. This time, he was almost killed by you. He has a grudge in his heart. In the future, when you leave the sect, you must be careful, Li Qingji said. This time, that old man Yu Wenhua will probably explode with anger, Elder Lin said with a smile. With Chenzong's ability, he may be able to break through to the transcendent realm in a few years. At that time, if Yu Wenhua wants to deal with him, he will have to think twice. The elder who questioned Chenzong just now also laughed. The Blue Cloud sect was a 4-star force and was considered a relatively powerful force. It had a deep foundation and a history of more than 1,000 years. The first floor of the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower had a rich collection of ancient books. To cultivators, cultivation was important, but if they only cultivated, they would lack common sense and sufficient accumulation. If they encountered something and didn't recognize it, it would undoubtedly be a helpless matter. Chenzong was already listed as a true disciple. Everything in the entire Qingyun Sword Martial Tower was open to Chenzong. There was no need for any merit or anything like that. On the first floor of the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower, Chenzong took out an ancient book that wasn't thick. There were 5 big words written on it, Record of Worldly Wonders. This was the 12th ancient book that Chenzong was reading. He wondered if he could find any information about the purple flame in his stomach. Worldly wonders are divided into heavenly wonders and earthly wonders. These wonders include water, fire, wind, and thunder. The first sentence attracted Chenzong's attention. He flipped through the pages one by one to increase his knowledge and accumulation. The record of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth recorded all kinds of extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, there were no extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, only extraordinary powers of heaven and earth. Moreover, the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were not complete, only a dozen or so. Moreover, the contents of those dozen or so earthly wonders weren't particularly detailed. When he flipped to the last few pages, Chenzong's gaze was suddenly attracted. It was a picture. The picture was very clear. It was a thumb-sized purple flame surrounded by a faint purple fire mist. It was vivid and lifelike, as if there was a trace of scorching heat. It felt like it wasn't a picture but a copy. After taking a closer look, Chenzong flipped to the next page. It was a text. Purple Cloud True Flame, one of the worldly wonders, earthly wonders. It was born from the purple cloud or, paragraphs of text introduction gave Chenzong a deeper understanding of the purple cloud true flame. Purple cloud or was a general term. For example, the purple cloud or was one of the purple cloud ores. There were also purple cloud copper ore, purple cloud cold silver ore, purple cloud mystical gold ore, and so on. The purple cloud iron ore was considered to be of a lower grade among the purple cloud ores. It was very difficult for it to nurture the purple cloud true flame. Generally speaking, only purple cloud mysterious gold ore could nurture it. However, life was unpredictable, and no one could say for sure that the purple cloud iron ore in the purple cloud city had given birth to the purple cloud true flame. What was even more coincidental was that it had taken the initiative to merge into Chenzong's body. The extraordinary powers of heaven and earth would choose their own masters. This was one of their characteristics. Of course, not all extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were like this. Take the purple cloud true flame for example. If Chenzong had not grasped the power of the heart sword and was able to resist it for 30 breaths of time and endure the most torturous fusion, Chenzong would have been burned to ashes. Since ancient times, it was not clear how many kinds of mystical powers there were. Other than the difference between heaven and earth, there was no clear ranking between them. However, some were more common, while others were rarer. The purple cloud true flame was one of the more common types. Once a person obtained a mystical power of heaven and earth and was able to endure the fusion stage, they would be cleansed by the mystical power of heaven and earth, causing some changes to their body. For example, Chenzong's meridians would expand and become tougher. In the end, a trace of the purple cloud true flame's power would even merge into his genuine qi, causing his genuine qi to change and become more powerful. After reading to the end, Chenzong closed the record of extraordinary powers of heaven and earth and put it back on the bookshelf. He let out a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. The purple cloud true flame had chosen him and had already merged with him. There would not be any side effects. On the contrary, it would only bring him benefits. The only downside was that Chenzong was still unable to use the true power of the purple cloud true flame. In terms of levels, the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth belonged to the same level. Of course, some extraordinary powers of heaven and earth were extremely powerful. The activation of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth required spiritual sense, but the activation of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth required spiritual energy. In other words, Chenzong had to be at least a half-step transcendent to be able to activate the purple cloud true flame. Having said that, the current Chenzong was indeed amazing. He had the heart sword force and the purple cloud true flame. In terms of potential alone, who knew how many transcendents he had? Compared to when I was in the Blue Waves world, my potential now is even greater. Chen Zong said to himself. With a smile on his face, he stepped onto the second floor of the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower, then the third floor, and then the fourth floor. One of the benefits of being listed as a core disciple was that he could freely read and cultivate the various secret arts and martial arts in the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower. As for secret arts, Chen Zong already had the heavenly illusory cloud art, so he could not cultivate anything else. Otherwise, he would have to change his cultivation. Naturally, there was no need to read more. As for sword arts, there was no requirement. The more, the better. The pure chi sword art was a sword art that used strength to suppress and shock the enemy. The power of each sword strike was very tyrannical. The disadvantage was that it consumed a lot of true chi. However, with Chen Zong's current true chi, it was nothing to worry about. The Great River sword art was majestic and the sword momentum was continuous. Once the sword was used, it would be like a long river flowing endlessly. The consumption of true chi would increase from little to much. In addition to these two sword arts, Chen Zong also chose the Golden Fragment Sword Finger and the Thunder Slaughter Leg art. He could use a sword art with one hand and a sword finger with the other. He could also use a leg art with both legs. The combination was simply amazing. The 4 Cultivation Transfer Spirit Jades were quickly handed over to Chen Zong. Taking the Cultivation Transfer Spirit Jades, Chen Zong left the Azure Cloud Sword Martial Tower and returned to the Core Disciple Hall. The Core Disciple Hall was the place where the core disciples lived and cultivated. It was located at the bottom left of the Azure Cloud Main Hall. Including Chen Zong, there were currently 5 core disciples. Other than them, there were also attendants who served the 5 core disciples. Qin Shidi, the second core disciple, Gao Bojun, walked out of the core disciple hall and greeted Chen Zong with a smile when he saw him. The Blue Cloud sect didn't have any shady dealings. To become a core disciple, one had to be extraordinary. For example, Yang Chaofan. Although his cultivation wasn't high enough and his strength wasn't strong enough, he was born with a transcendent secret power, which made him stand out. Senior brother Gao, Chen Zong replied with a smile. Gao Bojun was much older than Chen Zong. He was already 20 years old and his cultivation was half a step away from transcendent. As for why he could become a core disciple, Chen Zong didn't know. It was considered a secret. The first core disciple was Li Zhini. He was the first disciple of sect leader Li Qingji. He was 21 years old and half a step away from transcendent. The third core disciple was Song Lingsu. She was 18 years old and her cultivation was at the peak of foundation building realm. She was only a step away from transcendent. The fourth core disciple was Yang Chaofan. He was 15 years old and his cultivation had increased. He was at the late stage of foundation building realm. There were many subhalls in the core disciple hall. One of them belonged to Chen Zong. This subhall was called the Qinggang Hall. After entering the Qinggang Hall, Chen Zong began to comprehend the sword technique. Purple Cloud City, Clear Cloud Pavilion. The current Clear Cloud Pavilion was different from the past. It was now the biggest force in the Purple Cloud City. No other force could compare to it. As for the brilliant Purple House, it was already history. The Clear Cloud Pavilion was the biggest force and all the other forces had submitted to it. In addition, the Blue Cloud sect sent people over to take over. The current Purple Cloud City was no longer as chaotic as before. It had become orderly and no one was allowed to wantonly fight and destroy in the city. At first, the effect was not very good. However, the Clear Cloud Pavilion was heavy-handed. They had no choice but to accept it. Gradually, it became a habit. Today, Lin Jingchun, who had received the letter, was very excited. He had finally realized his dream of entering the Blue Cloud sect. Do your job well. There might be a chance in the future. Lin Jingchun said to Lin Jingyi and Lin Gu. He immediately left the Purple Cloud City and rushed to the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Jingchun's matter made Lin Gu, Lin Jingyi, and the others in the Clear Cloud Pavilion see the hope of entering the Blue Cloud sect. It also made them work even harder in the future. Chen Zong had already passed down the order. As a core disciple, his authority was not small. He had already surpassed the outer sect elders and was close to the inner sect elders. Lin Jingchun was a half-step transcendent stage expert and had the face of Chen Zong, a core disciple. Therefore, Lin Jingchun became a deacon of the Blue Cloud sect. As a deacon, he would naturally receive corresponding benefits for serving the sect. The first 9 levels of a low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique. As for the last level, one needed to have enough merit points to exchange for it. It was the same for spiritual level martial arts techniques. Lin Jingchun was very happy about this. Previously, he did not have any spiritual level cultivation techniques to cultivate. Now that he had one, even if he was short of the last level, the first 9 levels were enough for him to cultivate for a long time. It would make his spiritual energy stronger and increase his strength. After becoming a core disciple, Chen Zong cultivated every day. When he was free, he would go to the Clear Cloud Sword Martial Tower to borrow a batch of ancient books to read. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. His true chi surged and broke through the shackles, becoming more powerful. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His true chi was even more powerful, making Chen Zong even stronger. In addition, Chen Zong had cultivated 2 sword techniques to the rudimentary stage. One of his finger sword techniques and one of his leg techniques had reached the trance stage. His understanding of the Heart Sword Sutra had increased by a little. Chen Zong, come to the Clear Cloud Hall quickly. A voice came from the core disciple token into Chen Zong's mind. Only Chen Zong could hear it. It was Elder Lin's voice. Chen Zong immediately left the Clear Cloud Hall and headed to the Clear Cloud Hall. As soon as Chen Zong stepped into the Clear Cloud Hall, he felt that the atmosphere was different from usual. It was somewhat oppressive and cold. In the hall, the sect master and several elders were present. In addition, Chen Zong also saw the second core disciple, Gao Bojun, and the third core disciple, Song Lingsu. As for the first core disciple, Li Qingyi seemed to have left the sect for a while. Then, a cold sneer exploded in his ears. Chen Zong looked over and saw many sharp and hostile gazes. Judging from their robes and insignia, they were not from the Blue Cloud sect. They were from the Purple Yao sect. You are Chen Zong, the one who conquered the Purple Cloud City. An elder from the Purple Yao sect spoke. His voice was as cold as a blade, as if he wanted to peel off a layer of Chen Zong's skin. You Wenhua, he is Chen Zong, the one who destroyed the Purple Yao sect and conquered the Purple Cloud City. Elder Wang, who had questioned Chen Zong before, chuckled. Everyone could hear the mockery in his words. Humph, it is just a Purple Cloud City. Although Yu Wenhua was not happy, he still said it with a disdainful face. You almost killed my brother. The Purple Yao sect disciple standing next to Yu Wenhua stared at Chen Zong. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his voice was as cold as a blade. I will settle this with you later. So, he was Yu Jingtian's brother. No wonder they looked so similar. However, Chen Zong did not take his threat to heart. Yu Jingyao, you have been a true disciple for a few years, but you want to challenge my Blue Cloud sect's new true disciple. Your face is really thick. Gao Bojun's tone was ridiculing, with a bit of irony. Gao Bojun, before that, I will shut you up. Yu Jingyao threatened coldly. It was normal for sect members to communicate with each other. The Purple Brilliant sect had also decided to send a few outstanding disciples to compete with the Blue Cloud sect. In other words, it was a battle that they were confident in, to show the Purple Brilliant sect's prestige. Due to the incident in the Purple Cloud City, the Purple Brilliant sect had more or less lost face. Now, they were here to win back some face. Of course, the Blue Cloud sect knew about the Purple Brilliant sect's plan, but they were not afraid. It was nothing more than a battle between disciples. Not long after, Yang Chaofan also arrived. Needless to say, everyone left the Azure Cloud Palace and moved to the Inner Sect training field. The Blue Cloud sect's Inner Sect disciples also came to watch the battle. This time, we have 3 disciples from the Purple Brilliant sect. Feel free to fight. Yu Wenhua's eyes flashed with a purple light. His face was full of smiles, but his words were sharp. Let these 3 disciples of the Purple Brilliant sect see the abilities of the Blue Cloud sect's disciples. I will fight the first battle. A 16 or 17-year-old boy beside Yuanhua stepped out with an arrogant attitude. His eyes swept across the crowd, and a powerful aura spread out. You. Who will fight with me? Hehe, Shen Haohong is a new inner sect disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect. He is also my disciple, and has some talent. Yu Wenhua laughed, but I think his mentality is still unstable, so it's inevitable for him to be arrogant. I hope someone from the Blue Cloud sect can defeat him, and let him know that there is always someone better than him, so he can restrain himself. One had to admit that Yu Wenhua had a good grasp of the situation. A new inner sect disciple was enough to make the Blue Cloud sect think twice. If they sent an experienced inner sect disciple, defeating him was nothing, but losing would be embarrassing. Let me. Yang Chaofan stepped out and faced Shen Haohong. Yang Chaofan was also a new inner sect disciple, so he was the most suitable one to fight. You are the fourth direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, right? Don't lose to me, an inner sect disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect. Shen Haohong sneered, his words sharp. In other words, even if Yang Chaofan won, he deserved it, but if he lost, it would be embarrassing. As you wish. Yang Chaofan faintly smiled, and his aura instantly soared. Vaguely, a blazing hot aura filled the air. This blazing hot aura was filled with Yang Qi, causing Yang Chaofan's temperament to become even more masculine. This was the top-grade mortal skill, the mysterious Yang art. Over the past 4 months, Yang Chaofan had managed to successfully switch to cultivating the mysterious Yang art with the help of the sect. Furthermore, he had reached the 6th level of the mysterious Yang art, and his mysterious Yang Zhenqi was much purer than before. Peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. The elders of the Blue Cloud sect were all startled and somewhat delighted. This kind of cultivation speed was indeed very fast. Well, if you don't compare him to Chen Zong. With a loud bang, an aura gushed out from Shen Haohong's body. Vaguely, there seemed to be wisps of purple light shuttling around his body. Purple Qi dazzling technique. The 7th floor. Hehe, there is nothing special about this disciple of mine. It's just that his cultivation method is a bit different from ordinary people. Yu Wenhua laughed once more. The Purple Qi Brilliant Light Secret Art was a very famous top-grade mortal level art in the Purple Yao sect. It was also one of the top-grade mortal level arts. It was even better than the mysterious Yang art, so it was naturally more difficult to cultivate. The Qingyun sword was founded on the sword while the Purple Yao sect was founded on Qi. They both had their own strengths. Shen Haohong had actually cultivated it to the 7th floor, which was very shocking. However, thinking about Chen Zong's cultivation speed, Li Qingji and the other elders of the Blue Cloud sect didn't think much of it. This made the originally proud Yu Wenhua very surprised. Shen Haohong's cultivation was also at the peak of the 7th level of the Foundation realm. Let me see what is so special about a direct disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Shen Haohong sneered coldly. He suddenly opened his right hand, and his 5 fingers curled. Like a palm, like a claw, like a claw, like a claw, like a claw. Wisps of light purple flowing aura quickly converged between his 5 fingers. The aura was like a torrent that passed through the gaps between his 5 fingers. Yang Chaofan's expression was solemn. He felt like he was being grabbed by invisible fingers and almost suffocated. His fingers were like a sword and a jade-white light flowed like water. Shortly after, traces of red light filled the air. The jade-white sword finger powered by the mysterious Yang Qi was much more powerful. It pierced through the air like a sharp sword and shot toward Shen Haohong. The jade-white sword finger was broken and a ray of red light appeared. It was majestic and carried a shocking power as it slashed down. Pure origin sword art. With just a glance, Chen Zong recognized the sword art Yang Chaofan was using. It was the top-grade mortal skill pure origin sword art that had been cultivated to the large success stage. To be able to cultivate a top-grade mortal skill to the large success stage in 4 months was indeed very outstanding. Ordinary Foundation realm cultivators would find it difficult to do so. Only outstanding geniuses could do it. At the large success stage, one could fully display the power of the sword art. However, the moves were still relatively rigid and lacked variety. The sword aura was powerful as it split the purple light in half. Shen Haohong's expression suddenly changed. His qi surged and his aura seemed to have climbed up another level. His 5 fingers formed a hook and suddenly grabbed toward the majestic sword light. The Azure Cloud sect was best at sword arts, while the Purple Brilliant sect was best at cultivation arts. This Purple Brilliant light art had its own uniqueness, and its power was astonishing. Boom! Boom, boom! Yang Chaofan and Shen Haohong attacked with all their might. The battle was intense and powerful. Purple Chi from the east. With a roar, a faint purple light suddenly covered Shen Haohong's face. Behind Shen Haohong, a purple aura seemed to appear. It was vast and majestic like the clouds. With a palm attack, the purple aura flowed like a giant wave and rushed out. Under this palm attack, Yang Chaofan's pure Yuan sword art was directly shattered. His whole body was blown away as his chi and blood trembled and his chi dispersed. Purple Chi from the east. Shen Haohong roared again as the second palm attack arrived. Yang Chaofan quickly adjusted his chi and performed the pure Yuan sword art again. With a sword attack, the sword light was shattered and his whole body was blown away again with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Haohong, don't go too far. Yu Wenhua laughed as he became more and more proud. After all, Shen Haohong was only an inner disciple of the Purple Radiant sect while his opponent was a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Purple Chi from the east. Shen Haohong threw out the third palm attack. This palm attack was not something Yang Chaofan could handle and would immediately be wounded. At this critical moment, Yang Chaofan's eyes widened as white lightning flashed through them. Immediately after, streaks of white electric current rapidly spread out and condensed on his sword finger. When he slashed through the air, it was as if a sword of white lightning had broken through the air and slashed down. After his cultivation had improved, with Li Qingji's guidance and his own talent, Yang Chaofan had become more familiar with the usage of the white lightning power. His speed of activating it had increased by a lot. The power of white lightning tore through the air like a sword. It was unstoppable, instantly destroying Shen Haohong's purple cloud from the east. The attack landed on Shen Haohong's body. Shen Haohong's face changed drastically. He summoned all of his power in an instant. His face turned purple, but he was unable to block the terrifying power of the attack. With a boom, Shen Haohong was blown away. He could only feel that his body was numb and did not listen to him at all. A horrifying power was rampaging inside his body. Yu Wenhua hurried to catch Shen Haohong and quickly dispelled the white lightning power that had invaded his body. Transcendent power. Yu Wenhua put down the heavily injured Shen Haohong and stared at Yang Chaofan, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to actually have a genius who was born with transcendent powers. Yu Wenhua was well aware that a genius born with transcendent powers could easily break through to the transcendent realm and cultivate their transcendent powers to a high level. Their strength was astonishing. Moreover, if they were willing to work hard, they could even master an additional transcendent force. A transcendent who had mastered 2 transcendent forces was undoubtedly even more terrifying. If this place was not the Blue Cloud sect, Yu Wenhua might have directly killed him. Shen Haohong's face was pale as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with unwillingness. In terms of strength, he was superior to Yang Chaofan, but he had not expected his opponent to possess such terrifying power. Su Wei, perform well. Yu Wenhua glanced over at his other disciple and said indifferently. Yes, honored master. Su Wei bowed and stepped forward, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as a wicked smile appeared on his face. I wonder which disciple of the Blue Cloud sect is willing to exchange pointers with me. Su Wei was a true disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect, ranked 3rd. His cultivation was very high and his strength was undeniable. Most of the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciples were not his opponents. Besides Qinzong, the only ones who could fight against him were Gao Bojun and Song Lingsu. But besides Su Wei, the other side had an even stronger opponent, Yu Jingyao. Let me do it. Song Lingsu walked out and faced Su Wei. Song Lingsu's appearance was not very beautiful, but she had a very elegant temperament, giving people a feeling of elegance and gentleness. Her voice was also very gentle, making people feel comfortable listening to it. Don't worry, I will be merciful. Su Wei's eyes lit up and he immediately teased. Take this sword. Song Lingsu replied. Her soft sword trembled, and with the injection of true qi, it instantly became hard. The sword broke through the air and cut open the wind. The sword was extremely fast, it was the windcutter sword art. It could be seen that Song Lingsu's Windcutter sword art had been cultivated to the impeccable realm and was extremely powerful. Purple leaf-piercing hand. Su Wei shouted in a low voice. Purple chi rose and purple light filled the air. His hands intertwined like butterflies, moving at an extremely fast speed. They looked like two purple butterflies fluttering in the air. Their forces were connected to each other, intertwining endlessly, yet soft and tough. Su Wei also cultivated the purple brilliant art and had reached the 8th level, one level higher than Shen Haohong. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation realm. The Windcutter sword art's power was constantly being weakened by the purple leaf-piercing hand. The body of the sword was constantly hit, making it difficult for Song Lingsu to hold the sword in her hand. True chi surged and the sword changed. The body of the sword disappeared and turned into a gust of wind. It pierced through the purple leaf-piercing hand and shot toward Su Wei. The impeccable realm Windcutter sword art became even more flexible under Song Lingsu's soft sword. The body of the sword was sometimes hard and sometimes soft, like a dancing snake. The purple light pierced through the sky. The soft sword in Song Lingsu's hand straightened instantly. The sword tip shone brightly, tearing the sky apart. This sword contained all of Song Lingsu's true chi. It was the most powerful attack of the Windcutter sword art. As the sword slashed down, the fine sword light broke through the purple clouds and headed towards Su Wei. Purple cloud sky encirclement. Su Wei's expression changed. The sword tip was so sharp that it felt like it was going to cut him in half. He immediately unleashed an even more powerful attack. Purple clouds filled his face. Even his eyes were covered in a layer of purple light. The purple cloud radiance's true chi exploded completely. It was even more shocking than before. This attack was even more powerful than the purple cloud from the east. Streaks of purple light swept out, filled with horrifying power. It was as if they could destroy everything. Like a flood, they destroyed the sword light and sent Song Lingsu flying. After landing on the ground, she took a few steps back and forced herself to stop. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura weakened. Sorry. I thought you could take this attack. Su Wei pretended to be surprised. Hypocrite. An inner sect disciple scolded without hiding his voice. I'm just a scumbag. Another inner sect disciple said angrily. Su Wei's expression did not change after hearing that. However, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. I'm sorry. This disciple of mine doesn't know how to control his strength. Yu Wenhua chuckled. He flicked his finger and a pellet flew towards Song Lingsu. This purple recovery pellet will heal you. The purple recovery pellet was a unique healing pellet from the Purple Glory sect. Its healing effect was quite good. However, an inner sect elder waved his hand and the pellet flew towards Yu Wenhua at an even faster speed. The Blue Cloud sect has its own pellets. The elder said. I wonder if there are any other disciples from the Blue Cloud sect who would like to exchange pointers with me. Su Wei spoke again. He glanced around and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. I'll be more careful this time. Humph, shameless boasting. Dao Bojun coldly snorted, since you want to fight so much, I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Dao Bojun knew that Chen Zong was not weak and could be ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. However, he would not be stronger than Song Lingsu. Naturally, he would not be a match for her. If Chen Zong fought and was defeated, the Blue Cloud sect's reputation would be tarnished. It would be better for him to fight. After all, he and Su Wei had been true disciples for many years. Dao Bojun took a step forward, but Su Wei's expression changed greatly. He was indeed very confident, but in comparison, Dao Bojun was a half-step transcendent, and his strength was much stronger than his own. Dao Bojun, is this all you've got? Yu Jingyao suddenly said. He walked out with his hands behind his back and stood in front of Su Wei. Then it's your turn. Dao Bojun shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent expression. Dao Bojun did not care whether Su Wei would fight or not. He was just a foundation-level cultivator. His strength might be strong, but it was nothing to him. The difference between a foundation-level cultivator and a half-step transcendent was huge. Moreover, both of them were considered geniuses. Swords were drawn, and a powerful aura spread out from Gao Bozhen and Yu Jingyao's body. Both of them were half-step transcendent experts. Their true qi had already been converted into spiritual power. Moreover, both of them had cultivated low-class spiritual skills, which made them even more powerful. A shocking pressure spread out, making all the inner sect disciples feel pressured. Chen Zong's expression did not change, but he was also shocked. The pressure from this level of spiritual power was much stronger than Lin Jingquan's. In addition to the martial arts that they cultivated, they were much stronger than Lin Jingquan. Half-step transcendent was just a general term. There were also differences in strength. A powerful half-step transcendent could kill a weak half-step transcendent in one move. A blue aura surrounded Gao Bozhen's body. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Gao Bozhen looked like he was going to fly with the wind. His extraordinary demeanor made all the female disciples' eyes shine. Even the male disciples were subdued by Gao Bozhen's demeanor. A purple brilliance spread out from Yu Jingyao's body. A powerful and majestic aura surged out, making Yu Jingyao feel very domineering. It was a sharp contrast to Gao Bozhen. The blue aura was like a ray of light that flashed by, causing everyone to unconsciously narrow their eyes. The long blade was already pointed at Yu Jingyao. The blue blade aura was extremely oppressive. Gao Bozhen was the only one among the 5 direct disciples who did not cultivate the sword. He cultivated the blade. Yu Jingyao opened his hands. A pair of half-finger gloves emitted a purple light, causing his palms to swell up. Gao Bozhen, take my move. Yu Jingyao smiled coldly and waved his hand. A purple palm print tore through the air like a thin sheet of paper and fiercely flew towards Gao Bozhen. Insignificant skill. Gao Bozhen curled his lips into a smile. With a light flick of his wrist, a blue blade aura shot out. Gao Bozhen cultivated the blue cloud sect's only mortal grade top grade blade technique, 13 slashes. Once this blade technique was used, each strike seemed to go against the flow of water. The power behind each strike was astonishing, and under the stimulation of spirit qi, its power was even more terrifying. Half-step transcendent realm cultivators could cultivate spirit-grade secret arts, but they could not cultivate spirit-grade martial arts. This was because using spirit-grade martial arts not only consumed one's spirit qi, but also one's spiritual sense. Half-step transcendents did not have spiritual sense. Without spiritual sense, it was impossible to display the power of a spirit-grade martial art. It was just an empty shell, not even as practical as a mortal-grade martial art. Therefore, whether it was Gao Bozhen or Yu Jingyao, they both cultivated mortal-grade top-grade martial arts. Because of their high cultivation and long periods of cultivation, both of them had reached the impeccable realm. Their power was astonishing. The 13 slashes countercurrent was launched. Each slash was faster and stronger than the previous one. He continuously slashed out. In an instant, there were 13 slashes. 13 sharp and tyrannical saber lights seemed to go against the current, blasting towards Yu Jingyao from the front. Yu Jingyao threw out both of his hands like claws and palms. Purple light filled the air, and its power was shocking. It was also a martial art that was very famous in the purple brilliant martial art, Purple Qi Luo Sky Hand. Purple Qi from the East and Purple Qi Gathering Heavenly Hand were actually moves from Purple Qi Gathering Heavenly Hand. When Purple Qi from the East was displayed by Yu Jingyao, its power was even more terrifying. Purple light filled the sky, like a vast expanse of clouds, as it rushed out. The 13 blade auras were tyrannical and flexible, like fish in water, and the purple qi in the sky was like a torrent. Gao Bozhen's body and the blade seemed to have merged into one, following the 13 sharp blade auras, and rushed towards Yu Jingyao. Yu Jingyao's arms shook, and a series of explosive sounds burst out. His hands seemed to have expanded, and the power of his attacks was even more vigorous, like a flood breaking through a dam. This was not Purple Qi Gathering Heavenly Hand, but another mortal-grade top-grade martial art that Yu Jingyao cultivated. The Purple Brilliant sect was not weaker than the Blue Cloud sect. Of course, there was more than one mortal-grade top-grade martial art in the sect, and Yu Jingyao, as the grandson of the inner sect elder Yu Wenhua, was one of the few true disciples of the Purple Brilliant sect. Naturally, he had a high status, and could cultivate any kind of martial art at will. Since Yu Jingyao was like this, Gao Bozhen naturally would not only cultivate one blade art. Holding the blade with one hand, Gao Bojuan's other hand suddenly contracted, and his palm sank inwards. Tyrannical true qi quickly condensed in his palm, constantly rotating, and traces of cyan light became more and more intense. When he attacked, it was as if the stars were collapsing. Heavenly star exploding yuan palm. What a strong power! Is this the true strength of a true disciple? The inner sect disciples were shocked, and the half-step transcendent sect deacons were also shocked. This kind of strength. Chen Zong carefully compared and found that if he did not use the heart sword force, he would not be able to defeat either of them. At most, he would be able to contend with them. After all, after obtaining the purple cloud true flame, his strength had increased by a lot. However, what he used was true qi, and not spiritual power. If his true qi also transformed into spiritual power, he could easily defeat these two. Even if they joined hands, they would not be able to change the outcome. But overall, it was not clear whether Gao Bojuan or Yu Jingyao's strength was really strong, completely surpassing all the previous geniuses in Blue Wave's world. Even those top geniuses who had not broken through to the transcendent realm could not be compared to them. 1. Had to know that people like Sanggu's holy son were the top geniuses in Blue Wave's world, but Gao Bojuan and Yu Jingyao were not the top geniuses in Lingwu holy world. At best, they were just slightly more outstanding geniuses in Dongchen world. The gap between worlds brought about a disparity in various aspects. The battle between Gao Bojuan and Yu Jingyao was becoming more and more intense. Qi energy was overflowing, and the majority of the inner sect disciples who were close to a certain range were affected by the shockwaves. Only death awaited them. So terrifying, is this the strength of a quasi-sun genius? An inner sect disciple secretly said, and could not help but clench his fists. There were several blazing suns in Dongchen world, and that was the title of the strongest in the younger generation. There were also some geniuses who were second only to the blazing suns, and they were called quasi-sun geniuses. Below them were the morning star geniuses, and they represented the rising morning star. They had the hope of rising to the sky, shining brightly, and becoming a blazing Sunday. If a quasi-sun genius strength was already so terrifying, then what about the strength of the blazing suns? It was unimaginable. Yu Wenhua's expression was slightly dignified. In the battle with Gao Bojuan, Yu Jingyao did not have any advantage. Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. Another tyrannical move was launched. 13 slashes countercurrent, 13 nimble and tyrannical blade lights merged together, and immediately shattered the Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. Purple Cloud illuminating the world. The final move of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Hand was launched. Purple Cloud illuminating the world was the final move of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Hand, and also the most tyrannical move. It was a combination of Purple Cloud East and Purple Cloud Heavenly Net. When it was launched, purple light filled the sky, and Gao Bojuan's figure was submerged. I won. The corner of Yu Jingyao's mouth curled up into a confident smile. With this move, he was sure to win. A sudden change occurred. Amidst the seemingly endless purple light, a green light suddenly flashed. It was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the dark clouds, and instantly broke through the sky. The strongest move of the 13 slashes countercurrent, where 13 blade lights merged into one. The majestic blade light tore through the purple light, and Gao Bojuan's figure turned into a wisp of smoke, as if he had lost all weight. He instantly closed in on Yu Jingyao, and his left palm struck out. Exploding, tyrannical, cosmic exploding yuan palm. Elder Wang flicked his finger, and a pill with a green halo broke through the air and flew towards the pale-faced Yu Jingyao. It was the blue cloud sex healing pill, the green essence pill. No need to trouble yourself. Yu Wenhua waved his sleeve, and the green essence pill flew back the way it came. Yu Wenhua's face darkened when he saw that Yu Jingyao was defeated by Gao Bojuan. The purpose of bringing 3 powerful disciples here was naturally to show off their strength. In the end, they didn't expect that only Su Wei would be able to defeat an opponent of the same level, and the other 2 would be defeated, causing them to lose face. As Yu Wenhua's eldest disciple, Su Wei quickly grasped the dissatisfaction in Yu Wenhua's heart. He suddenly changed his mind and looked at Chen Zong. Chen Zong, the 5th true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. You conquered the Purple Cloud City by yourself. I'm very curious about you. Su Wei stepped forward and said to Chen Zong with a smile, you must be very courageous. You won't refuse my challenge, right? Su Wei's strength was obvious to all. It could be said that he was very powerful in the Foundation establishment realm. Even a half-step transcendent like Lin Jingchun wouldn't dare to say that he could win easily. There weren't many people who really knew Chen Zong's strength, so they were inevitably worried. When Gao Bojun was about to speak, Chen Zong had already stepped forward and walked in front of Su Wei. Since you have a request, I'll give you a defeat. Chen Zong's tone was calm, but it gave people a faint feeling of disdain. This made Su Wei furious, and he secretly made up his mind to teach Chen Zong a lesson that he would never forget. Yu Wenhua frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. Yu Wenhua also knew about Chen Zong from Yu Jingtian, but Yu Jingtian didn't tell him the truth. Instead, he hid some things, such as Chen Zong's true strength. The reason why he hid it was not intentional, but because he felt embarrassed. He had actually been suppressed by a Blue Cloud sect disciple who was younger than him. He had lost all his dignity. Therefore, when he returned, he did not reveal the truth. He only said that the other party had a treasure and relied on the treasure to defeat and kill Chongshan. As for the transcendent who had rescued Yu Jingtian, he hadn't arrived at that time, so it was unclear what the situation was like. Being able to save Yu Jingtian was already quite good. Shameless boasting. With a cold snort, Su Wei directly attacked. His first move was Purple Chi from the east, showing no mercy. With a loud bang, the purple airflow rolled out like a purple cloud in the sky. The momentum was terrifying. Su Wei had already activated his Zhen Qi to the fullest. There was no movement, but there was only a flash of white sword light. At the same time, the sound of the sword rang in everyone's ears. The beam of sword light was like a white bird flying across the water surface. It was extremely fast and vigorous, making people feel relaxed and happy. The violet chi was torn apart in an instant, and Su Wei was sent flying backward as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. Blood sprayed through the air. Yu Jingyao and Shen Haohan's eyelids couldn't help twitching, while Yu Wenhua's expression sank. None of them had expected that Su Wei would not even be able to withstand a single sword strike from the other party. It was obvious that the other party had held back, otherwise, Su Wei would have been killed in one blow. This strength is comparable to a half-step transcendent, but his cultivation is still in the Foundation realm. Yu Wenhua was shocked. Possessing half-step transcendent strength in the Foundation realm was indeed rare. Even a genius like Su Wei could barely compete with an ordinary half-step transcendent. And the purity of that true chi. Thinking so, Yu Wenhua couldn't help but frown. The purity of that true chi was completely beyond imagination. Even if one cultivated a top-rank mortal-grade secret art to the highest level and grasped the secret art, it would still be impossible for it to be so pure. The purer the true chi, the easier it was for the other party to transform their true chi into spirit energy. In other words, the other party could raise his cultivation to the half-step transcendent realm in a short period of time. A 15-year-old half-step transcendent, just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder. Originally, he had planned to win back some ground, but in the end, he had lost another, losing all face. Yu Wenhua had no intention of staying any longer, otherwise he would be ridiculed and ridiculed. He was very clear about the temperament of his old rival. Taking Yu Jingyao and his 2 disciples with him, he immediately left the Blue Cloud sect. No matter how one looked at it, he was a bit dejected. The inner sect disciples also gradually dispersed, but their impression of Chen Zong was even deeper. He had only been an inner sect disciple for a few months, yet he had already become a core disciple with such terrifying strength. Junior brother, good skill. Gao Bojun was also very surprised. He thought that Chen Zong's potential was very high, just like Yang Chaofan. But his current strength was not strong enough. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. Senior brother is even stronger. Chen Zong smiled. I'm a few years older than you. Gao Bojun smiled, with your junior brother's talent, it won't be long before you catch up to me and surpass me. Although Gao Bojun was somewhat flattering Chen Zong, he was also expressing his own inner feelings. Junior brother is too strong, I'm not your opponent at all. Song Lingsu also smiled, her voice soft and pleasant to the ear. Senior sister is too kind. Chen Zong smiled, I think it won't be long before senior sister breaks through to half-step transcendent, at that time your strength will greatly increase. Maybe you'll break through earlier than me. Song Lingsu smiled. Yang Chaofan didn't walk over, instead staring at Chen Zong's back, secretly clenching his fists. Chen Zong was the same as him, promoted to the inner sect a few months ago, while he became a core disciple earlier. However, his opponent's strength was something he could only look up to. Yang Chaofan felt that even if he used the power of White Thunder, he wouldn't be his opponent. However, I won't admit defeat just like that. Yang Chaofan thought to himself. Not only did Chen Zong's strength not defeat him, but it also ignited his inner fighting spirit. Qinggang Palace. Greetings, Elder. Chen Zong bowed to Elder Lin. Haha, you're now a core disciple, there's no need for you to bow to me. Elder Lin smiled. The status of a core disciple wasn't much lower than the inner sect disciples, they were already on equal footing. I'm a junior, and you're a senior. I can't be rude. Chen Zong smiled, bowing to Elder Lin, not because of his status, but because he was an elder. Of course, age didn't mean that Chen Zong would treat him as an elder worthy of respect. People were mutual. If you were good to me, I would be good to you. If you weren't good to me, why should I be good to you? Chen Zong wouldn't repay kindness with kindness, and he didn't like to repay kindness with kindness. Have you heard of a secret technique? Elder Lin was always straightforward, he didn't like to beat around the bush. Secret technique. Chen Zong nodded his head. He had come into contact with many secret techniques in Blue Wave's world, but unfortunately, he wasn't used to this world. As for the secret techniques of this world, Chen Zong hadn't come into contact with them. At least, he hadn't seen them in the Qingyun Sword Martial Tower, and he hadn't seen anyone else use them. He guessed that there shouldn't be many secret techniques, and they should be very precious. Elder Lin's next words also confirmed this point. Secret techniques were really precious, at least in the Dongchen territory. Blue Cloud Sect, a 4-star force, actually only had 2 secret techniques. One is a first-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sword Body, and the other is a second-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sky-Shattering Sword Qi. Elder Lin said, a first-grade secret technique is more difficult to cultivate than a mortal-level top-grade martial art. Most Foundation establishment cultivators can't cultivate it. In theory, a first-grade secret technique is equivalent to a half-step transcendent. Chen Zong listened carefully. If that was the case, then the secret techniques of this world were more advanced than those of Blue Wave's world. The first-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sword Body, was only qualified to be cultivated by elders and half-step transcendent realm true disciples. It could be considered a kind of benefit. As for other half-step transcendents, in addition to having enough merit points, they also needed to be recognized by the sect. In other words, they needed to be recognized as loyal by the sect. As for the second-grade secret technique, Qingyun Sky-Shattering Sword Qi, it was the highest secret technique of the Blue Cloud sect. It was also the so-called sect-guarding secret technique. Currently, there were very few people cultivating it, except for the sect master and several inner sect elders. Elder came to find me and told me this. Chen Zong couldn't help but be curious. He had some guesses in his heart. Haha, you're right. Elder Lin laughed and immediately took out a cultivation relaying spirit jade. After I discussed it with the elders and obtained the sect master's approval, I decided to pass on the Qingyun Sword Body secret technique to you in advance. Perhaps with your perception, you'll be able to cultivate Qingyun Sword Body before reaching half-step transcendence. Many thanks, Elder and Sect Master. Chen Zong smiled and accepted the cultivation relaying spirit jade. Firstly, it was because he had obtained a secret technique. Secondly, he could see the brilliance of this world's secret techniques. Cultivate well. When you succeed, remember to tell me. Elder Lin patted Chen Zong on the shoulder and turned to leave. After sending Elder Lin away, Chen Zong closed the Azure Dipper Temple and began to accept the information contained in the cultivation relaying spirit jade. Streaks of mysterious and ancient runes that were suffused with a green radiance flowed and entered Chen Zong's body. Gradually, they formed a 3-dimensional figure that was emitting a green radiance. Shortly after, a blue aura was born from the figure and quickly swam around. It emitted a kind of shocking sharpness that wanted to penetrate through the figure. Suddenly, the figure exploded and turned into countless pieces of information that were accepted by Chen Zong. After a while, Chenzong opened his eyes and a faint blue light flashed through them. Sure enough, although it was only a first-grade secret technique, Qingyun's sword body was much more profound than illusory fog heavenly cloud art. If it were most of the Foundation realm cultivators, they would have to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. However, Chenzong was different. With his powerful soul and superb perception, Chenzong quickly grasped some of the mysteries of Qingyun's sword body. He continued to comprehend it without any hindrance. About an hour later, all the mysteries of Qingyun's sword body were grasped by Chenzong. When using the secret techniques of Blue Wave's world, there will usually be a lot of side effects. However, the secret techniques of this world don't have any side effects. Chenzong couldn't help but be surprised. No, it should be said that the side effects were different. The side effects of the secret techniques of Blue Wave's world were that the user would become weak and so on. However, the side effects of the secret techniques of this world were that the user would consume energy. After using the secret techniques, the user would become stronger, but the consumption of energy would increase. Since he had comprehended Qingyun's sword body, Chenzong immediately began to cultivate it. He strived to master Qingyun's sword body in the shortest time possible. The season changed and winter arrived. Early in the morning, frost began to fall. A lavender aura surrounded Chenzong's body like clouds and mist. It made his figure even more hazy, like a dream. Nearly a month later, Chenzong's cultivation broke through again, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm. This speed of improvement was quite amazing. Is Xianxia here? Chenzong had just finished cultivating when Gao Bozhen's voice came from outside the hall. Senior brother Gao, what's the matter? Chenzong's voice came out. His figure flashed and he opened the door, only to see Gao Bozhen standing outside. Xianxia, make a long story short. Gao Bozhen also didn't beat around the bush. Senior brother Li Zhini sent me a message saying that he found an underground palace in the floating Cloud Mountain range. It's located at the junction of the Dongchen realm, Yong'an, and Yanshan mountains. I think Xianxia's strength is quite good. If you're interested, you might as well go and explore together. Alright. Chenzong thought for a moment and immediately agreed. His current cultivation was very smooth, and there were no obstacles. His cultivation was constantly improving, and his various martial arts had reached a very profound level. He had also mastered martial intent. Then we'll leave immediately. It will take about half a month to reach the destination, Gao Bozhen said. The two of them didn't have much to pack, so they stored their things in their storage rings. After informing the sect, they quickly left. Experts were never born from greenhouse flowers. Only after experiencing the tempering of life and death would they be able to forge an indomitable will. Only then would they be able to surpass the ordinary. Thus, the sect would not restrict their disciples from going out to temper themselves. This was also the case for true disciples. What's more, Gao Bozhen and Chenzong hadn't left the Dongchen realm, let alone this area. In the eyes of the sect, this kind of experience wasn't too dangerous. As soon as they left the Blue Cloud sect, Gao Bozhen and Chenzong used their movement techniques to hurry on their way. The Blue Cloud sect only had one mortal-level supreme-grade movement skill, 1,000 miles of mist. Gao Bozhen, Song Lingsu, and Chenzong all cultivated it. However, Chenzong had already cultivated the 1,000 miles of cloud and smoke, while Gao Bozhen had only cultivated to the trance stage. Fortunately, his cultivation level was higher than Chenzong's, so his speed was very fast with the help of his spiritual power. After using the movement technique for a long time, the two of them would stop and rest for a moment to recover their strength. If they encountered any danger and were unable to defend themselves due to the excessive consumption of strength, it would be very tragic. Junior brother, has your 1,000 miles of mist already reached the Ruhua realm? Gao Bozhen asked in surprise. Chenzong smiled but said nothing. Should he say that his 1,000 miles of mist had already mastered the movement technique? If he said that, it would be unavoidable to show off. Gao Bozhen didn't get to the bottom of it, because it would only annoy people. The two of them chatted casually. After half an hour, their strength was almost recovered, so they continued to use their movement techniques to hurry on their way. Chenzong's predecessor, Chen Qingzong, had a very monotonous experience. The longest journey was from Qinglin City to the Blue Cloud sect, so he didn't know much about the outside world. Along the way, the two of them encountered several robberies. They were all rogue cultivators who had been reduced to robbers. Those who had been reduced to robbers were usually not very strong and were not a match for the two of them at all. Time flew. Chenzong and Gao Bojun entered the Floating Cloud Mountain. The Floating Cloud Mountain was a huge mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, crossing the territory of Dongchen. The scenery of the Floating Cloud Mountain was ancient, with towering trees. It was a primitive landscape, but some places were broken. Obviously there had been a great battle. It didn't take long for Chenzong to see a figure standing on a big rock a few meters high. The man was dressed in green, carrying a long sword on his back, and was about the same age as Gao Bojun. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were as bright as stars. He had an imposing appearance, and his face seemed to be shining with a slight smile. "Senior brother." Gao Bojun immediately shouted as soon as he saw the man. "Junior brother Gao." The man responded, and then his eyes fell on Chenzong's face. "This is Chenzong, the new successor disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, and Chen Shidi. I'm Li Zhini." "Greetings, senior brother." Chenzong saluted. "Chen Shidi." Li Zhini saluted back. From this point, Chenzong more or less understood Li Zhini's character. Without further ado, Li Zhini immediately led Gao Bojun and Chenzong to the underground palace. While waiting for the two junior brothers to arrive, I went into the underground palace several times, but I could only go a few thousand meters each time. Li Zhini said as he led the way. He told Gao Bojun and Chenzong about his experiences in the underground palace so that Gao Bojun and Chenzong could understand. "Senior brother, did you find anyone from the other sect?" Gao Bojun asked. "Not yet." Li Zhini smiled. "But we can't rule out the possibility that there is more than one entrance to the underground palace." In other words, Li Zhini found an entrance to the underground palace here, and maybe there were other entrances to the underground palace in other places. It doesn't matter if other people enter, as long as they are not in the transcendent realm. Gao Bojun smiled. In the Dongchen territory, Gao Bojun was a quasi-sun-level blazing sun, second only to Li Zhini. He wasn't weak at all. Following Li Zhini's footsteps, the three of them used the 1,000 miles mist movement technique and turned into 3 wisps of smoke. It could be seen that Gao Bojun's wisp of smoke was the simplest, and they could still see his silhouette. Li Zhini's wisp of smoke was blurry, but Chenzong's wisp of smoke was completely invisible, as if he was really just a wisp of smoke. The difference in realm was obvious at a glance. Gao Bojun felt that something was wrong, but before he could think about it, Li Zhini stopped and pointed to the front. "Junior brothers, there is the entrance to the underground palace." From the smell of the soil, they could tell that the entrance to the underground palace had been discovered not long ago. That was indeed the case. Li Zhini had chased a demonic beast to this point and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the demonic beast. Under the overflowing energy, the entrance to the underground palace was revealed. "Let's go." The three of them immediately turned into wisps of smoke and quickly entered the underground palace's entrance, which was as dark as the mouth of a giant beast. As soon as they entered, they felt a chill, as if the temperature had plummeted. However, this drop in temperature had no effect on the three of them. "Junior brothers, follow me," Li Zhini said and took the lead, following the route they had explored earlier. Along the way, Chenzong and Gao Bojun saw some corpses of strange beasts that had died not long ago. They were the monster beasts that Li Zhini had killed. After about a few thousand meters, Li Zhini suddenly stopped, and his eyes became serious. The light inside was dim, but it did not obstruct their vision. Therefore, Chenzong could see that there was a half-open door in front of them, but it was dark and blocked by the door, so they could not see what was inside. "Junior brothers, that is a side hall of the underground palace. There is a group of very strong underground palace monsters inside. With my ability, I can only kill a small part of them, but if I am surrounded, I will most likely die," Li Zhini said in a serious tone. They had broken through several times, and each time they had just entered the door, a group of terrifying monster beasts would rush over. After killing a few, Li Zhini felt that he was no match for them and immediately retreated. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the monster beasts would disperse and stop chasing him. Otherwise, Li Jini would not have waited outside for Chen Zong and Gao Bojan to come. Li Jini knew Gao Bojan's strength. Although he was not as strong as himself, he was not weak either. Together with Chen Zong. Although he was not sure about Chen Zong's strength, he heard that he could defeat Su Wei, a true disciple of the Purple Brilliant sect, with one sword strike. He must have reached the level of an ordinary half-transcendent. If the three of them worked together, it was possible for them to kill all the monster beasts in the side hall. The purpose of exploring the underground palace was to find treasures and gain benefits. Junior brothers, before we enter, let's talk about how to divide the loot. What do you think? Li Jini asked. They agreed to divide the loot first so that they would not fight over the loot and ruin the friendship between them. This is my first time going out to train, so I don't know how to divide the loot. Chen Zong said. I think we should divide the loot according to contribution. Gao Bojan said with a smile, every time we get something, we'll see who contributed the most. If there's no difference, we'll divide the loot equally. In that case, the highest proportion will be 50%, and the lowest proportion will be 20%. Li Jini said. With this distribution, it was guaranteed that the three of them would get something. Chen Zong had no objection, and neither did Gao Bojan. It was decided happily. Junior brothers, I'll go in first. You two follow me. Li Jini said and immediately rushed into the half-open palace door. Junior brother, I'll go first. Gao Bojan said and followed Li Jini. The two of them went in first because they felt that Chen Zong was not weak, but he was not as strong as them. Naturally, they would go in first and fight against the monster beasts inside. Chen Zong took a step forward, and like a wisp of smoke, he entered the half-open palace door in an instant. As soon as he entered, the aura became colder and colder. There were also noisy roars and fierce auras. Chen Zong sized up the place at a glance. Sword and saber lights flashed. It was Li Jini's and Gao Bojan's swords and sabers. From the front, left, and right, there were monster beasts with pitch-black bodies that looked like vicious dogs. They fearlessly pounced on them. Each black dog was the size of a calf, and their auras were very terrifying. They were cold and fierce, and they were at least at the late stage of the foundation building realm. Monster beasts at the late stage of the foundation building realm were nothing to the three of them. They could easily kill them, but the problem was that there were too many of them. They seemed to be endless as they pounced on them without fear of death. Their sharp claws and teeth were very terrifying, and their power was astonishing. At the feet of Li Jini and Gao Bojan, there were several corpses of vicious dogs. The corpses further away had already been trampled to pieces by the hounds that pounced on them. Chen Shidi, come between us, Li Jini said. He wanted to take care of Chen Zong. Eldest senior brother, you don't need to worry about me. Chen Zong smiled and unsheathed the white river sword. It turned into a white sword light, and like the flowing waters of a long river, it surged continuously. The white river sword was the top-grade mortal sword given to Chen Zong by the sect after he became the fifth core disciple. It was tougher, harder, and sharper than the white grand sword. Top-grade mortal weapons were very precious. They were far more precious than high-grade mortal weapons. Even in the Blue Cloud sect, there were not many top-grade mortal weapons. The white sword light flashed, and several pitch-black hounds that pounced on them were cut in half like tofu. My friend came over, so I went out to entertain him. I just came back. Li Jini and Gao Bojan's eyes lit up when he unsheathed his sword. They realized that they had underestimated Chen Shidi. However, the stronger Chen Zong was, the more advantageous it would be for them. When Li Jini entered alone, he was surrounded by countless vicious dogs. Although he was strong enough to hold on for a while, it was meaningless. All he did was kill a few more vicious dogs. Moreover, the weakest among these vicious dogs was at the 7th tier of the Foundation Establishment realm. The stronger ones were even at the half-step Transcendent realm. Once they were surrounded, even Li Jini, who was at the Blazing Sun realm, would die. Now that Gao Bojan and Chen Zong were working together, the three of them would not be surrounded and could retreat at any time. After fighting for a quarter of an hour, they had killed countless vicious dogs. Junior Gao, Chen Shidi's strength is probably not inferior to yours, Li Jini said. He still had energy left. I misjudged him. Gao Bojan smiled bitterly. Previously, he said that Chenzong would catch up with him. Now, it seemed that he had already caught up with him. Kill. Kill. He was at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation establishment realm, but his true energy was incomparably pure. It was so pure that it was comparable to the true energy cultivated by a peerless mortal cultivation method. Even a normal half-step transcendent hound couldn't withstand a single strike from Chenzong. Windcutter sword will, every sword was extremely fast. Every time the sword was released, the sword chi would break through the air and destroy everything. Li Zhenyi and Gao Bozhen, who occasionally saw it, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. This level of swordsmanship far surpassed theirs. The only difference between them was their cultivation. The difference between the Foundation establishment realm and the half-step transcendent realm, the difference between true energy and spiritual energy. Sword will. Li Zhenyi's experience was more profound than Gao Bozhen's, because he also practiced sword arts. Moreover, he had practiced all 3 mortal sword arts, especially the windcutter sword art, which had already reached the impeccable level. If Xianxia's cultivation reaches the half-step to transcendence, his strength won't be inferior to mine, Li Zhenyi said to himself. While he was shocked, he was also happy. He wouldn't be inferior to him, and he was so young. He was also a prodigy at the level of a blazing sun. The blue cloud sect's reputation would grow even stronger. The corpses of the hounds were piled up like a mountain, and the blood that flowed out was stinky, making people suffocate. A strange roar suddenly rang out. It sounded like a thunderclap and was extremely ear-piercing. Chenzong and the others instantly felt their scalps tingle. Soon after, the fearless hounds retreated to the sides and opened up a wide path. The figure at the end of the path caused Chenzong and the others' pupils to shrink. It was a tall figure, even bigger than an elephant. Its whole body was pitch black, and it had 2 ferocious heads. A 2-headed hound, 4 scarlet eyes stared at each other. Murderous intent filled the air. Turbid and stinky liquid dripped from the crisscrossing fangs like swords. The sound of dripping was especially harsh. The sound of rolling thunder constantly came from the 2-headed hound's throat. It was frightening. An astonishing aura surrounded the 2-headed hound. It was very tyrannical. It shouldn't have reached the transcendence realm yet. Li Zhenyi frowned and whispered. If the 2-headed hound was at the transcendence realm, then they wouldn't be able to fight it even if they joined forces. It was better to retreat as soon as possible. But if it wasn't at the transcendence realm, it meant that the 3 of them together could fight it. The 2-headed hound stared at the crowd with its scarlet eyes. It walked over step by step with its thick and sturdy limbs. Every time it took a step, the hard floor of the sub-palace would tremble once, producing a muffled sound that made people feel stifled. A cold aura rolled out, mixed with an astonishing evil chi. Chenzong and the others stared at the 2-headed hound and quickly circulated their strength. Especially Chenzong, who had a spiritual sense, could keenly feel the terror of the 2-headed hound. Let's join forces and kill it. Gao Bozhen shouted coldly. His long saber trembled and a blue light flickered. Kill. Chenzong and Li Zhenyi's voices sounded at the same time. Suddenly, the 3 of them attacked from 3 directions. Sword chi and saber chi broke through the air. The terrifying power directly cut open the hard floor. The 2-headed hound raised its front paw and suddenly waved it. A terrible cold light tore through the void, shattering the sword chi and saber chi. Then, it raised its 2 heads slightly and opened its black hole-like mouth. A strong sour smell spewed out along with 2 jet-black cold streams. The force was so violent that it was like a flood breaking a dam. Chenzong and the other 2 immediately used their movement techniques to evade. However, the 2 heads of the 2-headed hound moved left and right, and the stinky, pitch-black cold current swept out in all directions. The pitch-black hounds that were affected by the cold current let out painful cries, and their bodies were quickly corroded. This scene made Chenzong and the others' eyelids twitch and their scalps tingle. It was so vicious. If they were stained by even a little bit of it, they wouldn't be able to escape. They pushed their body-protecting true chi and body-protecting spirit chi to the extreme to better defend themselves. They also pushed their movement skills to the extreme. Senior martial brothers, attract its attention, Chenzong's voice suddenly entered Li Zhenyi and Gao Bozhen's ears. They didn't know what Chenzong wanted to do, but since he said so, they trusted him. With one on each side, sword chi and saber chi slashed through the air toward the two-headed hound. The sword chi was incomparably sharp. It was as fast as a gust of wind, splitting another gust of wind. Its power was astonishing. The saber chi was endless. In an instant, 13 saber chi slashed out. 13 saber chi slashed out from different angles. The tyrannical aura immediately attracted the two-headed hound's attention. It couldn't ignore it. Such an attack was enough to threaten it. A wisp of smoke blew past like the wind. It was extremely agile and fast. Chen Zong's figure suddenly appeared above one of the heads. He raised the white river sword high. The light purple true chi was like clouds and mist. As it surged, Chen Zong's figure became more and more ethereal, as if he was dissipating with the wind. The power penetrated the sword and covered the white river sword. The saber chi became majestic. An astonishing sword pressure surged and spread out. A terrifying will condensed on the saber chi. Pure origin sword will. Feeling this majestic power, Li Zhini was even more shocked. Not only did he cultivate the sword will of the wind cutter sword technique, but he also cultivated the sword will of the pure origin sword technique. This kind of talent in the way of the sword was too amazing. Suddenly, Li Zhini thought of Chen Zong's 1,000 miles of clouds. It was obviously better than his own. It was obvious that he had also grasped body will. Slash, the light purple saber chi slashed down in an instant. Its power was astonishing. It slashed mercilessly at the neck. This was the most powerful attack that Chen Zong's true chi had gathered. As the sword slashed down, the terrifying saber chi slashed into the saber chi like a hot knife through butter. Halfway through, the saber chi stopped because it hit the bones. The bones were very hard. The intense pain caused the two-headed hound to roar in anger. The other head suddenly stretched out. Its intersecting fangs were like sharp blades, ruthlessly biting towards Chen Zong. The stench assaulted Chen Zong, causing him to almost suffocate. With a bang, the hound closed its mouth. Its canine teeth crisscrossed and made a bone-numbing sound. However, it missed. Chen Zong's figure turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Kill. Dao Bozhen's 13 saber chi converged into one and slashed fiercely. Li Zhini's figure was erratic. The misty cyan saber chi also changed. After 3 turns in the air, it pierced toward the hound's scarlet eyes. Chen Zong's figure appeared again and a pure chi sword chi slashed down once more. The two-headed hound's strength was astonishing and its speed was not slow. On top of that, it could also spit out a foul and corrosive venom. Its combat ability was also not weak. If it were an ordinary half-step transcendent, even 10 of them would not be enough to kill it. However, Chen Zong's group of 3 were not ordinary half-step transcendents. Whether it was strength or combat awareness, they were far superior to ordinary half-step transcendents. Although this was the first time they had teamed up with Chen Zong, their teamwork was quite good. Slash. The first head was cut off by Chen Zong. Stinky blood spurted out like a fountain. The severe pain caused the two-headed hound to go mad and its surroundings to be ravaged. A saber chi like a star instantly bloomed and pierced into the scarlet eye of the other head. The saber chi it released was oppressive. With a bang, the two-headed hound's huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. With the death of the two-headed hound, the other hounds quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of corpses remained in the hall. Dao Bozhen shook off the blood on his saber and breathed a sigh of relief. This two-headed hound was very strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was not confident he could kill it. However, with the 3 of them working together, although it was somewhat difficult, they had still succeeded. Chen Shidi, you've hidden your strength well, Dao Bozhen gave Chen Zong a thumbs up and said with a smile. Chen Shidi's future achievements will be above yours and mine, Li Zhini also smiled, not showing the slightest hint of jealousy. If senior brother says so, I'll feel embarrassed, Chen Zong laughed. After a short rest, the 3 of them quickly searched the hall to see if there was anything valuable. After searching for a while, they only found a pile of egg-sized white crystal stones, but they did not know what they were. There were a total of 120 white crystal stones. In this battle, the 3 of them had contributed, so each of them got 40 white crystal stones. Each of them got 40 white crystal stones, which was a good harvest, but the three of them were not satisfied. After all, they did not know what the white crystal stones were used for. After searching for the white crystal stones, they found a closed door and pushed it. A rumbling sound was heard. The door was extremely heavy. The three of them used their genuine chi and spiritual power together to slowly push it open. At the same time, in another part of the floating cloud mountain, several people also found an entrance. It was also the entrance to the underground palace. Let's go. As long as there's something useful, take it all. The group of people quickly walked into the entrance while talking. Was there only one underground palace? No. Two, also no. Because in another place, someone had already entered and advanced several thousand meters, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the powerful demonic beasts in the underground palace. After the door was pushed open, it was pitch black. Suddenly, bright lights lit up one after another, pushing forward layer by layer, spreading forward quickly. No one knew where it spread to. Xianxia and the other two saw clearly that there was a passage in front of them, a passage that seemed to have no end. Why do I feel that the sub-palace just now was actually a front yard? Gao Bojun muttered. Xianxia and Li Zhini also had the same feeling. It was as if the sub-palace was a small yard in a courtyard, and those evil dogs were the dogs guarding the house. Now that they had defeated those dogs, they could really enter the house. Within the Lingwu sacred world, countless powerhouses had left behind many relics. Simple relics such as storage rings. Larger relics such as caves. Better relics such as secret realms, underground palaces, and so on. Cultivators who went out to train might encounter some fortuitous encounters if they were lucky. For example, they might pick up a storage ring that contained vitality stones, other treasures, cultivation methods, and martial arts. They might also find something amazing. All in all, the world of cultivators was very mysterious and full of endless possibilities. Some useless people would suddenly encounter fortuitous encounters and become geniuses. Although there were not many such examples, there had been some since ancient times. This underground palace might have been left behind by a powerhouse, or it might have been left behind by a powerful force in the past. The passageway was very long. The footsteps of the three were very light, but in this quiet passageway, it was very ear-piercing. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. The three of them could not help but look back. Their expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. They saw that the door behind them had disappeared, and a mass of darkness appeared. It turned into a torrential flood that rushed toward them with an earth-shattering momentum. They did not know what it was, but it made the three of them feel a great danger. It seemed that if they were hit by it, they would end up in a terrible state. Run, the three of them used their movement techniques and ran forward at an astonishing speed. However, the black wave behind them was surging with an astonishing momentum. It was getting faster and faster, as if it was faster than the three of them. It was getting closer and closer. As if they had a tacit understanding, the three of them attacked together. Sword chi and saber chi broke through the air and blasted toward the black wave, trying to stop it. The sword chi and saber chi blasted on the black wave. Suddenly, there was an incomparably sharp sound that seemed to pierce through one's brain. Xianxia and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Only then did they realize that it was not water, but a kind of strange little insects. They were very, very small, but there were so many of them that they formed a tidal wave. The sword chi and saber chi from the three of them did indeed kill many of the little black insects. However, compared to the huge number of insects, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It did not change anything at all. On the contrary, the little black insects seemed to be enraged. They moved faster and made sharper sounds, which made Xianxia and the other two's scalps go numb and almost explode. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 sharp whooshing sounds were heard, creating an astonishing roar. It was unknown whether it was Xianxia, Li Zhini, or Gao Bojun, but they were all using their full strength, not daring to stop for even a moment, for fear of being caught up by the strange black insects behind them. However, the strange black insect's speed was extremely fast, and it was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, a swarm of strange black insects flew towards Gao Bojun at an astonishing speed. In the face of danger, Xianxia slashed out with his sword. The sword light was swift and sharp, killing all of the strange black insects. Thank you, junior brother. Gao Bojun felt a lingering fear. Chen Zong saved both Gao Bojun and Li Zhini once. In turn, Li Zhini and Gao Bojun each helped to alleviate Chen Zong's crisis. A quarter of an hour later, everyone jumped over a strangely shaped door. They looked back and saw that the strange black insects had stopped in front of the strange door. It was as if the black passage belonged to them. Seeing that the strange black insects did not continue to chase after them, Chen Zong and the other two could not help but feel relieved. Just now, it was really a matter of life and death. They were almost caught up by the strange black insects. Although they did not know what the strange black insects were, they were a great threat to them. If they were caught, they might not even have a corpse left. Compared with the vicious dog just now, these strange black insects were undoubtedly more terrifying. Let's recover our strength first, Li Zhini said. The three of them immediately sat down cross-legged to recover the strength they had consumed when using the body movements at full speed. Chen Zong's genuine qi was majestic, vigorous, and pure. Even if he used the body movements at full speed, he only consumed less than half of his genuine qi. Therefore, he recovered faster. Moreover, Chen Zong had cultivated the heavenly cloud illusory fog technique to the highest level and mastered the technique. His meridians had been refined by the power of the purple cloud true flame and had become thicker and tougher. His speed was even more amazing. After Chen Zong's genuine qi was completely recovered, Li Zhini and Gao Bojun were still recovering. Chen Zong was responsible for guarding and carefully observing. The strange black insects had already retreated and disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared. Looking ahead, the passageway had expanded several times and become even wider. About 100 meters ahead, there were two statues standing on the left and right sides. The statues held spears in their hands and stood tall and straight, as if they were the most loyal guards. After a while, Li Zhini and Gao Bojun also recovered all of their spiritual power. After such a rest, everyone's spiritual power was restored to the peak and they continued to move forward. The ground was red and straight ahead. On both sides of the red ground were black, and the lines were clear. They could see that one statue after another was erected on both sides of the red path, with a distance of 10 meters between them. Each statue was about 2 meters tall. They were clad in heavy armor and were entirely grayish-black in color. They gave the three of them a cold, steel-like feeling. Looking past the statues on both sides, they finally focused on the end. There was a seat, like a throne, on top of 5 steps. On the huge throne sat a tall, burly figure with a straight back. His whole body was covered in heavy armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. However, just by sitting there, that figure gave off a majestic aura like that of a mountain. It was majestic and different from a mountain. There's something strange, Li Zhini said as he looked around again, but he could not find what was strange. From the moment he stepped in, Chen Zong also had a strange feeling. He had already spread out his spiritual sense, but he could not find anything suspicious. Immediately, Chen Zong's eyes fell on one of the statues. His spiritual sense also covered the statue, and he felt that it was cold and there was no other aura. Gao Bojun gently knocked on one of the statues with his long saber, making a sonorous and harsh sound of metal colliding. This knock seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. The statue shook slightly, and cracks appeared on its body. The cracks quickly spread, and the sound of cracking was very ear-piercing. Gao Bojun was shocked and quickly stepped back. He held his long saber in front of him and his eyes became extremely sharp. Chen Zong and Li Zhini also looked over at the same time, and their sharp eyes were like sword qi. The cracking sound became more and more intense and harsh, making people's scalps tingle. With a thud, the statue full of cracks took a step forward. Its steps were heavy, like metal hitting hard on the hard ground. Pieces of gray debris fell from the statue. When it took the first step, Chen Zong and the other two could see that the statue's movements were stiff, but when it took the second step, its movements began to become smooth. After 3 steps, it was like an ordinary person. Immediately, an extremely powerful sound broke through the air, making Gao Bojun's scalp tingle and his face change greatly. He only felt that an amazing pressure was coming, as if it was going to penetrate him. It was a long spear attack, like a meteor breaking through the air, extremely terrifying. Gao Bojunt's reaction was extremely fast. He slashed his long saber and hit the tip of the spear directly. Under the violent collision, countless sound waves like water ripples exploded crazily and rushed in all directions. The harsh sound made Xianxia and Li Zhenyi's eardrums hurt, as if they were being torn apart. Gao Bojun even felt an extremely tyrannical force rushing towards him. His entire body was unexpectedly pushed back uncontrollably. His long saber trembled incessantly. Its trembling sound was like that of a swarm of bees dancing in the air. The power of Gao Bojunt's saber was also very strong. The statue's body slid back quickly, and its feet dragged 2 scratches on the hard ground. Strictly speaking, it could not be called a statue anymore. It was a warrior covered in black armor from head to toe, and the long spear in his hand was also black. His footsteps paused, and another spear pierced through the air. Then, more cracking sounds were heard, and Xianxia and Li Zhenyi's faces changed greatly. In addition to the figure on the throne, there were a total of 12 statues here. In other words, the gray on the other 11 statues were falling off, as if they were awakening. A terrible cold aura spread out and filled the surroundings. 1 guard and 12 guards were completely different. The pressure made Xianxia and the other 2 almost suffocate. Let's get rid of it first. Both Xianxia and Li Zhenyi reacted quickly and made the right choice. They did not know the strength of the other 11 guards, but the strength shown by this guard was very strong, and not inferior to Gao Bojun. If the other 11 guards were as strong as this, it was definitely not good news for the 3 of them. It would bring them a lot of trouble. Therefore, they should concentrate on getting rid of 1 guard first to reduce some of the pressure. Gao Bojun immediately performed 13 countercurrent slashes. Li Zhenyi performed the windcutter sword technique. Xianxia performed the windcutter sword intent. He showed no mercy. They had to kill this powerful guard in the shortest time possible, so that they could better deal with the other 11 guards who were breaking the seal. 13 countercurrent slashes blocked the guard's fierce spear. Xianxia and Li Zhenyi's sword light fell on the guard's body, making a harsh sound of metal clashing. The sturdiness of the armor on the guard's body was unexpected. The 2's full-strength sword attacks did not break it, but only left a sword mark. This result undoubtedly shocked Xianxia and Li Zhenyi. Although they were shocked, the 2 of them did not stop because of this and attacked again. Li Zhenyi was very talented in swordsmanship, and he was also very good at fighting. He immediately changed his swordsmanship to the Great River swordsmanship. The Great River swordsmanship was continuous and vigorous. Once it was performed, if it was not interrupted, it would continue to attack, and its power would become stronger and stronger. Xianxia also changed his swordsmanship to the Great River swordsmanship, and his sword power was continuous and vigorous. The extremely accurate sword light continuously chopped the same sword mark. After many attacks, the guard kept retreating, and the spear counterattack was blocked by Gao Bojunt's long saber. It could not interfere with Xianxia and Li Zhenyi at all. Slash, 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 the sturdy armor was finally cut open. The tyrannical sword chi rushed in and cut the body of the guard in half. Xianxia and the other 2 just noticed that the guard was not made of flesh and blood under the armor. Puppet! Li Zhenyi exclaimed. In the underground palace, a deafening roar tore through the eardrums. Streaks of spear radiance pierced through the air, leaving long white streaks in the air. They blasted toward Xianxia and the other 2 as if nothing could stop them. Every guard's strength was as strong as Gao Bojunt's. Moreover, their attacks were ruthless and merciless, which posed a great threat to Xianxia and the other 2. Now that Xianxia did not use the power of the heart sword, his cultivation was similar to Gao Bojunt's. It would be very difficult for him to kill these guards one-on-one. Among the 3, Li Zhenyi was the strongest. However, it would not be easy for him to kill the guards. The 11 guards surrounded the 3 of them. 11 spears pierced through the air. There was no superfluous technique. There was nothing fancy about it. There was only the combination of speed and strength, and the power of each spear was pushed to the extreme. When the swords and sabers hit the guards, they were blocked by the armor. At most, they would leave a sword mark. It would take more than 10 swords to hit the same spot to break the armor. Green cloud sword body! Li Zhenyi shouted in a low voice. Immediately, a strong aura burst out from his body. Like a ferocious beast awakening, his spiritual power surged and broke through the limit. It was as if Li Zhenyi's meridians were going to be torn apart. Then, wisps of green light gushed out from his body and spread out. It dyed his long black hair with a faint green halo. There seemed to be a layer of green light in his eyes. In an instant, Li Zhenyi's aura soared. His strength became stronger and faster. His spiritual power also changed and became sharper. Kill, a sword pierced through the air, cutting the wind and sweeping the ground. The sword moved faster and the blade became sharper. When the sword fell, a sword mark suddenly appeared on the guard's armor. This mark was much deeper than the previous one. Green Cloud Sword Body. Chenzong and Gao Bojun also performed the secret method. With a loud bang, Chenzong felt as if a ferocious beast had awoken from its slumber within his body. A tyrannical power swept through his entire body. His surging genuine qi also underwent some peculiar changes, like a blunt sword being sharpened. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and strands of green light appeared in his eyes. Chen Zhong could clearly feel that his entire body was brimming with power, as if it was limitless. His true qi had also become sharper, and its might was even more astonishing. Kill. Once the azure cloud sword body was displayed, the strength of the three immediately increased by a lot. Under their tacit cooperation, another guard was killed. The azure cloud sword physique was a first-grade secret technique. It greatly increased the strength of the three of them, but at the same time, it also increased the consumption of their strength. The first sword strike knocked back the guard, and the second sword strike followed. The speed of the sword strike surprised Chen Zhong. 3 consecutive sword strikes landed on the same spot on the guard's body, instantly breaking open the armor. The third guard was dead, the fourth guard was dead, the fifth guard was dead. As the guards died one by one, the pressure on the three of them lessened. The last guard was killed. Chen Zhong and the other two immediately deactivated the azure cloud sword physique. Otherwise, they would continue to consume their strength. Chen Shidi, you really surprised me, Li Zhenyi said in surprise again. The azure cloud sword physique was a first-grade secret technique. It was very rare. Generally speaking, even a 3-star force might not have it. Generally speaking, only half-step transcendent experts would cultivate secret techniques. Only those who had reached that level were qualified to cultivate secret techniques. For example, Li Zhenyi and Gao Bojun had only obtained the azure cloud sword physique after advancing to half-step transcendent. They had also spent more than a year to cultivate the azure cloud sword physique to the initial level. Chen Zhong had already cultivated the azure cloud sword physique before reaching half-step transcendent. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the initial level. He was not inferior to the other two. It was inevitable that they would be shocked. The sound of cracking rang out again. This time, it was even more intense than before. The three of their faces suddenly changed. Their eyes focused on the figure on the throne. Cracks appeared on the burly figure's body. The burly figure slowly stood up, and countless gray fragments fell from his body. Hong, 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 a terrifying sound reverberated from the burly figure. Waves of energy rolled out like waves. When it swept past Chen Zhong and the other two, they suddenly felt their bodies sink. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible gravity. The circulation of their blood, qi, and spirit qi slowed down. Their hearts were suppressed and they had difficulty breathing. All the fragments on the burly figure fell off, revealing a thick and overbearing black armor. The eyes under the mask opened, and a ray of golden light shot through the air. With a bang, the aura exploded like a destructive storm. It swept through the entire palace and bombarded Chen Zhong and the other two. The three of them kept sliding back, their feet leaving long marks on the hard ground. The three of them were horrified. The opponent had not even made a move, but his aura was already so terrifying. How could they fight? Was he at the transcendent realm? What should they do? Should they retreat, or should they try and fight to the death? In an instant, the three of them made the same choice. Kill. Without hesitation, they displayed the azure cloud sword body again. Their long black hair fluttered in the wind. Their eyes were also suffused with a layer of azure light. They had to fight with all their strength. The burly figure on the throne raised his right arm and pulled out a huge sword. The sword was like a door plank, dark and heavy. With a swing of the sword, Sword Chi turned into a terrifying hurricane that roared and destroyed everything in its path. Whoosh! 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 Zong and the other two pulled out their swords and tore a hole in the hurricane. They shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed towards the burly figure. The burly figure's strength was amazing. His aura was extremely terrifying. However, his speed was his shortcoming. He was not as fast as Zong and the other two after displaying the azure cloud sword body. Both the sword and the saber slashed out at the same spot on the burly figure. A trace appeared, but the trace was relatively faint. It was so faint that Zong and the other two were helpless. After displaying the minor accomplishment of the azure cloud sword body, their strength had increased greatly. The three of them could kill a guard in an instant if they joined forces. However, they could not do anything to the burly figure. The gap between them was too big. They continued to work hard. Their swords and sabers continued to slash, relying on their speed and agility. However, the sword mark deepened a little, but there was no sign of it breaking. Retreat! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. The three of them did not hesitate and immediately retreated to create enough distance. He's too strong. We can't beat him. Gao Bojun was distressed. Did they have to stop here? If they stopped here, they would not gain anything other than some white crystals of unknown use. It was inevitable that they would be unwilling to give up. Xianxia frowned and stared at the burly figure. The burly figure took a step forward. With one step, the whole palace shook and made an astonishing sound. The giant sword was waved and the hurricane roared. Senior brothers, I have a move to try. If it doesn't work, I'll have to leave, Zong said. Okay. Xianxia and Gao Bojun agreed without hesitation. The White River sword was held horizontally in front of him. His spiritual sense rippled and the heart sword force gathered on the body of the sword. A transparent halo spread out, causing the sword to become transparent as well. It was as if it was going to blend into the air, faintly discernible. Xianxia and Gao Bojun's expressions changed drastically. They keenly felt that Zong's sword was condensing a force. It was an indescribable force that made their hearts palpitate. His long hair fluttered in the wind. In an instant, Zong burst out at full speed. He turned into a stream of light and cut through the air toward the burly figure. The giant sword slashed vertically. It was as if it could split a mountain. Its power was unparalleled. The astonishing sword pressure was as powerful as a mountain. It fell from the sky and was about to crush Zong's body. His body suddenly shook as if it was about to be crushed. However, it turned into a wisp of smoke and shuttled through the terrifying hurricane of the giant sword. Xianxia and Gao Bojun stared. Zong's sword would determine whether they could continue or leave unwillingly. Close, the wisp of smoke shook and turned into Zong. He slashed horizontally with his sword. Zong was very afraid of the burly figure's strength. He also paid great attention to it. Therefore, he condensed most of the heart sword force into this sword. He mobilized all of his spiritual sense to compress the heart sword force into it. He only had the strength of one sword. If it failed, Zong would not have the strength to fight again in a short time. Kill, this was the most powerful sword. It was also the sword that carried all of Zong's beliefs. Heart sword force, wind cutter sword will, the sword slashed through the sky and hit the black armor on the burly figure. The moment the sword touched it, Zong felt a kind of hardness. An amazing hardness blocked the sword. However, the power of the heart sword force was very strong. It belonged to the power of the transcendent realm. It cut through the armor like a hot knife through butter. With all of his strength, the sword light cut through the burly figure's armor and cut his entire waist in half. The burly figure suddenly stopped moving. His upper body slowly slid down and hit the ground with a powerful sound. Xianxia and Gao Bojun's hearts beat wildly. Such a tyrannical opponent was cut in half by Xianxia's sword. How terrifying was the power of that sword, the two of them felt dizzy when they thought about it. It was terrifying, very terrifying. From the time they met Zong until now, Zong had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again. Every time they thought Zong was amazing, they would soon find that it was nothing. There were even more amazing things. However, when they saw Qinzong's pale face and weak breath, Li Jinyi and Gao Boujun also understood that the sword just now was Qinzong's trump card. He had used all of his strength. "Chen Shidi, you rest first," Li Jinyi said. He and Gao Boujun stood guard for Qinzong. At the same time, his sharp eyes swept across the surroundings. When he killed those evil dogs, he found some white crystals. But he did not know what he could get now. The unknown made him look forward to it. The reason why Qinzong's face was pale was that he had consumed a lot of his soul sense. Of course, his true qi was almost exhausted. Under the operation of the cultivation method and the mind-refining method, his true qi and soul sense were quickly restored. As for the heart sword force, it was also restored. About an hour later, Qinzong's strength was completely restored. When he opened his eyes, there was a pile of white crystals in front of him. Li Jinyi and Gao Boujun took turns to find them in the hall. "Junior brother, there are a total of 1,000 white crystals. This time you contributed the most. According to our previous agreement, you should get 50%. Junior brother Gao and I will each get 25%. Li Jinyi said to ask for Qinzong's opinion. "But it was all because of you that we were able to kill them. So after discussing with junior brother Gao, I think that Chen Shidi should get 70%. So far, Qinzong and the other two did not know what the white crystal stone was used for, but it definitely had its value. The three of them found the closed door of the palace and pushed it open together, but what they saw was not a passage, but an illusory darkness. The darkness was like water rippling slightly, leading to an unknown destination. Qinzong and the other two looked at each other, nodded, and stepped forward together. No matter what was in front of them, the three of them would work together to face it. Their figures instantly submerged into the darkness, as if they were silently swallowed, disappearing without a trace. It felt like they were walking through water, but it did not hinder their breathing at all. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, the three of them felt a bright light and unconsciously closed their eyes. It took them a while to adapt and slowly open their eyes. This was a huge palace. The pitch-black floor was flat and as smooth as a mirror, reflecting everyone's figures. There was nothing in the surroundings except for a black ball of light with a diameter of about a meter floating in the air above the center. It was slowly rotating. Qinzong and the other two were studying the black ball of light, but found that it was very mysterious and did not leak any aura. They could not see through it at all, it was just like a very ordinary black ball of light. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from the black ball of light, and when it passed over Qinzong and the other two, they felt a chill run down their spines, their blood and qi solidified, their true qi and spirit qi became sluggish, and even their thoughts became rigid. In just a moment, everything returned to normal, but that feeling still lingered in their hearts, making the three of them realize the horror of this black ball of light. Then, one after another, words appeared on the black ball of light, attracting the attention of Qinzong and the other two. Extraordinary pill, taking it will give a 70% chance of comprehending extraordinary force. Cost, 1,000 white crystals. Extraordinary pill. Qinzong and the other two were surprised. It was well known that in order to break through to the transcendent realm, in addition to mastering spirit qi, one also needed to comprehend and master extraordinary force. The latter was more difficult than the former. In other words, if one could obtain such an extraordinary pill, their chances of breaking through to the transcendent realm would greatly increase. "What are white crystals?" Gao Boujun asked. Soon after, the three of them thought of the white crystal they had obtained. Could it be the white crystal? The total amount of white crystals that the three of them had obtained was indeed more than 1,000, which was enough to exchange for a transcendent pill. However, the three of them had no intention of exchanging for it. Transcendent powers, Li Jinyi was confident that he could comprehend it, and so was Gao Boujun. As for Qinzong, it was needless to say. The transcendent secret pill was actually prepared for cultivators who found it difficult to comprehend transcendent powers. For many cultivators, the transcendent realm was an insurmountable moat. Perhaps, exchanging for the transcendent secret pill would allow him to exchange for many treasures with others, or he could auction it off and obtain a large amount of origin stones, but that was under the condition that he had enough white crystals. Now, all three of them had white crystals, and other than the transcendent secret pill, there were other things they could exchange for. The Great Breakthrough Pill could allow one to break through a great realm, for example, from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Transcendent realm. However, it could only open the heaven and earth profound gate and condense the spirit wheel, but it could not help in comprehending transcendent force. The Great Breakthrough Pill could be exchanged for less than the Transcendent Secret Pill, 800 white crystals. For Chenzong and the other two, this was not of much use. Chenzong had 540 white crystals, while Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen had 290 white crystals respectively. Everyone focused on the things they could exchange for. True Flame Body Tempering Art. Chenzong's eyes lit up slightly. In the Blue Waves world, Chenzong cultivated both qi and body tempering. Combined, his strength was much stronger, and his survivability was also much stronger. After coming to this world, Chenzong had been searching for body tempering, but after seeing it in the outer sect Great Competition, he was certain that body tempering did exist in this world. However, it was a pity that the Blue Cloud sect did not have a body refining cultivation method. Moreover, the body tempering art in this world was different from the Blue Waves world, and the Thousand Refinements art was ineffective here. The exchange for True Flame body tempering art required 500 white crystals. Chenzong had 540 white crystals, but if he exchanged them for True Flame body tempering art, he would only have 40 white crystals left, and he would not be able to exchange for anything else. Other than True Flame body tempering art, there were indeed other things that were useful to him. However, in comparison, Chenzong quickly made a decision. True Flame body tempering art, he took out 500 white crystals, but Chenzong was not sure whether the white crystals mentioned above were these white crystals. True Flame body tempering art. Chenzong directly said. Immediately, a black light emitted from the black light ball and fell on the pile of white crystals in front of Chenzong, and the white crystals disappeared in an instant. Then, another black light shot out. Before Chenzong could react, the black light shot into the space between Chenzong's eyebrows. Suddenly, flames appeared in Chenzong's sea of consciousness. Then, a multicolored radiance flashed and poured into Chenzong's mind. Then, it transformed into pieces of information. It was the content of the True Flame body refining technique. Low-grade spiritual level, this True Flame body tempering art was actually a low-grade spiritual level body tempering art. Chenzong's exchange was not a secret, and Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen both heard it. However, they were still thinking about what to exchange for. Chenzong found that Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen's eyes fell on a line of words. Clear Mind Pill, taking it can clear the mind and improve the power of understanding for 1 month. Requires 300 white crystals. Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen both had 290 white crystals, which was obviously not enough to exchange for Clear Mind Pills. They were short of 10 white crystals. Chenzong smiled and immediately took out 20 white crystals and handed them to Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen. Thank you, junior brother. The two hesitated for a moment and immediately took them. They all knew how many white crystals Chenzong had. Now that he had spent 500 white crystals to exchange for True Flame body tempering art, he only had 40 white crystals left. The lowest exchange price on the black ball was 100 white crystals, so 40 white crystals were useless. With 300 white crystals, Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen both exchanged for Clear Mind Pills, which meant that there was more than one thing to exchange for in this place. After the exchange, there were only 20 white crystals left for Chenzong, so they could not exchange for anything else. The three of them scattered and looked around. There was no door. In other words, this was the end of the underground palace. Until now, the three of them were still confused. They only knew that they were lucky enough to find an entrance to the underground palace, kill some strong enemies, and come here with some white crystals. Then they exchanged for Clear Mind Pills. There are too many mysteries in this world. With our current ability, we can't explore them, Li Zhini said with a smile. Let's go, Gao Bozhen also said with a smile. After exchanging for a Clear Mind Pill, they would take it after returning to the sect. In the next month, their power of understanding would increase, and then they would go into closed-door training to further improve what they had learned. On the way back, they did not encounter any danger, but there was nothing. Yes, the bodies of the guards, the strange black insects, and the pitch-black evil dogs all disappeared without a trace. The ground was clean as if they had never been there. Just as Qianzong and the other two left, a light flashed, and several people appeared around the black ball of light. Extraordinary secret pill, 1,000 white crystals. Great breakthrough pill, 800 white crystals. These people were also astonished. Soon after, they understood something and took out the white crystals they had obtained. 3 figures rushed out from the entrance, and it was Qianzong and the other two. The outside world was bright, and the sun hung in the sky, giving the 3 of them a long-lost feeling. Junior brother, the body refining technique you chose is not easy to cultivate, Xianxia suddenly said as he thought of something. Indeed, body refining is more difficult than qi refining. Not only does it require great perseverance, but it also requires sufficient resources. Otherwise, it will be very slow to improve, Dao Bojun said. As the true transmission disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, the 2 of them were quite knowledgeable. As they chatted, they used their body techniques and turned into 3 wisps of smoke, leaving quickly. Half a day later, a figure rushed over quickly with an astonishing momentum. Immediately, the figure stopped and saw the open entrance to the underground palace. Where is this? While wondering, he entered the entrance and appeared in the underground palace. As he kept moving forward, a monster suddenly appeared and pounced on him. After spending nearly half a month, the 3 of them returned to the Blue Cloud sect safely and went into closed-door training separately. In the Azure Dipper Hall, Qianzong was officially comprehending the true flame body refining technique. This was a very magical technique, even though it was only a low-grade spirit-level technique. Qianzong had not come into contact with other body refining techniques in this world, so he was not clear about the other body refining techniques. However, the true flame body refining technique was indeed magical, compared to the Blue Waves world. In this world, body refining and qi refining had a strict division of levels. The Tiger Power realm corresponded to the Foundation Establishment realm. The Dragon Power realm corresponded to the Transcendent realm. Whether it was the Tiger Power realm or the Dragon Power realm, there were 9 levels. In theory, the first level of the Tiger Power realm corresponded to the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and the 9th level of the Tiger Power realm corresponded to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. As for who was stronger between body refining cultivators and qi refining cultivators of the same level, it was not so absolute. After all, there were differences in strength between cultivators of the same level. However, on the whole, body refining cultivators of the same level often had stronger survival abilities. The cultivation method of the true flame body refining technique was to use fire energy to refine the body, thus achieving the goal of strengthening the body. Using fire energy to refine one's body was like roasting one's body over a flame. That kind of blazing heat was not pleasant at all. No wonder it was said that the path of body refinement required great perseverance. Moreover, using fire energy to refine one's body would cause injuries and exhaustion. One had to have sufficient external materials to replenish it. As a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, Qianzong naturally had some medicine to nourish the body. As for using fire energy to refine the body, Qianzong found that he could use the light purple flame emitted by the purple cloud true flame in his abdomen to refine the body. The effect was very good. After the first day of cultivation, Qianzong felt a tyrannical power slowly growing between his bones and muscles. This power was different from true qi. It was somewhat similar to the strength of the Blue Waves world, but compared to strength, it seemed to have more potential. In the Blue Waves world, only those who had reached the Transcendent realm could master strength. This power was also known as Tiger Power. It was the origin of the name Tiger Power realm. The Tiger Power at the first layer of the Tiger Power realm was very weak. It could only strengthen the body's muscles and was unable to be used in battle. On the 3rd day, his Tiger Power had more than doubled, and his cultivation had also reached the 2nd layer of the Tiger Power realm. During cultivation, time would always pass by unknowingly, and it would never come back. The world of geniuses was even more changeable. A month later, Xianxia and Dao Bojun came out of seclusion one after another. Eldest senior brother, come and fight with me. Dao Bojun's strength had obviously improved, and his fighting spirit was soaring. Okay. Xianxia had also improved. The two of them immediately fought fiercely. Li Zhenyi's sword pierced through the air, and its astonishing sharpness carried a terrifying will. Windcutter sword will. Gao Boujun also waved his saber and slashed 13 times in an instant. The 13 saber lights merged into one, and it had the toughness to go against the current and break through all obstacles. Countercurrent saber will. After witnessing Chen Zong's sword will in the underground palace, taking the mind-clearing pill to improve their comprehension, and cultivating in seclusion for a month, Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun finally took the last step and comprehended the sword will of windcutter swordsmanship and the saber will of countercurrent 13 slashes respectively. Their strength had obviously improved. The sword lights and saber shadows paused and dissipated. Li Zhenyi did not move at all, but Gao Boujun took 3 steps back. Haha, eldest senior brother, you're still the best. Even though he was defeated, Gao Boujun was not depressed at all. Instead, he laughed. If I hadn't comprehended the windcutter sword will, I might have been defeated by your saber. Li Zhenyi smiled and immediately changed the topic. He looked in the direction of Qinggang Hall and said, I wonder how much Qin Shidi has improved in the past month. I guess Qin Shidi must be practicing the body refining skill. Gao Boujun laughed. Senior brother Gao knows me well. A gentle voice sounded. At first, it was far away, but then it sounded like it was right beside their ears. Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun's eyes focused on the figure in green. It was Chen Zong. The two of them keenly sensed that Chen Zong's aura seemed to be different from before. It seemed to be more vigorous and had an indescribable power. This was a sign of success in body refinement. For a body cultivator at the Tiger Might realm, the more Tiger Might they had, the stronger their body would be, and the stronger their aura would be. This was an aura that came from their very bones. Even if they tried their best to restrain it, it would still leak out a little, allowing those with sharp senses to sense it. Chen Zong only exuded a little bit of his aura. If Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun didn't know that Chen Zong had acquired the body refining technique, they wouldn't have thought of it. Junior brother, take my blade, Gao Boujun shouted directly. He unsheathed his long blade, and a misty green blade light pierced through the air. Countercurrent blade intent. Gao Boujun knew that a month ago, Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to his. A month later, he had improved, and Chen Zong would certainly not stay the same. The 13 saber lights instantly merged into one. That saber light was extremely dazzling, like a divine light that could shock the world. Even a 1,000-foot-tall waterfall would be split apart by this saber. Countercurrent blade intent. The stronger your resistance, the stronger my countercurrent blade intent. Genuine chi surged, and a tiger's roar vaguely sounded from his bones and muscles. The sword light was majestic, and the sword intent was unparalleled. Pure origin sword intent. The countercurrent blade intent was shattered, but the pure origin sword intent still had some power left. In addition to genuine chi and sword intent, this sword also contained the tiger might of the Tiger Might realm. Body refinement cultivators were different from chi cultivators. Chen Zong only had the body refining technique, but not the body refining technique. Therefore, it was difficult for him to fully unleash the power of the Tiger Might. However, even the use of the chi refining technique needed to be guided by the body. Therefore, in close combat, the stronger one's strength was, the more powerful one's sword would be. Of course, if one used the sword chi or sword light to attack, the Tiger Might would not be able to achieve the same effect. Qin Shidi, I'm afraid that your strength is not inferior to mine now, Li Zhenyi said in surprise. Chen Zong would catch up to him sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so fast. It had only been a month. Qin Shidi, what level is your body refining technique at now? Gao Boujun asked curiously. Tiger Might Realm LV7, Chen Zong said with a smile. He did not hide it. Li Zhenyi and Gao Boujun both gasped, as if they had seen a ghost. Tiger Might Realm LV7, this was equivalent to the Foundation Realm LV7, which was nothing at all. They could easily kill a large number of them. The problem was that it had only been a month since Chen Zong obtained the body refining technique. To reach the Tiger Might Realm LV7 in a month. Horrifying. Comparisons are odious. I'm going to go into seclusion. I won't come out until I break through to the transcendent realm, Gao Boujun muttered, obviously suffering a great blow. In fact, with his cultivation at this level, he already needed to take the next step, which was to open the heaven and earth profound latch and comprehend the transcendent secret force to break through to the transcendent realm. However, this step was not easy. Even if Gao Bojun was a genius, he could not guarantee that he could do it in a short time. Wait. A voice suddenly sounded. A figure flashed and appeared in front of Chen Zong and the other two like a dream. Great Elder. The three of them bowed together. The status of a true disciple was indeed high, but compared to the Great Elder, it was still somewhat lacking. I'm here to tell you something. The Great Elder's gaze was kind. He stroked his white beard and smiled. Not long ago, there was news from the Floating Cloud Palace that the current Floating Cloud King wants to open the Floating Cloud Dragon Realm. The time is about half a year later. Floating Cloud Dragon Realm? Chen Zong and the other two looked at each other. They had never heard of it. Our Blue Cloud sect belongs to the Dongchen territory, which is a corner of the Floating Cloud territory. The Great Elder slowly explained. In addition, there are also Yong'an, Jiangzhong, Yenshan, and Xianxia. According to legend, in ancient times, the ancestors of the Floating Cloud territory spent hundreds of years and countless precious materials to set up a dragon transformation array for the sake of the Floating Cloud territory's expansion. The dragon transformation power gradually formed a place like a secret realm. The last time the dragon transformation realm was opened was 50 years ago. There were many geniuses in that generation. The Great Elder's eyes filled with reminiscence. At that time, I also wanted to participate, but unfortunately, my strength was insufficient and I was eliminated. Once one enters the dragon transformation realm and participates in the dragon transformation battle, they will be able to obtain dragon transformation power. With dragon transformation power, when breaking through to the transcendent realm, one's cultivation will soar, directly breaking through to the late first layer or even second layer of the transcendent realm. Chen Zong and the other two were surprised. Every cultivation breakthrough was a gradual process. From half-step transcendent to the transcendent realm, one would enter the early first layer of the transcendent realm, but if one obtained enough dragonization power, one's cultivation would soar, eventually reaching the second layer of the transcendent realm or even higher. This news was not only received by our Blue Cloud sect, but also by the other sects. Therefore, I think the other sects will make the same choice as our Blue Cloud sect. The Great Elder said, the three of you should improve your strength as much as possible in this half a year. Either comprehend extraordinary force or open your heaven and earth profound entrances. Remember, you cannot combine both. The gap between half-step transcendent and true transcendent realm was not only extraordinary force but also heaven and earth profound entrances. After opening a heaven and earth profound entrance, one's spirit energy would gather and condense into a spirit wheel. If he could comprehend transcendent secret force and integrate it into his spirit wheel, he would be able to truly step into the transcendent realm. Once one entered the transcendent realm, they would not be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle because the dragon transformation battle was set up for the younger generation below the transcendent realm. Its purpose was to cultivate the younger generation of Floating Cloud territory. In addition to our Blue Cloud sect, there is also Purple Brilliant sect, Tianluo Valley, and the most powerful North Star Villa in the Dongchen territory, but when the time comes, your opponents will not only be them, but also the geniuses from other sects. The Great Elder said with a dignified expression, our Blue Cloud sect is a 4-star force, but there are 2 5-star forces in Floating Cloud territory whose heritage is even deeper and whose geniuses are even stronger. In addition, Floating Cloud Palace is a 6-star force. Chen Zong was surprised. Compared to Blue Wave's World's Extreme Yuan Heavenly sect, the Blue Cloud sect was still somewhat lacking, but it was not inferior to those high-rank sects. If it was a 5-star force in this world, it might not be inferior to the Extreme Yuan Heavenly sect. As for a 6-star force, it was even more difficult to imagine. However, this did not dampen Chen Zong's group of 3, instead it raised their fighting spirit. Regarding this, the Great Elder nodded with satisfaction. True geniuses were not born with words, but with tempering. Without fear, they strode forward with their heads held high. The Great Elder's words changed the minds of Li Zhini and Gao Bojun. Originally, they planned to go into seclusion, break through the heaven and earth threshold, comprehend the extraordinary force, and reach the transcendent realm, but now they changed their minds. They wanted to improve their strength as much as possible, either by breaking through the heaven and earth threshold or comprehending the extraordinary force, but not reaching the transcendent realm. However, whether it was breaking through the heaven and earth threshold or comprehending the extraordinary force, neither was easy. The two of them did not know if they could do it in half a year. Not only Chen Zong's group of 3 were warned, but Song Lingsu and Yang Chaofan were also warned. Half a year. Yang Chaofan clenched his fists. With his own efforts and the sect's resources, his cultivation had now broken through to the early 8th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. In the next half a year, he would be able to reach the half-step transcendent realm. At that time, with the power of white lightning he had mastered, he would definitely be able to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Yang Chaofan was born extraordinary. He did not hate losing to Chen Zong, but he was still brooding about it. One day, he would defeat Chen Zong with his own hands. This was one of the motivations for his cultivation. Chen Zong, who had just finished his closed-door cultivation, went into closed-door cultivation again. This time, Chen Zong wanted to transform his true qi. Now that his qi cultivation had reached the limit of 9th layer of the Foundation establishment realm, he was only a step away from the half-step transcendent realm. The heavenly cloud illusory mist was channeled to the extreme. His entire body became more and more blurry, as if he would disappear if a breeze blew past. Extremely pure true qi surged, shuttling through every unblocked meridian at an extremely fast speed. When the speed exceeded the limit, the true qi began to change. Under Chen Zong's powerful spiritual sense, it was compressed bit by bit. That's right, one way to transform true qi into spirit force was to compress it. This was the most direct and violent way. It could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be very easy. At least for Chen Zong, who had a powerful spiritual sense, it was not difficult at all. The true qi was in a gaseous state, while the spirit force began to transform into a liquid state. As the true qi rushed through, it continued to compress and condense. Finally, the first drop of spirit force appeared. It was a drop of light purple liquid that emitted a shockingly high temperature. However, the inside of the liquid was constantly changing like clouds. After the first drop of spirit force appeared, the second drop, the third drop. More and more drops appeared. The Blue Cloud sect was a 4-star force and had several low-grade spirit-level cultivation methods and martial arts. One of the most famous ones was the Blue Cloud filling art. The Blue Cloud Sky and the sword radiating 10,000 miles were derived from the Blue Cloud Sky secret art. It was also a complete secret art passed down by the founder of the Blue Cloud sect. It was the most important martial art of the Blue Cloud sect. Only important people in the sect could practice it. For example, the sect master, the inner sect elder who cultivated the sword, or the half-step transcendent true disciple who cultivated the sword. If one didn't cultivate the sword, they could also cultivate the Blue Cloud filling art. However, they could only cultivate one of the cultivation methods. Inside the Azure Dipper Hall, Chen Zong was comprehending the Blue Cloud filling art. As a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method, the Blue Cloud filling art had 11 layers. It was dozens of times more exquisite than the illusory fog sky cloud art. It was also much more difficult to comprehend. Chen Zong's soul was powerful and his comprehension was amazing. However, when he comprehended a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method, he couldn't comprehend the essence in a short time like he did with a mortal-level cultivation method. Half a month. Chen Zong spent half a month to comprehend the 11th layer of the Blue Cloud filling art. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong said, "Begin cultivating." The Blue Cloud filling art was undoubtedly stronger than the illusory fog sky cloud art. After all, the illusory fog sky cloud art cultivated true qi. Now that his true qi had transformed into spirit force, it was difficult to increase it with the illusory fog sky cloud art. He couldn't even display its full power. Spiritual energy could only be cultivated using a spiritual level cultivation method, and only by using a spiritual level cultivation method could one fully unleash its might. When he was in the Foundation realm, the purity of Chen Zong's true qi was very high. The difference between it and uncultivated spirit force was very small. Therefore, the transformation of his true qi into spirit force was faster and the consumption was lower. Now that he had finished comprehending the Blue Cloud filling art, his cultivation was very smooth. The liquid spirit force quickly rushed through his meridians. It slowly increased and nourished his meridians, strengthening them. Under normal circumstances, spiritual power was much stronger than true qi, and the meridians had to be stronger in order to withstand the circulation of spiritual power. Li Jinyi and Gao Bojun had already cultivated the clear sky filling technique, so their spirit energy was stronger than ordinary half-step transcendence. On the first day, Chenzong mastered the first level of the green cloud skill. On the third day, he reached the second level. On the sixth day, he reached the third level. The fourth level, however, took a total of 12 days. A low-rank spirit-level cultivation technique was much more powerful than a top-rank mortal-level cultivation technique. The two were not on the same level. As the level of the cultivation technique increased, so did the difficulty of cultivating it. When he reached the fourth level, Chenzong could clearly feel that his spiritual power had become purer and more powerful. When he used it to perform his sword art, his power would be even more terrifying. Now that I have spiritual power and the transcendent heart sword force, if I open the profound latch of heaven and earth, I can step into the transcendent realm. Chenzong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. After coming to this world, he could still return to the Blue Waves world by using the power of the heart sword seal. However, the power of the heart sword seal had not recovered yet. Only after it recovered could he tear open the world barrier and return to the Blue Waves world. No hurry, no hurry, Chenzong secretly said. Although he was very anxious to return to the Blue Waves world and kill all the people who should be killed and finish everything that should be done. But now. First, the power of the heart sword seal had not recovered yet. Second, he was not strong enough. Although the cultivation of the Blue Waves world was not as good as that of the Lingwu Holy World, his enemies were not weak. Besides cultivating the clear sky filling technique, Chenzong did not neglect the cultivation of the true flame body refining technique. Under the tempering of the light purple flame of the purple cloud true flame, his body refining cultivation was constantly improving. 8th layer of Tiger Power Realm, 9th layer of Tiger Power Realm, tyrannical power rushed through his bones and muscles. Vaguely, it seemed as if a fierce tiger was roaring in the forest. Its power was astonishing. Now that my spiritual energy is strong enough, it's time to test the power of the purple cloud true flame, Chenzong secretly said. With a move of his spiritual sense, his spiritual energy was also activated. The purple flame in his abdomen that had been motionless all this time suddenly trembled, and a terrifyingly high temperature instantly burst out. In an instant, Chenzong felt as if his body was being burned, as if he was going to be burned to ashes. If not for the fact that he cultivated the true flame body refining technique, his body already had a certain resistance to heat, and his tiger power carried blazing heat, he could more or less resist the burning of this high temperature. He opened his palm, and a purple flame condensed in the center of his palm. Wisps of light purple flame spread out around it. Waves of blazing pressure spread out. After a few breaths, Chenzong absorbed the power of the purple cloud true flame into his body. The power contained in the purple cloud true flame was very strong. It did not belong to the level of the foundation establishment realm, but it was stronger than the half-step transcendent realm. It could reach the transcendent realm. In other words, Chenzong had mastered two kinds of transcendent secret forces. Clear sky filling sword art is a martial skill that goes hand in hand with the clear sky filling art. It is a spirit grade low rank sword art, and each move is very powerful. Chenzong pulled out the top grade mortal grade white river sword and slashed out. Suddenly, a touch of cyan appeared within the purple light. It was weak at first, but after the sword light was released, it quickly dispersed, like a cyan cloud. Mortal grade martial arts pursued the development of one's own potential, developing one's strength to the extreme, and even surpassing one's limits. Spirit grade martial arts continued the ability of mortal grade martial arts to develop one's own strength. In addition, it also had the ability to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, allowing one to erupt with even more power. In order to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, one needed to have a spiritual sense. This was the reason why ordinary half-step transcendents were unable to cultivate spirit-grade martial arts. The sect master and elders naturally didn't know that Chenzong had a spiritual sense. The reason why they gave the complete clear sky filling art to Chenzong was because of Chenzong's status as a true disciple. In fact, Li Jinyi also received the complete clear sky filling art. Even if he couldn't cultivate the martial arts contained within it, he could still slowly comprehend its mysteries until he broke through to the transcendent realm. Dao Bojun didn't receive the complete clear sky-filling art because he didn't practice the sword art, but he did receive a spirit-grade low-rank saber art for him to study in his spare time. As soon as the sword appeared, Chenzong felt his spirit energy and spiritual sense being drawn into the sword. It was as if there was a trace of power that didn't belong to him being drawn in from all directions. It was a kind of heaven and earth force. However, Chenzong's mastery of the clear sky-filling sword art was still insufficient, so the trace of heaven and earth force was not obvious enough. Sword light flashed one after another, and wisps of green clouds filled the air. They connected together and filled the entire Azure Dipper Hall. Time flew by. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, in the blink of an eye, nearly half a year had passed. The Blue Cloud sect spared no effort in the cultivation of its core disciples. As long as one had the ability, they would be provided with resources. Under this kind of unreserved supply and incomparable hard work, Yang Chaofan's cultivation had improved at an astonishing rate. The peak of the 9th layer foundation realm. Yang Chaofan opened his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to transform his true qi into spirit energy and step into the half-step transcendent realm. However, there was no time left. Li Zhini, Gao Bojun, Song Lingsu, Chenzong, and Yang Chaofan all came out. Besides Yang Chaofan, the other 4 were all half-step transcendent realm. Not bad. Great Elder's gaze swept over everyone and he nodded in satisfaction. After nearly half a year of bitter cultivation, everyone's spirit had undergone great changes. If we depart now, it will take a lot of time to reach the Dragon Realm from our Blue Cloud sect. Great Elder said. A sharp cry suddenly rang out, and it shook the sky, causing the faces of Chenzong and the others to change greatly. The wind howled violently, and it blew through the sky and the earth, causing Chenzong and the others to sway. Especially Yang Chaofan, whose cultivation was the weakest, it was difficult for him to resist and he was forced to take a few steps back. Yang Chaofan only managed to stabilize his body after using his true qi. Among the 5, Chenzong had it the easiest. Since his true qi transformed into spirit energy, his strength had surpassed Gao Bojun's, and even Li Zhini's. Coupled with the increase in his body refinement realm, his strength was even more tyrannical. A huge shadow covered the sky, and a huge green eagle swooped down from the sky. Its extremely sharp eyes were like divine swords that had been unsheathed, causing people's hearts to tremble. Its sharp mouth flickered with a dazzling golden light, and its green feathers seemed to be made of green gold. Its divine light was like flowing flames, dazzling and exceptionally gorgeous. It was as if it was a giant beast forged from green gold. Folding its wings, the giant green gold eagle descended. Even though it folded its wings, its body was still enormous. It was even larger than a house, and it exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This is our Blue Cloud sect spirit beast, the green-winged golden flame eagle. Great Elder said with a smile, we will ride it to the Dragon Realm. This world was very big, and there were both humans and beasts. Wild beasts were the most common, and above them were monster beasts. Tamed monster beasts were also called spirit beasts. The green cloud golden flame eagle was a transcendent spirit beast. Transcendent spirit beasts already had good intelligence. Green flame, this time we'll have to trouble you. Great Elder patted the eagle's feathers. The green cloud golden flame eagle nodded. The Great Elder and Elder Lin, who had just arrived, were the first to land on the golden azure cloud flame eagle's back. Soon after, Chenzong and the other 4 jumped up and landed on the golden azure cloud flame eagle's back. Even with 7 people on its back, it still didn't feel crowded, which showed how big the green cloud golden flame eagle was. With a flap of its wings, Chenzong and the others felt a whistling sound in their ears, and a gust of wind blew past them. In an instant, the green cloud golden flame eagle had soared into the sky, reaching a height of over 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the green cloud golden flame eagle had reached a height of over 1,000 meters. It flapped its wings again, and in an instant, it turned into a ray of green light, tearing through the sky and flying forward at an astonishing speed. To the green cloud golden flame eagle, there was no difference whether there were 7 more people on its back or 7 fewer. On the blue cloud peak, the sect master and a few elders watched the green cloud golden flame eagle's figure fly away. I hope that all 5 of the core disciples will be able to enter the Dragon Realm battle. Elder Wang said, full of hope. It wasn't that one could enter the Dragon Realm battle just by reaching the Dragon Realm. It wasn't that simple, and they still needed to go through a selection process. Only then would they be qualified to enter the Dragon Realm battle. The floating clouds territory spanned 80,000 kilometers and was divided into Dongchen, Yong'an, Jiangzhong, Yanshan, and Thousand Waters. Within each of these 5 territories, there were many forces. The weakest were 1 star, while the strongest were 4 or even 5 stars. The most powerful of these forces was the 6-star Floating Clouds Palace. It was located in the Thousand Waters territory and was the strongest force there. There were only 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star forces, all of which were attached to Floating Clouds Palace. Floating Clouds Palace's master was also known as the Floating Clouds King. It was rumored that he was a peerless master whose cultivation exceeded the transcendent realm. The Great Dragon Transformation Array was something that the Floating Cloud King had joined hands with other powerhouses to set up many years ago. The Floating Cloud King of that generation had spent a great deal of effort to set up the Great Dragon Transformation Array within 100 years. However, due to excessive wear and tear on his body, he perished several decades later. Floating Clouds Palace was located at the peak of Floating Clouds Mountain. The palace was continuous and was surrounded by countless white clouds, making it look like a paradise. Compared to the other forces, Floating Clouds Palace did not have many people. From the Floating Clouds King to the disciples, there were less than 100 people. Although there were not many people, each of them was very strong. At least half of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators. The remaining few were not Transcendent Realm cultivators, but each of them had outstanding talent and breaking through to the Transcendent Realm was only a matter of time. The Great Dragon Transformation Array was set up by our Floating Cloud Palace's 3rd generation Floating Cloud King. It should be our Floating Cloud Palace's disciples who can enter and obtain the power of the Dragon Transformation. Why should we share it with other powers? The white-robed Floating Cloud Palace disciple said with dissatisfaction. Junior brother Yun, although the Dragon Transformation Array was arranged by our Floating Clouds Palace's 3rd generation Floating Clouds King, the other forces also contributed a lot. A similarly white-robed youth with an elegant face said neither slowly nor quickly. Moreover, the 3rd generation Floating Clouds King also left behind a message that if the Dragon Transformation realm was opened, it would bring good fortune to the Floating Clouds territory. I know, I just feel uncomfortable. Junior brother Yun frowned. He felt like it was something that belonged to his own family. Why should it be shared with others? Actually, junior brother Yun doesn't need to be like this. On the other side, a similarly white-robed young man grinned. His face was filled with arrogance. Even if people from other factions were to enter the Dragon Realm, it would only be a formality. The Great Dragon Transformation Array's Dragon Transformation power would still be obtained by our Floating Cloud Palace. Senior brother Fan is right. Most of the disciples from the other factions are just going through the motions. Haha, I reckon that at most, only the disciples of the 2 5-star sect have a chance to participate in the Battle of Dragon Transformation. The disciples of the other 4-star sects don't have much hope. In the Yong'an territory, there was 1 5-star force and 2 4-star forces. The Red Dragon sect was a 5-star force in the Yong'an territory and was closer to the Xianxia territory. Naturally, they did not need to leave so early. However, the disciples who were qualified to participate were gathered together. Remember, try your best to pass the selection. As long as you pass the selection, you will be able to participate in the Dragon Transformation battle. Your greatest opponent will be the Floating Clouds Palace, followed by the Myriad Water Palace. However, there might be 1 or 2 outstanding geniuses from the other 4-star forces. Pay attention to them, said a red-robed elder from the Red Dragon sect. Elder, don't worry. A mere genius from a 4-star force is nothing. Do 4-star forces have any geniuses? The geniuses of the Red Dragon sect laughed. The Red Dragon sect was a 5-star force. There was a huge difference between a 4-star force and a 5-star force. Whether it was the number of experts or the foundation of the sect, there was a huge difference. It could be said that if a 5-star force wanted to fight against a 4-star force, it would be completely one-sided. Naturally, the geniuses of 5-star forces and 4-star forces were not on the same level. Even if they had the same talent, there would be an obvious difference in their abilities after going through different environments. For example, if two geniuses had the same talent but one cultivated a low-class spiritual level skill while the other cultivated a middle-class spiritual level skill, the strength of their spiritual energy would be different. If one cultivated a low-class spiritual level skill while the other cultivated a middle-class spiritual level skill, there would be a difference in their strength. Most 4-star forces did not have a middle-class spiritual level skill, but 5-star forces did. It was no wonder that the geniuses of the 5-star forces looked down on the geniuses of the 4-star forces. It's good to have such momentum. However, you have to be careful. There might be one or two outstanding geniuses from the 4-star forces, the elder from the Red Dragon sect said with a smile. A loud roar sounded. Soon after, a shocking pressure descended from the sky. One could see a huge scarlet figure flying through the air. Landing, a shocking momentum surged. The terrifying aura turned into a violent wind that blew, causing the group of people to sway. The weaker ones were forced to retreat. They had to use all their strength to stand firm, but their faces were red. It was a flood dragon, a huge flood dragon that was more than 100 meters long. Its entire body was red, and its scales shone under the sunlight as if there were flames flowing through them. As the red flood dragon breathed, red flames spewed out from its nostrils, and a scorching aura spread out. Let's go. As soon as the elder from the Red Dragon sect finished speaking, he took the lead and landed on the back of the red flood dragon. The other disciples jumped up one by one and landed on the back of the red flood dragon, soaring into the sky. In the middle of the river, there was also a 5-star force, the Myriad River Temple, and 2 4-star forces. The spiritual beast of the Myriad River Temple was a rainbow-winged ice swan, which was even larger than the green-winged golden flame eagle. On the back of the rainbow-winged ice swan sat the elder of the Myriad River Temple and the disciples who were preparing to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. They were all wearing blue robes and were in high spirits. Your biggest opponents are the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, followed by the disciples of the Red Dragon sect. The Myriad River Temple elder said, as for the other 4-star forces, I haven't heard of any outstanding disciples. The so-called blazing sun-level geniuses of the various territories should be taken seriously. Floating Cloud Palace was a 6-star force and was the most powerful force in the Floating Cloud territory. The Floating Cloud King was a supermaster who had surpassed the Transcendent Realm and was invincible. It was very difficult to become a disciple of Floating Cloud Palace. Only those with extraordinary talent and potential could succeed. With superb talent, coupled with the rich resources of Floating Cloud Palace and the guidance of masters, it was impossible not to become powerful. Because of this, the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace often felt that they were superior to others. They also believed that their only opponents were their fellow disciples. The green-winged golden flame eagle was extremely fast. Every time it flapped its wings, it could fly a few thousand meters, and with another flap, it could maintain its speed. But even so, it still took a lot of time to travel from the Blue Cloud sect to the Thousand Waters territory. On the back of the green-winged golden flame eagle, the Great Elder and Second Elder explained the other forces in detail to Chen Zong's group. The most powerful Floating Cloud Palace. Second, Red Dragon sect and Thousand Waters sect. Remaining were 11 4-star forces. Dongchen Territory's Blue Cloud sect, Purple Radiant sect, Tianluo Valley, North Star Villa. Yong'an Territory's Raging Flame sect and Jingyang sect. Jiangzhong Territory's Flood Wave sect and Returning River Valley. Wild Goose Mountain Territory's Falling Goose Valley, Great Mountain Temple, and Skywind sect. According to the Great Elder and Second Elder, the 11 4-star forces were actually divided into strong and weak. For example, among the 4 4-star forces in the Dongchen territory, North Star Villa was the strongest, with 2 blazing sun-level geniuses. All in all, among the 11 4-star forces, the Blue Cloud sect's strength was considered to be below average, ranked at the bottom. 50 years ago, in the Dragon Transformation battle, only 28 people were qualified. The Great Elder revealed a look of reminiscence, because he had also participated at that time, but had failed to pass. However, there were more than 100 people who participated in the dragon transformation battle. More than 100 people, only 28 passed and entered the dragon transformation battle. This ratio was indeed not high, but it also meant that the competition was fierce. I'm not sure about the difficulty of the dragon transformation battle this time, but I hope that all of you can give it your all and do your best to pass the dragon transformation battle. As long as you pass the dragon transformation battle, no matter what your final ranking is, you will receive the dragon transformation power. Of course, the higher your ranking, the more dragon transformation power you will receive, and the greater the benefits when you break through. Elder, 50 years ago, how many people from the Blue Cloud sect passed the dragon transformation battle? Yang Chaofan could not help but ask. The great elder and second elder blushed, looking a little embarrassed. Their expressions immediately made Chen Zong and the others realize one thing, which was that in the dragon transformation battle 50 years ago, no one from the Blue Cloud sect passed the dragon transformation battle. The 5 of them were shocked. 50 years ago, the great elder and the others participated in the dragon transformation battle, but none of them passed the dragon transformation battle. From this point, it could be seen how difficult the dragon transformation battle was. Of the 28 people who participated in the dragon transformation battle that year, 12 of them were from the Floating Cloud Palace, 4 each from the Red Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple, 1 each from the Blazing Fire sect, Xingyang sect, Torrential Wave sect, Huijiang Valley, Luoyan Valley, Triple Mountain Palace, Tianfeng sect, and Beichen Villa. Chen Zong and the others were even more shocked. The Floating Cloud Palace was so powerful that they took 12 of the 28 spots. It was too terrifying. The Red Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple were much weaker, but they were still very strong, each taking 4 spots. As for the others, among the 4 4-star forces in the Dongchen territory, only the Beichen Villa had 1 person who passed the dragon transformation battle. Before it had even begun, everyone could already smell the scent of cruelty. However, Chen Zong and the others were not afraid because of this. Instead, their fighting spirit was stimulated. They had cultivated bitterly for half a year just for this moment. The Great Dragon Transformation Battle Array was located in the Dragon Transformation Territory, and the Dragon Transformation Territory was in the Thousand Water Territory, which was not far from the Floating Cloud Palace. The Blue Cloud sect was the farthest from the Thousand Water Territory, so they were the first to leave, but they were not the first to arrive. When the green-winged golden flame eagle landed, there were already people waiting outside the Dragon Transformation Territory. Sharp gazes swept over and fell on Chen Zong and the others, immediately bringing a wave of pressure. These are the people from the Blazing Fire sect. The second elder's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Aside from the elders, the Blazing Fire sect had 6 disciples, 1 more than the Blue Cloud sect. Each of them was filled with a tyrannical aura, which was a wave of blazing spiritual energy. The Blazing Flame sect, as its name implied, was a sect that focused on fire Dao cultivation methods and martial arts. The vast majority of its disciples also cultivated fire Dao cultivation methods and martial arts. The Xingyang sect was similar, but there were differences. One sect after another arrived, most of them riding on flying spirit beasts. The aura these spirit beasts exuded was also very tyrannical. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, followed by a sharp and clear sound that pierced through the clouds. From 2 different directions, a crimson-red light and an icy blue light rapidly approached. A terrifying aura spread out, making it difficult to breathe. It was a crimson flood dragon and an ice swan with rainbow-colored wings, the spirit beasts of Red Dragon sect and Myriad Water Temple. Great Elder and Second Elder looked at the crimson flood dragon and the rainbow-winged ice swan with dignified expressions. They instinctively felt that these 2 spirit beasts were very powerful and were probably no match for them. Other than Floating Cloud Palace, all the other forces had arrived, but they were divided into different camps according to their territories. For example, the Blue Cloud sect stayed with the Beichen Villa, Tianluo Valley, and Purple Glory sect. The Blazing Fire sect and Xingyang sect stayed with the Red Dragon sect. However, there was some distance between them, as if the Red Dragon sect wanted to highlight their status. Myriad Water Temple was opposite Red Dragon sect, but behind them were Flood Wave sect and Returning River Valley. Falling Goose Valley, Double Mountain Palace, and Skywind sect were also in separate camps. The forces of the 4 territories were clearly divided. Chen Zong felt a few sharp gazes sweep over and land on his face, so he turned his head and saw Yu Jingyao and Su Wei. Yu Jingyao and Su Wei were both true disciples of Purple Brilliant sect. Su Wei was in the Foundation establishment realm before, but after cultivating for some time, he had broken through to the half-step transcendent realm. Su Wei was still brooding over his defeat to Chen Zong last time, so after returning, he cultivated with all his might, even harder than before, in order to wash away his shame. Seeing Chen Zong's gaze, Su Wei suddenly sneered, his palm like a blade cutting through the air. Chen Zong didn't care about this kind of provocation, because in Chen Zong's view, Su Wei was no match for him. Yu Jingyao's gaze lingered on Chen Zong's face for a few breaths, then fell on Gao Bojun's face, his gaze becoming sharp, as if he wanted to pierce Gao Bojun. Similarly, he had been defeated by Gao Bojun the last time, which was a disgrace to him. Li Zheni, it seems like your strength has improved a lot. Xia Yuxuan, the number one disciple of the Purple Glorious sect, smiled as he stared at Li Zheni coldly. Xia Yuxuan and Li Zheni were two of the 5 blazing sons of the Dongqin region. They were competitors. The current Yu is no match for me, Li Zheni said with a smile. In the past, the two of them had fought to a draw, but this time, Li Zheni had great confidence that he could defeat his opponent. Is that so? The corners of Xia Yuxuan's mouth curled up. He was also confident in himself. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, all geniuses had a lot of confidence in themselves. If one lacked confidence, then there was no need to talk about cultivation. The number one true disciple of Tianluo Valley was a female. She wore a gorgeous palace dress and appeared on stage. The number 1 and number 2 true disciples of the Beichen Villa were 2 of the 5 blazing suns. The Blue Cloud sect was founded on the sword, while the Beichen Villa focused on the saber. In terms of saber training, they had their own unique points. The number 1 and number 2 true disciples were both experts in saber techniques. Perhaps it was because of their saber training, but their eyes were as cold as the edge of a saber. At this moment, a huge white cloud was approaching at an astonishing speed from afar. It stirred up a violent wind, whistling endlessly. The people of Floating Cloud Palace are here. Everyone looked over. The white cloud descended, and one figure after another jumped down. The people of Floating Cloud Palace were all wearing cloud-white robes, regardless of whether they were male or female. What was more interesting was that the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace were all handsome, as if they had such a tradition. But in fact, it was also because of Floating Cloud Palace's cultivation method. As one cultivated, one's appearance would be subtly improved. Walking at the front were naturally the 2 elders of Floating Cloud Palace. Behind them were the disciples who were going to participate in the dragon transformation battle. Everyone was surprised. The Emerald Cloud sect had sent 5 disciples to participate in the battle of dragon transformation. The Purple Brilliant sect and Tianluo Valley had 5 disciples each. The Beichen Manor had 6, and the other 4-star sects had 6 as well. As for the Crimson Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple, the 2 5-star forces, they had 12. As for Floating Cloud Palace, a 6-star force, the number of disciples who were going to participate in the dragon transformation battle had reached an astonishing 30. Each of these disciples exuded a very strong aura, indicating they had all reached the half-step transcendent realm. Moreover, there were a few whose auras were extremely obscure and unfathomable, causing Chen Zong to feel a sense of dread. While feeling dread, Chen Zong's heart also filled with excitement. On the path of cultivation, the pursuit of strength was also the pursuit of opponents. A good opponent was like an aged wine, one that would make one yearn for it. They're finally here. I'd like to see just how strong these so-called Floating Cloud Palace disciples are. Red Dragon sect's number 1 true disciple, Qi Jiutian's fiery red hair was like a burning flame, his eyes flashing a blazing light, his entire body exuding a fiery aura. Floating Cloud Palace will let you taste the power of Myriad River Temple's Myriad River True Secret Art. Myriad River Temple's number 1 true disciple, Qi Longhai, crossed his hands behind his back, his robe gently rippling like water, his body exuding a cold aura, his lips curling into a smile. The Crimson Dragon sect and the Myriad River Temple were both 5-star forces. They were much stronger than 4-star forces. Their biggest opponent this time was the Floating Clouds Palace. The sect elders had warned them one by one about how strong the people of Floating Clouds Palace were. However, in their hearts, they were not willing to accept this. Because they believed they were also geniuses, top geniuses, not inferior to others. How could they accept this? They had to fight to determine who was better. Immediately, Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's gazes collided, like water and fire colliding, sending out invisible sparks. Apart from the Floating Clouds Palace, the Red Dragon sect's biggest opponent was the Myriad River Palace, and the Myriad River Palace's biggest opponent was the Red Dragon sect. As for the other four-star forces, although there were many geniuses who had come, none of them were taken seriously by Qi Jiutian or Qi Longhai. Even the other geniuses of Red Dragon sect and Myriad River Temple didn't take the geniuses of four-star forces seriously. Everyone is here, very punctual. An elder of Floating Cloud Palace opened his mouth and said with a smile. His hair was white, but his complexion was rosy, and his skin was glossy like a baby's skin, showing boundless vitality. His aura was tyrannical, and no one could compare. Chen Zong had a feeling that the strength of this Floating Cloud Palace's elder who had spoken was not weaker than Blue Wave's world's maniac, and might even be stronger. While everyone was speaking in agreement, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly swept over from afar, instantly closing in on them. That aura was vast and mighty, and it was indescribable. It was many times more tyrannical than the aura of emperor-level powerhouses that Chen Zong had felt in the past. Even the general commander of Demon Subduing Fortress and the demon god's phantom summoned by demon race couldn't be compared with this aura. Respectfully welcome Palace Lord. The elder of Floating Cloud Palace reacted quickly, and promptly bowed in salute while shouting loudly. The disciples of Floating Cloud Palace also had solemn expression, and they bowed in salute in succession. Respectfully welcome Floating Cloud King. The elders of other forces also reacted in succession, and promptly bowed in salute. Other than the Palace Lord of Floating Cloud Palace, the strongest expert of Floating Cloud Territory, Floating Cloud King, who else could have such tyrannical aura and be respectfully greeted by the elders and disciples of Floating Cloud Palace? Chen Zong and other disciples also bowed in salute in succession. Looking up, it was difficult to see the figure of a person, and could only see a ball of white radiance suspended in the sky as if a scorching sun, but that radiance wasn't dazzling in the slightest. Everyone, please dispense with the formalities. A voice filled with majesty abruptly rang out from the sky, and as it descended, it surged through the 9 heavens, and entered everyone's ears. Now, this king is going to activate the dragon realm. The voice rang out once again. Immediately, the white radiance in the sky became more and more intense, and shot out in all directions, instantly enveloping a radius of 10 miles. Open! An enormous voice that shook the heavens and the earth rang out, shaking the 9 heavens and shaking the heavens and the earth. That momentum was incomparably vigorous. With a bang, everyone could only see that the sky seemed to have been torn open by an invisible hand, and following the appearance of that opening, thick white chains also appeared in the sky, and unceasingly extended in all directions. One after another, a magnificent voice rang out unceasingly, and entered everyone's ears. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, as that opening continued to expand along with the spread of the white chains, and finally appeared in front of everyone. The dragon's roar was resounding, and it became louder and louder. The scarlet dragon of the Red Dragon sect also raised its head to look, and let out a resounding roar in agreement. Following that resounding dragon's roar, a white light dragon that was 100 meters long flew out from that opening, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 9 white light dragons that were 100 meters long flew out from the opening, dancing in the air, and each of the white light dragons exuded a shocking aura. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and the 9 gigantic white light dragons appeared from the opening, as if they were pulling an entire world. Everyone raised their heads to look, and they watched as a world descended. Dragon Realm. The group of elders was extremely excited. 50 years ago, they had witnessed it, and they were extremely shocked at that time. Seeing it again after 50 years, they were still extremely shocked. As for the disciples who were witnessing this scene for the first time, the shock in their hearts was even more unimaginable. Dragon Realm, back then, with the 3rd generation Floating Cloud King as the main force, and a group of strong martial artists as support, they worked together to set up the Great Dragon Transformation Formation. The Great Dragon Transformation Formation continuously absorbed the power of the heavens and the earth, and converted it into Dragon Realm power. When the dragon realm power accumulated to a certain extent, it would envelop the Great Dragon Transformation Formation, forming the so-called Dragon Realm. The Great Dragon Transformation Formation that was set up at that time had an ability, and when there was enough power to form the Dragon Realm, it would escape into the void and hide. That way, it would not be affected by any battle, and thus be damaged. Under the power of the 9 white light dragons that were 100 meters long, the Dragon Realm descended from the void, and when it landed on the ground, it let out a loud, earth-shattering sound, and the earth trembled incessantly. The gigantic white light dragons soared into the sky, and then changed their direction in the sky, and dove down, charging straight into the Dragon Realm. The rumbling sounds were shocking, and an extremely powerful aura blew out like a gust of wind. The white light rushed out, and everyone could not open their eyes. When the powerful light dissipated, and everyone opened their eyes, they were all stunned, and were extremely shocked. Accompanying my son to watch an episode of the new Calabash Brothers, I almost vomited a large bowl of blood. What a waste of childhood. Con long long. A huge amount of water fell from a height of 1,000 meters, carrying with it a terrifying force that seemed capable of sinking the earth. Even though they were separated by 10,000 meters, they still felt small and insignificant. That's the Dragon Transformation Battle, Great Elder pointed to the 3 checkpoints. The Great Elder pointed at the 10,000-meter-long ravine and the 1,000-meter-long waterfall and said, only by passing through these 3 checkpoints in a set time can one enter the real battle of dragonization. Back then, Great Elder and I were stopped at the first checkpoint. Elder Lin smiled, feeling a little ashamed that he couldn't even pass the first checkpoint. Although Yang Kai didn't know how strong the Great Elder and Elder Lin were back then, he could imagine that they had both reached the half-step transcendent realm and cultivated spirit-grade low-rank secret arts, yet even they were unable to pass the first hurdle. Is this the so-called Dragon Transformation 3 checkpoints? It doesn't seem difficult at all. Haha, it's not difficult at all. Can you leap 10,000 meters all of a sudden? This world was different. Even Transcendent Realm Masters couldn't fly, only those who had surpassed the Transcendent Realm could do so. A distance of 10,000 meters wasn't a big problem for Transcendent Realm Masters, but for those below the Transcendent Realm, it wasn't so easy. It could be said that even a powerful half-step Transcendent Realm Master would find it difficult to leap 10,000 meters all of a sudden. High up in the sky, Floating Cloud King waved his hand and a huge water hourglass phantom appeared. The Dragon Transformation 3 checkpoints are a test. Only those who pass these 3 checkpoints can participate in the Dragon Transformation battle and obtain the power of Dragon Transformation. Floating Cloud King's voice was magnificent and filled with endless majesty. Remember, each great force must pass these checkpoints one by one. Start with my Floating Cloud Palace. As Floating Cloud King's voice fell, the 30 Floating Cloud Palace disciples stepped forward and appeared at the edge of the 10,000-meter-wide crater, staring straight ahead. Up in the air, the first drop of water from the giant water hourglass fell, letting out a crisp dripping sound. Like a command, the 30 Floating Cloud Palace disciples immediately used their movement skills, transforming into 30 white clouds that instantly floated forward. Among them, the white clouds formed by a few of the more profound masters were the most realistic and lifelike. Their speed was also the fastest, quickly leaving the other 20 behind. So fast. The onlookers were shocked. There are actually so many people who have comprehended body intent. Qi Jiutian, Qi Longhai, and the others narrowed their eyes. Of the 30 Floating Clouds Palace disciples, most of them had cultivated their movement techniques to the impeccable realm, and 10 of them had comprehended and grasped body intent. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 10 disciples who had comprehended body intent and the other disciples increased by a few hundred meters. After crossing a kilometer, a sudden change occurred as white strips of light shot out from the ground like the claws of an octopus, each of them carrying the power of a half-step transcendent. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they were secretly shocked. The 30 Floating Clouds Palace disciples seemed to have been prepared for this. The 10 geniuses who had comprehended body intent didn't dodge or evade. Instead, they rushed towards the white tentacles as if they were walking into a trap. However, the 8 white tentacles were like whips of heaven and earth as they ruthlessly bombarded the 10 white clouds. They did not shatter the 10 white clouds. Instead, they borrowed the force of the impact and rushed forward at an even faster speed. Most of the disciples couldn't understand what was going on, but Chen Zong and the other elders could clearly see what was going on. The moment the white tentacles hit the cloud, the person inside the cloud used a skillful move to neutralize the tyrannical power of the tentacles. Then, with the help of the tentacles and its power, he instantly took a breath and once again used his movement technique to move forward. Otherwise, how could they have crossed the 10,000-meter distance? The other 20 floating clouds palace disciples also did the same, but their movements weren't as smooth. Tentacles continued to shoot out from below like lightning, bringing with them a terrifying power. While they posed a threat to the group, they also gave them a chance to breathe, allowing them to continue moving forward. Danger and opportunity coexisted. This level tests everyone's ability to adapt and control over their own strength, an elder smiled and said. If one's ability to adapt was insufficient, their reaction speed would not be fast enough, and if one's control over their own strength was insufficient, they would not be able to divert the tentacles' attacks. Only by achieving these 2 points would they be able to take advantage of the tentacles' attacks to gain an opportunity to move forward. 100 vying barges. Ordinary half-step transcendence simply couldn't accomplish this and would instantly be struck down and eliminated. The disciples from the other forces outside Floating Clouds Palace stared with wide eyes, trying to find a pattern because after Floating Clouds Palace, it would be their turn to pass the 3 stages. Floating Clouds King allowing the Floating Clouds Palace disciples to pass first was actually giving the disciples of the other forces an opportunity to observe first so they could pass the 3 stages better. Of course, if one's own strength was insufficient, even if they knew the pattern, it would be useless. A distance of 10,000 meters was nothing in normal times and could be crossed with just a few leaps, but under the attack of the white tentacles, one had no choice but to be cautious. If one was not careful, they might be struck and fall to the ground. Rush! 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 Water droplets constantly dripped from the waterspout at an extremely fast speed. The 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples who had grasped their movement skills easily crossed the 10,000-meter distance and rushed towards the platform. However, with a flash of 5-colored light, a barrier appeared between the platform and the 10,000-meter wide crater. The 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples attacked together, sending out billowing clouds that fiercely bombarded the barrier. Suddenly, ripples spread out and 10 gaps appeared in the barrier. Amidst the surging clouds, the 10 disciples drilled through the gaps and stepped onto the platform. So that's the second stage's void barrier. The first stage was called Body Swimming 10,000 meters, the second stage was called Void Barrier, and the third stage was called Carp Leaping over the Dragon Gate. The other 20 Floating Clouds Palace disciples also approached the second stage's void barrier one after another. Although the previous 10 disciples had easily broken through the void barrier, it didn't mean that the second stage would be difficult. In fact, the void barrier of the second stage was extremely tough and without enough power, it was impossible to break through. The 20 Floating Clouds Palace disciples who were approaching in succession attacked one after another, bombarding the void barrier. However, only 5 of them managed to blast a hole in the void barrier. The other 15 didn't manage to break the void barrier. 5 people quickly drilled through and stepped onto the platform while the other 15 faced the white tentacles' attacks. While resisting the attacks, they also had to maintain their balance and attack the void barrier again, greatly increasing the difficulty of their attacks. 3 of them maintained their height and attacked a second time, breaking through the void barrier and entering it. 2 of them were careless and were unable to stabilize themselves after being attacked by the white tentacles, falling to the ground. The remaining 10 disciples attacked for the third time. 5 of them broke through the void barrier and successfully stepped onto the platform, while the other 5 didn't break through the void barrier and fell to the ground. Out of the 30 Floating Clouds Palace disciples, 7 of them were eliminated in the second stage, and 23 of them were able to challenge the third stage, Carp Leaping over Dragon Gate. The first 10 people to pass the second stage took a moment to adjust their breathing and immediately set off. They transformed into 10 surging clouds and quickly headed for the third stage. It was a 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. Below the waterfall was a long river with rolling waves. The 10 clouds appeared in the sky above the long river. Before they even got close to the waterfall, they quickly fell, as if all movement techniques had lost their effectiveness. The 10 people seemed to have become fish in the long river. They swam against the rolling waves and approached the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The so-called carp leaping over Dragon Gate started from going against the waves of the long river. Then, they entered the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall and went against the flow of the waterfall. Only then could they successfully leap over the Dragon Gate and enter the Dragon Transformation battle. The true difficulty of the 3 stages of the Dragon Transformation stage was here. For the 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples, although there was some resistance from the long river, it wasn't much. They could easily ride the wind and break through the waves until they reached the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The 1,000-meter-tall waterfall had a huge amount of water falling from the sky. Its power was astonishing. Especially when they got close, that kind of power was even more terrifying and deafening. Boom boom boom, 10 waves rushed into the sky. 10 figures exploded with astonishing power and instantly rushed into the sky. Against the bombardment of the 1,000-ton water, they were like fish swimming against the current. The other Floating Clouds Palace disciples also fell into the long river. Going against the long river's waves, they quickly approached the waterfall. The closer they got, the more they could feel the vigorous and violent water of the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. The 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples displayed astonishing strength. Going against the vigorous and violent water, they continued to move upwards. However, the gap between them began to show. 3 of them gradually surpassed the other 7 and continued to move upwards. The spectators all held their breaths and widened their eyes. They were extremely nervous, as if they were putting themselves in the shoes of the spectators. In fact, they would also face these difficulties. Now that they were watching, they might be able to grasp some rules and understand some mysteries, making it easier to break through. The 3 Floating Clouds Palace disciples in the front were like swimming dragons. They continued to move upwards with unstoppable momentum. The other 7 had some difficulties. However, they only slowed down a little, but they continued to move upwards. As for the other Floating Clouds Palace disciples, when they reached the bottom of the waterfall and started to rush upwards, they were exhausted midway. They were pushed down by the violent power and had no choice but to rush up again. Going against the current, if you didn't go up, you would go down. If you didn't go forward, you would fall back. There was only less than half of the water above the waterfall. It continued to drip down, becoming less and less. The time spent on the first and second stages wasn't that long. The most important part was the third stage. At this time, the 3 Floating Clouds Palace disciples rushed up to the 1,000-meter-tall waterfall. In an instant, it was as if there were dragon shadows rising from their bodies. A resounding and pleasant roar resounded, echoing in all directions. Not long after, the other 7 disciples also rushed up. Dragon shadows surrounded them, and dragon roars resounded unceasingly. 10 Floating Clouds Palace disciples had already passed the 3 stages of the Dragon Transformation and obtained the qualifications for the Battle of Dragon Transformation. Not bad. It seems that the number of disciples who have obtained the qualifications for the Battle of Dragon Transformation will surpass the previous one. An elder of Floating Clouds Palace stroked his long beard with a smile on his face. The more people who obtain the qualifications for the Battle of Dragon Transformation, the more Dragon Transformation power will be stimulated. When the time comes to defeat all opponents, the Dragon Transformation power that can be obtained will be even greater, surpassing the past. The Great Dragon Transformation Array contained an extremely vigorous Dragon Transformation power. Normally, it wouldn't be completely stimulated. However, after every battle of Dragon Transformation, it would be continuously absorbed and transformed. It would continue to accumulate, and it would only be more than before. When the last drop of water fell, it meant that the time was up. With a rumble, the Floating Cloud Palace disciples who had yet to leap through the Dragon's Gate suddenly felt 10 times the pressure. Unable to resist, their bodies fell rapidly. Eliminated. 15. 3 more than the previous batch. Out of the 30 Floating Cloud Palace disciples, 15 of them passed the 3 stages of the Dragon Transformation stage and received the support of the Dragon Transformation power. They were also qualified to participate in the Battle of Dragon Transformation. At this point, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. The process was too thrilling, and it tugged at their hearts. The water in the air suddenly turned around. The Red Dragon sect will do it. Qi Jiutian took a step forward. His momentum was vigorous, and a blazing aura spread out. Qi Longhai retracted his foot. His body did not move, but there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. There was no need to fight for this kind of thing. When the first drop of water fell, Qi Jiutian and the other 12 disciples of the Red Dragon sect were engulfed in flames. Following that, there was a series of cries. Qi Jiutian took the lead. He turned into a red dragon that was a few meters long and swept through the air. The other 11 disciples did the same. However, it could be seen that there were only 2 people in the Red Dragon sect who had mastered body will. One was Qi Jiutian, and the other was the second direct disciple of the Red Dragon sect, Qi Mingyi. Compared to the floating cloud palace, there was indeed a huge gap. However, a 5-star force was not as good as a 6-star force. The white tentacles flew out from the ground again. They carried a thunderous force and whipped forward. Its power was shocking. Qi Jiutian's method was very direct. He punched out fiercely and directly hit the tentacles. At the same time, he broke the tentacles. Using the rebound force, he instantly took a breath and flew forward again. Qi Mingyi's method was similar to Qi Jiutian's. However, the other disciples were slightly inferior. They were not as strong and could only use their skills. Go, go, go. After crossing 5,000 meters, a Red Dragon sect disciple was careless and attacked by 2 white tentacles. He fell from the sky and was eliminated. Qi Jiutian crossed 10,000 meters and smashed another white tentacle. Then, he punched forward with a terrifying blazing power. A fiery red dragon head shadow seemed to condense on his fist. With a loud roar, it slammed into the void barrier. With a cracking sound, a hole was created in the void barrier. Multicolored light rose from all directions and quickly gathered to mend the hole. Qi Jiutian seized the opportunity and rushed in. He landed on the platform, and the hole was repaired in an instant. The crimson bright wings ferociously struck out, tearing a hole in the wall. Then, it quickly entered the hole and landed on the platform, quickly adjusting its breathing. The third stage, leaping through the dragon gate, was the most difficult stage. One had to adjust one's essence, energy, and spirit to their peak before attempting it. This way, the chances of success would be greater. In the end, only 9 of the 12 Red Dragon sect disciples managed to break through the void barrier and landed on the platform. However, the difference between the two was obvious. Qi Jiutian had it the easiest. Crimson Bright Wings was slightly worse. As for the other 7 disciples, some of them barely managed to break through the void barrier. They were just a hair's breadth away from failure and elimination. After adjusting their breathing, the 9 of them quickly jumped into the river and moved forward against the waves. Qi Jiutian was still in the lead, and Qi Mingyi was right behind him. There was one more person in the 3rd place, and there was a certain distance between him and the 4th. Going against the current was extremely difficult. Qi Jiutian and Crimson Bright Wings were indeed very strong. Their abilities were not to be underestimated. They were comparable to the top-ranked disciples of Floating Cloud Palace. Therefore, the 2 of them rushed over the 1,000-meter waterfall one after another. The other Red Dragon sect disciples did not have it so easy. They rushed up but could not withstand the fall. They could only adjust their breathing and continue to rush up. When the last drop of water fell, the 5th Red Dragon sect disciple also jumped up with all his might. He finally jumped up and was surrounded by the dragon's shadow. However, the other disciples were suppressed by the pressure that was 10 times stronger and were eliminated. The Red Dragon sect has one more disciple than last time. Next, it was the Myriad River Temple's turn. The 12 disciples of the Myriad River Temple, with Qi Longhai as the leader, turned into long rivers and rushed forward. At the same time, Qi Longhai and Tan Yuming, the second direct disciple, had also learned the body intent. They performed the extreme rank Mortal Realm body art, which was extremely fast. Their bodies had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a 10-meter-long river that kept running. As the first direct disciple of a 5-star force, Qi Longhai was undoubtedly very strong. However, Tan Yuming's attack power was not as strong as Crimson Bright Wings. When she broke through the void barrier, she seemed to be struggling. In the 3rd stage, the Dragon Gate Leap, Tan Yuming's performance was also average. She fell to 3rd place. However, in the end, Qi Longhai, Tan Yuming, and another direct disciple of the Myriad River Temple also successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate Leap. They were surrounded by the dragon's shadow and qualified for the dragon transformation battle. 5. Similar to the Red Dragon sect, the Myriad River Temple also had 5 disciples who passed the 3 stages. Next, there were 6 disciples of the Blazing Inferno sect. Unfortunately, in the end, only the first direct disciple managed to leap over the Dragon Gate leap and obtained the support of the Dragon Transformation battle. Only the first direct disciple of the Xinjiang sect passed the 3 stages. The Torrential Wave sect also had a disciple who passed the 3 stages. The Huijiang Valley also had a disciple who passed the 3 stages. Compared to the previous batch, there was no increase or decrease in the number of disciples. The Luoyan Valley and the Triple Mountain Palace each had a disciple who passed the 3 stages. However, the Tianfeng sect's performance was shocking. They performed even better than the previous batch. 2 of their disciples passed the 3 stages. With that, the number of people who qualified for the Dragon Transformation battle reached 33. It was even more than the 28 from the previous batch. I estimate that there should be around 34, an elder of the Red Dragon sect said without hiding his voice. Currently, only the disciples of the 4 major 4-star forces in the Dongchen region had not passed the stages. Since the elder of the Red Dragon sect said so, it meant that only one person from the 4 major 4-star forces in the Dongchen region could pass the 3 stages and qualify for the Dragon Transformation battle. This was a form of contempt. However, based on the previous batch, it was indeed so. Perhaps 33 is the upper limit, another elder of the Red Dragon sect said with a smile. The Dongchen region had the most 4-star forces. The more forces there were, the less resources each force would get. No one would feel good about being looked down upon like this. However, they could not make the Red Dragon sect their enemy. They could only suppress their anger and muster all their strength to fight for a spot. This was the best way to retaliate against the Red Dragon sect's contempt. We'll go first. The disciples of the Beichen Villa took a step forward. In the previous batch, the Beichen Villa had obtained a spot. It was reasonable for them to go first. The 6 disciples of the Beichen Villa performed their movement techniques and flew forward quickly. Their movement techniques were very direct. It was as if they were unsheathed sabers. They slashed across the sky and the saber radiance was shocking. It could be seen that only the first direct disciple, Fu Mingho, had cultivated his movement technique to the highest level. He had mastered the movement technique and was the first to go. His momentum was like a saber slicing through the air. He broke through the void barrier. After a short rest, he went straight for the 3rd stage, leaping Dragon Gate. As expected, Fu Mingho was the only one from the Beichen Villa who passed the 3 stages. In this way, there were 34 people. I think there's no need to continue. It's just a waste of time. An elder of the Blazing Fire sect said with a smile. The Blazing Fire sect had always been loyal to the Red Dragon sect. Indeed. The elders of the Xinjiang sect nodded. In the previous batch of the Dongchen region, only the Beichen Villa had obtained a spot. Some of the other 3 sect did not even pass the 1st stage, let alone the 3rd stage. As long as you're here, you'll have a chance. The Floating Cloud King's voice was heard. No one dared to question him anymore. The 5 disciples of the Purple Glory sect quickly walked out and started to pass the stages. In the end, with the help of Jing Yao, Xia Yushuan barely managed to leap up and qualify. This was the plan of the Purple Glory sect from the very beginning. They knew that it would be difficult to pass the stages. Therefore, someone had to be sacrificed. At the very least, they had to let someone from the Purple Glory sect enter the battle of Dragon Transformation. Everything was for the sake of the sect. It's still like this. The elders and disciples of the other sect were stunned. In their opinion, this method was a little opportunistic. However, since the Floating Cloud King did not say anything, it meant that this method was feasible. The people of the Tianluo Valley also started to follow suit. In the end, the first true disciple of the Tianluo Valley, Li Ruoyan, also passed the 3rd stage with the help of the other disciples and qualified for the Battle of Dragon Transformation. The Blue Cloud sect was the last to pass the stage. Let's go. Senior brother Li Zhini gave the order, and the 5 of them simultaneously displayed the 1,000 miles cloud movement technique, turning into wisps of light smoke, and quickly flew forward. Yang Chaofan had cultivated the 1,000 miles of cloud for the shortest time. However, with the guidance of the sect leader and his own talent and hard work, he still managed to cultivate it to the trance stage. Haha, a mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to pass the stage. A disciple of the Red Dragon sect mocked. Among the people present, only Yang Chaofan was at the foundation establishment stage. Cultivation was indeed Yang Chaofan's shortcoming. Song Lingsu had just broken through to the half-transcendent stage. Her cultivation of the 1,000 miles of cloud had only reached the trance stage. When Song Lingsu was 5,000 meters away, she was suddenly attacked by 2 white light tentacles. She could not react in time, so a beam of sword light flashed and cut off one of the tentacles while Song Lingsu dealt with the other one. It was Chenzong's attack. To Chenzong, the first stage was nothing. With Chenzong's help, Song Lingsu and Yang Chaofan did their best to pass the first stage and reached the second stage. The second stage tested the power of one's attack in an instant. If the power of one's attack was not enough to break through the void barrier, one's body would fall and be eliminated. Yang Chaofan instantly activated the power of white lightning. It was shocking. Transcendent mystic power. This person is only at the limit of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, but he possesses transcendent mystic power. Looks like he's born to be extraordinary. The Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to have a disciple born to be extraordinary. It's a pity that his cultivation is too low. The power of the white lightning was strong. With one attack, it broke through the void barrier. However, it was a pity that Yang Chaofan's cultivation was too low. After being attacked by one of the tentacles, he fell. Song Lingsu's attack was not that strong and could not break through the void barrier. She was also attacked by the tentacles and fell. Chenzong could help once or twice, but he could not help too many times. All eyes were fixed on Chenzong, Li Zhini, and Gao Bojun. The 3 of them finished adjusting their breathing. In fact, Chenzong's strength had not been consumed much and could easily recover. He was mainly waiting for Li Zhini and Gao Bojun. Charge, the 3 of them once again used the 1,000 miles mist movement technique. Chenzong had mastered body intent, while Li Zhini and Gao Bojun had cultivated to the perfection stage. The 3 of them appeared above the long river, and a force descended, causing their bodies to fall uncontrollably into the river. Chenzong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist this force. He had to enter the river. The 3 of them moved forward side by side, going against the waves of the long river. The river was rapid, and the waves were rolling, carrying with them wave after wave of force, trying to push the 3 of them back. However, this kind of force was nothing to Chenzong, because Chenzong's chi cultivation had not only reached the half-step transcendent realm, but also mastered powerful spirit energy. His body refining cultivation had also reached a very high level. With a tyrannical physique, Chenzong could better resist the impact of the river. Li Zhini and Gao Bojun were not as relaxed as Chenzong. Li Zhini stimulated the wind-beheading sword intent, splitting the front, and kept moving forward, while Gao Bojun stimulated the countercurrent saber intent. 13 countercurrent slashes was originally created based on the will of the countercurrent. After mastering the saber intent, the river's waves were easier for Gao Bojun. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, the 3 of them rushed to the 1,000-meter waterfall and instantly took a breath. Then, their spirit energy erupted, and they rushed straight up. In an instant, they felt a terrifying force descending like a mountain, instantly bombarding the 3 of them, causing their momentum to stagnate. They felt like they were about to be suppressed. Spirit energy surged, breaking the impact of the waterfall like a hot knife through butter, and Chenzong's body continued to rush up. It was a wonderful feeling. One had to know that there was resistance when rushing up. A normal half-step transcendent realm cultivator could not jump 1,000 meters, at most they could jump a few dozen meters. Even if one's movement skill was superb, they could at most jump 100 meters. What's more, under the impact of this waterfall, being able to jump a few meters was already very good. If one did not have a suitable foothold, they would not be able to continue moving forward. But this Dragon's Gate was a wonderful experience. Under its special rules, there was no need to take a breath. As long as one had enough strength and tensi, they would be able to take a breath and continue rushing upwards. The Dragon's Heart's test, Chenzong's test, said secretly. If a cultivator wanted to be outstanding, in addition to having a strong enough cultivation base and strength, they also needed to have an unwavering belief and an incomparably tenacious will. Willpower had an incomparable effect on the path of cultivation. Especially in the later stages of cultivation, the effect of willpower would become even more obvious. Zong's SSSSSSS. The gap between them began to show. Chen Zong continued to move upwards, while Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen were lagging behind. Li Zhini drew his sword and pushed his spirit chi to the limit, using his beheading wind sword intent to break through the impact of the waterfall. Gao Bozhen wielded his long saber and used his countercurrent saber intent to break through the waterfall. However, the two of them were a few dozen meters behind Chen Zong. This test was quite difficult. Chen Zong could continue to move upwards, but it would be difficult for him to take care of Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen, so they could only rely on themselves. If Chen Zong had to sacrifice himself to help Li Zhini or Gao Bozhen, Chen Zong knew it would be difficult for him to do so, because he needed the power of the dragon transformation to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Once he had enough strength, he could return to Blue Wave's world and settle his grievances. Then, he could return to the Lingwu Holy World and pursue the way of cultivation and the way of the sword wholeheartedly. That disciple of the Blue Cloud sect might be able to leap through the Dragon Gate and obtain the qualification for the Dragon Transformation battle. An elder said. The Great Elder and Elder Lin were inwardly excited. They couldn't help but clench their fists. 50 years ago, they couldn't even pass the first test and returned in defeat. Now that they had come again, they had high hopes. However, hope was only hope. Whether or not they could pass, the two elders were still very nervous. Now, it seemed that Chen Zong had a high possibility of passing the 3 tests. Yu Wenhua's expression was very ugly. Yu Jingyao, Su Wei, and the others also had ugly expressions. Chen Zong faced the impact of the last layer of the waterfall and instantly rushed up. He felt as if all the pressure and restrictions had disappeared without a trace. He felt as if he was a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the vast sky. Immediately, the sound of a dragon's roar came from afar. A faint shadow of a dragon seemed to have drilled out of the void and surrounded Chen Zong. This made him feel refreshed. He had an indescribable feeling. It was as if a mirror had been wiped clean of dust and became more transparent. This was the power of the dragon transformation. Every person who passed the 3 tests of the dragon transformation battle would obtain a power of the dragon transformation. The amount of power of the dragon transformation was the same. Under the power of the dragon transformation, Chen Zong was able to maintain his body in the air. Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen were still struggling under the waterfall. After falling down for a while, they faced the huge impact of the waterfall and continued to climb up. Chen Zong naturally hoped that Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen could both pass the 3rd test. Go, 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 they exploded with all their strength. With their incomparably tenacious willpower, they did not back down. The water in the waterfall kept dripping, and it became less and less. Once the last drop of water fell, the pressure of the waterfall would increase tenfold. At that time even Chen Zong would not be able to withstand it, let alone Li Zhini and Gao Bozhen. Eldest senior brother, let me give you a hand. Gao Bozhen suddenly roared. He exploded with the last of his strength. His long saber broke through the air and slashed 13 times in a row. The 13 saber lights gathered into the most powerful one. It broke through the huge amount of water and helped Li Zhini. Li Zhini was shocked. However, he did not let Gao Bozhen down. He used all his strength to slash through the saber light and broke the water again. He leaped up and rushed up with all his strength. At the moment when the last drop of water fell, he broke through with great difficulty and rushed up. The dragonization power flew over and turned into a dragon's shadow that surrounded Li Zhini. Li Zhini was suspended in the air. Below him, Gao Bozhen fell rapidly under the impact of the huge waterfall. Fortunately, there was no injury here. It was only elimination. Great! The Great Elder and Elder Lin were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Their faces were red and they could not control themselves. They had no choice. 50 years ago, they could not even pass the first round and were all eliminated. Now, whether it was Chen Zong or Li Zhini, they were all better than they were 50 years ago. Naturally, they had high hopes for them. At first, they only hoped that one of them could pass the 3 rounds. Although it might be an extravagant hope, they did not expect that someone would pass the 3 rounds. Moreover, there was more than one person. Chen Zong passed the 3 rounds with his own strength. Li Zhini barely passed because of Gao Bojunt's sacrifice. However, no matter what, he passed and obtained the right to participate in the dragonization battle. For a moment, the people of the Beichen Villa and Tianluo Valley were envious. The people of the Purple Brilliant sect were secretly resentful. Especially Yu Jingyao, Su Wei, and the others. Before, they were not as good as Chen Zong and the others. Now that there was a gap in the dragonization battle, they were even more unmatched. This Blue Cloud sect is really lucky to have such a disciple. The elder of the Floating Cloud Palace secretly said. However, he did not pay much attention to it. No matter how strong the Blue Cloud sect was, no matter how outstanding their disciples were, they could not be compared to the Floating Cloud Palace. The elder of the Red Dragon sect did not look too good. From the beginning, they did not put the Blue Cloud sect in their eyes. In their opinion, the Blue Cloud sect was just here to go through the motions and waste their time. They did not expect that the Blue Cloud sect, a sect that they did not think much of, would have 2 disciples pass the 3 rounds and enter the dragonization battle. 38 people, in the end, a total of 38 people passed the 3 rounds and obtained the qualifications to enter the dragonization battle. Compared to the previous dragonization battle, there were 10 more people. 38 people surrounded the dragon's shadow and flew up into the sky before landing on the ground. Immediately, the 10,000-meter wide pit, the void barrier and the 1,000-meter wide waterfall began to change. It was as if the world had been compressed into a single breath. A huge circular platform rose up. Around the platform, there were 38 coiling dragon pillars. Each of the coiling dragon pillars was 1 meter tall. They were surrounded by lifelike dragon-shaped engravings. Those who have obtained the qualifications to enter the dragonization battle, get on the coiling dragon pillars. The voice of the Floating Cloud King resounded. The 38 people immediately used their movement techniques and sat on the coiling dragon pillars. The moment they sat on the coiling dragon pillars, everyone's faces changed. It was a very strange feeling. Chen Zong could clearly feel that the power of the dragonization battle that was originally surrounding his body had instantly merged with the coiling dragon pillars. It made the pillars seem as if they had come to life in an instant. Threads of invisible power slowly seeped into his body and nourished his spirit. This process was very, very slow. However, it was effective. If one had enough time, it was enough to increase one's spirit by quite a bit. Spirit was very important. It was related to the path of cultivation. Other than the 38 people who had obtained the qualifications to enter the dragonization battle, the other people who had been eliminated did not leave. Instead, they became spectators with the elders of their respective sect and closely watched the dragonization battle that was about to begin. A dragon's roar resounded. Immediately, 2 dots of light shone on the 2 coiling dragon pillars. They moved between the 2 pillars at an astonishing speed. After a few breaths, the movement speed of the 2 dots of light slowed down. They gradually stopped on the 2 coiling dragon pillars. Suddenly, the 2 coiling dragon pillars seemed to vibrate. The 2 people on the pillars leaped up and landed on the huge circular platform in the middle. This was the first battle of the dragonization battle. There was no need for any prelude. Of these 2 people, one was a disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace, and the other was a disciple of the Xingyang sect. You are not my opponent. You should admit defeat as soon as possible. The Floating Cloud Palace disciple was handsome. He wore a cloud-white robe and had a smile on his face. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. However, the Xingyang sect disciple's face was cold and solemn. He wanted him to admit defeat. How was that possible? He had not fought yet. He did not know how strong his opponent was. How could he admit defeat just like that? If he wanted to fight, he would fight with all his strength and defeat his opponent. Xingyang's skill, a low-grade spiritual level technique, was fully activated. Xingyang's spiritual power surged, and the aura around him was blazing like the sun. Xingyang hand. With a low shout, the Xingyang sect disciple attacked with all his strength. His palms glowed red like 2 blazing suns in the sky, fiercely striking out. So strong. Li Zhenu was secretly shocked. This Xinjiang sect disciple had already mastered the martial intent of Xinjiang hand. The power of his attack was amazing. If he were in his shoes, he would have to use all his strength to deal with it. However, the floating cloud palace disciple only smiled lightly and waved his wide, cloud-white robe sleeves. It seemed to be played down, as if he was brushing away willow branches, but all of a sudden, there was the sound of a mighty gale, and the ferocious power of rushing thunder. Cloud-sweeping force, floating cloud palace's top-grade mortal-level martial art. At first, it was like a breeze, but when it was fierce, it was like wind and thunder. The force was overwhelming and fierce. The white sleeves disappeared and turned into rolling clouds. It was cloud-sweeping force, a martial intent of Xinjiang. Those who could enter the dragon transformation battle all had at least one martial intent. Otherwise, how could they compete with others? The cloud-sweeping force's force was endless, and its momentum was vigorous. It was like a row of clouds, bombarding Xinjiang hand and constantly crushing its power. The sleeves were waved again, and waves of force were endless. It was extremely tough and couldn't be cut or broken. It was very difficult to deal with. Xinjiang hand was a martial art of Yang and was very fierce. However, cloud-sweeping force was soft and tough, so it had the effect of restraining it. The Xinjiang sect disciple felt as if he was trapped in layers of entanglement. His tyrannical power was restrained, and he couldn't move his hands and feet. The force was endless, and it bombarded him continuously. The Xinjiang sect disciple retreated, and his blood and spiritual power surged. He couldn't help but spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. The third attack arrived. The Xinjiang sect disciple flew backward and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body also crashed into the coiling dragon's shield, and layers of ripples spread out. So fast. The floating cloud palace disciple is too strong. His spiritual power is very strong. Chen Zong said in a low voice that only he could hear. Floating Clouds Palace is a 6-star force, and their sect's martial scripture is a spirit-level high-level cultivation technique. Within the sect, there is no lack of spirit-level middle-level cultivation techniques. Thus, the spiritual energy cultivated by them will naturally be more vigorous and purer. An elder from a 4-star force said with a dignified expression. The strength of a force was very important. To put it simply, the best cultivation technique in a 4-star organization was low-grade spirit rank, a 5-star organization was mid-grade spirit rank, and a 6-star organization was high-grade spirit rank. There was also a huge difference in the strength cultivated by the level of the cultivation method. If 2 people of the same level of cultivation were to fight against each other, they could even crush each other. Floating Clouds Palace's disciples practice at least a spirit-level mid-rank cultivation method. This was also why the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace believed that their only real opponents were their fellow disciples. After the Xinjiang sect's disciple was defeated, a portion of the dragonization power surrounding the coiling dragon pillar immediately flew up, and the coiling dragon pillar also dropped down. It fell into the coiling dragon pillar of the Floating Clouds Palace's disciple, causing the coiling dragon pillar to instantly rise up. Looking at it, it rose and fell by about 1/10. The height of the coiling dragon pillar symbolized the amount of dragonization power one possessed. In the dragonization battle, 38 people would fight in turns. In other words, each person would have to fight 37 people in turns. It seemed that if one was last, they wouldn't be able to obtain much dragonization power. It might not be of much help. But if one was first, the dragonization power they would obtain would be very shocking. First. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. Either they didn't fight, or they fought for first place. This way, they would be able to save more time and allow their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds without any side effects. First place, Chen Zong wasn't the only one staring. The others were also staring, especially the strongest disciples of Floating Clouds Palace, Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai. As for the others, they were more or less just thinking about it, but they knew their limits. Even if I can't get first place, I have to at least get into the top 3. Everyone was in high spirits. Soon, 2 more people were chosen. One was Xie Yuxuan, a disciple of Purple Brilliant sect, and the other was Qi Mingyi, a disciple of Red Dragon sect. One move. Qi Mingyi stretched out a finger, his face full of arrogance. Arrogant. Xiaoyuxuan was furious. Even if the other party was a true disciple of a 5-star force, he couldn't look down on him like this. He fully activated his low-class spiritual level technique. As his spiritual energy surged, a purple light gushed out from his shoulders. As the purple light filled the air, Xiaoyuxuan unsheathed the long saber at his waist and bounced up high. His spiritual energy surged in an instant. Purple chi surged and covered the long saber. Purple brilliant sky kill. Xiaoyuxuan roared and slashed his long saber with all his strength. The dazzling purple saber light tore through the sky like a thunderbolt. Although Xiaoyuxuan was angry at Qi Mingyi's contempt, he also knew that Qi Mingyi was the second true disciple of Red Dragon sect. He must be very strong. Therefore, he used all his strength and used his ultimate move. Weak. Qi Mingyi sneered and looked at Xiaoyuxuan with disdain. It was as if Xiaoyuxuan's saber didn't have any power. Qi Mingyi grabbed the air with his right hand. Endless fiery red aura surged and turned into a flaming claw. It was like the claw of an evil dragon from the abyss. Endless fire aura spread and burned the heaven and earth. He grabbed the dazzling purple saber light and twisted it. Countless ear-piercing sounds were heard and the saber light shattered. The flaming claw clenched into a fist and punched in the air. Xiaoyuxuan only had time to hold his saber in front of him. The saber bent instantly and the tyrannical power was like a thunderbolt. It struck Xiaoyuxuan's chest and there was a faint cracking sound. The purple light on Xiaoyuxuan's body was like smoke being blown away by a gust of wind, dissipating in an instant. His entire body flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood sprayed into the air, emitting an astonishing heat. It was the blazing qi contained in that punch that had invaded Xiaoyuxuan's body, then merged with his blood and spat it out. One move, it was really just one move. Qi Mingyi defeated Xiaoyuxuan and injured him badly. Xiaoyuxuan was the number 1 true disciple of the Purple Glory sect while Qi Mingyi was the number 2 true disciple of the Red Dragon sect. The gap was so big. Instantly, the people of the Purple Glory sect felt hopeless. The people of the other 4-star forces also felt depressed. The gap was too big. Suddenly, the joy of being qualified for the Battle of Dragon disappeared. Qi Mingyi's coiling dragon pillar grew by 1/10 while Xiaoyuxuan's coiling dragon pillar decreased by 1/10. In the third battle, one of them was a disciple of the Blazing Flame sect, while the other was a disciple of the Wild Goose Valley. Both of them came from 4-star forces, and their cultivation methods were also low-grade spirit level. The two of them used their full strength after probing each other a little. The battle was very intense and they were both very powerful. This made Li Zhini and the others feel even more depressed. Powerful, they were both very powerful, they had no confidence at all. In the end, the disciple of the Falling Goose Valley won by a small margin, but he was also badly injured. However, Chenzong noticed that after the injured people returned to their coiling dragon pillars, their pale faces gradually regained some color. It seemed that their injuries were healing faster. The fourth battle, the fifth battle, in the sixth battle, Li Zhini was chosen. His opponent was one of the disciples of the Skywind sect. Unsheathing his long sword, Li Zhini's body turned into a wisp of smoke. As if he was blown by the wind, he quickly flew forward. The sword light merged into the smoke. The sword chi was sharp and the sword intent was threatening. The previous 5 battles made Li Zhini fully aware of the strength of these people. They were all very powerful and he was nothing compared to them. Therefore, he paid a lot of attention to them. Once he attacked, he exploded with his full strength. He wanted to defeat his opponent. The long sword was sharp and slashed through the air. The disciple of the Skywind sect also attacked. His body was as fast as the wind. As he waved his arms, the short sword turned into a storm and attacked. You are the wind. Then, I will cut the wind. Wind cutter sword intent. For a moment, Li Zhini was under great pressure. His long sword was extremely sharp. The misty green sword light slashed into the storm and tore it apart. It slashed at his opponent's chest and shattered the protective spiritual energy, sending him flying. However, his opponent was only slightly injured. He could still fight. Eldest senior brother, you can do it, Gao Bojun, Song Lingsu, and Yang Chaofan all shouted, hoping that Li Zhini could win. Li Zhini gathered all his strength and performed the windcutter sword technique again. The windcutter sword technique was the strongest sword technique that he had mastered. He did not hold back at all. He did not care if his opponent saw through his strength. Shadowless Sky Wind. The disciple of the Sky Wind sect performed a first-rank secret technique. His body was instantly surrounded by wind and his speed increased. Green Cloud Sword Body. Li Zhini also performed a first-rank secret technique without hesitation. As the green light spread, his strength increased greatly. Performing a secret technique would increase the consumption of his strength. It was also equivalent to revealing his trump card. However, in order to win, he had to do it. The two green shadows kept circling and colliding. Li Zhini's protective spiritual energy was broken, leaving a long wound on his back. However, he took the opportunity to pierce his opponent's shoulder. Relatively speaking, Li Zhini's injury was lighter. With his shoulder pierced, his strength was immediately affected. Under Li Zhini's sword, he kept retreating and finally lost. After defeating his opponent, Li Zhini could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He only felt very tired. Strong, this opponent's strength was very strong. He was so strong that he had to use all his means to defeat him. If he did not obtain the clear heart pill, it was unknown whether he could comprehend the windcutter sword intent. Perhaps he could not even enter the dragonization battle, let alone defeat his opponent. Sitting cross-legged on the coiling dragon pillar that had grown by 1/10, Li Zhini quickly operated his technique to adjust his breathing. At the same time, he took out a pill to treat his injuries. Because there was more than one battle, he had to recover in order to better deal with the next battle. As one battle after another went on, the strength displayed by the disciples of Floating Cloud's palace was astonishing. Very strong, they were all very strong. The 15 Skywind Palace disciples who entered the dragonization battle had at least cultivated the Skywind Palace's mid-rank spiritual level techniques. Their spiritual energy was very strong. Often, they did not need to use their full strength to easily defeat their opponents. Shui was the first true disciple of the Tianfeng sect. The one who lost to Li Zhini was the second true disciple of the Tianfeng sect. 09 Little Shuanet, you are also a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. Don't think that you can get anything just because you passed the dragon transformation stage, Shui said coldly to Chen Zong. When Li Zhini defeated the second true disciple of the Tianfeng sect, Shui was furious and embarrassed. After all, if he was defeated by a disciple of the Red Dragon sect, the Myriad River sect, or the Floating Clouds Palace, he could accept it. However, the Blue Cloud sect was nothing in the previous tournament. You talk too much, Chen Zong said calmly. Very arrogant. Since that is the case, you shall welcome the fury of the wind. Shui was stunned at first, then his face was filled with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind whistled and became more intense. The wind was roaring and Shui's body merged with it. He swept towards Chen Zong with a thunderous momentum. He was unstoppable. Shui had made up his mind to defeat his opponent. When he attacked, he used all of his strength. It could be said that he used all of his strength except for his secret technique. Although the Tianfeng sect was also a 4-star force, their overall strength was stronger than the Blue Cloud sect. Even the Beichen Villa could not be compared to them. Facing Shui's full-strength attack, Chen Zong's expression did not change. He was calm and collected. Chen Zong's right hand landed on the hilt of his sword at a neither too fast nor too slow speed as the storm approached him with a furious roar. With a clench, a white sword glow surged out like a long river. It was sharp and unstoppable. The white sword light turned green and tore through the sky. It cut through the raging storm like a hot knife through butter. The wind stopped and dissipated. A figure flew out at an even faster speed and hit the coiling dragon wall. He slid down slowly and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Shui's face was pale. He covered his chest with one hand and stared at Chen Zong in shock. He felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't even block a single strike from the other party. His technique was broken, and his protective spirit force was broken. If it wasn't for the mortal tier armor blocking the sword, his body would have been cut open. Even so, the terrifying power contained in the sword still bombarded his body and sent him flying. The terrifying sharpness of the sword penetrated his body and caused damage. He felt as if his heart had been pierced and strangled. The excruciating pain made it impossible for him to continue fighting. 09 Little Sainet, good. The first elder, Elder Lin, and Gao Bojun were all excited. How can he be so strong? Xie Yuxuan and the others were even more horrified. Li Zhenyi's strength was not beyond his expectations, but Chen Zong's strength was beyond his imagination. Shui, the number one true disciple of the Tianfeng sect, had shown great strength. At least Xie Yuxuan and the others were not confident that they could defeat him. However, he had been defeated by Chen Zong with a single strike. Gap, it was an indescribable gap. Interesting. Qi Mingyi's eyes lit up slightly as he grinned. On the contrary, the elders of the Tianfeng sect were very unhappy. 2 of their disciples had been defeated. Moreover, they were defeated by disciples of the same sect. It was simply a disgrace. For a moment, many eyes were focused on Chen Zong. Everyone was looking at him. However, for most of the disciples of the Floating Clouds Palace, Qi Jiutian, Qi Longhai, and the others, it was nothing because they could also easily defeat Shui. No matter if others were surprised or ignored him, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. He was still so calm. It was as if defeating Shui with a single strike was nothing more than flicking off a bit of dust on his collar. After defeating Shui, Chen Zong's coiling dragon pillar grew by 1/10. When Chen Zong sat down, he could feel that the nourishment was more obvious. As for whether it had the effect of healing injuries, Chen Zong was not sure because he was not injured. Li Zhenyi looked at Chen Zong and gave Chen Zong a thumbs up. Chen Zong's victory was also an opportunity for the Blue Cloud sect to promote their reputation. Battle after battle, Qi Jiutian went on stage. His opponent was a disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace. Facing a disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace, Qi Jiutian could not help but feel a little excited because from the beginning, he regarded the disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace as his greatest opponent. Now, he was finally going to face the disciple of his greatest opponent. As his aura surged, a fiery red color spread around his body like a rising flame. Qi Jiutian, the first true disciple of the Red Dragon sect. I hope you won't disappoint me. This disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace was not one of the top few, but when facing Qi Jiutian, he still had an indescribable confidence. Or rather, it was not just pure confidence, but also the pride of being a disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace. I should be the one saying that. Qi Jiutian's mouth curled up. His face was full of arrogance and his eyes seemed to flash with a fiery red light. How arrogant! The Floating Clouds Palace disciple was a little angry. In his opinion, this disciple of a 5-star force had no qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. As his voice fell, the disciple of the Floating Clouds Palace flicked his sleeve. At first, it was like a gentle breeze, but halfway through, the energy became vigorous and the clouds billowed like surging waves. The momentum was astonishing and magnificent. Sweeping Cloud Power. Sweeping Cloud Power was a famous mortal-level top-quality martial skill of the Floating Clouds Palace. It was also a martial skill that all disciples of the Floating Clouds Palace had to cultivate. It had a complete mnemonic chant and experience. If one cultivated it step by step, they could often reach a profound realm and even grasp a martial intent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the Sweeping Cloud Power approached Qi Jiutian, it was like rolling thunder. Its momentum was unparalleled, and its astonishing power was unstoppable. It erupted with an earth-shattering momentum, as if it could destroy a mountain peak. The smile on Qi Jiutian's face became more and more obvious. Facing the tyrannical strike of the Sweeping Cloud Power, he didn't have the slightest fear. Flames surged around his body as he raised his right hand and formed a claw. The flames surged with spiritual power, forming a huge fiery red claw. This claw was covered with countless scales, vivid and lifelike. It was like the claw of a fire dragon, and its power was astonishing. Qi La, there was a faint and astonishing sound. The sky was torn apart, and the majestic Sweeping Cloud Power was also torn apart in an instant. The terrifying fire dragon's claw carried a terrifying heat that could melt gold and iron as it shot towards the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. Seeing his own Sweeping Cloud Power torn apart by his opponent's claw, and the terrifying heat rushing towards him, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes, the Floating Clouds Palace disciple's face froze, and his eyes flashed with anger. With a bang, a palm struck the air. It was the other top-quality mortal-level martial skill of the Floating Clouds Palace, the Sweeping Cloud Palm. The difference between the Sweeping Cloud Power and the Sweeping Cloud Power was that the Sweeping Cloud Palm's palm force was very powerful and overbearing. It was extremely violent, like the vast and mighty rolling clouds in the sky. Its momentum was powerful and overbearing, and it directly shattered the fire dragon's claw. It carried an unparalleled force as it blasted towards Qi Jiutian. A little interesting. The corners of Qi Jiutian's mouth curled up, and his face was filled with madness. His long hair suddenly soared into the sky, like a raging flame. An astonishing heat gushed out from his body, and there was a faint resounding dragon's roar. In the midst of the flames, Qi Jiutian jumped up, and as if he had turned into a scarlet flood dragon, he blasted out a few moves in a flash, shattering the overbearing Sweeping Cloud Palm's power, and approached the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. The Floating Clouds Palace disciple's white robe rolled up, and turned into a cloud of mist. It dissipated under Qi Jiutian's violent attack, and then reassembled in another place. With one hand holding the Sweeping Cloud Power and the other hand holding the Sweeping Cloud Palm, Qi Jiutian launched both attacks at the same time, and the power was even more astonishing. The terrifying power swept through half of the arena. Fire Dragon Spits Pearl. After his attack missed, Qi Jiutian's reaction was extremely fast. His figure paused, and he instantly withdrew his hands, and then suddenly pushed them out. Like a scarlet flood dragon opening its mouth to spit, a ball of fiery red qi the size of a human head rolled out, and like a meteor, it blasted towards the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. Boom, there was a shocking explosion, and the scarlet qi and the cloud-white qi overflowed, turning into a storm, and turning into a wave. In an instant, it rushed out, covering the entire ring, and hit the coiling dragon wall, creating layers of ripples. In the two-colored Qi Jiutian's figure was like a scarlet flood dragon, and he engaged in a fierce battle with the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. It had to be said that this Floating Clouds Palace disciple was really strong. If this is all you've got, then you'll lose, Qi Jiutian suddenly said, and an even more tyrannical aura erupted from his body. The flames around his body became violent, and his attack was earth-shattering. One palm, the Floating Clouds Palace disciple's movement technique was interrupted, and his figure was shaken out. One punch, the Floating Clouds Palace disciple was directly blown away, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and he could only feel the blazing power constantly drilling into his body, wantonly destroying it. Defeated. The Floating Clouds Palace disciple was defeated by Qi Jiutian. In the beginning of the fierce battle, Qi Jiutian actually didn't use his full strength. In other words, from the beginning, Qi Jiutian was testing the opponent's strength, or testing the opponent's methods, to see what was so special about the Floating Clouds Palace disciple. Very good idea, but... A smile appeared on the face of the third true disciple of Floating Clouds Palace, and a sharp cold light burst out from the depths of his eyes, like a sharp sword unsheathed. Qi Jiutian seemed to feel something, and when he looked up, he felt a sharp sword break through the air. The fighting spirit was astonishing, and the flames were surging. However, the time had not yet come. Qi Jiutian's coiling dragon pillar also grew. As the first true disciple of Myriad River Palace, Qi Longhai's strength was also very tyrannical. With a wave of his hand, amazing spiritual energy fluctuations were endless, and the momentum was majestic and unstoppable. Qi Longhai's opponent was also a Floating Clouds Palace disciple, but he was not one of the tyrannical disciples. Therefore, after a fierce battle, he was defeated by Qi Longhai. The Floating Clouds Palace disciples were indeed very strong, but it didn't mean that they were invincible. In particular, Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai were the most outstanding disciples of five-star forces, and their strength was very tyrannical. Even in Floating Clouds Palace, they could be ranked in the top. Battle after battle, there was no time to rest at all. As long as one was selected, regardless of whether one was injured or not, one's strength had not fully recovered. There was no third choice. Time flew, and it was already Qinzong's sixth battle. This time, his opponent was a disciple of Red Dragon sect, but it was not Qi Jiutian or Qi Mingyi. He was the third true disciple of Red Dragon sect, and weaker than Qi Jiutian and Qi Mingyi. Flame Dragon Spits Pearl. Flame Dragon swings its tail. The disciple of Red Dragon sect saw that Chenzong had won 5 battles, and knew that his strength was not weak. He attacked with full strength, and didn't dare to have the slightest test. Chenzong's left hand was like a sword, and the 2 fingers seemed to be made of gold and iron. The cold light was shining, piercing the sky and shattering the blazing red chi. It was the golden sword finger. Chenzong's golden fragment sword finger was incomparably sharp. His 2 fingers were also covered in spiritual power, comparable to metal. A sword strike shattered the fiery red energy, and a misty blue sword light flashed across the sky. With an astonishing sharpness and unparalleled will, it sent his opponent flying. Victory! In just 2 moves, Chenzong had defeated the 3rd true disciple of the Red Dragon sect. This strength. Qi Mingyi and Qi Jiutian narrowed their eyes. Among the disciples of the Red Dragon sect, Qi Jiutian was the most powerful. Qi Mingyi sighed, but there was a large gap between the strength of the 3rd true disciple and Qi Mingyi. He won again. Gao Bojun and the others were excited. So far, Li Zhini had fought 7 matches, but he had only won 1 at the beginning. After that, he had been continuously defeated, and the coiling dragon pillar was much shorter than before. As for Chenzong, he had fought 6 matches, but he was the opposite of Li Zhini. He had won 1 match after another, and the coiling dragon pillar had risen a great deal. The power of dragonization contained within it was even more vigorous, and the nourishment of essence, energy, and soul was even more obvious. 6 victories in 6 matches. Chenzong had surprised everyone at the beginning, and now he had attracted the attention of many geniuses. For example, Qi Mingyi, Qi Jiutian, Qi Longhai, and so on. Even the more powerful disciples of Floating Cloud Palace had paid attention to Chenzong. But it was still not enough. Chenzong's background was too low. Not only could he not compare with the Red Dragon sect's Myriad River Temple, but there was also a huge gap between him and Floating Cloud Palace. Many times, this gap would become an insurmountable gap. 6 victories in 6 matches. In fact, Chenzong had not used much of his strength. He had only used the Windcutter sword technique and golden fragment sword finger. This was because the previous 6 opponents had not been strong enough for Chenzong to display more of his strength. 38 people had fought at least 5 matches, and some had fought at most 7 matches. The difference between the strong and the weak began to become clear. According to the current situation, the top 3 positions will definitely belong to our Floating Cloud Palace. That's right, 1st place should be senior brother Lai Jingyu, 2nd place should be senior sister Fan Feiyu, and 3rd place should be senior brothers Hua Tianyun. I don't think it's just the top 3. The top 10 might even be occupied by our Floating Clouds Palace. Although I also hope that our Floating Cloud Palace can obtain the top 10, I estimate that it will be very difficult. The Scarlet Dragon sect's Qi Jiutian and the Myriad Water Palace's Qi Longhai are not weak. It is extremely likely that they will enter the top 10. Although they had been eliminated, it was undeniable that their strength wasn't weak, and their eyesight wasn't bad either. Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai are indeed not bad. Qi Mingyi and Tan Yuming aren't weak either. Only Chenzong from the Blue Cloud sect can catch the eye of those 4-star forces. He's just barely able to catch my eye. The opponents he's encountered so far aren't that strong. If he were to encounter our fellow disciples from the Floating Clouds Palace, he would be defeated in an instant. That's true. The Floating Clouds Palace's disciples didn't have the slightest bit of concealment in their conversation. Therefore, many people could hear them clearly. Many people had the attitude of watching a joke, but Gao Bojun and the others were naturally very unhappy. However, even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. However, there was one thing that was not wrong. Among the 4-star forces, except for Chenzong, who had won 6 battles, the others had won and lost. Some had even lost consecutively. It was simply a sharp contrast to the Floating Clouds Palace's disciples. In the 7th battle, Chenzong's opponent was a Floating Clouds Palace's disciple. He had won 4 out of 6 battles and lost 2. One was to Qi Jiutian, and the other was to Hua Tianyun. As a disciple of a 4-star force, to be able to reach this step is indeed very good. However, it ends here. The Floating Clouds Palace's disciple, Yan Hui, had his hands behind his back. His wide sleeves fluttered along with his footsteps like white clouds. Although he had lost 2 times, his opponents were very strong. Facing Zhong, a disciple from a 4-star force, Yan Hui's heart had an indescribable self-confidence and pride. The gap between a 4-star force and a 6-star force was like a natural moat. The gap between a 4-star force and a 6-star force's disciple was also like a natural moat. Zhong had also seen Yan Hui's previous battles. His strength was not weak. No, it could be said that he was very strong because the opponent's spiritual power was very astonishing. What's with your expression? You don't accept it? Or you don't believe me? Yan Hui looked at Zhong's calm expression and suddenly became somewhat annoyed. In his opinion, a mere 4-star force's disciple should not be so calm in front of him. As his voice fell, Yan Hui waved his sleeves and directly displayed the sweeping clouds technique. The sweeping clouds technique was a martial art that every floating clouds palace's disciple must cultivate. When he waved his sleeves, the power was like a gentle breeze at first, but when it blew halfway, it began to become vigorous. When it approached Zhong, an astonishing power erupted, like a flood breaking through a dam. It was extremely terrifying. Almost every floating clouds palace's disciple's first move was the sweeping clouds technique. Before, Zhong had been watching the battle, but now that he was experiencing it personally, he could feel the vigorous and majestic power constantly surging towards him. Under the observation of his powerful soul, Zhong knew that when that vigorous energy came into contact with him, it would explode with astonishing power, destroying his defensive power as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, before hitting his body. In an instant, Zhong knew that Floating Clouds Palace's sweeping clouds technique was an extremely profound mortal-level martial art. If it was placed in the Blue Cloud sect, it would be ranked first. No other sect could compare to it. This was the foundation of a 6-star force. It was not something a 4-star force could compare to. Under normal circumstances, Zhong would not be the opponent of the other party. Unfortunately, Zhong was not normal. His left hand's fingers were like a sword. A golden light quickly spread like water, covering his 2 fingers. An astonishingly sharp aura shot out. Golden Fragment Sword Finger. In the 6 battles so far, the Golden Fragment Sword Finger had been successful. A finger pierced through the air and struck out, piercing through the sky and hitting the sweeping cloud force. The moment his sword finger came into contact with the cloud sweeping force, the terrifying power contained within the cloud sweeping force instantly erupted. It made Zhong feel his sword finger tremble as if it was about to be crushed by a powerful force. However, Zhong's golden fragment sword finger had already been cultivated to the highest level. Under the cover of the power, it was incomparably hard. Coupled with the tyrannical physique brought by the True Flame's body refining technique, it could completely withstand the attack of the sweeping clouds technique. Of course, Zhong did not activate the Tiger Force. His powerful soul and perfect control of his body allowed him to restrain his aura as much as possible. Therefore, the crowd did not know that Zhong had cultivated the True Flame's body refining technique. They did not know that he cultivated both Qi and Qi. The golden fragment sword finger pierced through the sweeping clouds technique and aimed to kill Yan Hui. Surprisingly, the golden fragment sword finger displayed by Zhong this time was clearly stronger than the previous battle. "Oh, so you were hiding your strength before," Yan Hui said. His face sank slightly, and soon revealed a cold expression. "Since it's like this, I'll let you know how big the gap between our swords is." As his voice fell, Yan Hui attacked again, and his palm blasted out. The rumbling momentum was vast and mighty, and the incomparably vigorous palm brought with it an astonishing billowing cloud. It was the sweeping cloud's palm that had grasped the martial intent. The unparalleled power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came crashing down. The pure lethality was even more terrifying than the sweeping clouds technique. After displaying the sweeping clouds palm, Yan Hui once again waved his sleeves to display the sweeping clouds technique. With the sweeping clouds technique, the sweeping clouds palm's speed suddenly increased, and the explosive power was even more tyrannical. The void shook, and the entire arena shook. The air was compressed into a fierce wind that blasted towards Zhong. The power of this attack was multiplied. "Let's see how you deal with it." Yan Hui's mouth curved into a smile. He believed that under this attack, his opponent would undoubtedly be defeated. The white river sword was unsheathed, and a misty blue sword light tore through the void. Sharp, indomitable. Under the beheading wind sword intent, all strength was torn apart like thin paper. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and he turned into a wisp of smoke. Man and sword became one as he approached Yan Hui, and his sword pierced through the air. Yan Hui's complexion changed, and his hair stood on end. The cloud rolled up, and he quickly floated back. But Chen Zong's speed was even faster, and his sword followed like a shadow. Piercing clouds. Yan Hui hurriedly retreated, and his body's strength surged. He lifted his right hand, and his 5 fingers transformed into a bird that flapped its wings. The rapid buzzing sound made the scalp of those who heard it tingle, and it was horrifying. Piercing cloud's finger. Senior apprentice Brother Yan has actually cultivated the piercing cloud's finger. The floating cloud palace disciples were all surprised. Not only has he cultivated the piercing cloud's finger, but he has also cultivated it to a very profound level. Zhou Tianyun was secretly surprised. Just now, when Yan Hui fought with him, he had used the piercing cloud's finger, but even if he had used it, it had not been able to change the outcome. With a sharp sound, a white beam of light shot out from Yan Hui's middle finger like a sword chi. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Chen Zong, causing Chen Zong to feel as if he had been pierced through. It was too fast, so fast that it was comparable to the speed of sound. Yan Hui's strength was clearly not something that the previous 6 opponents could compare to. It exceeded them by too much. Even if they were all half-step transcendent realm masters, there would still be obvious differences in strength due to the difference in secret arts and martial arts they cultivated. The white beam of light left behind afterimages in the eyes of some of the weaker ones. In an instant, Chen Zong's wisp of smoke was pierced through, but Yan Hui did not show the slightest joy, and instead became even more dignified. The cloud surged, and Yan Hui's figure flickered, not daring to stay in one place for even a moment. However, a wisp of smoke silently appeared beside Yan Hui and instantly condensed into a sword light that pierced through the air. The sword light changed from its original sharpness to a vigorous one. It was incomparably vigorous and majestic, like a mountain or a tidal wave crashing down. That kind of pressure immediately caused the air under the sword to solidify, and also caused the cloud that Yan Hui had transformed into to solidify. Pure origin sword art. After comprehending sword intent, the pure origin sword art was even more powerful in a head-on confrontation. With a single sword strike, the cloud Yan Hui's body was dispelled, and he was unable to dodge the attack and was directly wounded. Yan Hui's defeat and Chen Zong's victory caused everyone to fall silent, especially the floating cloud palace disciples who had previously looked down on Chen Zong. They felt like they had been slapped in the face, causing them to feel a burning sensation. He's not an ordinary disciple from a 4-star force. Indeed, Yan Hui cultivates a spirit-grade mid-rank secret art and has already cultivated it to the 4th stage. His opponent has either cultivated a spirit-grade mid-rank secret art to the 4th stage, or he has cultivated a spirit-grade low-rank secret art to the 6th stage. A low-grade spirit-level cultivation method was inferior to a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method, and a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method was inferior to a high-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Therefore, the spiritual power cultivated by a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method could not be compared with a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Of course, this referred to the same level of cultivation method. The higher the level of a cultivation technique, the purer and more vigorous the energy would be. If one wanted to cultivate a low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique to be comparable to that of a mid-grade spiritual level cultivation technique, one would have to work hard on the level of the cultivation technique. 2 levels apart, in other words, the spiritual power of a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method required the spiritual power of a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method to be comparable to the spiritual power of a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Yan Hui had cultivated a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method to the 4th level, so his spiritual power was pure and powerful. If Chen Zong's spiritual power was comparable to his, he would need to cultivate a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method to the 6th level. Relatively speaking, a low-grade spirit-level cultivation method was easier to cultivate than a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method. Not all cultivators were able to practice profound cultivation techniques. Without sufficient talent and foundation, forcefully practicing profound cultivation techniques would only result in a stagnant progress. For example, Yan Hui could only cultivate a middle-grade spirit-level cultivation method when he was half-step into the mortal realm. If he cultivated a high-grade spirit-level cultivation method, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. After Yan Hui's defeat, Chen Zong's strength finally aroused the attention of Qi Jiutian and the others. One body intent, two sword intense. Sui Tianyan's eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a vortex of sword qi in his pupils, revealing a sharp and cold light. Comprehending martial intent was not a big problem for those top geniuses, but comprehending multiple martial intents was very difficult. A mere disciple from a 4-star force had mastered 3 martial intents, which was surprising. Especially 2 of them were sword intents, which made Sui Tianyun, who also practiced sword, very interested. Another battle was coming. As soon as the 2 sides appeared, it immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Qi Jiutian versus Qi Longhai. So far, these 2 people had won one battle after another. They were very strong and had the ability to enter the top 10. Qi Jiutian's eyes were filled with fire, and Qi Longhai's eyes were like surging waves. Opponents, besides the top 3 disciples of Floating Cloud Palace, their strongest opponents were each other. The number 1 true disciple of 2 great 5-star forces, the collision of water and fire, boom, Qi Jiutian's powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. It was like a volcanic eruption. His aura surged and a dragon's roar could be heard. The red qi strength turned into a fire dragon and surrounded Qi Jiutian's body. Scorching heat filled the air, covering a radius of 10 meters. It was as if it could melt gold and iron. Boom, the blue aura was like a surging tide, surging violently, setting off Qi Longhai's body, making him look like a dragon swimming in the water. The blazing and icy aura collided, creating a shocking momentum, as if raging waves were crashing against the shore. Rustling sounds continued to ring out, and white mist filled the air, curling up like water mist. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched. Even the top 3 disciples of Floating Cloud Palace were like this. In their opinion, whether it was Qi Jiutian or Qi Longhai, both of them already had the strength to enter their eyes. Qi Longhai, watch me burn your sea dry. As soon as Qi Jiutian's voice fell, an even more terrifying blazing aura rushed out crazily. His whole body shook, like a fire dragon swinging its tail, approaching Qi Longhai. His claws were like dragons, and his scales were delicate and lifelike. You don't have this ability. Qi Longhai smiled proudly, and the blue aura around his body surged even more, turning into an endless river that surged out. The water and fire collided in an instant, creating an even more shocking momentum. Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai launched their respective attacks in the midst of the fire and water vapor. As top geniuses, in addition to cultivating martial arts to a very high level, their martial arts foundations were also very solid, and their moves were very easy to use. Qi Jiutian's every move was like a volcanic eruption, and its power was shocking. Qi Longhai's every move was vigorous, and his power was continuous. Qi Jiutian was a fire, and his fire was an instantaneous explosion, concentrating all of his power into one attack. It was very terrifying. Qi Longhai was like water, and water was vigorous, continuous, and full of power. There was an ancient saying that water and fire were incompatible. Fight, 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 Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's strength were on par with each other, and the battle became more and more intense. As the collision reached the climax, there was still no clear winner. The extremely powerful impact covered the entire arena, but it was blocked by the coiling dragon wall, creating layers of ripples. It was very terrifying. That kind of power would immediately injure an ordinary half-step mortal realm cultivator. Qi Jiutian exerted the fiery dragon art to the extreme. Fiery dragon spits pearl, fiery dragon swings its tail, fiery dragon flips its body, and fiery dragon reaches its claws. Qi Longhai also used the famous martial art of the Wanshui Temple, Thousand Torrents. This battle lasted for a full quarter of an hour, but no one could do anything to the other. The process of the battle was extremely intense and exciting. The audience was mesmerized by it, and they had a deeper understanding of Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai's strength. No wonder he is the top true disciple of a 5-star force, Chen Zong said to himself. Both Qi Jiutian and Qi Longhai were very powerful. Geniuses like Li Zhini and Xie Yuxuan could not be compared at all. The gap between them was obvious. The difference in talent, the difference in cultivation methods, the difference in martial arts, and the difference in other aspects. After 15 minutes of the battle, Qi Jiutian suddenly stopped. His body trembled violently, and an extremely powerful aura burst out. It was completely different from the aura before. Vaguely, there seemed to be the roar of a tiger. Tiger power state. The knowledgeable people were stunned. They had never expected Qi Jiutian to cultivate his body. It was not easy to cultivate both qi and energy at the same time. Time was limited, and energy was limited. Cultivating qi would take up most of one's time and energy, so there was no time to do other things. Even if some people cultivated both qi and energy at the same time, they would mainly cultivate qi and cultivate their body as a supplement. The purpose was to strengthen their body and improve their survival ability. That was all. But now, looking at the aura around Qi Jiutian, it could be seen that Qi Jiutian's attainment in body refining was not bad. He had put in a lot of effort. The aura around Qi Jiutian's body refining technique was familiar to Chen Zong. True flame body refining technique. Did Qi Jiutian also enter that underground palace? Chen Zong could not help but guess. But even so, it was not a big deal. He could enter that underground palace and exchange for the true flame body refining technique. It was normal that Qi Jiutian could get it. He should be at LV9 of the tiger power state. Chen Zong observed carefully. He did not know how long Qi Jiutian had obtained the true flame body refining technique. After using the true flame body refining technique, Qi Jiutian's aura became more powerful. It was the combination of body refining and qi refining. He suddenly rushed toward Qi Longhai, causing Qi Longhai's aura to tremble. Qi Jiutian rushed forward. After using his body refining cultivation, Qi Jiutian's close combat power was obviously increased. The power of each of his moves was more terrifying, which made Qi Longhai's face turn serious. In comparison, Qi Longhai did not refine his body. After taking Qi Jiutian's attacks, his hands began to feel numb. Qi Longhai's eyes flashed. After taking Qi Jiutian's attack head-on, Qi Longhai used the force to quickly retreat and distance himself from Qi Jiutian. I admit defeat, Qi Longhai shouted directly. Qi Jiutian paused. The burning aura around him dissipated, and he looked at Qi Longhai deeply. Qi Jiutian felt that Qi Longhai was still holding back, but he admitted defeat. Obviously, Qi Longhai did not want to reveal his trump card. Maybe he had other considerations. But since Qi Longhai admitted defeat, Qi Jiutian won. Qi Longhai's coiling dragon pillar fell significantly, while Qi Jiutian's coiling dragon pillar rose significantly. No matter whether Qi Longhai was hiding his strength or not, and why he was hiding his strength, he had lost. He had lost to Qi Jiutian in front of everyone. He had lost to Qi Jiutian in the dragonization battle. Of course, Qi Jiutian was still somewhat unhappy that he had not completely defeated Qi Longhai. Li Zhini won another battle. It was a very difficult victory, and he had suffered heavy injuries. According to the situation, Li Zhini would probably continue to lose. For example, Xie Yuxuan and the others were also mostly defeated. It could be said that among the disciples of the four four-star forces in the Dongchen area, except for Chen Zong, most of them were defeated. It could not be helped. After all, the disciples of the four four-star forces in the Dongchen area were not as good as the disciples of the other forces. Chen Zong was unique. Zhuo Tianyun went up and defeated his opponent with only one strike. Fan Feiyu was indeed the second disciple of the Floating Cloud Palace. His strength was extremely strong, and he also defeated his opponent with one strike. Lai Jingyu also defeated his opponent with one strike. It was an understatement. Up until now, they had not shown much of their strength, but they could easily defeat their opponents. It was unfathomable. Another battle. It was Chen Zong's turn. This time, Chen Zong's opponent was Qi Mingyi from the Red Dragon sect. Among the 38 Dragon Realm fighters, Qi Mingyi was also one of the most important fighters. If I did not think highly of you before, now, you are worth my attention. Qi Mingyi said to Chen Zong in a proud tone. Since Chen Zong defeated the floating cloud palace disciple, the group of people paid more attention to him. Chen Zong smiled and slowly pulled out the white river sword. Qi Mingyi's strength was indeed not weak. It was worth it for him to use part of his strength. The long sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was as bright as water, emitting a trace of coldness. Qi Mingyi's eyes focused, and an extremely sharp light shot out from his eyes. It was as red as fire, and a strong aura exploded around him. The dragon's roar was loud, and the shadow of a dragon circled around him. It was as if a fire dragon had descended. The martial arts that Qi Mingyi cultivated were the same as Qi Jiutian's. It was the flame dragon technique, a mortal-level martial arts of the Red Dragon sect. In terms of the attainment of the flame dragon technique, Qi Mingyi was not much inferior to Qi Jiutian. Moreover, Qi Mingyi also cultivated the Red Dragon sect's spiritual level mid-level martial arts, and his spiritual energy was very pure. As soon as the flame dragon technique was used, Qi Mingyi turned into a red dragon. He suddenly soared into the sky, and with a blazing and domineering aura, he flew towards Chen Zong. His hands were like claws, and his legs were like a tail. He launched an overbearing and sharp attack. Qi Mingyi seemed to have really turned into a fire dragon. It was shocking. Facing Chen Zong, he had already shown his true strength. The sword was 3 feet long and unbreakable. How brilliant was that? Qi Mingyi kept attacking and exerting the fiery dragon art to the extreme, but it was completely blocked by Chen Zong's long sword. Everyone was shocked. The sword light from Zhuo Tianyan's eyes became sharper and pierced through the sky. The long sword on his back trembled slightly. He was excited to fight with Chen Zong. If it was said that the previous 7 battles were Chen Zong displaying his strength step by step, then this battle with Crimson Bright Wing was displaying his brilliant sword art attainments. The alternating use of the wind beheading sword technique and the pure origin sword technique not only completely withstood the violent attacks of the Crimson Radiant Wings, Chen Zong's feet did not even move an inch, causing those who noticed this to be incomparably shocked. Crimson Dragon Arm. After attacking for a long time, Qi Mingyi realized that Chen Zong was more powerful than he thought. Under the violent attacks, half of his strength had been consumed. He had no choice but to use the Crimson Dragon sect's first-rank secret technique, Crimson Dragon Arm. In an instant, a fiery red aura quickly spread to his right arm. As it covered his right arm, light flowed and finally contracted at the end of his 5 fingers. One of his arms changed greatly. Covered with red scales, the 5 fingers were as sharp as claws. They expanded out of nowhere and became as thick as a calf, full of terrifying explosive power. This was no longer a human arm, but the claw of a crimson dragon. Fiery dragon claw. Under the Crimson Dragon arm, endless flames surged and filled the air like smoke signals. Its power was increased by 50%. Qi Mingyi's strength was already very strong. After being increased by 50%, it was even more terrifying. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. In an instant, Chen Zong exploded with even more power and attacked with his sword. Pure origin sword art, the sword light shattered in an instant, but it blocked Qi Mingyi's Crimson Dragon arm. In an instant, the shattered sword light reformed and turned into a rolling river. Great River Sword Art. The third sword intent. Zhuo Tianyan's eyes narrowed. 2 sword intents had already surprised him, but there was a third one. The Windcutter Sword Art, the Pure Origin Sword Art, and the Great River Sword Art were all different. They could only be used to achieve miraculous effects. He used the Pure Yuan Sword Art to slightly resist the powerful attack of the Red Dragon arm. Then, he used the Great River Sword Art to continuously weaken the power of the Red Dragon arm to the extreme. Finally, he used the Wind Slash to break through the air and attacked Qi Mingyi. Under Chen Zong's Sword Art, the 3-sword Sword Art. It was as if 3 completely unrelated sword techniques had been merged into one. This could only be done by someone who had an extremely high level of attainment in the way of the sword. Under Chen Zong's sword, Crimson Bright Wings retreated step by step. Even with the amplification of the Crimson Dragon arm, the power of his attacks was astonishing, but he still could not block Chen Zong's counterattack. Qi Jiutian frowned slightly. After using the Crimson Dragon arm, Qi Mingyi's strength was already very close to his own. Of course, it was close to his own strength without using the true flame body refining technique. But he was forced back by Chen Zong's sword. It was enough to show that Chen Zong was very strong and qualified to fight with him. Since Chen Zong's counterattack, Qi Mingyi could only defend and retreat. His power was constantly consumed. Finally, he could not maintain Crimson Dragon arm and was defeated. Chi, he thought that Chen Zong was not weak, but not as strong as him. He did not expect that he would be defeated in the end after using a secret method to increase his strength. The first elder, Elder Lin, and Gao Bozhen's 3 disciples were extremely excited. Consecutive victories. Only the disciples of Floating Cloud Palace and Qi Jiutian could achieve such a feat. Qin Shidi is really a true dragon. Li Zhini could not help but sigh. Su Wei and the others were pale. How did this gap come about? It was unimaginable. This dragon transformation battle may allow Chen Zong to become a true dragon who can control the 9 heavens. The first elder's eyes shone brightly, his tone filled with emotion and certainty. In the past, Chen Zong was unknown. He rose to fame in the outer sect great competition and entered the inner sect. After a few months of silence, he was like a hidden dragon that had emerged from the abyss. If he could obtain a good ranking in the dragon transformation battle and obtain a large amount of dragon transformation strength, he would be able to break through to the transcendent realm and surpass his peers. High up in the sky, Floating Cloud King sat on a throne made of clouds. His eyes stared calmly at Chen Zong's figure, as if he wanted to see through him. It was hard to imagine that a disciple from a 4-star force could compete with a disciple from a 5-star or even 6-star force. There was indeed a big gap in cultivation environment, inheritance, and other aspects. Even if a genius was born into a weak force, it would be difficult for them to develop well. It was difficult to raise a true dragon in shallow water. So, if one thought about Chen Zong carefully, they would be terrified. If he could be trained by Floating Cloud Palace, he would likely surpass Li Jingyu. For a moment, the Floating Cloud King's eyes became deep. Currently, the person with the highest coiling dragon pillar was Li Jingyu, followed by Fan Fei Yu, then Zhua Tianyun, and 4th was Qi Jiu Tian. As for 5th, it was Qi Longhai. Although he had lost once, he had won many times before. As for 6th, it was Chen Zong. 7th was Floating Cloud Palace's disciple, Luo Shuhe. 8th was Myriad Water Temple's 2nd core disciple, Tan Yuming. 9th was also a Floating Cloud Palace disciple. It had to be said that Floating Cloud Palace's disciples were indeed very strong. Up until now, 5 of them had ranked in the top 10. The 10th was Crimson Radiant Wing. As for 11th to 15th, they were all Floating Cloud Palace disciples. The strength of Floating Cloud Palace was evident. Qi Mingyi faced Tan Yuming. Tan Yuming's face was indifferent, as if there was a trace of mist shrouding her, giving off an unreal feeling. From the beginning, Qi Mingyi had displayed astonishing strength, transforming into a fire dragon and approaching. However, Tan Yuming's steps were light and graceful, and as her body swayed, it gave birth to a kind of dreamy and blurred color, becoming more and more erratic and unreal, causing all of Qi Mingyi's attacks to gradually fail. However, it seemed that Qi Mingyi himself did not know, as he continued to attack. This Tan Yuming's cultivation is most likely related to illusion martial arts, Chen Zong secretly said. The fact was indeed so. Tan Yuming's cultivation was an illusion martial art. Once used, it would confuse the opponent. Qi Mingyi's willpower was firm, but he was also affected, thinking that his every move would hit Tan Yuming, but in reality, it was not. Every move swept past Tan Yuming's body, directly hitting nothing, and invisibly consuming his strength. Qi Mingyi, a genius, was like this, not to mention other people who were not as good as Qi Mingyi. Illusion martial arts had always been very difficult to cultivate, and the cultivation requirements were very harsh. However, if it was successfully cultivated, it would have astonishing profoundness and power. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Tan Yuming made her move. Her slender hands were like butterflies fluttering through flowers, extremely dazzling. Bringing along a dreamlike mist, she struck Qi Mingyi's chest one after another. The first palm shattered his protective spiritual energy, the second palm forced Qi Mingyi back, the third palm, the fourth palm, the fifth palm strike after palm strike. The power of each palm strike didn't seem to be very strong, but it was fast and continuous. The palm energy constantly entered Qi Mingyi's body and exploded out, causing Qi Mingyi to retreat while coughing up blood. Without a doubt, Qi Mingyi was defeated. Tan Yuming won. Both of their coiling dragon pillars were ranked in the top 10. Thus, with one victory and one defeat, the changes in their coiling dragon pillars were very obvious. According to the rules of the dragon transformation battle, the winner would increase it by 10%, while the loser would decrease it by 10%. 10% was a fixed ratio, but a 1-meter-tall coiling dragon pillar increasing or decreasing by 10% was completely different from a 3-meter-tall coiling dragon pillar decreasing by 10%. Thus, in an instant, the height of Tan Yuming's coiling dragon pillar surpassed Luo Shuhe, approaching the same height as Chenzong. Battle after battle, Li Zhini and the other disciples of the 4-star forces were injured one after another. Even with the healing power of the coiling dragon pillar and the consumption of elixirs, they were still unable to fully recover. In addition, battle after battle, their injuries continued to worsen. They lost more than they won. However, even so, they still relied on their tenacious willpower to hold on. This was a very rare training. As long as their willpower was not defeated, even if they could not obtain much dragon transformation power, it would still be of great help to their future cultivation path. A treasured sword's edge was sharpened through training. Chenzong also understood this point, so he hoped that Li Zhini could hold on. Although it would be difficult now, there would be great gains in the end. Tan Yuming versus Luo Shuhe, this battle was very strange. However, in the end, Tan Yuming won by a small margin, which shocked everyone. It also made people realize the terror of illusion martial arts. As for why Tan Yuming's ranking in the Myriad River Temple was lower than Qi Longhai's, it should be because Qi Longhai could resist Tan Yuming's illusion martial arts. However, the two of them had not yet fought, so it was not clear how it would turn out. It inevitably made people look forward to it. However, before the two of them fought, Qi Longhai was up against Fan Feiyu. Facing Fan Feiyu, Qi Longhai was under great pressure. The second strongest person of the Floating Clouds Palace, the strength that he had displayed so far was unfathomable. With a boom, Qi Longhai burst out with all his strength. He took a step forward, and the long river surged forward. His momentum was incomparably vigorous and unstoppable. Fan Feiyu's beautiful eyes were sharp. She raised her slender hand and waved the wide sleeve of her cloud-white robe. Like a gentle breeze blowing, the moment it collided with the long river, it suddenly erupted with a terrifying power. It was incomparably vigorous and continuous. It actually directly defeated the long river and repelled Qi Longhai. This scene caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. Although Fan Feiyu had defeated her opponents with a single move before, those opponents had not been strong enough. Was Qi Longhai not strong? No, although he had been defeated by Qi Jiutian, everyone could see that Qi Longhai had not used his full strength. However, such a strong opponent had actually been repelled by Fan Feiyu with a single wave of her sleeve. Qi Longhai's expression became dignified as he stared at Fan Feiyu and said in a low voice, "Spirit grade top rank?" Fan Feiyu did not answer, but her expression had already explained. Spirit grade top rank, even though they had guessed, when it was confirmed, they were still shocked. The secret art Fan Feiyu cultivated was actually a spirit grade top rank secret art. If Fan Feiyu was a transcendent, it would be reasonable for her to cultivate a spirit grade top rank secret art, but now, she was only a half-step transcendent, yet she could actually use a spirit grade top rank secret art. Moreover, Fan Feiyu seemed to have cultivated her spirit grade top rank secret art to a certain level. Water Ripple Force, 10,000 Water Temple's first grade secret art was both offensive and defensive. However, Fan Feiyu cultivated a spirit grade high rank secret art. His spirit energy was extremely pure and tyrannical, so the martial arts he displayed were even more powerful. With just the Water Ripple Force secret art, Qi Longhai didn't have the confidence to contend with his opponent. With a bang, it was as if a meteorite had crashed into the sea, setting off monstrous waves as a heavy pressure spread out. A jet-black light swept out from Qi Longhai's body like water and merged with the Water Ripple Force, turning the ripples of the Water Ripple Force black. A heavy pressure was being emitted from the jet-black light, causing the gravity within a few meters of Qi Longhai to change and the air to become stifling. That's... Chenzong's pupils shrank slightly as he felt the unusual aura. The purple cloud true flame in his abdomen pulsed slightly as if it had sensed something. World energy, profound heavy true water. World energy was divided into heaven and earth. Heaven was called heaven's world energy, and earth was called earth's world energy. Although the world energy wasn't as precious as heaven's world energy in terms of power and rarity, it was still very rare. Moreover, any world energy could grow and transform. For example, the world energy could eventually transform into heaven energy, but it was very difficult and extremely bumpy. If a cultivator could obtain a world energy, it was already a great fortune. In terms of level, the world energy was at least at the transcendent realm. At this moment, Xianxia had the strength of a true transcendent. If compared with the transcendent realm of Blue Wave's world, he could compete with or even kill an ordinary early mortal realm cultivator. As the power of the profound heavy true water spread out, Fan Feiyu's expression became slightly dignified. Circulating his secret art, his spirit energy surged, and a white cloud aura rose and curled around his body, making him look like he was in a sea of clouds. This was Floating Cloud Palace's secret art, Cloud Sea secret art. 10,000 torrents. The first-grade secret technique, water ripple force, and the profound true water of the earth immediately increased Xianxia's strength by several times. He used the myriad water temple's 10,000 torrents, which turned into surging waves. Every wave carried an extremely terrifying power. The true water of Xuanzhong was heavy. Legend has it that every drop of true water of Xuanzhong weighed more than 10,000 caddies. If it were to transform into the mystical power of the heavens, a single drop would be able to crush a mountain peak. The rapid's 10,000 torrents carried the power of the true water of Xuanzhong. Wherever it passed, the air would be compressed and gravity would increase exponentially. It was extremely terrifying. Fan Feiyu used the sweeping cloud energy, but it was torn to pieces by the torrent. The cloud-parting palm was vast and mighty, and its power was unparalleled. However, it was only able to slightly block torrent 10,000 waves for a moment. The combination of the water ripple force and the mysterious heavy true water allowed the power of the 10,000 torrents to reach its peak. Facing such a powerful attack, Fan Feiyu's figure became erratic, like a fairy in the clouds. She raised her slender hand, surrounded by a white halo, and slapped out continuously. Every palm strike was as light as a white cloud, and every palm strike was as agile as a butterfly. Every palm strike carried an extremely terrifying force that was incomparably powerful, capable of shattering everything. Flying Cloud Hand, this was one of Floating Cloud Palace's extremely tyrannical top-grade mortal-level martial arts. It was at the peak of top grade, and not everyone could cultivate it. It was very harsh, but Fan Feiyu just happened to be able to cultivate it. One of the prerequisites for cultivating the Flying Cloud Hand was to cultivate the sweeping cloud energy and the firmament palm to the highest level, and also to grasp a martial intent. Therefore, the Flying Cloud Hand possessed the continuous power of the sweeping cloud energy and the tyrannical power of the firmament palm. It also had a unique flexibility. Bang bang bang, under the continuous attack of the Flying Cloud Hand, the 10,000 torrents was obstructed. Xianxia had gathered all of his strength. Since he had already used all of his cards, he couldn't easily give up. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he still had to do his best. Fan Feiyu frowned. She couldn't defeat her opponent even after using the Flying Cloud Hand. She shouted out, "Rushing thunder!" In an instant, white lightning burst out from her arms, rushing to her palms and fusing into the Flying Cloud Hand. Floating Cloud Palace's first-grade secret technique, Rushing Thunder, could instantly condense the power of thunder. The power of the Flying Cloud Hand increased sharply under the influence of rushing thunder, and it even contained the terrifying power of thunder. With one palm, the 10,000 torrents were blasted away. Xianxia was sent flying, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. "I admit defeat," Xianxia said sullenly. If he had been a little slower, he would have been hit again by his opponent, and his injuries would have been more serious. Water ripple energy and profound heavy true water were already his trump cards. Now that they had been broken by his opponent and he had suffered internal injuries, what was the point of fighting again? What's more, he still had other battles to fight. Xianxia admitted defeat, and Fan Feiyu withdrew the palm she was about to strike. Xianxia's coiling dragon pillar fell again, and Fan Feiyu's coiling dragon pillar rose, approaching Lai Jingyu. The last battle was between Qi Jiutian and Lai Jingyu. Facing Lai Jingyu, Qi Jiutian looked dignified from the bottom of his heart. Up until now, Li Jingyu was the most unfathomable one. There was no way to guess just how strong he was. All in all, it was certain that he was definitely not inferior to an ordinary transcendent. With a half-step transcendent cultivation, he had the strength of a true transcendent. It was amazing. His secret art was pushed to the extreme, and his spirit chi surged. Flames filled the air, and a vague shadow of a fire dragon appeared around his body. An amazing aura suppressed all directions, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the ring under his feet. Qi Jiutian's eyes were dignified as he stared at Li Jingyu. Li Jingyu, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and there seemed to be a trace of contempt in his eyes. Li Jingyu remained motionless, allowing Qi Jiutian to prepare. His true flame body refining art was activated. Then, a blazing flame flashed from Qi Jiutian's abdomen. It was extremely dazzling, and the amazing heat also rushed out, melting gold and iron. It was another kind of world energy. Chen Zong's eyes were sharp as he stared at Qi Jiutian's abdomen. The purple cloud true flame pulsed slightly. All world energy could sense each other as long as it was activated. However, Chen Zong did not activate the power of the purple cloud true flame, so the others did not know. Chen Zong was very curious about what kind of world energy fire Qi Jiutian had mastered. With a bang, the flame swept out like an explosion, filling Qi Jiutian's body. Finally, it gathered on his arms, causing them to burn fiercely. Under the flames, there was a pair of red dragon arms. Compared with the red radiant wings, Qi Jiutian's mastery of the red dragon arms was more profound, and he could use it on his arms to make it stronger. Under the flames, the red dragon arms looked more and more domineering, like the claws of a real red dragon. Qi Jiutian's full strength made Li Jingyu look at him a little, but only a little. Qi Longhai's face was extremely solemn. Qi Jiutian's full strength was still stronger than his. Flame dragon art, Qi Jiutian, who had erupted with all his strength, flashed and turned into a fire dragon, approaching Li Jingyu. His arms grabbed at Li Jingyu with incredible speed and power. In just a short breath, Qi Jiutian's arms blasted out dozens of times in a row. Each claw was terrifying and could tear everything apart. But Li Jingyu's feet slid back slightly. His body swayed, and he was extremely agile. He avoided all of Qi Jiutian's attacks. The two red dragon arms brought out layers of phantoms and brushed past Li Jingyu's body without any injury. Li Jingyu seemed to have had enough. He suddenly turned his hand and slapped out. This palm was as light as a feather, as agile as smoke, without any power. It was the flying cloud hand. But compared to Fan Feiyu's flying cloud hand, Li Jingyu's flying cloud hand was a little different. In terms of lightness, it was more outstanding. The trajectory of this attack was extremely mysterious and unavoidable. Even if Qi Jiutian sensed it, he could only watch the palm fall on his chest. Under this light palm, all the defensive power was instantly disintegrated. It dissipated like smoke. Soon after, a wild and powerful energy poured out. With a bang, Qi Jiutian felt his heart suddenly stop. His whole body flew backward as if he had been hit by a giant beast. He vomited blood, was injured, and lost. It was just one blow. The surroundings were silent. Chen Zong's pupils contracted like needles. His face was slightly dignified. Very strong, Li Jingyu's strength was really strong. This was a strong opponent. At the same time, Chen Zong's heart was set off bursts of high fighting spirit. After defeating Qi Jiutian, Li Jingyu's coiling dragon pillar grew a lot, and the distance between him and Fan Feiyu increased again. Before everyone could calm down from the shock brought by Li Jingyu, a new battle began. This battle was between Chen Zong and Tan Yuming. Chen Zong was also very interested in Tan Yuming's illusion martial arts. Tan Yuming had seen Chen Zong's battle and knew that Chen Zong's strength was very strong. She regarded him as a strong opponent and immediately used her illusion martial arts. Chen Zong found that Tan Yuming's figure in front of him seemed to become illusory. She was drifting around unpredictably. Chen Zong could feel that the interference was constantly interfering with his vision and mind, causing him to make mistakes in his judgment. However, Chen Zong's willpower was extremely strong. He could get rid of this interference. Coupled with his amazing spiritual sense, he was not confused at all. No matter how Tan Yuming used her illusion martial arts to the extreme, Chen Zong could still see Tan Yuming's position clearly. Very clear, however, Tan Yuming did not know this. The white river sword was unsheathed. It turned into a white sword light, like a long river with endless waves. Tan Yuming's expression suddenly changed. This sword was pointed directly at her. That kind of sharpness was unavoidable. Tan Yuming was surprised and doubtful. Was he not affected by her illusion martial arts? Tan Yuming was best at illusion martial arts. Other than that, she was relatively ordinary. Illusion martial arts were ineffective against Chen Zong. Tan Yuming's strength was reduced to the level of a very ordinary disciple of a 5-star force. This kind of strength naturally could not block Chen Zong's sword. With just one sword, Tan Yuming was defeated. Exquisite swordsmanship, unparalleled willpower, and spiritual power comparable to a middle-grade spiritual stage cultivation technique. This is really interesting. After defeating Tan Yuming, Chen Zong's coiling dragon pillar increased again. As a result, his ranking rose and he was close to Qi Jiutian. Qi Jiutian stared at Chen Zong. His eyes were burning as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. In the beginning, Chen Zong was a disciple of a 4-star force that was not taken seriously. However, Chen Zong had risen step by step. Now, Qi Jiutian had to take him seriously. Although Qi Jiutian was confident, he also knew that he could not underestimate his opponent. There would be a battle between him and Chen Zong. End of chapter 974. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.